Chapter 1, 800 years later. Chi Yao, I love you with all my heart. Why do you want to kill me? Zhang Ruochen loudly wailed and fell forward. Creak, he compressed the metallic bed and sat up all of a sudden. It was just a dream, he thought as he let out a sigh. He felt relieved and wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeves. Wait. No. That was not a dream. He was suspicious of what he had seen in the dream. In fact, it was hard to believe that everything he had experienced with Princess Chi Yao was just a dream. Zhang Ruochen was the only child of Emperor Ming, one of the 9 great emperors in Kunlun's field. Before his death, he was a talented warrior, sophisticated, with an incredible physical quality and thus cultivated the completion of the Heaven Realm, the highest level in martial arts, at the young age of 16. However, when he became the first person in the younger generation of Kunlun's field, he died at the hands of his childhood sweetheart and fiancée, Princess Chi Yao. Princess Chi Yao was the daughter of Emperor Qing, one of the 9 great emperors. Back in the old days, Emperor Ming and Emperor Qing were best friends. They even arranged the marriage between Zhang Ruochen and Princess Chi Yao. The childhood lovers grew up and practiced martial arts together. Zhang Ruochen was an attractive, talented young man while Chi Yao was a pretty and elegant lady. They were known as the perfect match throughout the field of martial arts. Their marriage would have been the hottest subject in the entire Kunlun's field. However, Zhang Ruochen had never expected that Princess Chi Yao would indeed put him to death. Unfortunately, he could not prevent what was going to happen to him. Now, it was 800 years later when he arose from the dead. Princess Chi Yao had lived a different life since then. She settled the incident of the 9 emperors, united the 9 empires, and built the first central empire. She even dominated the empire and became Empress Chi Yao, the backbone of the entirety of Kunlun's field. After all, the 9 emperors who once ruled over Kunlun's field 800 years ago had disappeared among the endless flow of history. The 9 emperors died and then the empress took over. Every era had its own sovereignty, and this era was no exception. The one and only emperor who conquered the region and led the kingdom was Empress Chi Yao. Why did she kill me? How could she be so cruel? Is it true that every woman in this world is ruthless? Zhang Ruochen was desperate and confused. All the suspicions revolved around Zhang Ruochen's head. His sharp penetrating eyes, heavy disconcerted heart, and a doubtful brain, but no one could help him. 800 years had passed. Everything changed except for Empress Chi Yao, who cultivated her stunning appearance and immortality. Even Zhang Ruochen's family and friends had passed away and were buried underneath the soil. Not to mention the prestigious and honorable 9 emperors, who only left over some splendid stories to be read with admiration for posterity. Creak. A fragile-looking woman who was dressed in the imperial uniform came into the room while Zhang Ruochen was lying in bed. She looked at him with concern and gently asked, "Chen, did you have a bad dream again?" Concubine Lin, who was the pretty woman standing in front of Zhang Ruochen, was his mother in this life, as well as the wife of the Yunwu commandery prince. Indeed, the owner of this body had died in bed 3 days ago from an illness. Zhang Ruochen arose from the dead and appeared in this feeble body after being killed by Princess Chi Yao. Without knowing how, he brought the dead young man back to life. What a coincidence, the name of this young man was also called Zhang Ruochen. When Zhang Ruochen first arose from the dead, he was struggling to talk to concubine Lin. Somehow, in his eyes, she was just a stranger. And yet, after being around her for 3 days, Zhang Ruochen gradually realized that concubine Lin indeed thoroughly cared about him. Furthermore, knowing that he had woken up in the middle of the night frightened by nightmares, concubine Lin rushed to Zhang Ruochen's room no matter how bad the weather was. In Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, he had never seen his mother. It seemed that his mother had died after giving birth to him. He never imagined that after being put to death by someone that he loved the most, he would have been given another chance to live again in another body and have a mother who would take care of him, to let him feel the warmth that he had never experienced. Zhang Ruochen thought. Maybe she doesn't know that her own son has already been dead for 3 days. If Zhang Ruochen told her the truth, she might not be able to handle the grievous news. He would rather keep his mouth shut about it and pretend like nothing ever happened. To Zhang Ruochen, it was a 2-bird, 1-stone situation that he got to live again, and additionally, concubine Lin had her son back. Looking at the beautiful concubine Lin, Zhang Ruochen's eyes became gentle. "Mom, don't worry about me. It was just a dream," he said with a smile to his mother. The thin concubine Lin was sitting at the bedside of Zhang Ruochen, wearing a red marten fur coat to keep warm. She rubbed his forehead, looking worried. It's the third night that you've woken up with nightmares. You keep mentioning the name Chi Yao every time. Who exactly is she? Concubine Lin whispered. Concubine Lin could not link this name, Chi Yao, to the First Central Empire Empress Chi Yao. In fact, Empress Chi Yao named herself the Holy Queen of Majesty and Morality after uniting Kunlun's field and building the First Central Empire. Since then, no one dared to mention the two words Chi Yao. It's nothing, Mom, you must have misheard me. Zhang Ruochen comforted his mother. Concubine Lin said with a sigh, never mention the two words Chi Yao again. Not even in your dreams. That was the name of Empress Chi Yao. Saying the Empress name is very impolite. If someone heard you say this, you might be subject to death. Zhang Ruochen nodded his head, pinched his fingers, and said as an apology, never again, my mother. Zhang Ruochen felt outraged knowing what Chi Yao had done to him, and noticing the fear from his mother talking about Chi Yao, he furiously made a resolution. I will be your nightmare forever after. Looking at the thin and pale Zhang Ruochen, concubine Lin exhaled deeply and felt exceptional sorrow. Zhang Ruochen was always sick ever since he was born. Being raised in a commandery prince's family with the best doctors and medication did not help him much. He was 16 years old now, but still needed to rest in bed all the time. Perhaps this would be how he would live for the rest of his life. All of a sudden, there was a great sound of footsteps outside the palace. What are you guys doing here? Who authorized you to come and mess around the Jade Palace? Said a good-looking maidservant who wanted to stop the 8th prince from breaking into the palace. Yet she was being pushed, and she fell 10 meters away. The 8th prince was a warrior who cultivated himself to reach the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. He could probably knock a 300-pound stone tray 10 feet with nothing but his fist, never mind a maidservant who only weighed 100 pounds. With a slight flick of his finger, the maidservant would seem as if she had been struck with a mighty force. She plummeted to the ground and, breaking her left arm, let out a wild scream. The 8th prince was wearing a golden thread dress, covered with a jade belt resting on his waist. He was muscular and strong, making every footstep steady as he walked into the Jade Palace. He stared at the court maid and said, "You're blocking my way, slave. You don't deserve to be in my presence." Behind the 8th prince, there were 6 royal guards wearing Kylin armor, tall and solid. They were all martial arts monks that excelled at their craft and were part of the royal security guards. Concubine Lin noticed the noise outside. She comforted Zhang Ruochen, closed the door, and proceeded to the Jade Palace. With a slight scowl on her face, she stood in front of the 8th prince, who was now inside the palace, and said, "This is the Jade Palace. Even though you are a prince, you still can't break in here." 8th Prince Zhang Ji lifted his head and stared at Concubine Lin. The queen commands that the place of Concubine Lin and my 9th brother will now move to Z Side Hall. From now on, the Jade Palace will belong to my biological mother, Concubine Xiao, said the 8th prince. Concubine Lin appeared slightly unsettled. She had already anticipated that this day would come but did not expect it to arrive so soon. Concubine Lin smiled sadly and said, "The queen demands us to leave the Jade Palace. Ruochen and I will move to the side hall tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Concubine Lin, but my mother wants to move to the Jade Palace tonight. Please leave here right away." The 8th prince responded. Knowing that Zhang Ruochen was weak and could not bear to move around, Concubine Lin appealed to the 8th prince and said, "You know that Ruochen is very fragile, and it is getting late and colder outside now. What if?" The 8th prince sneered and exclaimed, "Concubine Lin, there are so many poor people in this world and not every one of them is worth the help. If my 9th brother is that weak, then what is the point of him staying alive? He is your brother." Concubine Lin yelled at the 8th prince. Concubine Lin was about to say something, but suddenly the door behind her opened up. It was Zhang Ruochen. Though he was weak and could barely stand, while leaning on the door, he stared at the 8th prince and said, "Don't beg for their mercy, we shall leave now." Zhang Ruochen looked sick, but his strong determination to protect his mother never wavered. "Chen, why did you leave your bed? It's freezing outside. Go back to your room and stay warm." Concubine Lin was worried at the thought of Zhang Ruochen getting ill, so she immediately helped him back to his room. Zhang Ruochen shook his head firmly and said, "Mom, we don't need to beg anyone. One day, we'll be back here. We will be back in Jade Palace." Concubine Lin was touched by Zhang Ruochen's determination. She nodded her head with tears in her eyes. Concubine Lin held him and left the Jade Palace. Other than the maidservant who had broken her arm from being hit by the 8th prince, every one of the helpers had to stay for their own well-being. Everyone in the place noticed that Concubine Lin and the 9th prince had completely lost their power. There was barely any chance of them reclaiming back their power in the commandery prince's mansion. The maidservants who were working for Concubine Lin in the Jade Palace had prudently chosen to stay behind and work for the new master, the 8th prince. After being kicked out by the 8th prince, Concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen had been relocated to Z Side Hall. It was usual for the queens who had lost their power. It was quiet, far from the palace, and felt like it had been empty for a long time. The cold wind was bleak on this late night. Sitting on a freezing stone chair, the frail Zhang Ruochen wore a thick coat. Yet, during this frigid winter, he still felt exceptionally cold. This body is too weak. The only way to build up this body is through practicing martial arts. If I don't, even with my status as the son of the commandery prince, my mother and I will only be manipulated by others. Thought Zhang Ruochen. 800 years had passed. Zhang Ruochen did not know where he would be welcome. Now that it was arranged for him to live again within this body, he did not care if it was for seeking revenge on Empress Chi Yao, or for the mother who took care of him. He needed to be strong either way. The humiliation they had suffered was all because of the weakness of Zhang Ruochen. With no resistance, he had no control over his own destiny. Even the place that he lived had been snatched away. All of this built up the motivation for Zhang Ruochen to come back as a capable man, to protect his mother and take back control of his own fate. Zhang Ruochen knew that if he wanted people to respect him and wanted a better place to live, then he needed to be a warrior, and prove to everyone out there that he was capable of being a warrior. To be a warrior in Kunlun's field, obtaining the sacred mark was the first essential step. The so-called sacred mark was the qualification given by the gods for humans to practice martial arts. People who did not open the sacred mark would never cultivate genuine chi, and hence, could never be the leader of heaven and earth. Zhang Ruochen was already 16 and still had not obtained the sacred mark. People would miss out on the best ages for cultivation after the age of 16. Even if the sacred mark had been opened after that, not a lot of achievements would be made. Both the 8th prince and Zhang Ruochen were the sons of the Yunwu commandery prince. Why did the 8th prince have a more prestigious status that allowed him to kick Concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen out of the Jade Palace? The reason was fairly simple. The 8th prince obtained the sacred mark when he was only 10. Now, he had reached the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm and became a young warrior. As long as I obtain the sacred mark, I can cultivate the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. With the mysteries of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, I can still catch up and become a warrior of martial arts, even if I have missed the best age of cultivation. Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean was the highest scripture that Emperor Ming had cultivated. Other than Emperor Ming, Zhang Ruochen was the only one who understood the entire technique of scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. Tomorrow is the ceremony of worship. I hope that I can receive the qualification of the gods and open the sacred mark. Zhang Ruochen grasped his fists firmly and faithfully. He had a strong desire to open the sacred mark. After tidying up the room, Concubine Lin helped Zhang Ruochen to bed and softly said, "Chen, get some good rest. We need to attend the ceremony of worship tomorrow." "Mom, I am sure I will open the sacred mark tomorrow. Trust me," said Zhang Ruochen confidently. "Okay, Chen, I believe in you." Concubine Lin looked into Zhang Ruochen's eyes and gasped. In fact, she did not carry any hope of Zhang Ruochen opening the sacred mark. He was already 16, and it was almost impossible to open it up now. However, as a mother, she needed to encourage her child and gave him confidence. Chapter 2, The Sacred Mark. The Yunwu Commandery was the place that Zhang Ruochen was currently living in. It was one of the thousands of commanderies in the eastern region of Kunlun's field. Commanderies were known as counties in the First Central Empire. Each commandery needed to pay tribute and tax to the First Central Empire every year. The sovereign who ruled the commandery was called Commandery Prince. The status of Zhang Ruochen in this reborn life was as the 9th son of Yunwu Commandery Prince. As Zhang Ruochen laid on the ice-cold, hard wooden bed, he could not stop thinking about ceremony of worship to be held tomorrow. The owner of this body hadn't yet acquired the sacred mark by the age of 16, as if gods had abandoned him. What should I do to get a greater chance of obtaining the sacred mark? It was believed that if one wanted to acquire the sacred mark and become a warrior in Kunlun's field, approval of the gods would be needed at the ceremony of worship. This practice was known as passing on martial arts for posterity. During the ceremony of worship, there would be a bridge linking heaven and earth with the field of spirits in Kunlun's field. It served as a means for the spirits to enjoy the oblation prepared by the sincere citizens of Yunwu. Once the spirits had finished, they decided which humans were talented enough to obtain the sacred mark. In this way, they helped the selected humans cultivate the essence of martial arts. Generally, the more talent that a human possessed, the earlier they could obtain sacred mark. In Zhang Ruochen's previous life, he had obtained sacred mark when he was still an unborn child in his mother's womb. He was a so-called born-to-be genius of martial arts. Unfortunately, he had not yet had the chance to obtain sacred mark by the age of 16 in this life. In terms of the age of cultivation, the older the person was, the less chance that they would obtain sacred mark, so to speak. Basically, he was classified as being abandoned by gods. Even though he would attend the ceremony, he was unlikely to acquire sacred mark. Zhang Ruochen could not sleep. The thought of how to obtain sacred mark spun around his head. Instead, he sat up in bed and started playing with the white, nut-shaped spinel in his hand. It was sharp at both ends and transparent in the middle without any impurities. Zhang Ruochen was curious about the white spinel. He started studying it, as if it could help him get any one of God's approval so he could obtain sacred mark. The white spinel had meant a lot to Zhang Ruochen in his previous life. It was his 16th birthday present given to him by Emperor Ming for celebrating his transition from childhood to adulthood. Even though Zhang Ruochen did not know what the white spinel exactly was, he carried it with him all the time. He never expected that it would still be with him after 800 years. I have arisen from 800 years ago to 800 years in the future. Perhaps that has something to do with the white spinel. Zhang wondered. He closed his eyes and squeezed white spinel firmly. The image of his father, Emperor Ming, gradually appeared in his mind. He speculated on whether or not his father was still alive after 800 years. The snow fell heavily this evening in Yunwu City. The next morning, the entirety of Yunwu City was covered by layers of snow. The buildings, a Vermilion Place, and the surrounding pavilion were also blanketed with frozen coats. With all the snow, the winter solstice was always the coldest day of the year. Every year on this day, all of the warriors of Yunwu City gathered together outside Imperial Ancestral Temple and worshipped gods, led by Commandery Prince. Outside Imperial Ancestral Temple, there was an ancient altar made of rocks. Thousands of cattle, sheep, and swine were attached to the altar, as well as the massive savage beasts which were locked up around a formidable iron chain. Countless people assembled together for the same reason: the queen, concubines, princes, princesses, civil servants, and monks of martial arts, together with an enormous number of teenagers, who were waiting to obtain sacred mark. Even the infants awaited in their babysitters' arms. The entire city was obsessed with the grand ceremony. It was held in not only Yunwu City, but also in every city, every town, and every village of the Yunwu Commandery. Hey, my ninth brother. You're already 16. Even though you're attending the ceremony, you will never acquire that sacred mark. So why do you still bother to come here and embarrass yourself? Asked Zhang Ji, the 8th prince, as he giggled at Zhang Ruochen. The 6th prince stood next to the 8th prince, who put on an arrogant attitude and said, "People always say that the king gave birth to 9 children and each of them is different in their own way. Our father is such a hero. I can't believe that he produced such a piece of crap. 16 years old and hasn't obtained the sacred mark. You completely embarrass the entire royal family. What is the point of you staying alive? Why don't you go to hell?" What the 6th prince said was quite out of line. Yet, it was exactly what the other princes thought. It fully demonstrated how mean and fragile the relationships were among the royal family. In Kunlun's field, only 1 out of 10 people would be able to acquire the sacred mark. It could be said that the status of each warrior was exceptionally superior. For the superior martial arts warriors, it was certainly a different matter. The stronger blood meridians that the martial arts warriors had, the greater the chance to pass them on to their offspring. Hence, the likelihood of acquiring the sacred mark would also increase. Among the sons that the Yunwu Commandery Prince had produced, 8 of them had already acquired the sacred mark. Left behind was Zhang Ruochen, who was already 16 yet still struggling to acquire the sacred mark. He then became the joke of the royal family. Moreover, many people scorned him with an outstanding father, cowardly son status. There were even rumors in the palace saying that Zhang Ruochen was not the son of the Yunwu commandery prince. Being the only child who had not obtained the sacred mark had no doubt annoyed the entire royal family. That was why all the other princes identified Zhang Ruochen as the shame of the royal family. They never treated him like a real brother and even wanted him to die. In recent years, the Yunwu commandery prince also started keeping a distance from concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen. After being exiled by other concubines and princes, they had been kicked out of the Jade Palace and were moved to the side hall last night. Zhang Ruochen stood there quietly and did not say a word. He did not care about what the 6th prince and the 8th prince had said. He believed that, before you acquired any actual strength, people would only look down on you with dismay. Looking at Zhang Ruochen being marginalized, concubine Lin, who was standing with the other concubines, felt heartbroken. However, she could do nothing to help him. The ceremony of worship will now begin. The minister of the Yunwu commandery stood at the highest part of the altar, holding a prayer roll and recited it aloud. Then, an elegant maidservant on the altar started playing 16 different types of musical instruments like bianqing, bianzhong, and buzhong. That was then followed by killing the animals that had been prepared on the altar and worshipping gods with blood. Puffed. Suddenly, the rich spiritual blood turned into a thick, strong light column that went all the way up to the vault of heaven. The light column shredded the clouds and crashed into the spacious sky. A star flew in quickly from the sky and reached a 6-year-old boy's eyebrows. It blended in with the boy's body and turned into a red, sacred mark. Everyone in the crowd was so surprised and yelled. The little boy is the youngest child of General Shui. He is only 6 years old and has been given the sacred mark. The Blaze Sacred Mark is classified as the 4th class of the sacred mark. This is amazing. This little kid is going to have a bright future. The crowd continued to praise him. There were different classes of the sacred mark, from the 1st class to the 9th class. The 1st class was the lowest and weakest level while the 9th class was the highest and most powerful. Everyone stared at the 6-year-old kid with jealousy. This talented and luckiest kid, who had acquired the 4th class of the sacred mark at the age of 6, was definitely one of God's favored son. His achievements in the future would certainly be significant. Among all the warriors in the Yunwu commandery, an excited, massive guy whooped while banging his chest. Wonderful. This is my son, Shui Liang. Everyone, you are welcome to join the celebration party at my place tonight. Ha ha. Puffed. As that sound was heard, the crowd looked up into the sky again. There were a few more stars that hit some more young boys' and girls' eyebrows. The stars turned into sacred marks one by one. For all of the sacred marks that had been obtained this year, most of them were the lowest class. Very, very few of the teenagers had acquired the 2nd class mark. The most outstanding candidate was still General Shui's child, who had gotten a 4th class mark. He left the people far behind, who would need to catch up to him. The people who had acquired the sacred mark were a minority. They were probably only 1/10 of the total population of Yunwu City. The lucky ones who obtained the marks were extremely overwhelmed. They were finally being granted the approval from the gods and given access to the way of making a significance in martial arts. On the other hand, those who did not obtain the sacred mark were really upset and disappointed. Some of them were even choked with tears. It could be said that laughter is heard and tears are shed in different households. The ceremony was moving toward the finish line. Zhang Ruochen had yet to acquire the sacred mark. At the age of 16 with no sign of the sacred mark, it was now almost impossible for him to acquire it anymore. Living as a normal person would be the only future that he would have in his life. Everyone in the entire family neglected him as if he was just a speck of dust hiding around the corner and no one even noticed him. At the beginning of the ceremony, concubine Lin held on to some hope. She hoped that a miracle would happen to her child, Zhang Ruochen, and he would obtain the sacred mark. She believed that he did not need to be an outstanding warrior, but he could keep himself healthier and stay away from all the illnesses. As the ceremony drew to an end, concubine Lin's hope turned to disappointment and despair. Not only concubine Lin, but also Zhang Ruochen thought that he could not obtain the sacred mark. At that moment, the white spinel that he gripped in his hand sparkled slightly. Right before the end of the ceremony, there was one more star that descended toward Zhang's eyebrows and it turned into a white circular, sacred mark. Puffed. A fierce heat burning from his eyebrows spread throughout his entire body. It's open. It's happening. Zhang Ruochen cheered. Zhang Ruochen was absolutely thrilled. He had finally acquired the sacred mark. Indeed, he did not care if it turned out to be a first-class mark. He would be more than satisfied to have finally obtained it. At one point throughout the ceremony, no one even noticed that Zhang Ruochen was there, but the moment that he obtained his valuable, sacred mark, he caught the attention of everyone. That couldn't be the 9th prince, he is 16 with a feeble body. I can't believe his luck to acquire the mark at the final moment. Most of the people could not believe what they saw and started gossiping. The eyes of the 6th prince and the 8th prince widened in disbelief, revealing shocked faces as they stood next to Zhang Ruochen. How is this possible? Concubine Lin turned around and looked at Zhang Ruochen. She finally saw the mark on his eyebrows. She ran over to him and held him really, really tight. Ruochen, you made it, you finally made it. Concubine Lin said through tears of joy. There was an old eunuch who took care of the Yunwu commandery prince that walked towards Zhang Ruochen and said, "Congratulations Concubine Lin and my 9th prince for acquiring the sacred mark. The queen wants to invite the prince over to her place. She insists to review the class of your mark personally." The queen. The smile on Concubine Lin's face froze right away, as if she realized that something was wrong. She was so nervous and she pulled Zhang Ruochen behind her. "Mom, let's go to meet the queen," said Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen recognized the subtle change of Concubine Lin. He instantly knew that the queen was a tricky person. He needed to be more conscious and careful. Chapter 3, The Yellow Realm. The queen, who wore a colorful gown and a golden phoenix coronet, sat at a tent near the altar. In Zhang Ruochen's eyes, the queen was an aged woman and yet she looked like a 28 or 29-year-old lady with an elegant and exquisite character. His Majesty has currently secluded himself for refining and, thus, I will be in charge of the ceremony this year. Minister, have you evaluated the class of the sacred mark that the 9th prince acquired yet? Asked the queen. The minister of the Yunwu commandery shook his head while he checked the metallic book in his hand. The Bible of Sacred Marks records all the marks of martial artists in Kunlun's field. From the 1st class to the 9th class, all the marks have been documented in this metallic book. However, none of them matches with the 9th prince's. The queen then glanced at Zhang Ruochen apathetically and said, "If there is no matching mark in the book, then I suggest that the mark you acquired carries a 0 class on it. Indeed, it has happened to warriors from other commanderies in the past. Eventually, limited achievements have been made." The 8th prince was also inside the tent. He interrupted and said, "The queen has made a good point. After all, our 9th brother is 16 now. He has missed the best age to cultivate martial arts. Even if he obtained a 4th or 5th class sacred mark, I doubt he would get anywhere." The queen nodded her head to acknowledge what the 8th prince had said. To preserve refining resources as much as possible for other warriors in the royal family, only a bottle of Mara washing liquid will be given to the 9th prince, since he only has a 0 class mark at 16 years old. Concubine Lin was shocked and her expression changed after hearing what the queen had said. "My queen, it is a fact that the first year of acquiring the sacred mark is the most significant year in terms of cultivation. Remember the year that the 7th prince acquired the sacred mark. He was given 12 bottles of Mara washing liquid in 12 months. Why does my Chin'er only receive 1 bottle of it?" exclaimed Concubine Lin. The 7th prince had already acquired a 7th class sacred mark when he was 3. "How dare you compare the 9th prince to such a genius?" Queen grimly responded. The 8th prince, who wanted to ingratiate himself to the queen, said, "Our 7th brother is the son of our queen, who is the first wife of the commandery prince. He has a 7th class sacred mark which ensures powerful descendants for the queen. No one is comparable with my 7th brother in the entire Yunwu commandery. Both the stability and prosperity of the Yunwu commandery in the future depends on him. Moreover, it is impossible to compare the 7th prince and the 9th prince. The fingertip of my 7th brother is 1,000 times more important than my 9th brother's life," he added. Concubine Lin bit her lip hard and continued to argue with the 8th prince. "Don't forget that when you obtained your sacred mark, you received 4 bottles of Mara washing liquid. Why can Ruochen only have 1? This is so unfair," shouted Concubine Lin. As a mother, she was trying her best to protect Zhang Ruochen and fought for what he deserved to receive. After all, the more Mara washing liquid Zhang Ruochen had, the better he could cultivate martial arts. The more talent a person has, the more resources they receive to cultivate their skills. Apparently, the talent of the 9th prince is not as significant as that of the 7th prince or the 8th prince. Compared to his outstanding brothers, surely he should get fewer resources. Queen angrily responded to concubine Lin. But wait, squeaked concubine Lin, who had led the argument with the queen. However, she had truly annoyed the queen before she asked for anything. I have already made my decision, concubine Lin. Don't you dare challenge me again. Otherwise, I will have you beaten with a rod again, said queen in a low voice. Again. Zhang Ruochen raised his head hearing what queen said. He wondered if the queen had once beaten his mother with a rod. Concubine Lin shut her mouth at once when she heard what the queen had said. Concubine Lin's body shook slightly as if she was recalling some frightening memory from the past. Something that had to do with the queen and the rod. While Zhang Ruochen was trying to figure out the story behind the two women and a rod, a bottle of marrow washing liquid was handed to him. After taking the marrow washing liquid, Zhang Ruochen walked toward his mother who stood next to the queen said, "Mom, let's go home." Zhang Ruochen's head was still spinning about with what he had heard about the rod. He did not want to spend one more minute in the queen's palace. He even took a quick glance at the queen with hatred as he left. All right. Concubine Lin pursed her lips and bitterly nodded her head. It seemed like concubine Lin was bothered by something that the queen had said. It seemed that the queen had also noticed the tension between Zhang Ruochen and herself. She stared at concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen as they walked away and muttered, "Ninth Prince, you had better practice as hard as you can in preparation for the year-end assessment among the royal family 3 months from now. You have to do your very best to reach the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage within these 3 months so you can become an outstanding warrior. By that time, His Majesty will have finished his self-refining and will attend the assessment. If you can attain that result in such a short period of time, he will be overwhelmed. Even if you gave him 3 bottles of marrow washing liquid, it is impossible to reach the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage in 3 months' time. Not to brag, but even with my talents, I still spent 6 months to cultivate that skill. Since my 9th brother obtained a 0-class mark from the gods, I guess he will probably need more than a year to acquire the technique." Ha. The 8th prince claimed contemptuously as if he viewed Zhang Ruochen as a fool rather than a brother. Zhang Ruochen heard everything that the 8th prince mentioned about his lack of talent. He did not look back and try to start an argument. Rather, he grasped his fists firmly and thought to himself, "I will never let all of you down. You will see a completely different Zhang Ruochen in 3 months. I will obtain the washing marrow and breaking out of the channels technique." Zhang had never felt so determined. Their anger and the teasing motivated him to succeed. Zhang Ruochen could not wait to start practicing. As soon as he got back to Z Side Hall, he instantly went back to his room and started traveling down the path to success. In fact, he did not understand what obtaining the sacred mark meant. Yet, he believed having the sacred mark would definitely help him learn how to practice genuine Qi. The first step was to open up the Qi pool underneath the sacred mark on his eyebrows. The so-called Qi pool referred to a pool that stored genuine Qi power. The larger the pool, the more storage for this power. The Qi pool would also expand with cultivation and study. Generally speaking, if Zhang Ruochen wanted to develop a Qi pool, he needed to cultivate it under the guidance of an experienced and elder practitioner. In regards to Zhang Ruochen, who was an exceptionally talented martial arts warrior in his previous life, establishing the Qi pool was a fundamental step as well as the easiest task out of all of the steps of cultivation. In only half an hour, he had already built a Qi pool. Yet, for other monks, it took them at least several days to figure out how to build a Qi pool. Zhang Ruochen, the genius, only needed half an hour. However, he did not seem satisfied with the performance of this feeble body. Although I only spent 30 minutes to establish the Qi pool, the size of the pool is comparable to an egg. It is definitely too small to store genuine Qi. He moaned. He clearly understood that it was too small for a proper Qi pool. The Qi pool was a storage for genuine Qi. Zhang Ruochen had to establish his own practice of meridians in order to allow the genuine Qi to flow through his body. In order to become an actual warrior with the cultivation of genuine Qi, the first step was to establish the practice of meridians. After that was step 2, washing marrow and breaking out of the channels. Zhang Ruochen took out the little jade bottle of the marrow washing liquid. He sniffed the liquid to make sure it was real and then poured the entire bottle of liquid into his mouth. The taste of the marrow washing liquid was relatively cool inside his throat. It only lasted for a couple of seconds, followed by a burning sensation. It felt as if there was a fire burning inside his body. With a trace of flames, Zhang Ruochen could feel the meridians merging with his body. It's time. Zhang Ruochen screamed. The first level of the Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. For martial artists, practicing different exercises would open up different meridians. The more advanced the exercises were, the more complicated the meridians would be. Basically, there would be even more surprises when the exercises became more intricate. There were a total of 36 meridians in the Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. Certainly, Zhang Ruochen did not need to build all of the meridians for the time being. What he needed to do was to build one path out of the 36 so he could reach the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage. As an extraordinary warrior, Zhang Ruochen would not be satisfied with building just one path out of the 36. The Queen and the 8th Prince all claim that I will need more than 3 months to reach the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage. Yet, I will prove it to everyone that I am going to complete it tonight and become a real warrior. He firmly said. With the experience of cultivating martial arts in Zhang Ruochen's previous life, a strand of genuine qi fully broke out of the vessels. Very quickly, half of the first meridian had been created. However, there was drastic pain coming from his body. It felt like his meridian was nearly being torn out. He was scared and he shivered. And, as this was just the weak body of Zhang Ruochen, anything could happen to this feeble body. If it were to happen to ordinary people, they would not be able to endure it. Yet, the powerful determination of Zhang Ruochen helped him overcome the pain. Even though he was sweating profusely, he never gave up. Just a little more, he mumbled. Zhang Ruochen was very close to building the first meridian. He had to break through. He had to accomplish it. He had to successfully reach that stage. That was the spirit of a warrior. Zhang Ruochen flung himself toward his goal, almost crushing all of the genuine qi as he moved it toward his meridian. Boom. A massive noise descended from Zhang Ruochen's body, loud enough to make a person deaf. The shock of the noise almost made him faint. Eventually, the pain went away. Zhang Ruochen could only feel cool blood circulating around the meridians. He had never felt anything more refreshing than this. Haha. I made it. I'm a real warrior now after attaining the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage. He screamed. To reach this stage, the 8th Prince had needed 4 bottles of marrow-washing liquid and spent half a year to achieve it. Zhang Ruochen only spent a single night and only needed 1 bottle of the liquid. The washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage had been accomplished, which meant the cultivation of the initial stage of the yellow realm. The martial arts practices were divided into yellow, black, earth, and heaven, corresponding to the yellow realm, the black realm, the earth realm and finally the heaven realm. In each realm, there were 7 more states: the initial stage, the mid-stage, the advanced stage, dawn state, the medium state, the final state, and last but not least, the completion. 4 major realms and 7 minor states. The cultivation that Zhang Ruochen had completed within a night was the initial stage of the yellow realm. After building the meridians and drilling the genuine qi in the initial stage, the mid-stage, and the advanced stage of the yellow realm, the power in the body would become stronger. Every time that one would elevate to the next realm, their power would greatly increase. The 8th Prince had a cultivation in the advanced stage of the yellow realm. That explained why he could lift a 300-pound stone 10 feet in the air with a single hand. His fist was probably as strong as a bull. Most warriors in the advanced stage of the yellow realm were able to cultivate a technique called the strength of a bull. Above the advanced stage, there were 4 realms, which included the dawn state, the medium state, the final state, and the completion. After breaking through to the advanced stage of the yellow realm, a person then reached the dawn state of the yellow realm, which meant acquiring the technique, strength of 4 bulls, which was 4 times more powerful than the previous state. Therefore, warriors of the dawn state and the advanced stage of the yellow realm were like adults playing with children. Even if one of them fought against 10 people, the warrior in the dawn state could easily handle them. The other 3 minor states, the medium state, the final state, and the completion, were even more terrifying. The warriors who belonged to these 3 states were very likely to have obtained power that no one could imagine. The above realms sounded really far away to Zhang Ruochen. But, fighting firmly and steadily, he knew that this was a crucial part of this life. He believed that, if you want to go fast, go alone, if you want to go far, go together step by step. If Zhang Ruochen wanted to be a warrior, he would need to cultivate each stage gradually, step by step. The 8th prince had been practicing martial arts for 8 years, and the furthest stage that he had reached was just the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. He was just an ordinary person. The 8th prince spent 6 months to accomplish the washing marrow and breaking out of the channel stage, while I only spent a single night. Zhang Ruochen was very proud of himself with the progress that he had made so far. The 8th prince spent 8 years practicing the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. I have to reach my goal in 3 months. It's possible for me to accomplish this. With my previous experience, I can see a way, he thought, setting a target for himself over the next 3 months. The year-end assessment of the royal family would be held in 3 months' time. In order to examine the results of cultivation over the past year, every single one of the warriors in the royal family, including all the princes, princesses, and relatives, had to attend. Zhang Ruochen understood that the only way to be respected, receive more resources for cultivation, and to acquire a certain status in the royal family was no doubt by proving to everyone in the family that he was capable of being a warrior. He was determined to show them that he was no longer the coward that people used to tease. 3 months. Over the next 3 months, Zhang Ruochen was determined to practice the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. Deep in his heart, he promised himself that he would never give up until he had redeemed his mother's dignity. A mother who had taken care of him since he was born, a mother who had suffered so much pain. Chapter 4, The Mystery of Time and Space. During the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, the Chi pool had expanded tenfold. It was almost as big as a basketball. However, the genuine Chi in the Chi pool was still not sufficient, as it was less than 1/10 its total capacity. It was as small as an egg. Zhang Ruochen could not practice the next level, the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm, until the Chi pool was completely filled with genuine Chi. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes. The sacred mark between his eyebrows opened and he began to practice Overlord Yellow Realm, the first level of the Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. Overflowing from the Chi pool, the genuine Chi circulated through his body along the meridian that had broken out. With the genuine Chi circulating, he felt as if his body had melted into a vortex and was slowly absorbing the spiritual Chi between heaven and earth. It flowed into the sacred mark between his eyebrows. The sacred mark transformed the spiritual Chi between heaven and earth into genuine Chi in the Chi pool. Then the genuine Chi overflowed from the Chi pool and circulated in his body along the meridian. A single circle of genuine Chi in the body was a complete circulation. 9 circulations passed. When Zhang Ruochen opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that his genuine Chi had doubled. It was now at 1/10 of the total capacity. If other warriors had known that their genuine Chi could double like this in such a short time, they would have gone into rapture. But Zhang Ruochen was unsatisfied. It had taken 9 circulations to double his genuine Chi. It was too slow. If he could obtain a spiritual crystal, his practice would accelerate and double. The exercises that Zhang Ruochen was practicing were from the Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. His absorption rate was already faster than warriors with inferior practices. And yet, he was still not satisfied with his current progress. If he could obtain 1 spiritual crystal, he would speed up his cultivation dramatically. A spiritual crystal was a spinel formed by spiritual Chi. It could be a natural spiritual crystal found in a lode under the earth or an acquired spiritual crystal hidden within the body of a savage beast. 1 spiritual crystal was worth 1,000 silver coins or so. Only princes, nobles, and masters from large families had the opportunity to obtain spiritual crystals. 1,000 silver coins were a gigantic expense, and Zhang Ruochen and concubine Lin simply could not afford it. A spiritual crystal. His heart shook intensely, and immediately the pit-shaped, white spinel he had been wearing fell off. He held it in his palm. Could this be a spiritual crystal? With genuine Chi circulating in his body, the sacred mark between his glabella instantly appeared and changed into a circular halo. A streak of white genuine Chi shot out from the mark into the white spinel. Crash! 4 ancient characters emerged on the surface of the white spinel. It was weird. Never had Zhang Ruochen seen such writing before. However, he managed to read the 4 characters quickly: time and space spinel. Zhang Ruochen had injected genuine Chi into the white spinel in his last lifetime. However, he had failed to produce the characters. In his last lifetime, though his cultivation had been hundreds of times more powerful, he had never inspired the appearance of characters on the white spinel. In this lifetime, to his surprise, he managed to change the white spinel in the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. This proved that it was the nature of genuine Chi, rather than its intensity, that mattered. For instance, a warrior with a flame sacred mark could better utilize a spiritual crystal that had fire nature. This could help to triple his practicing rate, while a common spiritual crystal would only double his practicing rate. In nature, 90% of spiritual crystals did not have an individual essence. Just like 90% of warriors could only unlock the sacred mark without nature. Does that mean that my sacred mark had some kind of nature that corresponds with this time and space spinel? But wait. What is the time and space spinel? As the son of Emperor Ming in his last lifetime, Zhang Ruochen was well informed and knew about many spiritual crystals with different natures, such as the flame spiritual crystal, the ice of profound spiritual crystal, the thunderbolt crystal, the blood spirit spiritual crystal, etc. But he had never heard of a spiritual crystal with a time-space nature. Time and space could not be controlled by humans at all, nor could a god dominate their development. Thus, all life should obey the rules of time and space. While Zhang Ruochen contemplated, a ring of light appeared on the surface of the time and space spinel, melting into a vortex. The vortex kept growing larger and larger, eventually enveloping Zhang Ruochen completely. Zhang Ruochen felt very dizzy as the sky and earth began to reel around him. The next second he found himself in a closed space, slamming onto the hard ground. Luckily, he had already accomplished the processes of washing marrow and breaking out of the channels. He had attained the level of the initial stage of the Yellow Realm, which had greatly strengthened his physique. If it had been his former fragile body, this heavy fall could have caused death. Zhang Ruochen got up from the ground, stretched his aching muscles and bones, and began to observe the surrounding space. This space was completely enclosed without any doors or windows, and it was 10 meters high, 10 meters long, and 10 meters wide. What happened? How did I get here? Where is this? There's a stone platform. There was only one single stone platform inside the space. On the stone platform, there was nothing but only a rolled-up painting and a silver iron book. Zhang Ruochen reached out for the painting first and discovered that it was unexpectedly heavy as if it was joined to the stone. The scroll painting remained motionless, no matter how hard Zhang Ruochen tried to move it. Since the scroll painting could not be picked up or opened, Zhang Ruochen could only give up temporarily. So he turned to the thin, silver iron book instead. The Mystery of Time and Space was printed on the book. But this time, Zhang Ruochen was prepared for it. With genuine chi circulating in his body, he mobilized all his strength and opened the first page. So, easy. He effortlessly managed to flick through The Mystery of Time and Space. Zhang Ruochen shook his head solemnly and stopped using the genuine chi. He picked up The Mystery of Time and Space and held it in his hands, reading carefully. The first page of The Mystery of Time and Space did not document any practicing mysterium but included the transcripts of Saint Monkshumi, the last possessor of the time and space spinel. After reading the transcripts of Saint Monkshumi, Zhang Ruochen had figured everything out. It turned out that Zhang Ruochen's mark was the sacred mark of time and space. According to what Saint Monkshumi said, no one out of hundreds of millions of people could unlock it. Since ancient times, there had been only 2 people that had gotten it. And now he was the third one. Saint Monkshumi was the second to unlock the time and space sacred mark. But based on the recorded time in The Mystery of Time and Space, he died more than 100,000 years ago. It was in the medieval ancient times, which was so long ago. The space that Zhang Ruochen was located in was the internal space of the time and space spinel. The speed that time passed in internal space was totally different from the outside world. Practicing in internal space for 3 days was equivalent to 1 day outside. Zhang Ruochen was overjoyed. He exclaimed excitedly. Practicing in internal space for 3 days is equal to 1 day outside. That means that my practice time will be 3 times longer than others. It's perfect. Zhang Ruochen wanted to turn to page 2. However, no matter what he did, he was unable to open it. I have failed again. Zhang Ruochen had an impulse to throw The Mystery of Time and Space to the ground. Suddenly, he found a line of small print in the last row of the first page. Only when you attain the level of the dawn state of the Yellow Realm and inject genuine chi into the scroll painting can you open it. Zhang Ruochen stared at the painting again and surmised. Some mysterious exercises must be recorded in it. Perhaps it relates to the time and space of practicing. I will practice hard and try to break through to the dawn state as soon as possible. I would like to see what secrets this painting contains. The dawn state was the 4th small realm. Its upper levels were the medium state, the final state, and the completion. Zhang Ruochen was feeling a little hungry. He left the internal space of the time and space spinel and returned back to his room. He grasped the time and space spinel in his hands. With this spinel, he had more confidence that he could reach the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm in 3 months. Zhang Ruochen, concubine Lin, and Meidyun were sitting together for breakfast. They only had rice and steamed buns without any meat. Warriors consumed more strength than ordinary people, thus, their daily diet was of vital importance. The princes and princesses who had already unlocked their sacred marks had stopped eating a normal diet long ago and chose to eat blood pills, which were refined from the blood of savage beasts. One blood pill could replenish the physical exertion of an entire day. Even if one practiced fist techniques and sword techniques for a whole day, you would not feel hungry. Besides, blood pills also had benefits in improving spiritual blood, building up the body for martial arts and enhancing strength. If this continued, even if Zhang Ruochen ate 8 meals a day, with only rice and steamed buns, it would not be enough to supply the lost energy. Chener, since you have unlocked the sacred mark, you shouldn't eat normal food anymore. Take these 10 blood pills. I'll find other solutions if you need more. Concubine Lin took out a jade vase and gave it to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen never thought concubine Lin would have 10 blood pills. He asked curiously, Mom, 1 blood pill costs 5 silver coins. 10 blood pills cost 50 silver coins. How did you get so much money? Concubine Lin smiled and said, there's always a way to make it. Meidyun stood behind concubine Lin and said, our Empress exchanged her favorite gold hairpin for 10 blood pills in the pill market. Concubine Lin gave Yun a slight glance as if to blame her big mouth. Then she added, Chener, it doesn't matter. As long as you can be a real warrior, I will always support you. Even if I have to sell all my jewels. Zhang Ruochen was very impressed, gripping the jade vase. He bit his lip and wanted to tell concubine Lin that he was already a real warrior. No, he could not tell her. It had taken only 1 day for him to open up the chi pool and finish the process of washing marrow and breaking out of the channels. It was too fast. If this news leaked out, other princes and queens would definitely find ways to frame them. He was still relatively weak and needed to be more powerful. Chapter 5, Dragon and Elephant Prajnapam. With some fortitude in his eyes, Zhang Ruochen said firmly, Mother, don't worry. I will practice and become strong as soon as possible. I will protect you with my power. Taking the blood pills, Zhang Ruochen returned to his room and kept practicing. Your Majesty, it is said that a warrior not only needs blood pills but also has to practice skills. Only by practicing can the prince open up his meridians, said Meidyun. Concubine Lin watched Zhang Ruochen leave, puckered her lips, and nodded. I know. But even the exercise of the lowest level will cost over 500 silver coins. There is no way I can afford that. What's more, the queen and the minister are in charge right now, who will never allow Chener to enter the library to practice skills. There is only one way left. Meidyun asked, are you going to turn to the Lins? You fell out with them 3 years ago. They won't offer the chance to our prince. As long as they help Chener, I will go down on my knees and beg for forgiveness. It seemed to remind concubine Lin of something, and she could not help crying. It wasn't your fault. Meidyun let out a sigh. The spiritual chi in the internal space of the time and space spinel was very sufficient, it was almost twice as strong as that outside. In the Yunwu commandery, if the concentration of spiritual chi in one place increased by 150%, it would be seen as a treasured place and all the families would vie for it. Sitting in the center of the internal space, Zhang Ruochen took out the jade bottle. He took out a blood pill and smelled it. Blood pills were made from the blood of savage beasts, but they did not smell of blood. On the contrary, they had a delicate fragrance. When the alchemists were making them, they got rid of the smell of blood and also added tiger grass and stramonium. Long-term usage of blood pills would provide a warrior with unlimited physical strength, and improve the warrior's meridians, bones, and organs, thus making the body stronger. This is only a first-class blood pill. Zhang Ruochen nodded slightly and said to himself, a first-class blood pill is sufficient for my current cultivation. Zhang Ruochen put the blood pill into his mouth. Then he covered the bottle and put it on the stone table. Under the effect of the genuine chi, the spiritual blood of the blood pill quickly melted and provided unlimited physical strength. Although I've reached the initial stage of the Yellow Realm and become a warrior, my body is far too weak and it does not compare to others. I must strengthen my body, or else I'll suffer losses when I fight with warriors in the same realm. For a warrior, practicing only genuine Chi was not enough. He also needed to practice martial techniques. Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm. This mysterious and profound palm technique emerged in Zhang Ruochen's mind. It could be counted among the top 3 in the mysterium of martial techniques in his memories and was very suitable for him to practice right now. He widened his stance, sank his waist low, and let the genuine Chi fill his legs. Then, he fixed his body, slowly raised his arms, and started to clap his hands in a mysterious rhythm. In his mind, he imagined himself as an ancient elephant with unlimited power and a magical dragon from an abyss blowing clouds. He put all his power into every single punch, as if releasing all the power in his body. Every muscle was exercised with his punches. The genuine Chi went into and was integrated with his muscles and bones, making them tough and tensile. The Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm was a martial technique of the inferior class of the king's stage that included a total of 13 movements. Precisely speaking, the 13th movement was equal to the martial technique at the god stage. The exercises and martial technique were both divided into 5 stages: human, spirit, ghost, king, and god. The first movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, galloping elephant, was as powerful as the martial techniques of the inferior class of the human stage. The second movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, dragon in the sky, was as powerful as the martial techniques of the medium class of the human stage. The third movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, naga returning to earth, was as powerful as the martial techniques of the superior class of the human stage. The fourth movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, dragon shape and elephant shadow, was as powerful as the martial techniques of the inferior class of a spiritual stage. The 13th movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, dragon and elephant destroy the world, was as powerful as the martial techniques of the god stage, which was an unimaginable power. The earlier movements of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm could be seen as inferior martial techniques, not really that powerful. Furthermore, the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm was extremely virile and hard. Thus, there were very few people who practiced it, even to the 7th movement. After the 7th movement, each additional movement used up a great deal of time and energy. If one could not resist the virile power in his body, it was very likely that he would burn to death. All of these reasons made the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm a martial technique of the inferior class of the king's stage. Although the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm was difficult, it was very suitable for Zhang Ruochen to strengthen his body in a short time. The first movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, galloping elephant. Zhang Ruochen squatted first, and then quickly stepped out and punched. He was as still as a mountain and moved like a brute elephant. He practiced again and again until all the genuine Chi in his body was used up. Then, he wiped off his sweat and fell to the ground. He used the sacred mark in his glabella to absorb the power in the internal space of the time and space spinel and turned it into genuine Chi. He practiced for 9 days in the internal space of the time and space spinel, and finally succeeded in the first movement of the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm, galloping elephant. Outside, only 3 days had passed, while 9 days had passed in the internal space. I wonder how powerful the first movement will be if I use it with my present cultivation. Zhang Ruochen stepped out from the internal space of the time and space spinel and went to the backyard. He stood in the center of the yard and dispersed his genuine Chi to his legs. Galloping elephant. His feet moved in a synchronized pattern and suddenly dashed out. With each step, a flow of strong power charged out from his legs, then to his waist, back, shoulders, and finally, burst out from his arms. Although it was only one movement, it motivated the power of every muscle. That was the reason why it was so powerful. Bang. His palms punched a huge stone, which was about half of a man's height. He quickly pulled his palms back, repeated his footsteps, and returned to his original position. Zhang Ruochen looked at the huge stone. He saw 2 shallow palm prints on the surface, and the stone sank into the earth about 2 centimeters. Zhang Ruochen was quite satisfied with the power. Although the Dragon and Elephant Prajna Palm was only in the inferior class of the human stage, it was much more brilliant than the others and its power was also much stronger. The higher the classes and stages are, the harder they will be to practice. If I practice the spiritual stage's martial techniques directly, I can't succeed in only 9 days. It may take me at least half a year. What's more, it's impossible for me to put the martial techniques at the spiritual stage to use due to my insufficient genuine Chi. The time of practicing martial techniques and other skills had to be arranged properly. If one focused on practicing martial techniques and ignored the skills, their cultivation would grow very slowly. But if one focused on practicing skills and ignored the martial techniques, he would suffer great losses during a fight. By succeeding in the first movement of the dragon and elephant Prajnapam, Zhang Ruochen finally had the basic ability to protect himself in this era. During these 9 days, Zhang Ruochen's cultivation also greatly improved. The genuine qi in the qi pool was full, and he was ready to develop his second meridian. To develop meridians, mera washing liquid was indispensable. But the queen had only given Zhang Ruochen 1 share of the mera washing liquid, which he had already used up when he developed his first meridian. How could he get a second, or even many, mera washing liquid? 9th Prince, concubine Lin has been looking for you everywhere. What are you doing here? Maid Yun saw Zhang Ruochen standing in the center of the yard. She was walking toward him with curiosity. As the only maid for both concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen, Yun was a pretty girl of about 17, with bright eyes and a pointy jaw. Zhang Ruochen walked up in front of her, blocking her from seeing the 2 palm prints on the stone, and asked with concern, "Sister Yun, is your wound getting better?" Yun shook her head. It probably still needs another 2 to 3 months. She had broken her arm when the 8th prince pushed her down, several days before. Hurting a maid such as her, or even killing her, meant nothing to the 8th prince, who certainly did not need to take any responsibility. In a world where the strong lead, the weak could only bleed. Zhang Ruochen asked, "Why don't you buy some muscles and bones regenerating ointment?" Yun smiled bitterly and said, "Even the ointment with the lowest quality will cost 200 silver coins. A maid like me has no way to afford that. 9th Prince, it is very kind of you to think of me. Now, please follow me to meet concubine Lin. We are going outside the palace today." Zhang Ruochen followed Yun and curiously asked, "Going outside? Where to?" "To see Ningxian. You must be very happy, for you haven't seen her for a long time." Yun smiled brightly and stared at Zhang Ruochen. Every time the name Ningxian was mentioned, Zhang Ruochen's face would flush and he would look shy like a girl. "Who is Ningxian?" Zhang Ruochen was just about to ask when he suddenly realized he should not do so. Apparently, Zhang Ruochen surely knew the girl when he was alive and, due to Yun's attitude, they surely also had a special relationship. If Zhang Ruochen asked about who she was, he would have revealed himself. Therefore, he decided to keep silent. Fortunately, Zhang Ruochen had been ill all these years. So he hardly made contact with others, except for concubine Lin. Otherwise, he might have already been suspected. Seeing Zhang Ruochen's calm attitude, Yun felt a little surprised. But she did not pay special attention to it and continued to walk to concubine Lin's place. Chapter 6, Lin Ningxian. Zhang Ruochen, concubine Lin, and maid Yun were seated in a roan antelope ancient carriage, slowly moving away from the Yunwu palace. Different from a real horse, an antelope horse was a savage beast with a horn on its head. It was like a small elephant at just over 3 meters tall, and it could move 5 times faster than a normal warhorse. Some strong antelope horses could run as much as 3,000 miles per day. Without knowing how far the roan antelope ancient carriage had gone, it slowed down and finally stopped. After getting down from the carriage, Zhang Ruochen glanced at the 2 resplendent gates nearby and the horizontal inscribed board hanging above the gates, on which was written 2 powerful Chinese characters in gilded calligraphy, "The Lin's Mansion." He was surprised because the surname of his mother was also Lin. Looking around the magnificent mansion, it appeared that the Lin family was not humble, but eminent. If my mother is from an eminent family, why can't she get support from her family to save herself from other concubines' continuous bullying in the commandery prince's mansion? There had to be a story behind it. Concubine Lin also got down from the carriage. Looking up at the gate, which was both familiar and strange to her, she said, "Chener, I bet you cannot wait to see Ningxian. Now, you have also developed the sacred mark, and I believe that you and Ningxian may have many things in common. Take advantage of this opportunity." Zhang Ruochen had no idea who Lin Ningxian was. He felt that Yun's and concubine Lin's words were strange. Led by concubine Lin, Zhang Ruochen and Yun walked into the Lin's mansion. Theoretically, a concubine should receive a grand reception upon returning home. However, there was only one elderly butler who came to welcome concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen. Concubine Lin was guided into the inner house by the elderly butler, leaving Zhang Ruochen and Yun in the outer house. Only 2 maids were left to care for them. Zhang Ruochen could sense that something was off, but he had difficulty finding someone to ask. Thus, he had no choice but to remain silent. Ninth Prince, why don't you go see Ningxian? She must be in the drill coliseum, where all the young people of the Lin family are practicing, Yun said. Zhang Ruochen was more and more curious about this girl, Ningxian, who both concubine Lin and Yun had mentioned several times. I might as well see her, he thought. Okay. Let's go to the drill coliseum, Zhang nodded and said. It was in the inner house of the Lin family. In the quaint hall, Lin Fengxian, the leader of the Lin family, was sitting upright in Taisher chairs. He was about 30 years old with a mustache. He took a glance at concubine Lin, who was sitting opposite to him, and said, the ninth prince is part of the future generation of the Commandery Prince's mansion. Even if he has unlocked the sacred mark, he should have gone to the book collection pavilion in the Commandery Prince's mansion to gather books about practice skills. Concubine Lin, why are you asking for them here? Concubine Lin bit her lip and said, I am not asking, but begging, my eldest brother. Could you please give Chin'er a book about practicing skills, even if it is only due to the fact that he is your nephew? Bang. Lin Fengxian growled with disdain as he thumped the table, saying, now you need me. How dare you come to discuss kinship with me? 3 years ago, I went to the Commandery Prince's mansion to plead with you. Why did not you save your nephew, Chinyu? You knew that Chinyu was my legitimate son and also the once-in-a-century genius of the Lin family. He would have been saved as long as you had begged the Commandery Prince. However, you did not. 3 years ago, concubine Lin was extremely grieved and could hardly hold back her tears. She wanted to tell him the truth. However, Lin Fengxian interrupted her and said, just go. The family has already cut ties with you long ago. Never come back, concubine Lin. Dong. Concubine Lin kneeled down on the ground, weeping and choking with tears, and said, my brother, how can you be so ruthless? I want to see Dad. Father has gone to Omen Ridge. He will be there for 3 months. You can't see him right now, Lin Fengxian said in an apathetic voice. One more thing. The 7th prince and Ningxian will be engaged soon. Please tell the 9th prince to stay away from Ningxian from now on. Concubine Lin was desperate and said, you know that Chin'er has been so fond of Ningxian. If he knew about their engagement, how sad would he be? Besides, why the 7th prince? Lin Fengxian said, the 7th prince opened a 7th class sacred mark when he was only 3 years old. Doesn't that mean that he is a genius? Based on his current martial cultivation, no one in his entire generation in the Yunwu Commandery can catch up to him. The Lin family will benefit in the future if Ningxian can marry the 7th prince. Although the 9th prince and Ningxian are cousins who used to be childhood sweethearts in the past, the 9th prince is only mediocre. He didn't obtain the sacred mark until he was 16. That means that he will never make any great achievements in his life, and the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm may be the utmost that he can practice. He cannot compare with the 7th prince. Concubine Lin said, is Ningxian willing to be engaged to the 7th prince? Will she be happy to marry for the benefit of the family? Lin Fengxian stared at concubine Lin and indifferently said, you are wrong. It is Ningxian herself who made the decision. The drill coliseum of the Lin family was very spacious, about half the size of a football field. Young people in cyan-colored martial arts robes from the Lin family were practicing martial techniques in the drill coliseum. Some of them were practicing fist techniques, other sword techniques, and the rest, broadsword techniques. They were the elites of the Lin family and everyone had opened the sacred mark. All of them were dedicated to practicing under the guidance of a senior member in what appeared to be a flourishing atmosphere. Zhang nodded his head and said to himself, the Lin family can be thought of as a noble family in the Yunwu Commandery. Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen noticed a young lady who was slim and stunning. The young lady seemed to be only 14 or 15 years old, but she had a petite body, eyebrows like willow leaves, starry eyes, and fair skin. What a pretty young lady. She was holding a sword that was covered by weak starlight and giving off a cyan-colored glow. A vast amount of sword breath surrounded her and followed her as she walked, which was as graceful as a flying swan and as beautiful as a flying dragon. The subtlety of sword technique had reached its climax. The rarefied power has been released. It's the realm of sword following the heart. Her martial arts skills have reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm, at the very least, which is much better than the 8th prince. Zhang Ruochen thought. Wow. Is that the 9th prince? Who would have thought that he would come to Lin's mansion? One of Lin's young followers saw Zhang Ruochen standing outside the drill coliseum and sneered with an ironic smile. He must have come here to see Sister Ningxian. What a pity. She doesn't want to see him at all. I heard that he has opened the sacred mark. Aha. He didn't open his sacred mark until 16. How can he make any achievements? If he wasn't Ningxian's cousin, he might not even have a chance to enter the Lin's mansion. I heard that Ningxian will be engaged to the 7th prince very soon. What a perfect match. Hey. It was said that the 9th prince always had a crush on her. What do you guess his facial expression will be when he learns of their engagement? All the young warriors of the Lin family stopped practicing and stared at Zhang Ruochen standing outside the drill coliseum. They pointed at him, whispered among themselves, and mocked him. Lin Ningxian also stopped practicing and glanced at Zhang Ruochen, waving her arms to precisely sheath the splendor sword 5 meters away. Lin Ningxian walked over to Zhang Ruochen, looked at his thin body, and said, I haven't seen you for a long time, cousin. I heard that you have opened the sacred mark, right? When they were young, Lin Ningxian and Zhang Ruochen were childhood sweethearts. But later, Lin Ningxian unlocked her sacred mark and started to spend most of her time practicing, which gradually alienated her from Zhang Ruochen. After the event happened 3 years ago, she had never been to the Yunwu Palace again. Although Zhang Ruochen had been ill for years, he still visited the Lin family to see her. Even meeting her once still excited him. However, he began to see her less and less. He had not seen her for over half a year. She had always told the maid to send Zhang Ruochen away. It turns out that she is my cousin. Actually, it was the first time Zhang Ruochen had seen Lin Ningxian in this life. He felt nothing toward her. Thus, he was very calm and modestly said, I have indeed opened the sacred mark. But the queen said that it was a 0-class mark. Therefore, it can't be compared to yours. Lin Ningxian nodded, tipped her chin as supercilious as a swan, and said, You have already turned 16. Unlocking the sacred mark may be a blessing for you. You have to work hard in your practice. Although you can't have strong martial arts skills, it can still build your body to help you be free from sickness. For you, you can at least be a normal person. Zhang Ruochen slightly frowned and nodded, saying, I will practice as hard as I can, and do my best to catch up to your cultivation. Lin Ningxian definitely knew that Zhang Ruochen liked her. When she heard his words, she took it for granted that Zhang Ruochen still had a crush on her and wanted to go after her. Well, cousin, my cultivation has reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm, which is very close to the final state. As for you, you may never reach the medium state. What you need to do is to practice step by step. You shouldn't make inappropriate requests and bite off more than you can chew. Otherwise, you will suffer from your actions, Lin Ningxian said with a double meaning. Zhang Ruochen wrinkled his brows even harder. Lin Ningxian sympathetically looked toward Zhang Ruochen and said, Cousin, one more thing. I hope that you won't be too sad. In 3 months, I will be engaged to the 7th prince when the commandery prince completes his refining. It will be interesting. Hee hee. All the young warriors of the Lin family were amused by this. They turned their eyes, one after another, to see what Zhang Ruochen's reaction was to her words. Chapter 7, Sacred Sword Skill. Without any obvious emotion, Zhang said coolly, Congratulations, we're doubly related from now on. After saying these words, Zhang Ruochen turned his back and walked away. Zhang Ruochen was not interested in his beautiful cousin during their first meeting. He felt it was boring to talk with an uncongenial person, so he left after a moment. Seeing that Zhang Ruochen had shown no reaction, the young warriors in the Lin family were all greatly disappointed. How could it be? Lin Ningxian felt a bit frustrated with the indifferent look that had been on Zhang Ruochen's face. She stared at his back and full of resentment she said, Don't you want to know the reason? Zhang Ruochen had no interest in knowing who would get engaged to Lin Ningxian. Since she insisted on telling the details though, Zhang Ruochen stopped and gently nodded his head. I will be present during your engagement ceremony to offer my congratulations. Now I'm going to see my mom, if there's nothing else. He had hardly finished his words when Zhang Ruochen saw that concubine Lin had come out of the courtyard of the Lin's mansion. It was obvious that concubine Lin had just been crying. Although she had dried her tears, Zhang Ruochen was quick to notice this upon seeing her red eyes. Zhang Ruochen rushed to comfort her and asked with concern, Mom, what happened? Is there someone bullying you? Shaking her head, concubine Lin said, I'm fine, let's just go back. There must be something wrong, judging by that look on concubine Lin's face. After meeting Lin Ningxian, Zhang Ruochen had lost his last good impression of the Lin family. And after seeing concubine Lin's expression, Zhang Ruochen was even more disappointed in the Lins. Wait. Lin Fengxian folded his hands behind his back and walked into the courtyard. Flashing a look at Zhang Ruochen, he pulled a scroll of fell ancient classics from within his sleeve and said, "This is a set of practice skills called the Te formulas of the inferior class of the human stage, which could open up 7 meridians, through which vital energy can circulate. Take it and practice it. Even though it is not an advanced practice skill, at least it might help you to complete washing marrow and breaking out of the channels. It should be sufficient for you." Earlier, Lin Fengxian had ordered 2 bottles of marrow washing liquid, and said coldly, "After all, we share the same blood meridians of the Lin family. Take 2 bottles of marrow washing liquid with you." Concubine Lin gazed unwaveringly at Lin Fengxian with grateful eyes. Immediately, she held Zhang Ruochen's hand and said, "Chen thank your uncle quickly." Seeing Lin Fengxian's almsgiving manner, Zhang Ruochen felt disgusted. It was no wonder that his mother's eyes were red from crying. She must have been humiliated when she begged him for a roll of practice skills. "We don't need handouts from the Lin family. Mom, let's go." Zhang Ruochen did not even look at the practice scroll or take the marrow washing liquid from Lin Fengxian as he took concubine Lin's hand and left the Lin's mansion. He should be ashamed of himself. He did regard himself as the prince. The younger warriors in the Lin family all sniffed and sneered at him. Lin Ningxian looked at the teenager who resolutely left the Lin's mansion and felt very surprised. She had the feeling that her once coward cousin was a bit different now. Now that he's obtained the sacred mark, he's naturally become a little unyielding. But he doesn't know that opening the sacred mark at 16 years old means that he has passed the golden age for practicing martial arts. Why am I thinking so much? We're destined to belong to 2 different worlds anyway. Lin Ningxian sighed and returned back to the drill coliseum and continued her practicing. After leaving the Lin's mansion, concubine Lin said, "Chen you're too impulsive. If you can be a warrior and build strength through martial arts, it's okay for me to suffer all of these wrongs." Standing up straight, Zhang Ruochen turned around and stared at the golden horizontal inscribed board that was inscribed with Lin's mansion. Then he said decisively, "Mom, don't worry. I can still become a warrior even without the help of the Lins, and I'll be the superior one among the warriors." Concubine Lin sighed slightly and refrained from saying anything. Suddenly, she realized something and said, "Chen have you heard that Ningxian will get engaged to the 7th prince? Don't be sad." Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, "Mom, don't worry. There are so many good girls in this world, and some of them are even better than Lin Ningxian." "I am glad to hear you say that." Concubine Lin smiled with relief. Back at the Yunwu Palace, Zhang Ruochen took a blood pill and entered the internal space of the time and space spinel. Then he started practicing his dragon and elephant prajna again. He sat down and had a short break once he had exhausted himself practicing. "All the humiliation that Mom has suffered from the Lin family, I'll pay them back double that amount. What on earth had happened 3 years ago? It seems that I shall find an opportunity to ask Yun. Of course, my primary goal now is to reach the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm as soon as possible. To break through to the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm, one had to drink the marrow washing liquid. It would cost him at least 200 silver coins for 1 bottle of marrow washing liquid. That was not a small amount for Zhang Ruochen. And his practice was the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. It was obvious that 1 bottle of marrow washing liquid was not going to be sufficient if he wanted to break through to the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. "I got it." While tapping his forehead, Zhang Ruochen was filled with self-pity as he realized that he had wasted too much energy on earning silver coins, forgetting that he actually owned a huge treasury. After all, his last lifetime was spent as the son of Emperor Ming. He once performed many high-level exercises and martial art techniques and kept it all in his mind. He could choose one practice skill and martial technique at will to sell at a high price. Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, and the dragon and elephant prajna were at a holy level in the entire Kunlun's field, and certainly, could not be sold. Tucked into his memories were some other low-class exercises and martial techniques, any of which would surely cause quite a stir in the Yunwu commandery. Zhang Ruochen immediately got some paper, a pen, and an inkwell. He then wrote down a set of spiritual stage martial techniques for the sacred sword skill. The sacred sword skill was the lowest level martial technique in Zhang Ruochen's memory. Low class of spiritual. The martial technique for the low class of spiritual techniques would rank as the top technique in the Yunwu commandery. Even for a large family like the Lins, their strongest technique would be of the low class of spiritual, and would take 1 or 2 sets, at most, as the unique techniques of the family. It was common knowledge that many warriors did not have opportunities for practicing martial techniques in the Yunwu commandery. For them, it was an amazing treasure even if it was an inferior class technique of the human stage. The cheapest inferior class technique of the human stage would cost at least 300 silver coins, while some of the best inferior class techniques of the human stage would cost more than 1,000 silver coins. This price was too high for ordinary martial arts cultivators to afford. Some warriors even risked their lives and fought with others in order to get the inferior class techniques of the human stage. As for the martial techniques of the low class of spiritual, once they were sold, even the leader of those large families would be interested and would want to buy them at all costs. Their family's strength would advance a lot with one more martial technique from the spiritual stage. Finishing writing the practice method of the sacred sword skill, Zhang Ruochen also drew some small pictures for one move of the sword technique on the paper. Zhang Ruochen made some genuine chi by condensing the pen tip. Combining genuine chi with the martial arts comprehensive state allowed him to draw the sword movement picture. Inside, his genuine chi had been depleted, and that was only one finished picture. Zhang Ruochen sat with his legs crossed and immediately started practicing. He made his chi pool and filled it with genuine chi, and then he began to draw the second picture. It took him half a day to finish drawing the 12 pictures of the sacred sword skill. Even though his cultivation was gone, his comprehension of martial arts and his eyesight were still good. Each sword technique he drew was very exquisite. There were no differences when compared with the initial sword movement picture of the sacred sword skill. According to my knowledge of martial arts, drawing the martial technique of the low class of spiritual is the limit. If I were to draw a picture of the mid-class technique of the spiritual stage, perhaps I just could draw 1/3 of its comprehensive state. This rare book of a martial technique could not be easily copied or made monotype. It was unsound for ordinary people to write down the formulas and copy the pictures of the sacred sword skill. Even if they succeeded in practicing the sword technique, it was impossible for them to reach the power of the low class of spiritual sword technique. Zhang Ruochen was the strongest at performing the completion of the heaven realm in his last lifetime. But he only could draw the essence for the low class of spiritual sword technique. As for a martial technique of a superior level, he could not draw all of its essences. The sword technique of the low class of spiritual should sell at a good price. Instead of taking the sword technique of the sacred sword skill to the martial market right away, Zhang Ruochen walked toward the palace gate while it was dark. "Ninth Prince, why are you here so late?" 2 royal security guards inquired. The 2 royal security guards also knew that the 9th prince and concubine Lin had been evicted and lived in a side hall, which meant that they had lost power and influence within the palace. So their expressions did not look deferential, and they did not even salute Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen was not the same coward Zhang Ruochen from the past. He stared at the 2 royal security guards with sharp eyes, stuck out his chest and said, "I have to go into the Lin's mansion and find my cousin, Ningxian. Can you open the gate right away?" After all, Zhang Ruochen was nobility. The 2 royal security guards could not really deny him. They opened up the gate and watched Zhang Ruochen go out. Is there anything to be proud of? If he wasn't the son of the Yunwu commandery prince, he'd have died many times over. One of the royal security guards scornfully commented. It said that the genius girl, Lin Ningxian, will get engaged to the 7th prince. But he hasn't given up, and that's so stupid, the other royal security guard said disdainfully. Zhang Ruochen did not actually intend to see Lin Ningxian, he just used it as an excuse to get out of the palace and avoid suspicion. While walking out of the palace, Zhang Ruochen took a loose black cloak out of the time and space spinel and wrapped it around his body. He then went into the street of Yunwu City among the integrating lights. In the dark cape, nobody could see his face clearly. Not long after, Zhang Ruochen walked through the thriving streets and entered into the martial market. Other places in Yunwu City were only referred to as the tawdry places. The martial market only occupied 1/10 of Yunwu City, but it was the most prosperous one there. The martial market itself was divided into 5 areas: the pill market, weapon market, beast market, slave market, and central auction. The martial market determined the ups and downs of the Yunwu commandery to some extent. So the commandery was strict with its management. Each point of entry into the martial market was guarded by sergeants. Only warriors or nobility had the qualifications to enter into the martial market. Chapter 8, Martial Market. Upon entering the martial market, Zhang Ruochen went directly to the central auction. Average shops could not afford low class of spiritual martial techniques. Only when they were sold at the central auction could Zhang Ruochen maximize their martial technique value. Just after Zhang Ruochen walked into the auction house, a beautiful maid, who was dressed neatly, sauntered over to him. Without showing any amazement from seeing him in mysterious clothes, she asked politely, "Sir, can I help you? I'm looking forward to meeting the superior deacon of the central auction." Zhang Ruochen had changed his tone into a low and thick pitch, sounding like he was a 30 or 40-year-old middle-aged man. Who on earth is this guy? Wanting to meet the superior deacon when he had just arrived. He should be taken seriously. I'll tell the superior deacon, however, he is usually busy receiving VIP customers. I am afraid that he will have no time to receive you. Could you please wait for a moment? After informing him, the maid walked through a big gate and went to inform the superior deacon. Zhang Ruochen was not in a hurry and just waited in the lobby quietly. Before too long, the maid returned through the gate with a plump elder who was wearing a gorgeous robe. She pointed in the direction of Zhang Ruochen and said, "That's him, Mr. Superior Deacon." The superior deacon glanced at Zhang Ruochen, who was still shrouded in his black cloak, and from far away, the deacon fixed his eyes on Zhang Ruochen's feet. His wrinkled eyes squinted slightly, lightening with a shrewdness. The pair of boots Zhang Ruochen wore were called Kylin gold-gilded boots, and only the people in the royal palace had the right to put them on. Zhang Ruochen showed off his boots deliberately because, after all, he was intending to auction a sword technique of the low class of spiritual, which was inevitably coveted by other people. He had no ability to protect the sword technique with his present martial cultivation. If people recognized him as worthy of royalty, few would dare to question him. It was necessary for him to pretend that he was powerful and to frighten others, especially since he was actually not powerful. He has an uncommon background. The superior deacon thought to himself when he looked at Zhang Ruochen's boots. Suddenly, the superior deacon's attitude changed, and he respected Zhang Ruochen as if he were royalty. He walked in front of Zhang Ruochen and said in a humble voice, "Your Excellency, this way please." "Okay." In order to impress him, Zhang Ruochen nodded and put his hands behind his back, pulling back his shoulders and reaching his full height. The warriors in the lobby saw the attitude of the superior deacon and they speculated about what great figure had come to the central auction. Arriving at the third floor of the central auction, Zhang Ruochen sat in the highest position comfortably and took a teacup that was offered by a maid. With a condescending tone, he said, "I have a treasure that I intend to auction here. Please call in your most trusted appraiser to appraise it." Having seen Zhang Ruochen's great attitude, the superior deacon further convinced himself that this guy was a key person in a royal palace, so he called in the appraiser promptly. After a short while, a gray-haired old man walked in. He looked like he was at least 70 or 80 years old, with a pair of bright piercing eyes. To his surprise, he found himself unable to figure out Zhang Ruochen's cultivation. Immediately, the elder bowed to Zhang Ruochen respectfully and said, "I'm the appraiser for the central auction. Where is the treasure, Your Honor?" There were three kinds of situations where someone could not figure out someone else's martial cultivation. Firstly, if the other person's cultivation was higher than your own. Secondly, the practices of other person's exercises were more brilliant than normal ones. For example, warriors who practiced the human stage exercises generally were unable to see the cultivation of warriors who practiced the spirit-level exercises. They could only guess at the other person's cultivation by details and aura. Definitely, if sharing similar exercise levels, people who had a higher cultivation could still outguess the martial cultivation of those lower. And thirdly, was when the other person possessed a treasure that hid his or her cultivation. The second and third cases were uncommon, therefore, instinctively, the elder treated Zhang Ruochen as the first case, thinking that Zhang Ruochen's cultivation was higher than his own, so he saluted him respectfully. It just so happened that Zhang Ruochen practiced Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, which was equipped with profound exercises. Nobody in the entire Yunwu commandery could see through his martial cultivation unless he showed his inner meridians intentionally. Moreover, in his previous life, Zhang Ruochen was superior and reached the completion of the heaven realm. Despite being reborn in a commoner's flesh in this life, Zhang Ruochen's understanding of martial arts and soul carried over with his vital essence into this life. Only when one's martial arts realm was higher than the completion of the heaven realm could one figure out Zhang Ruochen's cultivation. Inside his sleeve, one of Zhang Ruochen's hands touched the time and space spinel. He reached into the internal space of it, grabbed the pithy formula of the sacred sword skill, and handed it over to the elder. "I would like to auction this sword technique of the low class of spiritual," said Zhang lightly. Hearing what Zhang Ruochen had said, the chief appraiser was greatly surprised when he just handed over the pithy formula of the sacred sword skill. He immediately unfolded the paper scroll and carefully examined it. The superior deacon, who had been standing to the side, quickly walked over to consult with the appraiser. Both the chief appraiser and the superior deacon were martial arts masters, so they soon came to a decision and nodded together. "This is an authentic pithy formula of a low class of the spiritual sword technique, and I'm wondering, how many sword movements have you acquired?" asked the superior deacon. Only through combined formulas with the sword movement could the sword technique of the low class of spiritual wield its real power. Even if the superior deacon and the chief appraiser were to bear the pithy formulas of the sacred sword skill in mind, without the combination of sword techniques, it was useless. Zhang Ruochen said, "The entire sacred sword skill covers 12 of the sword techniques. The first edition has been lost for a long time. This sacred sword skill that I have was drawn by a superior in the heaven realm, and the sword techniques in it are no different than the first edition." The chief appraiser meditated for a moment and said, "In that case, the starting bid for the sacred sword skill would be 200,000 silver coins. But, as a prerequisite, the buyer can verify these are the real low class of spiritual sword movements, otherwise, the auction will fail." While nodding, Zhang Ruochen said, "All done according to the rules of the auction house." As the most high-profile and outstanding item, this sacred sword skill could be auctioned tonight. Before starting the auction, the central auction would inform all of the major families in Yunwu City as soon as possible. Carrying great fortunes, they would all come to the martial market at the planned auction and bid on this of low class of spiritual sword technique. Zhang Ruochen cared more about the results rather than the process. The auction took about 4 hours and the final results were known. Eventually, the sacred sword skill was bid on by the Lin family leader and was won at the high price of 1,240,000 silver coins. The Lin family. Zhang Ruochen was amazed when he heard the result. Before long, led by the superior deacon, Lin Fengxian, the head of the Lins, Lin De, an elder uncle of Lin, and Lin Ningxian, one of the 4 most beautiful girls in the Yunwu commandery, walked in from outside. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is the seller of the sacred sword skill," the superior deacon announced with a big smile, pointing at Zhang Ruochen, who was sitting in the highest position. Observing his Kailan gold-gilded boots, Lin Fengxian nodded and bowed slightly and then said, "I'm Lin Fengxian, the head of the Lins. May I know your name, sir?" Before entering, Lin Fengxian had received a description of this mystery man from the superior deacon, knowing that he could be an important person in the royal palace with a remarkable background. Thus, as the head of the Lin, he was in the lower position. He was concerned that he would be identified by Lin Fengxian and Lin Ningxian, thus Zhang Ruochen decided to behave more cautiously. He cleared his throat and spoke low, "There is no need to know my name. Here are the pithy formulas of the sacred sword skill and the sword movement pictures, please verify them." He took them out of his sleeve and placed them on the table. Lin Fengxian did not inspect the formula since he trusted the central auction had already done their job carefully before auctioning off the item. He spread the sacred sword skill scroll out on the table, and they saw 12 sword movement pictures in total, each portraying an image of a human practicing with a sword. Ordinary people would not be able to identify the special markings in them, however, to Lin Fengxian, the 12 features appeared to be alive as they were practicing with their swords. Every sword technique was exceptional and they showed a profound martial arts comprehensive state, even one move could have unlimited benefits. This series of sword techniques are top class. What a worthwhile purchase! Lin Fengxian exclaimed with excitement. Chapter 9, The Truth of 3 Years Ago. Great! It's indeed swordsmanship of the low class of spiritual. Furthermore, it has sword movement graphics drawn by a predecessor from the heaven realm. With a smile on his face, Lin Fengxian put the code and the graphics of the sacred sword skill away immediately. It was terrific. The Lin family's foundation would become much stronger with this sword technique of the low class of spiritual added to its collection. The superior deacon walked over to Zhang Ruochen and said, "Master, the sacred sword skill was sold for 1,240,000 silver coins at auction. Minus the 12,000 silver coins paid to the auction, you will receive 1,228,000 million silver coins in the end. Would you prefer to exchange them for spiritual crystals, or blood pills, or deposit them in the martial market bank?" When ordinary people traded, they usually used copper, silver, or gold coins. However, when warriors traded with each other, they generally used blood pills or spiritual crystals. Zhang Ruochen said, deposit 1,200,000 silver coins in the Martial Market Bank, and exchange 20,000 silver coins for spiritual crystals, then give the remaining 8,000 silver coins to me. An hour later, the superior deacon gave a card made from a yellow spinel to Zhang Ruochen and said, Master, this is the 3-star VIP card of the Martial Market Bank. The 1,200,000 silver coins have been deposited in it. A VIP card was a symbol of identity, and few people in the Yunwu commandery had the 3-star VIP card. Owning a 3-star VIP card meant that your wealth was above 1 million silver coins. Then, the superior deacon gave a package containing 20 spiritual crystals and 8,000 silver coins to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen picked up the package and walked out of the central auction without saying a word. This guy's back looked so familiar. Lin Ningxian stared at that dark shadow walking away and had a familiar feeling in her heart. Lin Fengxian said, I felt that familiar feeling a bit, too. Maybe I've seen him in the palace. This is not an ordinary guy. Maybe his true identity is a little scary. Lin Ningxian asked curiously, why do you say that, Daddy? Lin Fengxian said seriously, the ink of the sacred sword skill is still wet, which means that the graphics were drawn today, but anyone who could draw the sacred sword skill must be a superior of the heaven realm. That means that this guy is either the superior of the heaven realm or has a connection to a superior of the heaven realm. Either way, we can't afford to offend him. A superior of the heaven realm, Lin Ningxian was shocked, and she said, it seems that even Grandpa has not yet reached the heaven realm. Lin Fengxian nodded, with some longing in his eyes. There were 4 realms in martial arts, the yellow realm, the black realm, the earth realm, and the heaven realm. The heaven realm referred to the Acme realm of martial arts, full of martial arts legends. A man from the realm of heaven could confront an army of 100,000 alone. They were the truly superiors. When someone surpassed the heaven realm, they no longer belonged to martial arts, or even to the mortal body. Their capabilities were beyond normal warriors' imaginations. Lin Ningxian said, there shouldn't be many superiors of the heaven realm in the palace. Maybe if we tried to, we could find out who he was. Lin Fengxian's face became austere and he said, don't do such a foolish thing. The Lins will pay a heavy price if we offend a superior of the heaven realm. With sparkling wisdom in her eyes, Lin Ningxian said, I have a question, Daddy. Since he is someone important in the palace, he wouldn't have run short of silver coins. So, why did he sell a spiritual stage sword technique at auction? Lin Fengxian thought carefully for a while and said, there are 8 martial arts of the royal family, which are all famous, but the sacred sword skill wasn't one of them. We'd better not investigate it. The Lin family can't afford to offend a superior of the heaven realm. Shan, you have the sacred mark of sword technique, thus, you are the best candidate to practice the sacred sword skill. You will definitely shine among the young nobles in the year-end assessment if you can practice the first art of sword technique successfully within 3 months. Zhang Ruochen walked out of the martial market after leaving the central auction. He made a detour in Yunwu City and found a hidden spot to take off his black cloak and Kylan gold-gilded boots. He put them into the time and space spinel, then put on a pair of ordinary cloth shoes. He looked just like an ordinary young warrior in this garb. Now, no one will recognize that I was the mystery man who just sold the sacred sword skill at auction. Zhang Ruochen walked into the martial market again to purchase the items that he needed, holding the parcel with spiritual crystals and silver coins in it. First of all, he spent 4,000 silver coins on 20 potions of mirror washing liquid. Then, he spent another 1,000 silver coins to buy 200 pellets of blood pills. According to his current cultivation, first-class blood pills were quite sufficient. 200 first-class blood pills could support him for half a year. Later, he bought the other 2 medicines that could increase his cultivation, refining powder and energy pills. Both of them were very expensive. Even the genius disciple of the great families could not afford such treasures when they were at the initial stage of the Yellow Realm. But for a wealthy man like Zhang Ruochen, as long as it could increase his cultivation quickly, he would be willing to spending as many silver coins as he had. Finally, he spent 5 spiritual crystals on 5 doses of refining powder. Another 10 spiritual crystals on 10 energy pills. He also bought muscles and bones regenerating ointment for Yun for 500 silver coins. Apart from the 1,200,000 silver coins that he kept in the martial market bank, he had 5 spiritual crystals and 2,500 silver coins with him. Zhang Ruochen returned to the palace again after he stored all the pills he just bought into the time and space spinel. Sister Yun, this is the muscles and bones regenerating ointment that I bought for you. It will help your arm heal quicker. Zhang Ruochen took out an elegant ebony box and gave it to Yun. Yun seemed a little shocked for a moment. Then a bit nervously, she took the ebony box and opened it. It immediately exuded a fragrance of the medicine that was inside. She felt grateful and surprised at the same time and asked, "Ninth Prince, where did you get the silver coins for the muscles and bones regenerating ointment?" It was common knowledge that the muscles and bones regenerating ointment of the lowest quality cost 200 silver coins. The better one even cost 500 silver coins. Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, "Sister Yun, I have some secrets that I can't tell you right now. I hope that you can keep a secret for me." Yun stared at Zhang Ruochen deeply and nodded. She whispered, "May I tell concubine Lin?" "Not now," Zhang Ruochen said. "Well, you have my word." Yun held the ebony box in her hand tightly and felt relieved inside. Since the ninth prince could spend hundreds of silver coins to buy her muscles and bones regenerating ointment, he certainly had great opportunities. Maybe the ninth prince would become a superior of martial arts in the future. Zhang Ruochen asked, "There is one thing that I can't understand, and I hope Sister Yun can tell me the truth. My mother is the sister of the head of the Lins. Why did she break off all relations with the Lins? What happened 3 years ago?" Yun sighed and said, "Since you are always sick and weak, and couldn't stand the shock, it was kept a secret. But you have opened the sacred mark now, so I'll tell you. You should remember Lin Chenyu, the top genius of the Lin family. He is your cousin, and also the eldest son of the head of the Lins. He practiced to the completion of the Yellow Realm when he was just 17. But 3 years ago, Lin Chenyu offended another genius, a greater genius than himself. His legs were broken by that genius, and he was sent to the celestial prison." "How did that happen?" Zhang Ruochen asked. "The Lin family counts as one of the top great families in the Yunwu commandery. Who would dare to send the top genius of the Lin family to the celestial prison? Could it be that the genius offended by Lin Chenyu had an extraordinary background?" Yun nodded and said, "Yes. Lin Chenyu offended the seventh prince, the most shining star in the Yunwu commandery. Compared to the seventh prince, all other geniuses mean nothing." "I see." Zhang Ruochen nodded. He finally understood. Yun continued, "The head of the Lins came into the palace at once to beg concubine Lin after Lin Chenyu was sent to the celestial prison. He had hoped that concubine Lin could ask the commandery prince for a favor. He would pay any price if only he would spare Lin Chenyu's life. Naturally, concubine Lin went immediately and asked to meet the commandery prince, but she was blocked by the queen. They had an argument about it. In a fit of rage, the queen sentenced concubine Lin to be flogged 30 times as punishment. Concubine Lin was covered in blood and nearly died when the punishment was over. Bang! Zhang Ruochen smacked the pillar with his palm, biting his teeth, and said, "Did the Yunwu commandery prince just let it go without even caring?" Yun said, "You should understand that the seventh prince was the most talented of the commandery prince's 9 sons. The commandery prince loved him deeply and had great expectations for him. Commandery prince did a thorough investigation and found out it was totally Lin Chenyu's fault, who nearly killed the seventh prince. The Yunwu commandery prince flew into a rage because of this. He thought that concubine Lin was unreasonable to even think of asking a favor for Lin Chenyu, a man who had made such a huge mistake. The Yunwu commandery prince used to love concubine Lin very much, but after that, he treated her more coldly." Yun continued, "The Lins didn't understand the suffering that concubine Lin had undergone. They didn't dare to blame the queen or the seventh prince, so they blamed concubine Lin for all of it. In their opinion, they lost a top genius just because concubine Lin didn't ask the commandery prince for a favor. The Lins cast concubine Lin out, and have dissociated with her completely since then." Zhang Ruochen took a deep breath. He felt bitter about the unfair treatment concubine Lin had suffered. He clenched his fist and hit the pillar again. With a deep voice, he said, "Power. Without great power, you can't survive in this world. You can't get fair treatment." Chapter 10, The Graph of 36 Meridians. Zhang Ruochen thought for a while and then asked, "Has Lin Chenyu been executed?" "Not yet." "Do you think that the seventh prince would let it go just like that?" Said Yun, "Lin Chenyu was sentenced to castration and became a eunuch. He was also made a slave by the seventh prince." Zhang Ruochen replied, "The top genius of the Lins is now a eunuch, and was even made a slave of his enemy. This is simply a great humiliation for the Lins." Yun frowned and said, "But I don't get it. Since the Lins were humiliated so badly, why does their leader still want to marry their daughter to the seventh prince? Zhang Ruochen answered, it's easy to understand. With his talent, the seventh prince will succeed to the throne and become the lord of the Yunwu commandery. The Lins have to repair the relations between their families. An arranged marriage is the best choice. Secondly, since the Lin's top genius has become a servant of the seventh prince, the relations between them may not be as bad as we thought. Perhaps this arranged marriage between Lin Ningxian and the seventh prince is a plot cooked up by Lin Chenyu. Staring at Zhang Ruochen, Yun could not believe that the ninth prince could analyze all of these situations in such a clear way. Instead of acting like that cowardly boy, he gave off a sense of tact and sagacity. It seems that the sacred mark has changed all that for him since its opening. Yun thought. If concubine Lin learns of this, she would be delighted. After going back to his own room, Zhang Ruochen entered the internal space of the time and space spinel right away. Now, it's time for me to open up the second meridian. Zhang Ruochen opened the jade bottle and drained all of the marrow washing liquid. Under the potency of the marrow washing liquid, all of the blood inside of his body felt as if it was boiling. Using the great potency, Zhang Ruochen immediately started to open up the second meridian following the instructions in the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. The more meridians that one opened, the faster the spiritual chi would be absorbed and the faster the running speed of genuine chi inside his body would be. The more meridians that were inside one's body, the stronger one's body would be for martial arts. In the same realm, he could break out a stronger fighting force. With the help of his past practice experience, Zhang Ruochen soon opened up the second meridian and the genuine chi also ran faster than before. The chi pool hasn't expanded, and I didn't make it to the mid-stage of the yellow realm. I must open up another meridian. Zhang Ruochen took a blood pill and regained his strength. After resting for about an hour, he got back in the groove, drank another bottle of marrow washing liquid, and started to open up the third meridian. After opening up a new meridian, other monks would have had to recuperate for 1 to 3 months, usually to increase the tenacity and activity of their meridians, before they started to open up the next one. However, Zhang Ruochen could not wait a month. He eagerly opened up his third meridian immediately to challenge the mid-stage of the yellow realm. Doing it this way more than doubled the difficulty. I can make it. I have to make it. By tonight, I will be in the mid-stage of the yellow realm. Holding a spiritual crystal, Zhang Ruochen absorbed the spiritual chi inside the spiritual crystal while removing all of genuine chi in his body, and pushed forward to the third meridian furiously. Bang! A thud came from the glabella on Zhang Ruochen's forehead. His chi pool, which was once only as big as a basketball, immediately expanded tenfold and became as big as a vat of water. It looked just like a bathhouse pool, which was about 1 square meter in diameter. Now, his chi pool would be regarded as a real chi pool. This is the cultivation of the mid-stage of the yellow realm. This is just the very beginning of the mid-stage of the yellow realm. I don't have much genuine chi left inside. Of course, I can progress now. If I fill my chi pool through practice, the genuine chi inside my body will be expanded by 10 as well. Zhang Ruochen felt so excited for making his great martial cultivation progress. The chi pool would also be expanded with a new higher realm, which of course, could hold more genuine chi. If one could not break through to a new realm, his genuine chi would never increase, even with 10 years of practice. That was because the capacity of the chi pool was fixed for each realm and it could only hold a certain amount of genuine chi in reserve. At the mid-stage of the yellow realm, impurities from inside the body were carried out of the body through the pores. The impurities looked like a layer of black slime and gave off a slight odor of rotten fish. Zhang Ruochen immediately fetched a pail of warm water. After bathing, he put on a clean suit and immediately went back into the internal space of the time and space spinel. While holding a brush pen in his hand, he smoothly drew a human figure on the scroll. Later, he drew the 36 meridians of the human figure according to his memory alone. The traveling routes for all of these meridians were different from one another. They had one thing in common though, the 36 meridians all gathered together in the chi pool in his glabella. The first time that Zhang Ruochen read through the first level of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, he saw this very same graph of meridians on it without any explanation. It just could be self-perceived. The more superior level exercises one practiced, the more meridians he would open and the faster the running speed of genuine chi inside his body. The exercise methods for the inferior class of the human stage can only open up 7 of the meridians. According to the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, there are traveling routes for the 36 meridians. Each one will increase the practicing meridian and help strengthen the body of martial arts. If all 36 meridians are opened, could I even imagine how strong the body of martial arts would be? The word realm in Yellow Realm referred to the specific extremity of the meridians. Zhang Ruochen had opened up only 33 meridians in his last lifetime. There were another 3 meridians that he had been unable to open up no matter how hard he tried. With just the 33 meridians having been opened up in his last lifetime, he was able to defeat his contemporaries. Even Empress Chi Yao, who was ranked number 1, opened up just 32 meridians, 1 less than he had. I've opened up 3 meridians now belonging to the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. In order to break through to the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, I'll have to open up at least 3 more meridians. Zhang Ruochen rolled up the graph of meridians and put it on the stone table. One had to first fill his chi pool with genuine chi if he wanted to reach the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. If he practiced in the usual way, he would need 1.5 months to fill his body and his chi pool with genuine chi, even with the help of spiritual chi from the spiritual crystals. Zhang Ruochen could not wait that long, so he decided to take his energy pill. An energy pill was worth 1,000 silver coins. For ordinary warriors, it was a rare treasure. Even the younger children from medium-level families found it hard to get an energy pill. Zhang Ruochen had bought 10 at a time, by which his cultivation could be improved quickly. An energy pill was as small as a pearl and had a light scent. A plume of spiritual chi could be seen flowing on the surface of the pill with the naked eye. He put an energy pill in his mouth. A moment later. Bang. The energy pill exploded inside his body and turned into a cloud of pill spirit, moving up and down inside of him. The 3 meridians took in the pill spirit at a fast speed. Traveling inside his body for a large circle, gathering vital energy, the pill spirit then turned into genuine chi and then was stored in the chi pool. Although Zhang Ruochen tried his best to absorb the pill spirit, there was still 70% that ran out of his pores, which meant that he took in only 30% of the pill spirit of the energy pill. He had spent all day to transform that 30% into his genuine chi. After refining all of that 30% pill spirit, the genuine chi in his chi pool doubled. I opened up only 3 meridians, so the transformation speed of the genuine chi is still too slow, as 70% of it is lost. If a warrior is in the dawn state, the Yellow Realm, he can transform all of the pill spirit of the energy pill into genuine chi without any waste. Forget it. As long as I can make rapid progress with my cultivation, spending more silver coins is worth it. Based on the potency of the energy pill, I can fill my chi pool with genuine chi with only 4 more pills. Luckily, Zhang Ruochen now had plenty of silver coins and did not need to worry about money. Otherwise, he would be unwilling to buy even 1 energy pill with 1,000 silver coins. Instead of taking a second energy pill, he stopped his practice and went back to his room in the internal space of the time and space spinel. He had practiced inside the time and space spinel for more than 1 day, but in the outside world, only half a day had passed. It was just noon at the moment. Zhang Ruochen did not disturb Yun or concubine Lin. He fetched a bucket of warm water and took it back his room. He was not going to take a normal bath, but a medicated bath. For a warrior, practicing with only genuine chi was not enough. He also needed to practice his martial skills. Zhang Ruochen's physical health was weaker than his peers. If he wanted to make himself strong within a few months, he needed not only fighting practice but medicated baths as well. Zhang Ruochen bought 5 more portions of the refining powder, each of which cost 1,000 silver coins. He poured 1 portion of the refining powder into the barrel. Chi! A white smoke floated up from the barrel. Zhang Ruochen sat cross-legged in the center of the barrel. His head was submerged under the liquid. The liquid was as hot as boiling water and it bubbled up and released pockets of steam. A sharp pain shot across the surface of his skin. Later on, that sharp pain permeated into his flesh and blood, and then into his marrow and into his 5 internal organs. The burning pain ran through his body. If he were any other warrior, he could not possibly bear this pain and would have jumped out of the barrel. Zhang Ruochen was as solid as a rock, sitting cross-legged on the bottom of the barrel without any changes to his facial expression. He endured this pain of his flesh silently. Only by experiencing the most difficult hardships could one rise above the ordinary. Chapter 11, Breaking Through the Realm Once More. Zhang Ruochen hunkered down underwater peacefully and calmly. He transferred the genuine chi in his body to the 3 meridians. The pain lessened with each cycle of the genuine chi. He could not hold his breath to practice underwater too long due to his current level of martial cultivation, so he had to come up from the water to breathe every 5 minutes. After 2 hours, the pain had almost disappeared. A flow of cool air came into his body to regenerate it. The feeling was so pleasant that it almost made him moan. Crash! Zhang Ruochen stood up and wiped himself dry. He stood in front of a bronze mirror, stared at his own body, and nodded. The 10-day practice and the alleviation from the medicated bath had strengthened his body to some extent. He used to look so ill. Only 4 days had passed in reality, of course, while over 10 days had passed in the time and space spinel. 4 days ago, he was a loser driven away from the Jade Palace by the 8th prince and was laughed at mercilessly by everybody. Who could have even imagined, however, that only 4 days later he would have attained the cultivation of the mid-stage of the yellow state? It was a miracle. That's not enough. The mid-stage of the yellow realm is only the beginning. With a sharp look in his eyes, Zhang Ruochen clenched his fist. After putting on his clothes, he took a blood pill and entered the internal space of the time and space spinel to continue his practice. The reason why he could attain the mid-stage of the yellow realm in merely 4 days was not only because he had martial arts experience in his last life, but also because of the help of the time and space spinel. He could practice 3 times longer than the other warriors with the help of the time and space spinel, which was his unique advantage. Bang! Bang! Galloping elephant. Zhang Ruochen bent his legs, stepped out, and punched. Every punch gathered the power of each muscle and every bone. After the medicated bath, one needed to use the fist technique in order to integrate the medicated effects into the body, thus transferring it into their own power. Zhang Ruochen spent the next few days mainly practicing inside the internal space of the time and space spinel and only came outside every 3 days. Concubine Lin knew that Zhang Ruochen had just obtained his sacred mark and he needed to seclude himself for refining, open up his chi pool, wash his marrow, and break out of the channels. Therefore, she did not get involved with him, but simply asked Yun to take good care of him. She still continued to sell her accessories and used the money to buy blood pills for Zhang Ruochen. At that time, Zhang Ruochen asked Yun to secretly buy those accessories back at a higher price. It was a feeling beyond description. Zhang Ruochen was greatly moved by selfless love. Gradually, Zhang Ruochen was accepting his identity in this life and saw Concubine Lin as his real mother. Why don't we tell Concubine Lin the truth? She would be overjoyed if she knew that you are a real warrior now, said Yun. Not now. I want to surprise her at the year-end assessment. Apart from that, I don't think I'm strong enough now. I need to be even stronger, said Zhang Ruochen. Yun now knew a lot of Zhang Ruochen's secrets. Except for the secret of his last life and the time and space spinel, Zhang Ruochen had told her everything. In Yun's view, the 9th prince was an incredibly outstanding genius of martial arts. In only a few days' time, he had reached the mid-stage of the yellow realm, which no other prince could compare with. Perhaps only the best of the best, Prince 7th, could be mentioned in the same breath as him. After achieving the mid-stage of the yellow realm, Zhang Ruochen kept practicing in the time and space spinel for a month, taking an energy pill every 6 days and a medicated bath every 10 days. His other time was spent on practicing the second movement of the dragon and elephant prajnapam, dragon in the sky, and understanding the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean and the graph of meridians. The genuine chi in the chi pool was completed, but the second movement of the dragon and elephant prajnapam was not ready yet. Tonight, I'll try to reach the advanced stage of the yellow realm, said Zhang Ruochen. After hearing this, Yun was so surprised and said, advanced stage of the yellow realm. But you've just reached the mid-stage only 10 days ago. Are you going to go for the advanced stage already? It took the 8th prince 4 years to do that. Yun did not know about the existence of the time and space spinel, so she thought that Zhang Ruochen had only practiced for 10 days. In fact, Zhang Ruochen had been practicing for a whole month. Actually, it should not have even taken him that long. He spent a large amount of his time refining his body, otherwise, his practicing speed would have been even faster. It is really that fast. It has just all come when it has needed to. Zhang Ruochen never considered that his practice speed was very fast. He believed that if other geniuses had the good resources that he had, they would also be fast. The 8th prince taking 4 years only proved that he was a man of terrible endowments. Anyway, Yun was very excited now. She said, I know that you are going to succeed. If you can reach the advanced stage of the yellow realm, we don't need to be afraid of the 8th prince anymore. Yes. Now please leave me alone. I don't want anyone disturbing me tonight, said Zhang Ruochen. Yun nodded her head so hard that she looked like a pecking little chick. She said, I'll guard the door tonight. If anyone dares to disturb you, I'll risk my life to stop him. He gazed at her with deep feeling and said softly, thank you. After Yun left, Zhang Ruochen entered the internal space of time and space spinel right away. If I want to break through to the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, I must open up 3 meridians at once, and make these meridians penetrate the 5 internal organs, arms, and feet. Zhang Ruochen took out 3 jade bottles at once and put them in a row. Inside every bottle, there was 1 portion of marrow washing liquid. After adjusting himself to the best state, Zhang Ruochen drank the first bottle. With the help of the medicating effect, he started to open up the 4th meridian. After half an hour, the 4th meridian was opened up successfully. The 4th meridian flowed from the chi pool and came to his neck, chest, left arm, and right arm. It then flowed all the way from his back and rushed to his head. Finally, it came back to the chi pool between his eyebrows. A large circulation of vital energy was completed. Without pausing, Zhang Ruochen drank the 2nd bottle and started to open up the 5th meridian immediately. The 5th meridian extended from the chi pool and went through his chest, stomach, left leg, and right leg, and finally returned to the chi pool. This meridian had a longer route, which took Zhang Ruochen 6 hours to open up successfully. Half of the genuine chi had been used up. Zhang Ruochen was covered in sweat, so he had to take a spiritual crystal in his hand and quickly absorb the spiritual chi to transfer it into genuine chi. Then he stored it in the chi pool. The genuine chi in the chi pool was once again full. Zhang Ruochen immediately drank the 3rd bottle and started to open up the 6th meridian. This meridian flowed through the 5 internal organs, namely, spleen, lungs, kidney, liver, and heart. When the genuine chi flowed through them, it would strengthen them. The 5 internal organs, however, were extremely fragile. Therefore, Zhang Ruochen had to be much more careful. Finally, 12 hours had passed and the genuine chi was almost again used up. But there was still 1 part left to be opened up. If the genuine chi ran out, all of his previous efforts would have been in vain, and the 5 internal organs would even be hurt. Furthermore, it would be 10 times more difficult to open up this meridian in the future than it was at this time. Zhang Ruochen made a bold decision. He put an energy pill in his mouth at a blistering speed. Bang! The pill spirit of the energy pill exploded inside his body. Zhang Ruochen multitasked immediately. On the one hand, he used the 5 meridians that were already opened up to absorb the pill spirit, transferred it into genuine chi, and moved it to the chi pool. On the other hand, he carefully controlled the genuine chi and continued to break through the 6th meridian. It was a great test of his spiritual power. Fortunately, Zhang Ruochen was a strong warrior of the completion of the realm of heaven in his last life, whose spiritual power was strong enough to perform multitasking successfully. The 6th meridian was opened up successfully. The chi pool between his eyebrows glowed white, and its capacity became 10 times greater than before. The chi pool at the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm had been only as big as a rice jar. Now, Zhang Ruochen's chi pool was about 10 rice jars in size, which was big enough to hold a large amount of genuine chi. I finally made it to the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen put a spiritual crystal in his hand, and then his sacred mark between his eyebrows appeared and started to absorb the spiritual chi from the spiritual crystal. The absorbing speed was doubled when the 6 meridians worked simultaneously. Zhang Ruochen stopped practicing when the realm had become stable. He opened his eyes. His pupils became incomparably bright, just like 2 stars in the sky. Lots of impure substances excreted from his pores with the opening up of the 3 new meridians. So the stench was unbearable. Zhang Ruochen went out of the internal space of the time and space spinel and took a bath in the prepared bucket. Then he put his clothes on and stepped outside. It was already midnight. The feathery snowflakes were dancing in the sky, and the whole courtyard was covered with a layer of silver frost. Yun was sitting on the stairs outside Zhang Ruochen's room. Her body was curled up and she rubbed her hands and breathed on them from time to time. Creak! Hearing the door behind her open, Yun quickly stood up and looked at Zhang Ruochen, who had just walked outside. She asked with joy, "Did you succeed?" Chapter 12, Qingxian Pavilion. Zhang Ruochen, dressed in white, stood himself upright and gave Yun a mildly quizzical glance and a little nod. Then he said, "I have reached the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. But why didn't you take a rest, Yun? After hearing what Zhang Ruochen had said, Yun was so shocked that her heart wildly thumped with unparalleled excitement and she felt like crying. That's great, that's great. Yun said while wiping her tears, since I said that I would guard the gate for you, I would certainly never leave. Touched by what Yun had said, Zhang Ruochen gave her a blood pill. It's snowing. I hope that you can go to bed early to avoid catching a cold. Eat this blood pill and you will feel warmer, Zhang Ruochen said to Yun. Taking the blood pill and tightly grasping it in her hands, Yun nodded deeply. She went to her room while thinking that tonight might be a sleepless night. After sending Yun away, Zhang Ruochen went back to the center of the snow-covered courtyard. Although the snow fell on his head and shoulders, Zhang Ruochen stood still. The second movement of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, dragon in the sky. Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen made a heavy step on the ground. Countless snowflakes immediately rose up. His arms and legs rotated as quickly as a rapidly rotating turbine, rolling up countless snowflakes. He flew up to 7 meters high with the help of the strength in his legs. With the sinking dragon's roar coming from his mouth, his palm slapped a heavy boulder. Bang! The heavy boulder suddenly broke into pieces and the pieces flew in all directions, finally falling into the thick snow. Zhang Ruochen stood in the snow and happily stared at the pieces. Then he thought. Finally. I have succeeded in practicing the second movement of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, and now it's as powerful as a martial technique of the mid-class of the human stage. Now, not only the second movement of the dragon in the sky but also the first movement of the elephant galloping was as powerful as a martial technique of the mid-class human stage. If Zhang Ruochen succeeded in the third movement, the dragon and elephant prajna palm would be as powerful as a martial technique of the superior class human stage. Once he succeeded in the palm, his martial technique would advance up a level, becoming more sophisticated and mysterious. The first movement of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen moved his feet and rushed out as quickly as a brute elephant. Then he slapped in the air and a string of chi explosion sounds echoed through the air. Countless snowflakes rose up and flew into the air, melting into drops of ice water from the power of his palm. Zhang Ruochen thought. Although the first movement of the elephant galloping is less powerful than the second movement, it is indeed as powerful as a martial technique of the mid-class of the human stage. The dragon and elephant prajna palm is really abstruse. His power was not as mighty as a brute elephant, but at least was as powerful as a brute bull. It was called strength of a bull in the practice of martial arts techniques. It was known that not every warrior in advanced stage of the Yellow Realm could unleash the strength of a bull. The warriors who could unleash it were above average in advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen had just reached advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, but he had been able to unleash the strength of a bull with the help of the advantage of the 6 internal meridians and the power of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, which showed that he had unlimited potential. With his cultivation increasing and his body becoming stronger, he certainly could unleash more powerful forces. After he cleaned up the pieces, Zhang Ruochen went back to his room and, instead of practicing, just lay in bed to relax and fell asleep. As for him, after breaking through to advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, he finally could have a smooth and steady sleep. He thought that it would take him 3 months to reach this realm. However, he only spent half a month to reach it with the help of the power of the space-time spiritual crystal and a great amount of practicing resources. Before the year-end assessment, he had confidence that he could break through to a higher realm. After a night's rest, the next day Zhang Ruochen had full energy and power. He thought, I need to buy some energy pills and refining powder in the martial market because I only have half of it left. After having breakfast with concubine Lin and Yun, Zhang Ruochen left for the martial market alone. He walked into a store named the Qingxian Pavilion, in the pill market. Located at the crossroads, this store ranked in the top 3 of all the stores in the pill market. The warriors who were passing by there would walk into this store. Some bought the correct pills and others sold precious medicinal materials that they had just picked. A moment or so later, an old man with a black mole on his lips came close to Zhang Ruochen and asked, "Would you like to buy some energy pills, sir?" With a little shock, Zhang Ruochen turned to the old man and deeply glanced at him. The old man must have had excellent martial arts skills because he could silently get so close to Zhang Ruochen. But for his voice, it might have been hard for Zhang Ruochen to find him. The old man must be a master of martial arts. The old man smiled and said, "I'm Mo Hanlin, the shopkeeper of this store." "You are the shopkeeper?" "Hello, my first name is Zhang." Zhang Ruochen nodded and continued, "I would like to buy 50 energy pills and 30 refining powder." Is there enough stock in your Qingxian pavilion? Mo Hanlin was shocked and thought. What a big order. Only a great family would buy so much practicing resources at once. It is rare to see just one warrior buy so many pills. Both energy pills and refining powder were expensive, thus ordinary warriors could not afford them. The shopkeeper said, if you were to go to other stores, you might not get so many pills. But our Qingxian pavilion happens to have enough energy pills and refining powder to meet your needs. Mo Hanlin took out an abacus to calculate how much Zhang Ruochen should pay, and then he said, 50 energy pills and 30 refining powder cost 80,000 silver coins. But because you are buying so much at once, I will sell it to you at a discount. You just need to pay 72,000 silver coins. Zhang Ruochen said, you're so straightforward that I'll buy the pills in your store from now on. Zhang Ruochen did not have enough money with him to pay such a large sum at the moment, so he went to the Martial Market Bank to withdraw 200,000 silver coins. After spending 72,000 silver coins, now he had a total of 135,000 silver coins with the silver coins that he had left. After completing this big deal, a huge grin came over Mo Hanlin's face, and he asked, Mr. Zhang, would you like to buy anything else? Zhang Ruochen replied. I'm certain that there's nothing that I want to buy. Mo Hanlin asked, do you want to buy a handy weapon? Zhang Ruochen thought that the shopkeeper was formidable and said, you have a very keen judgment. Mo Hanlin smiled and said, as a shopkeeper for several decades, I have seen thousands of warriors, but the warriors who don't have weapons are few. We have a branch in the weapon market, let me ask a fellow to show you the way. After a while, Mo Hanlin found a fat boy, about 15 or 16, and said, Han Zi, show Mr. Zhang the way to the weapon market and tell the hostess to give a discount to our distinguished guest. Hai Zi vigorously shook his head with his eyes opened wide and said, no. No. I don't want to visit that hostess who can seduce a man's soul. I will be going to my death if I see her. Mo Hanlin got angry and scolded him. You aren't a man, you're just a little boy, what are you scared of? If you don't go, you won't get any energy pill this month. Han Zi got nervous and repeatedly said, don't do that, I will go, I will go. Han Zi walked over to Zhang Ruochen and respectfully said, please follow me, Mr. Zhang. Zhang Ruochen nodded his head and followed Han Zi toward the weapon market. Zhang Ruochen thought that the shopkeeper of Qingxian Pavilion was a little weird and looked like an extraordinary person. Of course, he did not worry that the old man would hurt him. After all, there were army guards and strict management in the martial market. No one dared to cause trouble. Han Zi whispered, Mr. Zhang, will you really buy weapons in the hostess's store? The hostess can seduce a man's soul. Mr. Zhang, are you a man? I am also just a boy, Zhang Ruochen said. With immense relief, Han Zi said, that's great. Han Zi looked white and fat, with protruding ears and plaited hair. His eyes were as small as soybeans. Zhang Ruochen felt curious and asked, you said that the hostess can seduce man's soul, so is she pretty? Han Zi nodded and said, the hostess is a great beauty, she's very sexy and charming. Only one look from her can make a man's hearts beat faster. What's more, you will blush at your first sight of her. But she has married 7 husbands. 7 husbands. Zhang Ruochen was shocked. Hai Zi continued, yes, but each of the 7 husbands died on their wedding nights. Zhang Ruochen asked, who inherited their property after they died? The hostess, of course, inherited their property. Our shopkeeper is just an employee. Han Zi whispered, the hostess is born to be alone. She must be the reincarnation of a soul-bringer and fox. Once a man sees her, it's hard for him to live for even 3 days. Luckily, we are just boys, so she can't seduce our souls. Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, I hope so. Chapter 13, Chi Yao. There was also a Qingxian pavilion in the weapon market, which was the most magnificent landmark there. Han Zi took out a palm-sized token from his pocket, showed it to the Qingxian pavilion's guard, and then led Zhang Ruochen into the courtyard. Inside the courtyard, a maid walked into a pavilion that was covered in a white curtain and bowed. She said, Chief, a customer introduced by Mo Hanlin hopes that you can see him in person. A woman in a red, phoenix-embroidered gown was sitting in the center of the pavilion. Her hair was combed high with 3 golden hairpins. Her bright eyes, red lips, smooth skin, and plump breasts could be vaguely seen through the light veils. She was about 27 or 28, with hints of attraction leaking out of every part of her body. She was the hostess of Qingxian Pavilion, Chi Yao. Chi Yao rolled her eyes and smiled. She said, a customer introduced by Mo Hanlon. I bet he's another presbyter from some kind of suzerain, or another host from who knows what family. Forget it. I'm rather tired today. The maid shook her head and said, no. He's only a young man, about 16 or 17. Oh. Chi Yao was a little surprised, and she said, Mo Hanlon has always been a reliable person. Why did he do such a stupid thing as introduce such a boy here? The maid said, Mo Hanlon never does stupid things. The boy must be an extraordinary person. Chi Yao nodded and laughed. She said, interesting. All of a sudden I'm not tired anymore. Let's go and take a look at that boy. Ha ha. Zhang Ruochen sat in the VIP room and waited patiently, holding a colored glazed teacup. He looked very calm. Han Zi sat on a chair casually and swallowed the tea. He even drank the tea leaves. He kept praising the tea while drinking it. A moment later, they heard footsteps. Then, Chi Yao and two maids walked inside. Han Zi put down his cup immediately and jumped up from his chair, just like a rat upon seeing a cat. He saluted Chi Yao with the utmost respect and said in a low voice, it's a great honor to see you, hostess. Chi Yao directly passed by Han Zi and stared at Zhang Ruochen. The young man sat there with a calmness that did not belong to a person of his age. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruochen also looked at Chi Yao. He was somewhat astonished by her beauty as well. What a pretty and coquettish woman. If she tried to lure men, 9 out of 10 might surrender. Fortunately, Zhang Ruochen had a strong spiritual power, which helped him to resist the lure to a large extent. He said directly, I'm here to buy a weapon. Please take me to your warehouse. Chi Yao walked over to Zhang Ruochen one step at a time. Her breasts shook with each step she took. The scene was too sexy to look at. She smiled prettily and said, Master Zhang, you need to tell me what kind of weapon that you desire, so I can prepare it for you, right? A sword. It had better be a sword of genuine martial arms. Zhang Ruochen smelled a dimly discernible fragrance, so light and so attractive. It was Chi Yao's body scent. The fragrance was very tempting and fantasy-arousing. It was, however, not vulgar at all. What an attractive siren. It was Chi Yao's first time seeing a man stay calm in front of her. He was only a teenager. Shouldn't the teenagers have the weakest temperament and be the easiest to lure? Zhang Ruochen's eyes were bright and clear, without any libidinous looks in them. That explains why Mo Hanlon wanted me to meet him in person. He's extraordinary. Other boys' spiritual power can never compare with his. Chi Yao nodded. Now Zhang Ruochen interested her even more. She said with a smile, there are a lot of swords of the genuine martial arms in my warehouse. Since you are the respected guest here, I'll show you there myself. Standing behind Chi Yao, the heavy boy, Han Zi, shook his head fiercely at Zhang Ruochen. It seemed that he wanted to say, hey man, never go to the warehouse alone with the hostess. She'll eat you up. Certainly, Zhang Ruochen noticed Han Zi's expression. He thought for a while and said, okay. Thank you so much, hostess. Please lead the way. Chi Yao's breasts were very plump, and her waist was as slim as a willow branch. When she was walking in front of Zhang Ruochen with her butt moving, her body outlined a beautiful curve. Her hair fell on her back like a black waterfall, flowing with her movement. Whenever she made a step, her beautiful plump butt would tilt up a little bit. Merely a view of her backside would make it impossible for others to move their eyes away from her. No wonder Han Zi was so afraid of her. Men loved a woman like her if she was gentle. Yet, men were afraid of a woman like her if she was not. But how could a woman like her, who had brought 7 husbands to their deaths and held a huge amount of fortune in the martial market, be gentle? Zhang Ruochen tried his best not to look at her. Good day, hostess. Outside the warehouse, 2 rows of guards immediately fell on one knee with their eyes gazing at the ground, not daring to even look at Chi Yao. They were all in fear and trepidation, as if the woman in front of them was not a beauty, but a soul-bringer. Chi Yao and Zhang Ruochen entered the warehouse, while all the others were left outside. Seeing Zhang Ruochen follow Chi Yao in, Han Zi shook his head and sighed, because he could already predict Zhang Ruochen's fate. Up to now, there had not been even one man that had left the warehouse with his body intact if he had followed the hostess inside alone. Some had their hands chopped off, some were castrated, some had their eyes gouged out, and some even lost their heads. The hostess never intended to hurt them. However, They just could not hold back their desires and had tried to rape her. In fact, it was the hostess who was the victim in the very first place. She had to rise up and teach them a lesson. Due to that, those who had gotten wounded did not dare to make it public. For respected people like them, it would be a huge disgrace once such things were disclosed. Qingxian Pavilion's weapons warehouse was very big and was divided into a sword room, blade room, spear room, mace room, axe room. Among them, the sword room was the biggest. Because, in Yunwu Commandery, most warriors preferred swords as weapons. The weapons were divided into normal weapons and genuine martial arms. The normal weapons were used by ordinary people. The genuine martial arms were the weapons for the warriors. Only a warrior could bring out the real power of a genuine martial arm. The genuine martial arms could be divided into 9 levels based on their materials and the inscription numbers. The first level genuine martial arms were the lowest. The 9th level genuine martial arms were the highest. The moment that Zhang Ruochen entered the sword room, he felt a strange wave, which came from a broken sword in the corner. The broken sword was about a hand's width. Although the sword tip was broken, it still had a length of about 4 feet. The sword looked plain and even had some rusty spots on it. Abai, SS. The moment Zhang Ruochen saw that sword, he was astonished. Then he quickly walked over to it. Chi Yao smiled and said, "Master Zhang, what a good taste. That's a sword with 1,000 years history. It's extremely heavy but incredibly sharp. The material is also very special. No one can tell what it is made of. It would be at least a 7th level genuine martial arm if it was not broken. What a waste. A good sword like this. It was broken, along with the inscription inside. Now, except for its sharpness, it has no value. But if you are interested, I can give it to you at the 1st level genuine martial arms price." "How much?" Zhang Ruochen slowly picked the extremely heavy sword up and held it in his hand. He gently wiped the rust on the handle off. Beneath the rust, the ancient characters Abyss appeared. The Abyss Ancient Sword. Chi Yao discovered that Zhang Ruochen liked that broken sword very much, and felt a little regret. A 1st level genuine martial arm could only be sold for 500 silver coins at most, which was even cheaper than a single energy pill. 1,000 silver coins. She raised the price a lot. "I'll take it," said Zhang Ruochen simply. Even if it had cost 10 million silver coins, Zhang Ruochen would have still bought it, let alone 1,000 silver coins. Because this was his sword 800 years ago. It was the sword that had been sent to him as a present from Princess Chi Yao, who was Empress Chi Yao now. When the warrior dies, the sword dies along with him. Now, since I have been reborn, it's time for the sword to be reborn as well. Abyss, I'll let your radiance return to this era. Zhang Ruochen softly touched the Abyss Ancient Sword with his eyes blurred, so soft like he was touching his lover. This was the predestined relationship between swords and men. Chi Yao became speechless. Is Zhang Ruochen really a man? He was staying with a peerless beauty alone in a warehouse, yet he only wanted to hold that broken sword tightly. Was that broken sword prettier than her? Any other men would have pounced on her if they had been alone with her in this warehouse. Although Chi Yao hated those men so much that she wounded them without a second thought, she still liked to see men going crazy and turning into a goat because of her. She enjoyed seducing them first, and then wounded them mercilessly to wake them up and drown them in a tearless state. But now, this Zhang Ruochen would not even look at her. Any woman as beautiful as she would not be resigned to this. Chapter 14, Peerless Enchanting. Only this broken sword, Master Zhang. Chi Yao walked over to Zhang Ruochen. Her body almost stuck to him, giving off a charming fragrance. Zhang Ruochen recovered from the thoughts of his previous life. The moment that he raised his head, he saw a large patch of white skin on Chi Yao's chest. Although she was wearing her clothes properly, it still seemed very enchanting. He immediately closed his eyes and held his breath a bit. His heart was pounding. He pinched his fingertips at once and forced himself to look at the sword on the wall. Pulling himself together, Zhang Ruochen pointed at a royal blue sword and asked, "Hostess, which level of genuine martial arms is this sword?" Chi Yao looked a little disappointed and said, "That's a 4th level genuine martial arm called the Flash Shining Sword. There are 14 inscriptions on it, 4 inscriptions of power, 4 inscriptions of ice, 4 inscriptions of electricity, and 2 inscriptions of light. In other words, it has 3 special attributes, Ice Series, Electricity Series, and Light Series." Generally speaking, there would only be one inscription on a first-level genuine martial arm. Only swords with over 10 inscriptions could be considered fourth-level genuine martial arms. Whenever an inscription was added, specific powers would be added to an extent. The more interesting thing was that according to the different nature of the inscriptions, the genuine martial arms would have different properties that suited individual warriors. For example, a warrior with the blaze sacred mark had a blast of flame gas in their genuine chi. Thus, when they used the fire series of genuine martial arm, they could unleash a stronger power of the arm. How much? Asked Zhang Ruochen. 30,000 silver coins, Chi Yao said. All right. I'll take it, he excitedly said. Zhang Ruochen took the flash-shining sword in one hand and the abyss ancient sword in the other and quickly fled out of the armory. Staying alone with that enchanting hostess was too dangerous, even for Zhang Ruochen. After all, he had found the abyss ancient sword and bought a random genuine martial arm, which was all that he needed. What a quick getaway. Haha. But, it won't be that easy to run away from me again. The future will be interesting when we meet again. Chi Yao smiled. She became even more interested in Zhang Ruochen. When Zhang Ruochen and Chi Yao had entered the weapons warehouse before, there was a man and a woman led by an old shopkeeper from Qingxian Pavilion approaching the warehouse's doorway. They seemed quite respected, even the old shopkeeper had to bow and smile with flattery. The young man was Zhang Ruochen's eighth brother, the eighth prince of the Yunwu Commandery, Zhang Ji. The young woman with Zhang Ji was one of the 4 young beauties of the Yunwu Commandery, master of the Red Cloud sect's daughter, Shan Xiangling. Shan Xiangling's temperament was outstanding, as pure and fresh as a lily. She was about 16 or 17, with bright eyes and a nice figure. Wherever she went, she was the most attractive girl. The eighth prince smiled and said, "My mother told me that this is your first time to Yunwu City, so I must take good care of you. Qingxian Pavilion is one of the biggest shops in the martial market. My junior sister apprentice, if you take a fancy to any weapon, do let me know." The eighth prince's mother, concubine Xiao, was a student of the Red Cloud sect. She was also the junior sister apprentice of master of the Red Cloud sect. Therefore, the eighth prince called Shan Xiangling his junior sister apprentice as well. Shan Xiangling gently smiled and said, "Thank you. However, the main purpose of my time in Yunwu City is to meet some geniuses, especially the top genius, the seventh prince. I have heard about him many times and greatly admire him, like many other girls in the Red Cloud sect. But it's so hard to even catch a glimpse of him." The eighth prince said, "If he was here, I could introduce you to him. Unfortunately, my seventh brother is not currently in Yunwu City." Shan Xiangling looked a little disappointed and said, "If I remember correctly, the year-end assessment is the second biggest pageant after the ceremony of worship. Won't the seventh prince be here for the pageant?" The eighth prince laughed and said, "My seventh brother already got first place in the year-end assessment when he was only 10 years old. It doesn't make sense for him now. However, the year-end assessment is a big competition, where only young men from the royal family and noble families who are under 20 are allowed to participate. Perhaps my seventh brother will come back. If you want to watch it, I can get you a ticket." "Thank you again," said Shan Xiangling with a smile. While the eighth prince and Shan Xiangling were talking, the old shopkeeper walked up to Han Zi and asked, "Han Zi, who is in the warehouse now? Why is the gate closed?" Han Zi gave him a strange look and whispered, "The hostess and a young man." Hearing this, the old shopkeeper gasped in astonishment and said to himself, "Oh, the hostess, don't make anyone die." The eighth prince and Shan Xiangling also heard what the shopkeeper said. In an astonished voice, Shan Xiangling asked the shopkeeper, "Does the hostess here kill customers for money?" The eighth prince shook his head and said, "No. There are just some rumors about the hostess. Rumor has it that the hostess is so extremely beautiful that any man seeing her will fall for her. There's also hearsay that the hostess is cruel and merciless. Many men have died by her hands. What's more, it's said that she is very licentious and had kept many men. She is also a sadist. Many men had their hands cut off and their eyes gouged out. Of course, these are all rumors. I've never seen her in person, so it's hard for me to say what kind of woman she is," he concluded. After hearing this, Shan Xiangling had a bad impression of the hostess. Everybody could assume what was happening after a woman led a man into the armory in broad daylight with the gate closed. The hostess was definitely not a decent woman and the men with her also had to be disgusting. Boom. The gate was pushed open and Zhang Ruochen came out with 2 swords in his hands. He was quite surprised seeing his brother, Zhang Ji, in the distance. The 8th prince was also surprised to see Zhang Ruochen, but his eyes immediately turned cold and he reprimanded him. "My 9th brother, what are you doing here? This is not a place that you should come." Having heard the 8th prince address Zhang Ruochen as his brother, Han Zi and the old shopkeeper were astonished that Master Zhang really did have a great background. Unexpectedly, he was the son of the Yunwu commandery prince. At the same time, they were relieved that the hostess had not hurt him. If the 9th prince had gotten hurt here, Qingxian Pavilion would most likely have been shut down the very next day. Shan Xiangling had also heard of the 9th prince. It was said that he was the only prince who had not obtained his sacred mark. She did not deliberately get to know Zhang Ruochen, so she had no idea that Zhang Ruochen had opened his sacred mark half a month ago. How could a loser like him walk out of the armory? Shan Xiangling thought. Could it be? With consideration of what the 8th prince said, she looked at Zhang Ruochen again with contempt. Zhang Ruochen frowned and said with displeasure, "Since you can come to Qingxian Pavilion, why can't I?" The 8th prince sneered and said, "I'm here to buy weapons." "What are you doing here? Can you afford a genuine martial arm? How did you get those 2 swords? Zhang Ruochen was baffled by his attitude and rudely said, "It's none of your business. Even if I picked them up on the side of the road, it's still none of your business." The 8th prince shouted, "Stop. You should stay in the palace and behave yourself since you're a loser without any talent. Don't come here and shame the family or I'll break your legs for my father." Zhang Ruochen was even more confused. He asked in a low voice, "Are you even capable of doing that?" The 8th prince burst out laughing. He put his palms together and stretched his 10 fingers. The 8th prince then chuckled. "I'll show you what my capability is today." Zhang Ruochen stood there calmly. He pressed his 5 fingers together and moved his genuine qi through his 6 meridians. He scoffed. "If there's a fight, then let's fight." Chi Yao stepped out. "Oh. Your Highness. What are you doing? This is Qingxian Pavilion, it's not an appropriate place to fight. The 9th prince is my distinguished guest, so I must step in if you challenge him here," Chi Yao said with an enchanting smile on her face. Upon seeing Chi Yao, the 8th prince was taken aback by her beauty. He would have lost his mind if Shan Xiangling was not here. Seeing an enchanting beauty like Chi Yao, it was impossible for him to keep calm. The 8th prince looked away from Chi Yao and stared at Zhang Ruochen. He yelled, "You are such a disgrace to our family." In the 8th prince's opinion, Zhang Ruochen could never afford any genuine martial arms. The only way he could get them was to be the hostess's secret lover. He was exchanging his body for resources to practice martial arts. In fact, Shan Xiangling shared the same opinion with the 8th prince. What a shame. As the son of the Yunwu commandery prince, the 7th prince is a top genius while the 9th prince is a woman's lover. What a contrast. Shan Xiangling stared at Zhang Ruochen as she shook her head with a sigh. Zhang Ruochen had no idea what his brother was talking about. He decided not to pay any attention to him because he had done nothing indecent. Holding his 2 swords, he walked outside. Chi Yao was a very clever woman, so she could somehow tell what the 8th prince and Shan Xiangling were insinuating. She cunningly smiled and said, "Your Highness, 9th prince, if you come here again, I'll treat you well. If you want any other practice resources, just come by and tell me." Hee hee. Chapter 15, Strength of 4 Bulls. With the Abyss Ancient Sword and the Flash Shining Sword, Zhang Ruochen went into the forecourt of Qingxian Pavilion. He paid 31,000 silver coins for these 2 swords and then went back to palace. While walking in Zi Side Hall, Zhang Ruochen found that the courtyard was entirely covered in white snow. A strange sense of emotion came into his mind as he was holding the 4-foot-long broken sword. 800 years have passed. The world is changing all the time for both humans and everything else. I had never thought that the once sharpest Abyss Ancient Sword would also be broken apart. The Abyss Ancient Sword, though broken apart, was still far too heavy for Zhang Ruochen. If he had not reached the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, he might not have even been able to pick it up. The sword's inscriptions were all broken without exception. It's currently only sharper than other swords. If I want to reconnect these inscriptions and regain its full power, I will have to enlist weapon refiners of at least the 5th rank. But are there any weapon refiners of the 5th rank in the Yunwu commandery? Zhang Ruochen put his swords away. Even if the Abyss Ancient Sword became a piece of scrap iron, Zhang Ruochen would still bring it along as it could always remind him of the past and motivate him to practice harder. Only when he became strong enough would he be able to get revenge on Empress Chi Yao. Zhang Ruochen took out the flash shining sword, one of the 4th level genuine martial arms. He gripped the hilt and pulled out the sword from its sheath. A blue and crystal sword body appeared. Zhang Ruochen began to mobilize his genuine chi and injected it into the sword body of flash shining sword through his palm. Activated by genuine chi, the first inscription quickly recovered. It was an inscription of power series. Once it was stimulated by genuine chi, it would gain 100 pounds in weight. It weighed 53 pounds originally. But now its weight had increased to 153 pounds after the first inscription of power series was recovered. Such a big increase in weight. His arm trembled slightly as he tried to maintain his posture. Clang. He thrust out the sword. However, the sword's direction was not accurate and it was too hard to control. With his present cultivation, Zhang Ruochen could give out a power like that of one brute bull by displaying the dragon and elephant prajna palm. He could even throw a 300-pound stone tray 10 meters away. Nevertheless, that was one burst of his power in just one moment. Providing it was a 300-pound sword, Zhang Ruochen could not necessarily lift it up with his present cultivation, let alone demonstrate masterful sword skill. A sword that was 153 pounds was his maximum limit. Wham! Chop! Zhang Ruochen spent his whole afternoon practicing the flash shining sword. Eventually, he began to adjust to its weight. Certainly, it was just a preliminary adaptation. Those martial arts masters could stab mosquitoes within 10 meters with great ease. With superb sword techniques, they had already attained the realm of sword following the heart. Zhang Ruochen found himself lagging far behind those masters. Compared with them, he was too clumsy to use this heavy sword. There are 4 inscriptions of power series on the flash shining sword. Its weight increased to 153 pounds after the first inscription of power series was activated. I can't imagine how heavy it would be if I stimulated the second inscription. Zhang Ruochen started to mobilize his genuine chi and kept injecting it into the second inscription of power series. As his genuine chi became thinner and thinner, the second inscription of power series had not changed at all and showed no sign of any recovery. Zhang Ruochen had to give up. With my current genuine chi level in my body, I can't activate the second inscription. It seems that my cultivation is still not powerful enough. Zhang Ruochen withdrew his genuine chi from the sword body. Then the flash shining sword immediately became 53 pounds again. Having adapted to the weight of 153 pounds, Zhang Ruochen found it really light to hold. Whereafter, Zhang Ruochen injected genuine chi into the flash shining sword again and succeeded in stimulating one inscription of ice series. As the flash shining sword emitted a rush of icing air, his fingers became numb. Thump. When Zhang Ruochen swung his sword, some crystal snowflakes came out of the edge of the flash shining sword. That was because small drops of water in the air were clotted into granular snow by sword breath. Inscription of Electricity Series. Inscription of Light Series. Zhang Ruochen continued his attempt to stimulate another inscription of Electricity Series and inscription of Light Series. After the inscription of Electricity Series was activated, a wisp of an electric wire arose on the surface. He thrust out the sword. It looked like a flash of lightning cleaving the sky with a thwack sound. The flash shining sword was enveloped in a white haze and became extremely sharp when Zhang Ruochen succeeded in stimulating the inscription of Light Series. With white light flashing, the stone cracked instantly. His present genuine chi could only sustain one inscription. If he employed the power of the inscription of power series, the power of other 3 inscriptions would be unusable. I need to practice harder to improve my cultivation if I want to activate 2 inscriptions simultaneously. 30,000 silver coins is worthwhile. Zhang Ruochen withdrew his flash shining sword back into its sheath. Only when a total of 14 inscriptions are all stimulated will the power of the 4th level genuine martial arm be brought out completely. I need to intensify my practice. Zhang Ruochen swallowed an energy pill at once and started to practice after entering into the internal space of the time and space spinel. Bang! The energy pill exploded inside his body, turning into a cloud of pill spirit. 6 meridians carried pill spirit promptly and soon it was transformed into genuine chi within his chi pool. It took half a day for Zhang Ruochen to absorb and refine all of the pill spirit. Only half of the pill spirit was assimilated and converted to genuine chi. The other half of the pill spirit was wasted as it escaped through his pores. If this had happened to other warriors, they would have been distressed greatly. After all, half of a pill spirit cloud was equivalent to 500 silver coins. Conversely, Zhang Ruochen did not think it was a waste of money because he felt that his genuine chi had greatly increased. If he had practiced progressively, it would have taken over 10 days to reach his present status. However, it took only half a day for Zhang Ruochen to achieve the desired effect with the help of an energy pill. 1,000 silver coins don't matter. Money can be earned if I need more silver coins. But lost time is never found again. Over the following days, Zhang Ruochen spent most of his time practicing inside the time and space spinel. He took energy pills to expand his genuine chi and utilized refining powder to refine his body. Beyond that, he also spent most of his hours practicing the dragon and elephant prajnapam and the sacred sword skill. After the first month of practice in the time and space spinel, his genuine chi in his chi pool had quintupled. The second month passed and Zhang Ruochen could give a quick burst of the strength of 2 bowls. After the third month, his genuine chi in his chi pool was tenfold as much as what he had in the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. He completed the practice of his genuine chi and attained the limit of advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. At this time, Zhang Ruochen could have opened up new meridians and strived for the next realm, the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Instead, Zhang Ruochen chose to restrain his cultivation and kept using refining powder to refine his body. Considering my present physical quality, I need to open up another 4 meridians if I want to reach the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Specifically, there will be 10 meridians inside when I arrive at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Those warriors who practiced the exercises of the inferior class of the human stage could only open up 7 meridians in their body. It was the same with warriors in the Yellow Realm completion. Anyone who had the capacity to open up 10 meridians at only the level of the dawn state was absolutely a genius. Zhang Ruochen was still ungratified. In his last lifetime, he had opened up as many as 13 meridians when he was at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Although my present physical quality could not compare with that of my last lifetime, I still believe that I can succeed in opening up 11 channels at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm if I exert myself to refine my body. The time and space spinel, which could make his practicing time 3 times longer than others, was his biggest advantage at present. Given this, he should naturally make full use of his time to improve himself and become more outstanding than his last lifetime. The 4th month passed by. Tremendous changes took place in his physical quality and he could now give a quick burst of the strength of 3 bowls by displaying the dragon and elephant prajna fist. 6 months later, his strength increased sharply to strength of 4 bowls. Reaching his carnal limit, Zhang Ruochen discovered that bottlenecks constrained his physical quality and it was extremely tough to improve. He would be unable to enhance his power to strength of 5 bowls, even if he practiced for another year. Practicing within the time and space spiritual crystal for half a year was equivalent to 2 months outside. Those who could give a burst of 1 brute bull at advanced stage of the Yellow Realm are considered as strong as medium and superior class warriors. Only warriors at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm could practice strength of 4 bowls. I could give a burst of strength of 4 bowls only with the cultivation of advanced stage of the Yellow Realm, which enables me to contend against normal warriors at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. If I enter into the next realm, the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, how powerful will I become? Having reached my physical limit, I could start practicing for the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. How many meridians could I open up? I have no idea. In case of any special conditions, Zhang Ruochen took out a total of 6 small jade bottles filled with marrow washing liquid, putting them in front of himself neatly. I'll try my best. The more meridians that I open up, the more powerful I'll become in physical quality and fighting capacity. Come on. Zhang Ruochen grabbed the first jade bottle, drank the marrow washing liquid, and started to open up the 7th meridian immediately. Chapter 16, The Dawn State. Given his current physical quality and sufficient genuine chi in his body, Zhang Ruochen could easily open up the 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th meridians. It only took him 1 day to open up 5 meridians across the body, which formed 5 systemic circulation pathways. However, he finally felt tired when he tried to open up the 11th meridian. It took Zhang Ruochen 12 hours to finally open up the 11 meridians. He was exhausted, and his body was covered with sweat. It consumed 90% of his genuine chi. When he managed to open up the 11th meridian, his body wobbled slightly. A thud came from inside his glabella. Boom. He had reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. The capacity of his chi pool was immediately increased tenfold. Right now, the pool was around 25 square meters, which was almost as large as a real pond. Genuine chi traveled quickly inside the chi pool, forming a thin layer of mist. As expected, this body is too weak. I must enhance my physical quality, otherwise, the most I can achieve is to open up 11 meridians in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. If other warriors knew what Zhang Ruochen was thinking, they would be depressed about their martial arts. Above all, those who could open up 6 meridians at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm were considered geniuses. Those who could open up 8 meridians were top geniuses. If someone could open up 10 meridians, then for sure, that person was a heathen in others' eyes, who would be admired by other warriors in the same realm. The 7th prince was famous because he had opened up 10 meridians in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. He was the strongest in his realm and was a big hero in the Yunwu Commandery, making other geniuses look normal. The 7th prince had been the first and the only person in the Yunwu Commandery that could open up 10 meridians in the dawn state in hundreds of years. Of course, right now Zhang Ruochen was the second. Anyway, I finally made it. But at what level is my power now? Zhang Ruochen cleansed his body thoroughly and found a blue robe to wear before walking out of his room. He planned to find a place where no one was around in order to test his power. The manor of the Yunwu Commandery was built around 3 mountains, June Mountain, King Mountain, and Emperor Mountain. Apart from the palaces, which were built close to each other, there were some quiet parks and basins. Zhang Ruochen and his mother, concubine Lin, were living in the Z side hall, which was equivalent to a cold palace. This palace was quite far from those main ones. Outside the Z side hall, there was a snow-covered jungle. Beyond the jungle, there sat one of the 3 largest mountains inside the manor, June Mountain. After arriving at the foot of June Mountain, it was hard to find a single maidservant or eunuch, or even a royal security guard. Here it is. Zhang Ruochen stood there and began to test his power. Zhang Ruochen bent both of his knees slightly and assumed a horse stance. In fact, he was much like a giant elephant standing loftily in the snow. He changed the stances quickly, constantly unleashing his power through his handprint. He moved faster and faster. The first technique of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen stretched his legs, leaving the bones and muscles tightened, and unleashed all the power through his palm onto the stone wall. Bang! Many breaches suddenly appeared on the stone wall, becoming increasingly wider and deeper. All of a sudden, the 5-meter-tall stone wall collapsed. Zhang Ruochen changed his stances and quickly moved back to avoid being hit by the rocks from the wall. The power of this hit is equivalent to the strength of 8 bulls, said Zhang Ruochen as he nodded his head gently. For a normal warrior in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, the strength of 4 bulls was already his maximum. But he had unleashed the strength of 8 bulls immediately after reaching the dawn state, so he was certainly worthy of praise. With the development of his skills, he could surely unleash stronger powers. Now let me try my sword techniques. Zhang Ruochen reached in and took out the flash-shining sword from the internal space of the time and space spinel. He held the blade and charged it with his genuine chi. Crash! The first inscription, the inscription of power series, was activated now. This led to the increase of the weight of the flash-shining sword, which was 153 pounds now. Then, the second inscription, the inscription of ice series, was activated as well. A blast of icy air was released from the blade, making the air around it a bit colder. With the current skill level of Zhang Ruochen, activating 2 inscriptions was already his limit. Over the past half-year, Zhang Ruochen had spent much time practicing the sacred sword skill and the dragon and elephant prajna palm, rather than on improving his physique only. Exercises, physique, and martial techniques, each of them was a must. The sacred sword skill, which was part of the low class of spiritual, consisted of 12 sword techniques. Unlike those human stage sword techniques, each one move of that sword technique was subtle and ingenious, with great variations. If warriors in the Yellow Realm would like to fully acquire the sacred sword skill, a great deal of time had to be dedicated. It could take them several months of hard work before practicing even just one move of the sword technique. Even for Zhang Ruochen, who had practiced the sacred sword skill before, it took half a year to get 3 of the sword techniques. Now the flash-shining sword, which was 153 pounds, was held in Zhang Ruochen's hand. However, the sword seemed to be weightless to Zhang Ruochen now. He was amazingly skilled and relaxed when using this sword, as if he was just naturally stretching his arms or legs. He was so skilled at using his sword that it moved the moment he wanted to move his arm in his mind. Sacred Guiding Sword. Zhang Ruochen lifted his right arm and waved the sword. Within a second, a loud sound along with that of the wind was heard by Zhang Ruochen. Meanwhile, he saw a blast of sword breath flying out. Crash! A 7-meter-long, 3-inch-deep icy cold sword mark was left on the ground. Grasses and rocks nearby were destroyed by the sword breath and the scar. It was like a sword path. Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Zhang Ruochen shook his arm and waved the sword. The flash-shining sword was turned into a blue light shuttle with 7 phantoms. Those 7 sounds were like 7 swords flying out to stab the enemy. The sound from the 7 sword shadows touched the sword tip on the stone wall, causing some ding, ding sounds. 7 tiny holes, caused by sword tips, were left on the stone wall and displayed a plum blossom. Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Virtually, it was not about plums, but the glabella. Once this technique was used, 7 tiny holes would be left on the enemy's glabella, which would look like a bloody plum blossom. Only when one whose sword comprehension had practiced to the level of sword following the heart could this person finally get the Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. The realm of sword comprehension could be divided into 3 levels: sword following the heart, heart integrated into sword, and human sword. Zhang Ruochen was now in the realm of sword following the heart, which was not far away from the heart integrated into sword level. Apart from the Sacred Guiding Sword and the Sacred Breaking Plum Sword, Zhang Ruochen also practiced one-move defensive sword technique, the Sacred Bell Sword. Sacred Bell Sword. Zhang Ruochen continuously charged the genuine Qi into the flash-shining sword. The sword breath was moving fast, so he used the sword to guide it to form an illusory image of a light blue bell. This illusory image was spinning quickly and parceled Zhang Ruochen, protecting him from the bell sword. Once Zhang Ruochen used this one move, he could be protected from a big hit from the enemy, even if the enemy was a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm. However, if the same enemy practiced the sword techniques at the level of the spiritual stage, he could defeat Zhang Ruochen as usual. Sacred Guiding Sword. Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Sacred Bell Sword. Zhang Ruochen was continuously practicing these 3 sword techniques in order to reach the heart integrated into sword. However, he knew it would be impossible to reach that level in a short period of time. Zhang Ruochen went back to the Z-side hall after he had exhausted his genuine Qi. In 13 days, we will have our year-end assessment. I must further cultivate my skills. Zhang Ruochen sat inside the mystery of time and space with his legs crossed. He ate another energy pill before practicing again. As the year-end assessment was approaching, all the princes and princesses of the Yunwu Commandery were busy practicing. Each one of them was eager to excel and be respected by all the people. Only scions of the royal family or the noble families who were below 20 years old were eligible for the year-end assessment. The assessment was for enhancing youth's motivation and making them more competent. In previous years, Zhang Ruochen was banned from attending the year-end assessment, thus, he could only stand in the crowd. Of course, that was an embarrassing moment for both he and concubine Lin. This year, it could be different. When Zhang Ruochen was making progress, others were also improving themselves. The Jade Palace had belonged to Zhang Ruochen and concubine Lin, but now it was for the 8th Prince Zhang Ji and his mother, concubine Xiao. Inside a luxurious room of the Jade Palace, Zhang Ji was laughing loudly. Ahahaha. I finally reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. A hint of satisfaction played on concubine Xiao's face. She said proudly, "Good job, Ji. With your current skill level, although you can't beat the 5th prince or the 6th prince, your Lord Father will surely see your progress and reward your hard work." Zhang Ji nodded. He clearly knew he was far from good enough when compared to these 2 brothers. The 6th prince had reached the peak of the dawn state at last year's year-end assessment. He could have reached the medium stage by now. As for the 5th prince, he was even better. It was said that he had reached the final state. The 8th prince smiled coldly and said, "Never mind, there is one who will be at the bottom of the list. He will only make me appear more excellent." Are you talking about the 9th prince? He just obtained the sacred mark of martial arts. I assume he hasn't even washed his marrow or broken out of the channels. He won't be present at the year-end assessment, concubine Xiao said. Haha. Whether or not he will be present is not up to him. A hint of a smile played on Zhang Ji's face, but it was a cold and disdainful smile. Chapter 17, Yunwu Commandery Prince. A voice came out of the Lin family's drill coliseum. Sacred Guiding Sword. Gripping a splendor sword, Lin Ningshan swung the splendor sword and chopped down. Then a streak of sword breath arose in the air, leaving a 7-meter-long sword path on the ground. A deep crack caused by the sword marred the hard flagstone. Clap, clap. While walking into the drill coliseum, Lin Fengxian applauded and said with a smile, "Shaner, your talent for swordsmanship is really amazing. It took less than 3 months for you to acquire one move of the sword technique of the low class of spiritual. By virtue of this, you will definitely sweep away all obstacles and become the shiniest one at the year-end assessment." Lin Ningshan answered, "I have already practiced to the realm of the sword following the heart. It was my deep understanding of one move of the sword technique practice that accounted for my success in such a short period." Lin Fengxian nodded his head and said, "Across the entire Yunwu city, there are less than 10 prodigies who have the capacity to practice their sword comprehension to the realm of the sword following the heart before their 20s. But, you made it only at 15. Your future is very promising." Lin Ningshan kept on practicing her sword technique after Lin Fengxian left the martial arts field. 13 days passed quickly. 13 days in the time and space spinel was equivalent to 39 days outside. With the help of the energy pills, Zhang Ruochen finally attained the peak of the dawn state of the yellow realm from its initial stage. His genuine chi pool was tenfold that of 13 days ago, thus completing his practice again. Now, he could punch and give a burst of strength of 10 bulls. If he displayed the dragon and elephant prajna fist, he could break out the strength of 16 bulls by enhancement of his martial technique. A normal warrior at the level of the dawn state could give a burst of the strength of 4 bulls. For a warrior at the level of the medium state, he could unleash the strength of 9 bulls. And a warrior at the level of the final state could break out the strength of 16 bulls. Although Zhang Ruochen was only at the skill level of the peak of the dawn state, he could contend against the warriors at the level of the final state. However, Zhang Ruochen stopped practicing for the next realm, the medium state. He understood that even if he attained the level of the medium state, he could only open up 16 meridians at most. In his last lifetime, he opened up as many as 20 meridians when he was in the medium state. "I have to find ways to improve my physique. If I lose at the starting line, how can I ever fight against Empress Chi Yao?" While walking out of his room, he saw Yun standing outside the door. "Sister Yuner, is today the date for the year-end assessment?" Zhang Ruochen asked. "Right." Yun nodded her head with a little nervousness and said, "Your Royal Highness, the 9th Prince, please do take care of yourself. I heard that the 8th Prince has reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. If he knew you were also a warrior, he would definitely embarrass you on purpose. Don't worry about me. It doesn't matter so much." Zhang Ruochen asked with a slight smile, "Mother will also show up at the year-end assessment, won't she?" "Sure, she will. But, she doesn't know that you are going to attend the year-end assessment," Yun said to herself. If concubine Lin knew that the 9th Prince was already a warrior, she would be very pleased. "Your Royal Highness 9th Prince, please let me put the royal boa robe on you. Now, you can go to the Royal Coliseum down King Mount," Yun said. Then, Zhang Ruochen found that Yun was holding a bronze salver, on which was stacked a suit of gold robes with a 4-claws huge python, a cap, 1 jade belt, and a pair of golden boots. In the Yunwu commandery, different social classes wore different clothes, and everyone had to obey the rules of clothing strictly. Only the prince could wear a royal boa robe while the princess could wear a royal finch robe. After practicing and refining his body for 3 months, Zhang Ruochen had already changed into a whole new look. Tremendous changes took place in his somatotype and temperament. He was no longer what he used to be, radiating a heroic spirit of youth. He brimmed over with health and spirits the instant that he put on the royal boa robe and cap. His face was too noble to describe, just like carps jumping over the dragon gate and young eagle transforming into rock. "Your Royal Highness 9th Prince, you really look more like a prince than any other princes." Yun stared at Zhang Ruochen with her heart beating continually. With 2 blushes of red appearing on her cheeks, she could not help being attracted by his temperament. Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, "Yuner, let's go to the Royal Coliseum." Yun nodded slightly and said, "Concubine Lin set out early to present her respects to His Majesty. We need to hurry up to avoid the gossip from concubines and princes." The Royal Coliseum was built beneath King Mount. The year-end assessment was a meeting for the royal family that ranked only second to the ceremony of worship. Even the Yunwu commandery prince secluded himself for refining to attend the year-end assessment. Before dawn, princes, princesses, and concubines rushed to the Royal Coliseum early enough to wait for the presence of the Yunwu commandery prince. With a trimmed mustache, the Yunwu commandery prince sat at the highest position of the martial arts arena, looking 40 years old. He glanced at those princes and princesses and said with a smile, "The seventh prince doesn't come back, does he?" The queen, who was sitting next to the Yunwu commandery prince, answered, "Your Majesty, the seventh prince sent a letter half a month ago to inform us that he won't come back, for he has to handle a vital issue. Besides, in light of his martial cultivation, it makes no sense for him to attend the year-end assessment. The seventh prince's absence lowers my expectations of this year-end assessment." The Yunwu commandery prince was a little disappointed. Concubine Xiao, the biological mother of the eighth prince, stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, although the seventh prince is absent, the ninth prince will attend this year." "Oh, is that true?" "The ninth prince." The Yunwu commandery prince turned his eyes to Concubine Lin. Concubine Xiao said with a smile, "The ninth prince unlocked the sacred mark 3 months ago." "Really? Haha. Concubine Lin, why didn't you inform me of this in the first place?" The Yunwu commandery prince was in good mood. After all, the ninth prince was his own son and the only prince that had not opened up the sacred mark. The Yunwu commandery prince was quite pleased since his 9 princes had all unlocked the sacred mark. Concubine Lin bit her lip and whispered, "I dared not startle you, Your Majesty, as he has only just gotten it. In my eyes, his opening of the sacred mark is certainly a thing worthy of our celebration. Even if his future achievement is limited, he is still a warrior stronger than ordinary people." "Where is he?" "Ask him to come see me," the Yunwu commandery prince replied. "Everyone is here except my 9th brother." "Huh. It seems he has changed a lot after opening the sacred mark. We all have to wait for him." The 8th prince laughed coldly. At this moment, dressed in a royal boa robe, Zhang Ruochen stepped up along the tall stone steps and said, "My 8th brother, is it really a good thing to say something bad behind my back?" With an imposing appearance, Zhang Ruochen walked up to the 8th prince, giving him a sharp glare. Clenching his fist, the 8th prince looked quite furious. How dare Zhang Ruochen speak to him in such a tone? He was so unruly. Zhang Ruochen shook his sleeves and moved forward. When he saw the Yunwu commandery prince sitting at the top, he bowed to him and said, "Please allow me to pay my respects to Your Majesty." On hearing what Zhang Ruochen had called the Yunwu commandery prince, all those present were shocked by his boldness. There was an air of chill at the meeting. Everyone held their breath and dared not make a sound. "You called me, Your Majesty." The Yunwu commandery prince stared at Zhang Ruochen. The queen snorted and said, "Ninth prince, how dare you speak like that? Do you want to disown your father?" Dong. Trembling with fright, Concubine Lin kneeled on the ground at once and hastily explained that her chinner was too negligent to say the right appellation. "I didn't say anything wrong." With sparkling eyes and a straight body, Zhang Ruochen stood out from the crowd. He added, "Being a father is duty-bound to teach his son. I was brought up in poor health. Please ask yourself the following questions. As my father, have you ever taught me? Have you ever helped me? Or have you ever cared about me? Being a husband ought to have 3 qualities: gratitude, affection, and morality. But, Your Highness, when my mother was given a beating with cudgels ordered by the queen, did you have any affection for her? My mom has suffered a lot in the past 3 years. Did you have any gratitude for her? On a cold winter night, we were driven from our home into the side hall as if we were banished to the side hall. Did you have any morality for us? Since you couldn't be a good father or a good husband, am I wrong to call you, Your Majesty?" It was the first time that someone had talked to the Yunwu commandery prince in such a tone. Trembling with fear, those maidservants and eunuchs kneeled on the ground one after another. The Yunwu commandery prince affected a long face and looked at the queen beside him. He asked in a deep voice, "Who gave that order? Who drove them into the side hall?" The queen sat still, glaring at the 8th prince and concubine Xiao. Dong. Dong. The 8th prince and concubine Xiao kneeled on the ground immediately. They became limp with their cold sweat exuding ceaselessly from their foreheads. "It was me." The voice of concubine Xiao was trembling. Although it was actually ordered by the queen, how could concubine Xiao dare to reveal the ringleader behind it? The Yunwu commandery prince gave her a snort of contempt and asked, "Only you?" Concubine Xiao glanced at the 8th prince beside her, gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, nobody is involved but me." "All right, since you want to shoulder the responsibility alone, I'll satisfy your needs. Listen carefully. From now on, move to the Z side hall right away. the Yunwu commandery prince answered. When hearing this, concubine Xiao understood that she was really banished to the cold palace and it would be hard to turn her status around. Then she became limp and fainted. After concubine Xiao was carried away, the Yunwu commandery prince stood up from his seat. He looked at Zhang Ruochen and said, "It seems that you have already accomplished the process of washing marrow and breaking out of the channels and have become a real warrior. You look quite different now. Okay, for your great courage and uprightness, I will make an exception and forgive you today. Would you like to attend the year-end assessment?" With a firm expression in his eyes, Zhang Ruochen said without being servile or bumptious, "Certainly." "Okay. Ha. This is my son indeed. You are brave enough." The Yunwu commandery prince roared with laughter. This was a world to honor warriors. The real superiors were those who were strong-willed, backboned, and haughty. If Zhang Ruochen had behaved timidly and shrinkingly at their meeting, the Yunwu commandery prince would not have thought highly of him, even though he opened up the sacred mark. Kneeling on the ground, the 8th prince clenched his fist and glared at Zhang Ruochen. He said to himself, "Zhang Ruochen, just enjoy it. At the year-end assessment, I will ravage you and let you know who the real superior is." Chapter 18, Year-End Assessment. Concubine Lin was surprised that the Yunwu commandery prince did not punish Zhang Ruochen for his disrespect, but instead punished concubine Xiao. She let out a long sigh of relief and pulled Zhang Ruochen aside as if she had something to question him about. It was still quite hard for concubine Lin to believe what she had seen. Zhang Ruochen had not greeted the commandery prince Yunwu properly and had criticized him for being an irresponsible father and husband. She asked Zhang Ruochen, "Chen, have you really become a real warrior? Tell me the truth." He did not want to keep his mother in the dark, so Zhang Ruochen nodded and replied, "Yes. I have finished the cultivation and now I am a warrior." Concubine Lin was worried about Zhang Ruochen and said, "Like you said, you just became a warrior. What if something happens during the year-end assessment? You don't have enough experience to handle it." "Look, Mom, even though I haven't joined the year-end assessment, it doesn't mean I'll be totally safe. Don't you worry about me. I promise you that I will try my best and not do anything that exceeds my limits." Zhang Ruochen could understand why concubine Lin was anxious. She did not know about Zhang Ruochen's ability from his previous life. Anyhow, Zhang Ruochen felt confident and ready for the assessment. Warriors under the age of 20 had to be exclusively approved to participate in the year-end assessment. The Yunwu commandery prince had 9 sons and 13 daughters in total. The 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th were all aged under 20. Except for the 7th prince, who was currently out of Yunwu City, the remaining princes would all attend the year-end assessment. Aside from the lineal princes and princess, the relatives of the royal family could also pick the 3 most outstanding warriors to join the year-end assessment. For example, the Lin family. The relatives gradually made their way and gathered the boundary of the royal Colosseum, forming into alignment. There were some significant people in Yunwu City such as martial arts warriors of the Earth Realm, the master of the suzerain, and the leader of a large-scale family. They were all invited to behold the assessment at the Royal Colosseum. The pretty and coquettish woman, Chi Yao, was also invited to the assessment. Mo Hanlin followed behind Chi Yao and asked, "Boss, the royal family has sent the invitations to Qingxian Pavilion every year. Yet, you have never attended. Why do you want to watch it this year? I don't understand." Despite the fact it was winter, Chi Yao was wearing a red blooming dress as one would in summer's heat. It exposed her snow-white arms and sensuous collarbone. There was a faint smile of attraction in Chi Yao's eyes and her lips were rosy and glittering. She responded to Mo Hanlin, "When you meet someone that you are interested in, of course, you want to know more about him." Mo Hanlin was shocked and asked, "The one you're referring to is the 9th prince?" "Haha. Do you think there is anyone else apart from him?" Chi Yao responded with a smile. After Zhang Ruochen visited Qingxian Pavilion 2 months ago, Chi Yao had sent a secret agent to track him. What shocked Chi Yao was that the young man, who had shown such a strong determination to succeed, had not acquired the sacred mark in the past 16 years. Rather, he was as ordinary as any citizen of Yunwu and had always rested in bed due to illness. Chi Yao had also discovered the wretched situation of concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen inside the royal family, as well as the conflicts between concubine Lin and her family. Yet, this young man, who held no power in royal family, had spent 100,000 silver coins for a substantial number of pills and 2 genuine martial arms at Qingxian Pavilion. Chi Yao wondered where Zhang Ruochen had gotten all the silver coins from. Despite her high intellect, Chi Yao could not figure out what Zhang Ruochen was hiding. Other people might not have noticed, but from Chi Yao's point of view, the ninth prince that everyone looked down on was mysterious. Out of curiosity, she wanted to watch the year-end assessment in person and see how many secrets Zhang Ruochen had hidden. With the pills and arms Zhang Ruochen bought from Qingxian Pavilion, Chi Yao thought that it might be worth going to the assessment to find out more about Zhang Ruochen. Hostess Qin, I didn't expect you to come to the Royal Colosseum. What brings you here? Lin Fengxian took the initiative to greet his boss, Chi Yao, in her red dress, whom he recognized from far away. It seemed that Lin Fengxian was eager to ingratiate himself with Chi Yao. In Lin Fengxian's eyes, Chi Yao was as mysterious as Zhang Ruochen. Lin Fengxian had only seen Chi Yao once, southwest they were not close friends. However, knowing Chi Yao had control over the massive financial resources that affected the economical operation of Yunwu City, it appeared that she was definitely someone powerful in Yunwu City. It was rumored that 5 out of every 10 shopkeepers worked for her in the martial market. That would explain why she had so much control over the financial resources. Chi Yao had always been secretive and mysterious. No one could ever read her mind. Even if the leader of a superior family wanted to see her, it was relatively difficult. Lin Fengxian did not care how mysterious Chi Yao was, it was her financial status that interested him. He believed that if they could become close friends, it would be of great benefit to his family. Chi Yao finally arrived at the Royal Colosseum. She glanced at Lin Fengxian, slightly raised her eyebrows, and asked, "Excuse me, do I know your excellency?" Mo Hanlin, who stood next to Chi Yao, whispered, "My hostess, he is Lin Fengxian, head of the Lins." The Lins? Oh well, that is interesting. Chi Yao's eyes blinked and an elegant smile appeared on her face. She said, "This is the head of the Lins. Please forgive my discourtesy." Lin Fengxian had not expected Chi Yao to be a woman that had a way with words. He smiled and responded, "Yes. I wanted to talk to you 2 years ago when I bought some pills at Qingxian Pavilion. Unfortunately, you, my hostess, were in a hurry at the time. I only caught a quick look at you from far away. You're more beautiful after 2 years, my hostess." 2 years ago, Chi Yao wondered, trying to jog her memory. However, she could not recall anything at all. Yet, her smile never failed to dissolve any awkwardness. Chi Yao turned around and looked at the Lin family warriors behind him. Her attention was caught by Lin Ningxian. If I'm not mistaken, this is the second daughter of the Lins. Such a pretty lady. Oh, I'm so embarrassed now. Lin Ningxian stood behind her father, wearing a snow-white shirt, her hair swaying on her downy body. She was surely an exquisite, classically pretty, young woman. However, it would be unfair to say she was more beautiful than Chi Yao, the sexy and attractive hostess of Qingxian Pavilion. All people could say was that they both had great charisma in their own way. "Hostess Qin, what an honor it is that you know my little girl." Lin Fengxian was shocked that Chi Yao had recognized his daughter. Of course, Chi Yao did not actually know Lin Ningxian. However, when she was investigating Zhang Ruochen, she had found out that Lin Ningxian was one of the people who influenced Zhang Ruochen the most. Therefore, this name, Lin Ningxian, was stored in her head. Chi Yao then smiled and expressed herself. "One of the 4 prettiest women in the Yunwu commandery, I've surely heard of her. It is said that even the honorable 9th prince has been following after Ningxian. I bet many girls are envious of her." A young warrior from the Lin sneered. "That's just the 9th prince's wishful thinking. Ningxian is too high up for him. Even if he were to cultivate for another 100 years, he could never catch up with Ningxian in terms of practice." Another warrior from the Lins, who looked slightly older than 17, laughed and interrupted, "After the year-end assessment, Ningxian will be engaged to the 7th prince. The 9th prince has overestimated himself. To be with our Ningxian. Such a ridiculous fool." The 2 warriors who had just humiliated the 9th prince were Lin Tianwu and Lin Qingwu. Lin Ningxian, Lin Qingwu, and Lin Tianwu were the 3 outstanding prodigies picked from the Lins to participate in the year-end assessment. It seemed that the Lins were extremely confident with their capabilities as warriors. Yet, Chi Yao still found it hard to understand why they were being so harsh toward Zhang Ruochen. Chi Yao rubbed her chin lightly as if she had discovered some sort of secrets throughout the conversation. She said, "Oh. Ningxian is getting engaged to the 7th prince. Congratulations. This is such wonderful news for the Lin family." I guess that every woman in Yunwu City will surely be jealous of Ningxian once the engagement is announced. Lin Ningxian grinned slightly. You could tell how happy and joyful she was from her eyes. After all, being able to marry the seventh prince was no doubt the dream of numerous women in the Yunwu commandery. Lin Ningxian was only one step away from the dream. There were two parts to the year-end assessment, the literary test and the martial arts examination. Yet, the literary test was not as important as the martial arts examination. Even if a warrior got first place in the literary test, there would only be some appreciation. On the other hand, if a warrior performed excellently in the martial arts examination, there would be a rich and generous gift from the royal family. The martial arts examination was beginning. The first round of the martial arts examination was a power battle. Inside the martial arts arena, there were several black stone trays of different sizes. They were divided into 10 different levels. The smallest the stone tray weighed 100 kilograms with a diameter of half a meter. The largest weighed 1,000 kilograms with a 3-meter diameter. Warriors had to take turns testing their power level according to their age, starting from the youngest to the oldest. The first warrior who stepped into the martial arts arena was Zhang Ruochen, the young commandery princess in the royal family. She was 6 years old. She stood only a meter tall. PHHF. Princess Zhang Ruochen walked toward the smallest black stone tray. The genuine chi in her body started running in the meridians. She locked both of her hands on the edge of the stone tray. It seemed heavy for a 6-year-old girl, yet Zhang Ruochen managed to lift the 100 kilograms stone tray up. Bang! She tried her best to throw the stone tray out as far as she could, and it landed at around 1 meter. The young commandery princess looked a bit disappointed at her distance for the first stone. She quickly got over it and prepared for the second. The second stone tray weighed 200 kilograms. Apparently, this was out of the princess's limits. She could not lift the stone tray up no matter how hard she tried. She did not want to, but she had to give up. Although the young commandery princess had failed to lift the second stone, her performance had already impressed the crowd in the Colosseum. They began to whisper. The princess acquired the sacred mark when she was 4 years old. After 2 years of practice, she was able to lift up a 100 kilograms stone tray. This is absolutely impressive. I can assure you this little girl here is going to be a god's favored daughter. The Yunwu commandery prince, who was sitting at the top of the Colosseum, also nodded his head in appreciation. There was no doubt he was joyful discovering that there was one more genius among his own children. Later on, the 10th and 11th princesses, who were aged 14 and 10 years old respectively, also took part in the first round of the assessment. The 10th princess had cultivated to the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. She was confident and skipped the 100 kilograms stone. Instead, she walked directly to and lifted the 200 kilograms stone tray. As she expected, she threw it 7 meters away. Then, she tried the 300 kilograms stone. What a pity. She was unable to lift it and had to give up. The 11th princess was at the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm, the same as the 10th princess, and also threw the 200 kilograms stone to 6 meters. Given that the 11th princess was 4 years younger than the 10th princess, her performance was outstanding. All 3 princesses who had finished the first round of the assessment were under 14. The heaviest stone they lifted was 200 kilograms. In terms of power, they seemed to be slightly weaker than the princes. Up next, it was the real battle between geniuses. At 15 years old, Lin Ningxian was the youngest competitor, excluding the previous 3 warrior princesses. Therefore, she was the next genius to enter into the martial arts arena. She skipped the first 9 stone trays and walked toward the 10th. The 10th stone tray weighed 1,000 kilograms and had a diameter of 3 meters. Go. Lin Ningxian engaged the extensive genuine chi in her body. She locked onto the massive stone tray, which was even larger than her body, on one arm and easily lifted it overhead single-handed. People could not believe that with such a tiny body, Lin Ningxian could handle that terribly heavy weight. She is only 15. The crowd was shocked at what they had just seen. Lin Ningxian twisted her finger and threw the massive stone out from her palm. It reached the 15-meter mark and smashed a huge hole into the ground. It was beyond everyone's expectation. Lin Ningxian had surely shocked every single person in the crowd. Voices were shouting all over the Colosseum. Oh my God! This is absurd. She is definitely a genius from the Lins. This young woman has fully subverted the fact that a woman's body is incomparable with a man's. Lifting a 1,000 kilograms stone with one arm. Wow! I can't wait to discover which stage she has cultivated to. The people continued to discuss her. The Yunwu commandery prince who was sitting at the top of the Colosseum was as shocked as the crowd and said, "Which family is this genius woman from? Comparing her talent with my 9th commandery princess, I believe that there is not much difference between them." The queen was more than satisfied with Lin Ningxian's performance. She grinned and said, "Your Majesty, she is the daughter of the head of the Lins. Her name is Lin Ningxian. I also think she is outstanding and want to arrange a marriage for her and our 7th prince. What do you think?" The emperor responded, "Oh. I recognize this young woman. In my point of view, her talent and family background matches fairly with our son." The Yunwu commandery prince's eyebrows slightly frowned as his sight moved toward Zhang Ruochen, who stood near the edge of the martial arts arena. "Yet, I remember Ningxian and Ruochen are cousins as well as childhood sweethearts. I have already discussed with the head of the Lins about arranging their marriage. Sadly, what happened 3 years ago forced us to put the marriage aside." The queen grinned and replied, "Your Majesty. With Lin Ningxian's talent, how could she still fall for the 9th prince? Apparently, they are no longer a match for each other. The gap between these two will only widen with time. With Lin Ningxian's talent, she is more than happy to be a concubine of the 7th prince. The Lins will not give up the opportunity of fawning over the 7th prince. Anyhow, the Lins would benefit if Ningxian was married to any prince." The Yunwu commandery prince thought about it and nodded his head in acknowledgement. He could not deny the fact that the talent of the 9th prince was pretty much incomparable to Lin Ningxian's. In the martial world, it was preferred for men to be superior to women. If it was the other way around, that women enjoyed a higher status than men on a large scale, it was not a good sign for both men and women. Chapter 19, The Shock. Now it was Zhang Ruochen's turn to test his power in the martial arts arena. "Be extremely careful, Ruochen. You know that there will be huge rocks everywhere," warned the 8th prince with a sneer. Outside the royal Colosseum, a warrior laughed and said, "The 9th prince, oh my god, he is humiliating himself. How can it be possible for him to lift a stone tray? It's over 100 kilograms. He can't even wash the marrow or break out of the channels. 3 months is too short." The young commandery princess Yulin lifted the stone tray and she is only 6. But look at the 9th prince. He is 16 now, and he can't even do that. That's shameful. Can he just go back and hide? He's not supposed to be here to attend year-end assessment. Zhang Ruochen was obviously in his own world now. He ignored the malicious comments and walked toward the martial arts arena with a calm, steady gaze. On his way, he met Lin Ningxian, who had just come back. They stopped and stared at each other. There were only 5 steps between them. Lin Ningxian stared at Zhang Ruochen with a close gaze. Shaking her head slightly, she said, "Cousin, you shouldn't be here for the year-end assessment. Even if you are able to wash marrow and break out of the channels, it is impossible for you to lift the stone tray. Don't you know that it is not just about you? It is also about your mother and the entire royal family. Why? Why are you here?" Zhang Ruochen frowned. He looked at Lin Ningxian and said, "Cousin Ningxian, I admit that you are quite outstanding and talented, however, it doesn't mean that you can denigrate others." Now Lin Ningxian's eyes were filled with disappointment. "Can't you just listen to me? Maybe living a normal life is the best for you. You don't have to cultivate, it is just not suitable for you." She had planned to convince Zhang Ruochen to quit because they had played together many years ago. Their great times together had pushed her to help Zhang Ruochen now. He is so stubborn. Who the hell does he think he is? Lin Ningxian felt that there was nothing she could say to Zhang Ruochen, that stupid, stubborn boy. "All right, take care, Ruochen." With her head raised high, Lin Ningxian walked toward the exit of the martial arts arena. They passed each other, going in opposite directions. The moment that Lin Ningxian left the Colosseum, she was surrounded by many young warriors. These young men admired and praised her, treating her like a diamond. That was because she was just 15 and was able to lift a stone tray weighing approximately 1,000 kilograms. In addition, she could toss that kind of stone tray to a maximum distance of 15 meters. Many warriors older than her could not do that at all. Most importantly, she was elegant and gorgeous. As one of the top 4 most beautiful girls in the Yunwu commandery, she was meant to be loved as God's favored daughter. Congrats, Leader Lin, we just witnessed the birth of another genius, Ningxian. We won't be able to find another one of the younger generation in Yunwu City as talented as her. exclaimed a famous martial artist from Yunwu City. The leader of the Wang clan smiled and said, I have heard that Ningxian and the seventh prince will get engaged. They are meant to be together. Others' compliments made Lin Fengxian, the head of the Lin family, feel very proud. Of course, other eyes were on Zhang Ruochen in the martial arts arena. It was not difficult to see that they were waiting for this prince to disgrace himself. Families that had close relationships with the royal family were all familiar with the name of this prince. He was famous for his poor health. The seventh prince and the ninth prince had both inherited genes from the commandery prince. But they were so different. The seventh prince was a genius in people's eyes, he was a hero of Yunwu City as well. However, Zhang Ruochen was an idiot in others' minds, people did not expect anything from him. Without any doubt, Zhang Ruochen's presence today, attending the year-end assessment, was considered a joke. However, there was one exception, Chi Yao, who was sitting outside the Royal Colosseum. When she saw Zhang Ruochen walking into the martial arts arena, she became very concentrated with her gorgeous eyes wide open. That's exciting. Now surprise me, Ruochen. A hint of a smile crossed her lips. Everyone watched Zhang Ruochen walk toward the first stone tray. All of a sudden, people from outside the martial arts arena burst into laughter. He is 16, but he can only choose the first and the lightest stone tray to test his power. Is there anything funnier than him? Apart from Zhang Ji, the eighth prince, who had a disdainful look, other princes and princesses were feeling very awkward now. In their mind, Zhang Ruochen disgraced the entire royal family, themselves included. However, surprisingly, Zhang Ruochen did not stop at the first stone tray. He walked toward the second stone tray, then the third. What just happened? Everyone was confused. Zhang Ruochen did not stop until he finally arrived at the 10th stone tray. What? Is he going to try the 10th tray? That's ridiculous. From what I can recall, he only obtained his sacred mark 3 months ago. With a scornful snort, Zhang Ji commented, what an idiot. How can he lift a tray of more than 1,000 kilograms? Even if he practices for 30 years, he can't make it. Lin Ningxian was staring at Zhang Ruochen as well. However, she shook her head slightly with a sigh. Now all the people were looking at Zhang Ruochen. Boom. Zhang Ruochen stamped a foot on the ground and injected his genuine qi into the ground through it. Qi billow, caused by his genuine qi, was spreading outward from his foot. Driven by genuine qi, the huge stone tray jumped to 1 meter high immediately. Zhang Ruochen reached out a hand and caught the huge tray easily. He seemed to be like a floating cloud and flowing water. This stone tray had a diameter of 3 meters, however, he only used 5 fingers to support it, kind of like holding a plate. He lifted the stone tray over his head easily. Seeing this, the entire Royal Colosseum became so quiet that not even a breath could be heard. Zhang Ruochen stood still like a spear. Although he was lifting a monstrous stone tray, given the relaxed look on his face, it seemed that he was using no power at all. How can this be possible? Zhang Ji looked pale and his lips quivered. Not just Zhang Ji, but other princes and princesses, all of them were shocked. With blank minds, they had no clue how Zhang Ruochen had become so different. Others' minds were wandering when Zhang Ruochen suddenly punched out the bottom of the stone tray. Boom. The giant stone tray jumped to 5 meters high. After that, it fell to the ground at a greater speed. The shock wave along with the weight of the stone tray should have given the landing point a great impact, the force of more than 1,000 kilograms. But Zhang Ruochen caught it again. Then, he slowly but steadily put the stone tray back to its original place with one hand. Boom. No one could calm himself down. All the people in the Royal Colosseum were busy chatting now. People could not believe their eyes. Without a doubt, the power demonstrated by Zhang Ruochen was much greater than that of Lin Ningxian. He was only 16, and he had just obtained his sacred mark 3 months ago. It was a mystery and so hard to believe. But it had just happened and everyone had seen it. Chapter 20, the second round of the assessment. His power. How is it possible? Lin Ningxian thought while she was biting her lower lip and staring at Zhang Ruochen. Lin Ningxian could not believe what she had just seen. She could not accept how powerful Zhang Ruochen had become after only 3 months of practice. Lin Fengxian was also shocked by Zhang Ruochen's performance. As if he had been petrified, his eyes could not stop staring at Zhang Ruochen. The general warriors were able to tell how powerful Zhang Ruochen was, yet the warriors with cultivation discovered something more than that. First of all, when Zhang Ruochen stamped one foot on the stone tray, he was able to shock a 1,000 kilogram stone tray up from the ground. This was not merely a kind of rebouncing power. To be exact, Zhang Ruochen infused the genuine qi in his body and directed it underground. Then, the genuine qi turned into layers of waves crashing into the bottom of the stone tray. Undergoing several layers of waves, the stone tray eventually got off the ground. Relying only on the power of rebounds, even warriors from the completion of the Yellow Realm were not strong enough to shock a 1,000 kilograms the stone tray. Zhang Ruochen's mastery of genuine qi was extremely detailed and fabulous. He had no doubt surprised a large number of martial arts superiors in the Colosseum. Some of them even felt ashamed of their abilities and experiences compared with the obscure Zhang Ruochen. Shocking a 1,000 kilograms stone tray from underground was difficult. Yet, catching the stone from a 5-meter height overhead with terrifying force was simply not something a Yellow Realm warrior would be able to do. Since Zhang Ruochen managed to use genuine qi and converted it to layers of waves, it crashed into the bottom of the stone tray and neutralized the force of impact of the falling stone tray. This was the reason why he could successfully catch the falling stone tray. Only martial arts warriors with superior vision would be able to identify Zhang Ruochen's exquisite technique. And because the superior martial artists with advanced attainment discovered certain clues throughout Zhang Ruochen's performance, they were extremely shocked and found him incredible. The Ninth Prince's ability to master genuine qi is much better than the warriors of the Black Realm. The crowd started comparing Zhang Ruochen's competence with that of other warriors. A genius of martial arts had risen. Zhang Ruochen then walked out of the martial arts arena. When he passed by Lin Ningxian, she stared at him and said, "You did a good job of hiding your cultivation. Did you insult me on purpose? Let me tell you, a person's power could be enhanced incredibly with the use of a treasure. However, power alone won't ensure that you will win when it comes to a real fight. The year-end assessment has just started, you will see the actual difference between us later." Lin Ningxian added. Yet, Lin Ningxian could not even tell how excellent Zhang Ruochen was in terms of utilizing genuine qi. Thus, she thought that Zhang Ruochen had gotten lucky and had taken some kind of treasure for his vigorous power. In fact, even if an ordinary person took some undefined pills, there was a chance that they would become powerful. Zhang Ruochen shook his head slightly after hearing what Lin Ningxian had said. It clearly did not bother him anyway as he walked toward concubine Lin. "Mom, I did it!" Zhang Ruochen exclaimed. Standing among all the concubines, concubine Lin's vision was blurry as if she had just been shot by lightning. She shivered and asked, "Chen-er? Is this my Chen-er?" Concubine Lin hugged Zhang Ruochen firmly and started crying. She had been waiting so long to see Zhang Ruochen become a warrior. Concubine Lin thought that the day of Zhang Ruochen becoming a warrior would never come. She did not believe that Zhang would have made it. But he was now a warrior, he was a young superior. He definitely impressed every single one in the Colosseum and now no one would dare to tease him anymore. What concubine Lin wanted was very simple, fair and equal treatment. For the other concubines, maidservants, and eunuchs standing aside who had witnessed Zhang Ruochen turn from a feeble boy into a warrior, only one thought came into their minds. From now on, we have to flatter concubine Lin for our own good. Yes. The Yunwu commandery prince stood up suddenly, looked at Zhang Ruochen with excitement, and said, "My ninth son. I'm so pleased to know you finally succeeded, though late in your life. No matter what your year-end assessment result is, the royal family is going to host a banquet for 3 days. To celebrate your cultivation. Ruochen, come closer to me. Let me take a look at my dear son. Chen-er, go. Quickly go to greet your father," said concubine Lin with tears. Concubine Lin wiped the tears from her face, held Zhang Ruochen's hands, and walked toward the Yunwu commandery prince. "Good day, your majesty." Concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen saluted the Yunwu commandery prince at the same time. The Yunwu commandery prince took a deep look at Zhang Ruochen and asked, "I guess your cultivation has reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm." During the first round assessment, Zhang Ruochen fully demonstrated his power. Surely he could not hide the level of his cultivation from the Yunwu commandery prince. Zhang Ruochen responded, "Yes, my emperor. Cultivating from nothing to the dawn state of the Yellow Realm in just 3 months' time is not something a normal warrior could do. Ruochen, what have you been doing recently? Have you experienced anything special lately?" the Yunwu commandery prince asked. Zhang Ruochen said pleasantly, Your Majesty, I did experience something special, but that is my secret. I have the right to keep it with me rather than sharing it with anyone else. The queen was furious about Zhang Ruochen's response. She shouted, How dare you? His Majesty is your biological father, what secrets do you have to hide from your father? The Yunwu commandery prince moderately lifted his hand and stopped the queen from continuing speaking. Yet, he looked at Zhang Ruochen with appreciation and said, Every warrior has their secret of cultivation. If you don't want to talk about it, I'm not going to force you. Work hard in the rest of year-end assessment. I'm so looking forward to it. Up next in the martial arts arena was the 9th commandery princess. The 9th commandery princess, Zhang Yuxi, was a tall, beautiful lady with bright skin, exuding an elegant nobility presence. She was 1 day older than Zhang Ruochen. Her martial arts talent and beauty were comparable to Lin Ningxian. Zhang Yuxi was also one of the 4 beauties in the Yunwu commandery. She and Lin Ningxian were called the 2 beauties in Yunwu city. The 9th commandery princess was about to lift the 10th stone tray. She threw it 13 meters away. It seemed that her power was slightly weaker than Lin Ningxian, who made it 2 meters farther than Zhang Yuxi. Zhang Yuxi frowned and walked out of the martial arts arena. She stood next to Zhang Ruochen with an attractive smile. My 9th brother, be aware of me when we go hunting at King Mount, I'm one of your competitors. As Zhang Ruochen and Zhang Yuxi were at a similar age, they had played together all the time when they were small. After Zhang Yuxi had obtained the sacred mark, she had to spend most of the time practicing martial arts and thus their relationship was not as close as it used to be. Zhang Ruochen felt even more distant from Zhang Yuxi now, as this was the Zhang Ruochen from the previous life. He did not have any memories of playing with her. He did not say much in front of her and just nodded to respond to what she said. The next person who stepped into the martial arts arena was the 8th prince, Zhang Ji. Since the 8th prince had cultivated to the dawn state, he expected to easily beat down Zhang Ruochen and be praised by the Yunwu commandery prince at the year-end assessment. Yet, the performance of Zhang Ruochen was so incredible that it seriously pounded the confidence of Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji was under lots of pressure and started brainwashing himself. I need to lift the 10th stone tray. Zhang Ruochen is just crap. If he can do it, I can surely do it. The 8th prince Zhang Ji had just reached the dawn state and did not expect to lift the 10th stone tray. However, he could not lose this round to Zhang Ruochen. Beating Zhang Ruochen became his motivation and he desperately wanted to lift the 1,000 kilogram stone tray. Come on. The 8th prince locked his arms onto the massive stone tray. Every single vein in his body stuck out and the stone tray was going up moderately. Yet, when he lifted the stone tray up to half a meter, his fingers slipped and, boom. The stone tray fell down on Zhang Ji's back foot. Oh! My foot. Help! Please help! The 8th prince screamed as if he was a hog being killing. The stone that fell caused a fracture on Zhang Ji's foot. He fainted after a second due to too much pain. He fell down like a dead hog in the middle of the martial arts arena. Obviously, it did not go as he had planned. 2 royal security guards ran into the martial arts arena, moved the massive stone tray away, and carried him down for treatment. Coming up, there was another young warrior walking into the martial arts arena. The following warriors were all aged above 16. These were the geniuses being picked out from different families. Most of them could easily lift a 1,000 kilogram stone tray. Among the warriors, there were 3 outstanding ones. All of them had cultivated to the final state of the Yellow Realm and threw the massive stone tray 20 meters away. The 5th prince, 19 years old with a final state of the Yellow Realm cultivation, had shot the 1,000 kilogram stone tray 20 meters away. The 17-year-old Situ Linjiang, who was the youngest warrior of the Situs, also with a final state of the Yellow Realm cultivation, performed 3 meters better than the 5th prince. Shui Kai, aged 19, was the grandson of the minister. He had also cultivated to the final state of the Yellow Realm and even pushed the result further than Situ Linjiang to a distance of 24 meters. Aside from Zhang Ruochen, Lin Ningxian, and the 9th commandery princess Zhang Yuxi, the performances of these 3 warriors were brilliant among everyone in the first round of the power assessment. Next, it was the second round of the assessment, hunting in King Mount. Only warriors who had lifted the 10th stone tray were eligible to enter the second round assessment. There were 43 young warriors who had lifted up the 10th stone tray in the first round. The royal guards led 43 antelope horses into the Colosseum. Each of them looked like a little elephant, wearing metallic armor with a sharp unicorn-like horn. On every antelope horse back, there was a 1.5 meter long wire bow and 5 thunder arrows. The minister stood at the stone table and loudly said, "You have all fully demonstrated your ability by lifting up a 1,000 kilogram stone tray. You are now qualified to fight against first-level savage beasts. However, the power of a first-level savage beast is much stronger than you imagine. Moreover, their speed is also as fast as lightning. With your abilities, you might not be able to kill a savage beast with your martial arts skills. Yet, with the use of thunder arrows, you will be able to pierce through and take the savage beast down. Every one of you will be given 5 arrows. The more savage beasts killed and the more power that those killed savage beasts have, the better result you will obtain. Only warriors who kill savage beasts are eligible to advance to the 3rd round assessment, the martial arts competition. King Mount is full of so much danger that you might lose your life. If you encounter a 2nd-level savage beast, please run at once." The minister warned the warriors. Hunting in King Mount now begins. Lin Ningxian pedaled along the back of her antelope horse and fully showed how elegant and dexterous her bodily movement was. She glanced at Zhang Ruochen and said, "My cousin, I admit that the power assessment is my weaker area. Now it's my showtime. I hope that you can keep up with me in this round of assessment." Bang! Lin Ningxian struck the whip on the antelope horse buttock and it immediately expanded its iron heels and streaked across King Mount. Chapter 21, Iron Bull. Zhang Ruochen carried the wire bow on his back and dashed into King Mount riding on the antelope horse. King Mount was the hunting ground for the royal family. It was high and steep, with waterfalls, cliffs, valleys, and forests all over it. Almost all the savage beasts there were at the 1st level and a few at the 2nd. Like a handful of sand thrown into the ocean, the 43 young warriors soon vanished into the woods after they were sent into King Mount. PHHF. A white shadow flashed through the 1-meter-tall brambles. It instantly passed through the open field over 60 meters long and dashed into the distant thick forest. The white shadow was so fast that a man without martial arts could never see it clearly. With his ability, Zhang Ruochen saw that it was a rabbit-like savage beast. It was a 1st-level savage beast, a lightning rabbit. It ran fast and had sharp claws and teeth, but was weak in defensive power. Their power and speed were equal to a warrior's in the initial stage and the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, respectively. It's just a lightning rabbit, not worthy of a thunder arrow. Zhang Ruochen had already drawn his wire bow into a half-moon shape, but then he shook his head and put it down. It was known that the higher level the savage beast was at, the higher score a warrior could attain. Lightning rabbits were only from the inferior class among the 1st-level savage beasts. To Zhang Ruochen, wasting a thunder arrow on a beast like that was not worthwhile. Phew! A wind-breaking sound rang out from the other direction. A thunder arrow with lightning-like splendor precisely slammed into the lightning rabbit's head. Puffed! The lightning rabbit's head was punctured by a thunder arrow. The thunderbolt crystals inlaid on the arrowhead blasted immediately and turned into fist-sized electric balls. The balls cracked and melted into flows of current. The lightning rabbit died at once and fell by a tree. The 6th prince rushed over on his antelope horse. Without getting down, he leaned forward to the ground and lifted the beast by gripping the arrow that was in its head. "My 9th brother, it's your first time hunting in King Mount and you don't dare to kill a savage beast. You need more courage to be a man." The 6th prince sneered at Zhang Ruochen with the lightning rabbit in his hand. In his eyes, Zhang Ruochen might be a genius in martial arts, but this was his first time hunting and it was normal to be frightened. After all, fighting and killing were completely different. The hunting in King Mount was intended to test not only warriors' abilities, but also their courage. If a warrior was so timid that he could not even kill a savage beast, he would be of no use, no matter how high his cultivation was. The 6th prince reached the peak of the dawn state when he was 18. Zhang Ruochen said, "I just don't want to waste a thunder arrow." The 6th prince gave a brittle laugh and said, "You are absolutely wrong. There aren't too many savage beasts, and not everyone can hunt 5 beasts with 5 thunder arrows." The 6th prince rode off and vanished into the woods, leaving Zhang Ruochen with these words. "King Mount is indeed not too large. It seems that I really have to speed up as there won't be too many savage beasts for me to hunt." Zhang Ruochen rushed in the other direction on his antelope horse. Zhang Ruochen encountered 3 lightning rabbits in 1 hour. He, however, did not shoot any of them. Rather, he kept on searching for other higher-level savage beasts. Moo. An ear-splitting whine rang out from Zhang Ruochen's left side. Zhang Ruochen was delighted. He immediately went to look for the sound and found 3 huge brute bulls next to the riverside. Brute bulls, inferior class level 1 savage beasts, had the power and the defensive power of a warrior at the advanced stage and the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, respectively. The strength of a bull referred to a brute bull's power. But someone had come here earlier, and now she was standing right in front of the 3 brute bulls. The 9th Commandery Princess, Zhang Yushi, sat on an antelope horse in her royal finch robe. Her black hair dropped to her waist. She smiled enchantingly and said, "My 9th brother, you are too late. These 3 belong to me." Moo. The 3 brute bulls' eyes were glowing. They pedaled the ground with their iron heels that sparked when they crashed on the stones. Boom. The 3 brute bulls rushed toward the 9th Commandery Princess at the same time. She took out 3 thunder arrows at once, placed them on the bowstring, and drew the wire bow into a full moon shape. Crash! All 3 thunder arrows were released at once and slammed into their foreheads 7 inches deep. Lightning blasted out of the arrowheads. The 3 brute bulls all died immediately and fell heavily into the river, splashing sheets of water. The 9th Commandery Princess put her wire bow away, looked at Zhang Ruochen in the distance and smiled brightly. "My arrow technique is in the inferior class of the human stage, and I've managed to master it. What do you think, my 9th brother?" Zhang Ruochen stared at the water surface behind her and yelled, "Watch out." She also recognized the danger. She turned around to find a savage beast, which was twice as big as a brute bull, dashing out of the water. It had metal-like skin and 2 sharp horns. It ran toward her abruptly. Boom. The 9th Commandery Princess Antelope Horse roared with pain. Its bones were broken, a bowl-sized bloody hole was pierced in its body by the horn. It fell to the ground heavily. This happened so suddenly that the 9th Commandery Princess could not react and fell to the ground with her antelope horse. The 9th Commandery Princess was overwhelmed. She rolled on the ground and was about to stand up quickly. All of a sudden, a huge shadow appeared above her head. The huge savage beast lifted its iron heel and was going to step on her. If one was stepped on by a savage beast, there was no doubt that his body would break into pieces. Bang! A thunder arrow flew from a distance and dashed on the beast's neck, knocking the beast away a little bit. Its iron heels brushed past the 9th Commandery Princess and hit the ground beside her, forming 2 half-inch deep pits. This is certainly a medium-class level 1 savage beast. The Iron Bull. But its defensive power is so strong that a thunder arrow can't break through its skin. It was not only because of its strong defensive power, but also the far distance between Zhang Ruochen and the beast that weakened the power of the thunder arrow. Zhang Ruochen stood up on the antelope horse's back. He quickly jumped up and rushed to the riverside. An iron bull's power was equal to a warrior in the medium state of the Yellow Realm, and its defensive power was equivalent to a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm, which was quite outstanding among medium-class level 1 savage beasts. Moo. The iron bull was infuriated by Zhang Ruochen's arrow. It lifted its iron heel up again and took a huge step next toward the 9th Commandery Princess. Crash! Rising up 4 meters high, Zhang Ruochen took out a thunder arrow, drew the bow, and shot it out. Puffed. The thunder arrow accurately shot into the iron bull's mouth. The thunderbolt crystal exploded in its throat and turned into an electric ball that completely smashed its throat. The iron bull stepped back in great pain with blood coming out of its mouth. Bang. Finally, it fell to the ground heavily with a loud noise. With a long sigh of relief, the 9th Commandery Princess stood up with her legs shaking. It was so dangerous. She would have died under those iron heels if Zhang Ruochen had not shot the beast. Zhang Ruochen walked toward her and asked, "Are you okay?" She shook her head and said, "I wouldn't be okay if you hadn't shown up in time. My dear 9th brother, why is your arrow technique so excellent? An iron bull is a medium-class level 1 savage beast, and has the defensive power of a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm. But you killed it with only 2 arrows." Zhang Ruochen took a look at the beast's body on the ground and said, "No matter if it's a savage beast or a human, they all have weaknesses. You will easily win if you attack its weakness. Even if your power is weaker than his. The greatest advantage that humans have is wisdom. They could use soldiers and weapons, as well as the ability to analyze a savage beast's weaknesses. Therefore, human warriors could kill the savage beasts that were a lot stronger than themselves. In fact, the ninth commandery princess also had the chance to kill the iron bull with her strength. Yet, the beast surprised her and had put her in a difficult position. She put the wire bow on her back and picked up her quiver with only 2 thunder arrows in it. She said, "There are different marks on our thunder arrows. The royal security guard will collect the prey later, so we don't need to take them out in person. Let's go." While she was speaking, she walked toward Zhang Ruochen's antelope horse. Zhang Ruochen slightly frowned and said, "What are you doing?" She smiled and said, "My antelope horse is badly hurt. I can only ride on yours now. You won't let me go hunt on foot, will you, my ninth brother?" The ninth commandery princess was wearing a tight, royal finch robe that outlined her nice hourglass figure, with plump breasts and a tiny waist. Every inch of her skin was white as snow and sent out a light fragrance. She lightly pushed on the antelope horse back and elegantly jumped on it. "Come on, my ninth brother. If we don't hurry up, other warriors will kill all the savage beasts." She winked at him and stretched a hand out as an invitation. At last, Zhang Ruochen walked over to her and took her hand in order to jump onto the antelope horse back. The antelope horse carried both of them off and rushed into the deep woods. "If we work together, we are powerful enough to kill medium-class level 1 savage beasts with our strength," said the ninth commandery princess with an expectant look in her eyes. One could obtain a very high score if they could hunt down a medium-class level 1 savage beast. The calculation equation of the score was as follows: 1 superior class level 1 savage beast was equal to 5 medium class level 1 savage beasts. 1 medium class level 1 savage beast was equal to 5 inferior class level 1 savage beasts. In other words, although Zhang Ruochen only killed 1 iron bull, it was equivalent to 5 inferior class level 1 savage beasts. Not everyone could kill a medium class level 1 savage beast. It took at least the cultivation of the medium state of the Yellow Realm. Furthermore, medium-class level 1 savage beasts had outstanding speed and defensive power. Therefore, it was not easy to hunt them, even with the cultivation of the medium state. Although Zhang Ruochen's cultivation was only at the peak of the dawn state, his strength was much more powerful than many warriors at the medium state. That was why he could kill the iron bull successfully. With a sharp look in his eyes, Zhang Ruochen said, "It would be amazing if we can kill a superior class level 1 savage beast." "That's impossible. The power of a superior class level 1 savage beast is equal to a warrior who has reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. It will be a disaster if we actually encounter one. We will probably struggle to escape." The ninth commandery princess continued, "The 7th prince is the only one who killed a superior class level 1 savage beast in the past 10 years. As for this year, I believe nobody has the ability to kill one." Chapter 22, Superior Class Level 1. It was not the first time for Yushi, the ninth commandery princess, to participate in the hunt in King Mount. Therefore, she knew where those savage beasts would be. "The roar slope is ahead of us. I used to hear a red Smilodon tiger roaring over there. You know, red Smilodon tigers are medium-class level 1 savage beasts, which are even stronger than an iron bull's. Because I couldn't kill it, I didn't even get closer to it," she said. Zhang Ruochen and the ninth commandery princess got off the antelope horse and sneaked into the roar slope. They planned to find traces of red Smilodon tigers. Zhang Ruochen found traces of some dust-ups on the ground. A thick tree trunk had crashed down and its leaves had been burnt to ashes. There was a giant rock nearby and they saw some blood stains near the rock. "So someone else has killed the red Smilodon tiger?" asked the ninth commandery princess. Zhang Ruochen shook his head and said, "Those blood stains are not from a red Smilodon tiger, but from humans. We should be careful because red Smilodon tigers can be nearby." Huff! All of a sudden, they saw a crimson tiger come hurtling down a steep slope, whose sharp claws were very close to Zhang Ruochen's neck now. Zhang Ruochen had reached the completion of Heaven Realm in his last life. Although he was now reborn, his soul and spiritual power remained at their previous levels. Thus, he was quite sensitive to any potential risks. He took one step to the right to avoid the attack from the red Smilodon tiger. Due to his quick reaction, he made it. After that, he pulled out a thunder arrow from the quiver on his back. He quickly injected genuine chi into the arrowhead and thrust the arrow into the abdomen of the red Smilodon tiger backhanded. Then he immediately jumped from the ground and moved backward. All this happened in just a few seconds. Before the ninth commandery princess knew it, the red Smilodon tiger had been attacked and had an arrow in its abdomen. Bang! The arrowhead of the thunder arrow exploded, which left a palm-sized wound on the tiger's abdomen. Now the red Smilodon tiger was bleeding. However, because Zhang Ruochen had thrust the thunder arrow with his bare hand, the impact force was not as strong as that of a wire bow. Because of this, the thunder arrow did not go deep enough to cause lethal damage to the tiger. The arrowhead was only 3 inches below the skin. Oh whoa. Red Smilodon tigers were 3 times larger than normal tigers. They had 2 rows of sharp teeth, which were half a foot long. Each single claw could be used as a blade. Their power could be as strong as that of a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm, while their speed was as fast as a final state warrior as well. If an average warrior met a red Smilodon tiger, unfortunately, his life would end there. Now the red Smilodon tiger was just 10 meters away and the 9th Commandery Princess's face became even paler. That was a powerful savage beast. At such a close distance, even a thunder arrow could not be used well. Bows and arrows were long-distance weapons. Fight! She immediately took out a thunder arrow, placed it on a bowstring, and pulled the wire bow into the shape of a full moon. Phew! The thunder arrow flew out like a bolt of lightning. The red Smilodon tiger jumped up at an amazing speed. Without a doubt, the arrow missed the target. 1 second later, it was in front of the 9th Commandery Princess. The wire bow in her hand was snatched and thrown away by this giant savage beast. It opened its huge mouth and tried to bite her. The 9th Commandery Princess did a backflip, during which she used one of her fingers to hit the ground in order to do another backflip. Now she was 7 or 8 meters away from the red Smilodon tiger and had managed to avoid the attack. However, the tiger was even faster. It reached out one of its paws and hit the 9th Commandery Princess's head. The 9th Commandery Princess had just reached the level of the medium state, therefore, her power was weaker than a red Smilodon tiger, while her speed was slower. If the distance was longer, she probably could have used a thunder arrow to pose a threat to the red Smilodon tiger. However, it was a short-distance battle, she could not use any genuine martial arms as a medium-state warrior. She could not win against a red Smilodon tiger. The movement of tiger claws caused a gale which hurt the 9th Commandery Princess's face. What was even worse, the claws were very close to her now. She thought she would die for sure, however, all of a sudden, she saw a man rushing over out of the corner of her eye. It was Zhang Ruochen. He was running toward the red Smilodon tiger. Elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen hit the back of the tiger with his palm. It seemed that his palm made a huge sound, like the roar of a brute elephant. The power of the hit was equivalent to the strength of 16 bulls, and the tiger was thrown outward in 1 second. Boom. The red Smilodon tiger crashed into a tree nearby and fell to the ground. Zhang Ruochen rushed over there and utilized all of his genuine chi, making his palm as strong as a blade. Bang. His palm hit on the red Smilodon tiger's neck, crushing its trachea. The tiger was shaking because of its broken trachea. It tried to get up and rush toward the jungle, however, it just died very quickly. The 9th Commandery Princess stared at Zhang Ruochen in shock. She was amazed that he had killed the red Smilodon tiger with his bare hands. 9th brother, are you really a Dawn State warrior? You obtained your sacred mark just 3 months ago, right? She asked. Zhang Ruochen said with a calm voice, like I said before, both savage beasts and warriors have weaknesses. As long as you can spot their weaknesses, you can easily kill a warrior or a savage beast. The trachea is the weakness of a red Smilodon tiger. But I saw the hit, its power was at least as strong as the strength of 10 bulls. The 9th Commandery Princess said, I am a medium-state warrior and I can't unleash such strong power. You just reached the Dawn State, however. How did you do that? Zhang Ruochen said, with a good physique, even a Dawn State warrior can unleash the strength of 10 bulls. It's not strange. The 9th Commandery Princess stopped asking him. Zhang Ruochen's strong power had left a deep impression on her. This half-brother, who was just 1 day younger than her, was becoming harder to read. They saw the dead body of that red Smilodon tiger in the jungle not far away. A thunder arrow was thrust into the abdomen of the red Smilodon tiger. Yes, the arrow that was thrust by Zhang Ruochen earlier. Damn it. If I had my blue water sword with me, I'm sure I could have had a chance to beat it, or even kill it, the 9th Commandery Princess said, unreconciled. She was one of the top 2 beauties in Yunwu City. As a beauty with great intelligence, she had been chased by 2 savage beasts and saved twice by Zhang Ruochen. All that ruined her self-esteem. This proud princess told herself if she met savage beasts next time, she would hunt and kill them directly, utilizing her great skills. Ninth brother, let's go and hunt some other savage beasts. Zhang Ruochen tapped the ninth commandery princess on the shoulder with an intense stare. He said in a low voice, don't move. She was confused right now. Before she could ask him why, she saw a deer with blue flames walking toward them slowly. It was a green fire deer. The ninth commandery princess could not stop trembling now and could feel that she was not breathing. Womp, womp. That green fire deer had a pair of eyes that looked like rubies. It was about 2 meters tall, and its deer antlers were like 2 coral jade sticks. The deer's hair seemed to be on fire. Once the deer walked by, the topsoil was burnt by the fire from the deer. As a superior class level 1 savage beast, a green fire deer could be as strong and as fast as a final state of the Yellow Realm warrior. The only weakness of a green fire deer was that it was not good at defending itself. Its defensive techniques were even weaker than those of a red Smilodon tiger. Although this deer might not be good at defending itself, it was so fast that not many warriors could even get close to it, let alone attack it. Many warriors could be killed by a green fire deer without having the chance to attack it. What should we do now? The ninth commandery princess dared not to breathe now, feeling that her body was frozen. With their current cultivation, they could not compete against a superior class level 1 savage beast. In other words, they would probably die here. In previous years' mountain hunting on King Mount, it had happened that some warriors had lost their lives. The ninth commandery princess did not want to die here, which was obvious. She thought hard in order to save her life, however, given that a green fire deer was so fast, she probably would not even be given the chance to escape. Right now, unlike her, Zhang Ruochen was still calm, with conviction in his eyes. He took off the quiver and handed it to her and said, I have 2 thunder arrows left and you have 1, so altogether there are 3. You may not be able to kill it with the arrows, but with your techniques, you can at least pose some threat to it, right? What are you doing? She watched Zhang Ruochen walking toward the green fire deer, with her eyes wide open. She was confused. Is he going to hunt and kill that deer? That is a superior class level 1 savage beast. Chapter 23, Hunting Green Fire Deer. Before making up his mind to hunt and kill that green fire deer, Zhang Ruochen had made a careful consideration. With his current cultivation, he could not compete against a green fire deer. Besides that, he could not use genuine martial arms, because his flash shining sword and abyss ancient sword were stored in the internal space. Once he used them, others would know that the time and space spinel was with him. Luckily, it was a green fire deer. If he had met any other superior class level 1 savage beasts, he would have no chance to win at all. But a green fire deer was different. It was fast, but it was not as strong as other superior class level 1 savage beasts. And a green fire deer was not good at defending itself. Zhang Ruochen had reached the completion of the heaven realm in his last lifetime. Therefore, his strong spiritual power and rich practical experience were his great advantages. He could make quick judgments on a green fire deer's movements and attacks. Then he could adjust his strategies flexibly. Thus, although a green fire deer was fast, it did not mean that the deer could beat Zhang Ruochen easily. Ha! Zhang Ruochen roared at the green fire deer provocatively and aggressively. Phff. The green fire deer was outraged now, and his flames were becoming even brighter. In a second, it had almost reached the place where Zhang Ruochen was. It was so fast that it looked like a green shadow when it moved. Obviously, this green fire deer was planning to attack Zhang Ruochen with its giant body. But Zhang Ruochen bent his knees and exerted power by pushing off the ground. He jumped up 7 meters high when the green fire deer was about to hit him. Dragon in the sky. His running genuine chi was quickly moving inside his 11 meridians. His body made a low-pitched sound which was like a dragon's roar. All his muscles and bones were functioning together now, unleashing great power through his palm. However, the green fire deer was too fast. Zhang Ruochen could not hit the green fire deer but hit the ground. Phff. The deer ran toward Zhang Ruochen like a green shadow. It used its antlers to attack him, targeting his chest. Zhang Ruochen unleashed power from his palm again and competed against the green fire deer. Bang! A strong impact force hit his palm. Suddenly, he felt that his right arm had lost feeling. Zhang Ruochen quickly moved backward. He looked toward his arm and saw that his right palm was being burned by the fire from the deer. His sleeves were burnt to ashes, and his wrist and arm were exposed. His genuine chi was running inside his meridians, gradually making his numb arm return back to normal. Womp, womp. The green fire deer ran toward Zhang Ruochen again. Within a second, it had appeared in front of Zhang Ruochen. Right now, 2 thunder arrows were shot by the 9th Commandery Princess, who was standing far away. These 2 arrows were shot toward the eyes of the deer. Bang. Bang. The deer had such a quick reaction that it hit the arrows back with its hard antlers. Elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen seized the opportunity and rushed toward the green fire deer. With the impact force of his body, Zhang Ruochen unleashed the strength of 16 bulls from his palm again, hitting on the head of the deer. The green fire deer whined and its head was bleeding. It was injured and the blood was coming out of the wound on top of its head, which slowed its reaction. Phew. As the deer was distracted, the 9th Commandery Princess got the chance to shoot the final thunder arrow at it. This time the arrow pierced through the deer's left eye. Bang. The arrowhead of the thunder arrow exploded and shredded the left side of its head. The green fire deer's left eyeball was turned into a mist of blood. Zhang Ruochen tumbled to reach the corpse of the red Smilodon tiger. He chipped off a sharp, half-meter-long tooth from its mouth. The injured green fire deer turned and ran away. The flames surrounding it went out as well. Zhang Ruochen grasped that broken tooth from the red Smilodon tiger. The tooth in his hand was like a short blade. He stepped on the tree trunk and leaped with the help of the elasticity of the tree trunk. Crack! Zhang Ruochen stuck the sharp tiger tooth into the green fire deer's forehead and pierced it through the deer's skull. Bang! The green fire deer struggled, but finally, it failed. It fell down on the ground, becoming lifeless. Zhang Ruochen pulled out the tooth and stuck it into the abdomen of the green fire deer. All of this finally terminated the deer's life. The 9th Commandery Princess came over and saw the corpse of the deer. She could not believe what she had just seen. 9th brother, you just killed a superior class level 1 savage beast. Zhang Ruochen glanced at her and stood up. After simply binding up his burnt palm with some cloth, he said, not me, but us. The 9th Commandery Princess knew clearly that she had not offered sufficient help. If it was not for the hit on its head slowing the reaction of the deer, she could not have shot the deer's eye with her thunder arrow. However, she was happy because she was involved in the hunt of that superior class level 1 savage beast. More importantly, it was a successful hunt. She was so thrilled that she could not help hugging Zhang Ruochen. 9th brother, we are the best battle buddies. We always cooperate so well. She hugged Zhang Ruochen around the wreck with her soft arms. Her big, soft boobs were pressed closely to his chest. She was so thrilled that she almost shoved him to the ground. Zhang Ruochen raised his arm and held the 9th Commandery Princess by her shoulder, in order to keep some distance away from her. He said in a calm voice, we should go back. Seeing Zhang Ruochen's cold, indifferent face, she stamped her foot and frowned. I am your sister. I won't eat you. Could you just put away your arrogance? Zhang Ruochen left the roar slope and mounted the antelope horse. He glanced at the 9th Commandery Princess and said, let's go. She rolled her eyes and put her hand in Zhang Ruochen's palm to mount his antelope horse. She sat behind him with her arms around his waist. Her exquisite face was on his back and she laughed. Your Majesty, would you mind taking your gorgeous sister to a peaceful place without any killings? Zhang Ruochen shook his head slightly. He steered the antelope horse to exit the jungle and rushed to the Royal Colosseum. 26 out of the 43 young participants had come back, whilst the remaining 17 warriors were still missing. If a warrior had not come back, he would either have died somewhere, or he had not hunted any savage beast. Min, how's your hunt going? Asked concubine Hua, the biological mother of the 5th prince, Zhang Min. Wearing a smile on his face, Zhang Min said confidently, Mom, don't worry. I'm confident that nobody can be better than me in this King Mount hunt. Well done, Min. Concubine Hua nodded with a smile. Lin Fengxian looked at his daughter, Lin Ningshan, and asked, Shan, it's your first time here. I assume that you have encountered many problems, right? Lin Ningshan shook her head and confidently said, it's easier than I expected. No problem at all. I'm confident that I will be on the top 10 list. Lin Ningshan looked toward King Mount. She realized that Zhang Ruochen had not yet come back, which made her even more proud. She secretly grinned. So, he hasn't hunted any savage beast. Well, that's reasonable. Taking those precious medicinal materials can strengthen his power. However, it can't enrich his practical experience. Right now, concubine Lin was becoming nervous. She stared at King Mount wistfully. Later, more warriors came back. But those warriors looked worried. Apparently, they had not hunted any savage beast in King Mount. Where are the 9th prince and 9th commandery princess? Fingers crossed, they are okay. People started to worry about them because some young warriors had been killed by savage beasts in previous years' King Mount hunting. The Yunwu commandery prince frowned slightly and was about to send a troop of guards to look for his children. All of a sudden, there was a person shouting in the crowd. They are back. The 9th prince and the 9th commandery princess come back together. Concubine Lin Ningxian, and other princes and princesses looked towards King Mount. They saw these two young people coming from that direction, riding on the same antelope horse. They were getting closer and closer. Zhang Ruochen and the 9th commandery princess got off the antelope horse immediately after arriving at the royal Colosseum. They walked toward their father, the Yunwu commandery prince. Your Majesty, said Zhang Ruochen. Your Majesty. Father, said the 9th commandery princess. The commandery prince laughed. Ruochen, why did you ride on Yushi's horse? The 9th commandery princess replied on behalf of Zhang Ruochen immediately. Father, Brother Ruochen and I met an iron bull. My antelope horse got injured, so I had to ask him for help. The commandery prince stared at Zhang Ruochen and asked, Is that true, Ruochen? Yes, Your Majesty, he replied. The commandery prince nodded firmly. Suddenly, he saw that Zhang Ruochen's right arm had gotten injured. He said, Ruochen, it's your first time here, and it's your first time battling with savage beasts. You just obtained your sacred mark 3 months ago, so don't be upset if you didn't hunt any savage beast. I know. Zhang Ruochen did not explain and he did not plan to explain. He just replied calmly. The 9th commandery princess was about to say something. However, she could not find anything to say in this situation. The 5th prince and the 6th prince grinned secretly when they saw that Zhang Ruochen was injured. A hint of a smile played on Lin Ningxian's face as well. During the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruochen had been outstanding. However, when it came to a real battle with savage beasts, he was still far from good enough. Chapter 24, The First. Shortly afterward, the sergeants who had gone to count the number of savage beasts that were hunted down in King Mount arrived back in the royal Colosseum. The burly general, clad in silver Kylin armor, handed over the booklet containing the results of the assessment to the Yunwu commandery prince. He accepted the booklet from the general and took a quick glance at the results. His eyes were drawn to a name at top of the list. Gradually, a glimmer of a smile formed on his face. He said, Guqian, why don't you announce the results of the King Mount hunting assessment this year? The first place warrior will be awarded a heavy bow. The Yunwu commandery prince then passed the booklet to Guqian. When the young warriors in the Colosseum heard that the prize for the winner of the second assessment would be a heavy bow, they became excited. The heavy bow was classified as a 4th-class genuine martial arms, worth more than 10,000 silver coins. To a young warrior, getting a 4th-class genuine martial arm was an honor. In fact, the heavy bow meant a lot more than just a valuable weapon. When the Yunwu commandery prince was young, he had won the King Mount hunting assessment and had been awarded a heavy bow. Who was going to be the winner of the King Mount hunting assessment? The Kylin armor-clad general opened the booklet in his hand. He looked at the warriors in the Colosseum and said, 43 warriors participated in the King Mount hunting this year. 2 of them died and 9 failed the assessment. 32 warriors successfully hunted down a savage beast. The general announced the ranking starting from the bottom. Ranking 32nd, Situ High of the Citus. He hunted down an inferior class level 1 savage beast, a lightning rabbit. Ranking 31 St. Ranking 14th, the 6th prince, Zhangmi, hunted 4 inferior class level 1 savage beasts, 3 brute bulls and 1 lightning rabbit. The 6th prince frowned after hearing his result. He thought hunting down 4 inferior class level 1 savage beasts would put him in the top 10. He looked disappointed. I never expected it would be so competitive this year. The 6th prince said while looking at Zhang Ruochen. All of a sudden, the disappointment left his face. Rather, he had a hint of a smile. The 6th prince looked down on Zhang Ruochen, just as everyone else did. He believed that Zhang Ruochen was one of the 9 warriors who had failed the assessment. Harassing Zhang Ruochen always made him feel better. He knew there was at least one person in the royal family who ranked lower than him. The general continued, ranking 10th, Lin Tianwu of the Lins hunted down 5 inferior class level 1 savage beasts, 4 brute bulls and 1 lightning rabbit. Brute bulls and lightning rabbits were both savage beasts of the inferior class level 1. Yet, the results obtained by hunting down either brute bulls or lightning rabbits was certainly different. The general went on, ranking 9th, Guli from the Gus captured 5 brute bulls. Ranking 8th, by Wanli from the Bays. He hunted down 6 brute bulls, 5 of which were killed with thunder arrows. The 6th was killed by a martial technique from the Bays, the slaughter fist. It is a mid-class martial technique of the human stage. Ranking 7th, Lin Ningshan, also of the Lins, captured 1 savage beast of the medium class level 1 and 4 from the inferior class level 1. Lin Ningshan was quite satisfied after hearing her result. After all, she was only 15 years old and this was her first time joining King Mount Hunt. Her results fully demonstrated her talent. She held her head up high and looked down on Zhang Ruochen, just like the 6th Prince Zhangmi had. This is the first time for both of us to participate in the King Mount Hunt. Yet, he didn't hunt down any savage beasts. This is the difference between us. She thought arrogantly. Lin Ningshan's performance definitely impressed the crowd. People started whispering, the daughter of Lin Fengxian is absolutely outstanding. She hunted down a savage beast of the medium class level 1 at the age of 15. How talented. She is going to have a wonderful future. Give her 2 more years of practice, I'm sure no one will be able to compete with her in the year-end assessment. Whoa. Suddenly, there was a gasp of amazement outside the Colosseum. Some of the warriors looked disdainful, such as Situ Linjiang, the number 1 genius of the Citus, as well as the 5th prince, and Shui Kai. All 3 of these warriors had cultivated to the final state of the Yellow Realm, which was the most powerful skill level. All of them were competitive enough to be the hotshot winner. Ranking 6th, Shui Hongqin from the minister's mansion hunted down 2 savage beasts of the medium class level 1. Ranking 5th, Luo Cheng from Jinan General Mansion. He hunted 2 medium class level 1 savage beasts and 1 inferior class level 1 beast. Ranking 4th, Shui Kai, also from the minister's mansion, captured 3 medium class level 1 savage beasts and 2 inferior class level 1 beasts. Shui Kai was quiet and vacant when he heard his result. He could not believe he did not make it into the top 3. He thought he would have been first or second. This is absolutely miserable, said Shui Kai, with a cold-blooded look in his eyes and his fists firmly clenched. The 5th prince and Situ Linjiang smiled grimly when they heard Shui Kai only came in 4th. They knew the chances of either one of them winning the prize were higher since their strong competitor was not even in the top 3. Yet, their smiles soon froze. Ranking 3rd, the 5th Prince Zhang Min hunted down 4 medium class level 1 savage beasts and 1 inferior class level 1 beast. Ranking 2nd, Situ Linjiang from the Citus hunted 5 savage beasts of the medium class level 1. Ranking 1st, and the winner of King Mount Hunt is, the 9th Prince, Zhang Ruochen. He hunted down 1 savage beast from the superior class level 1 and 2 from the medium class level 1. After the announcement of the top 3 of the competition, every single person in the Royal Colosseum was completely shocked and speechless. They all stared at Zhang Ruochen. They could not believe that he had beaten all of the strongest warriors in the commandery capital. Within a second, the whole Royal Colosseum became a cacophony. Oh my God! The 9th Prince hunted down a superior class level 1 savage beast. You know, every single one of the savage beasts of the superior class level 1 is as powerful as the highest of the Yellow Realm warriors. He has just reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. How did he manage to do that? This is amazing. In just 3 months' time, his prowess has enabled him to hunt a savage beast of superior class level 1. How incredible is this? In the Royal Colosseum, a lot of people were stunned and bewildered. In the last 10 years of year-end assessments, only the 7th Prince was able to hunt down a savage beast of superior class level 1. Now, the 9th Prince had become the first warrior to capture down a superior class savage beast in a decade. The Yunwu Commandery Prince was ecstatic. Good Qian, get me the heavy bow now. I want to hand it over to my 9th son myself, he said, overjoyed. Wait. Zhang Ruochen walked out among all 43 warriors and said, hunting down the superior class level 1 savage beast wasn't just my work. The 9th Commandery Princess and I both hunted it down together. I can't take all the credit. The 9th Commandery Princess also walked out and stood next to Zhang Ruochen. She added, Father, I would not have made it through the King Mount hunt without the help of my ninth brother. He saved me from the savage beast's claws. In fact, I didn't help much when he killed that superior class savage beast. Haha. My ninth son, who should I give the heavy bow to? You tell me. The Yunwu commandery prince was even more pleased when he saw Zhang Ruochen and Zhang Yuxi were both humble. Zhang Ruochen responded, Father, please give the heavy bow to my ninth sister. I'm good at fighting with a sword, not a bow. I may not be able to fully master it. Zhang Ruochen did not wait for his father's approval. He grabbed the heavy bow and handed it to the ninth commandery princess. Ruochen, why? The ninth commandery princess was completely flattered. Although she really wanted the heavy bow, deep down in her heart she knew that the bow did not belong to her. Zhang Ruochen casually replied, You deserve it. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to kill the green fire deer. Besides, we still have to fight in the martial arts competition. If I win the competition, the prizes will be even better. Well, if you insist. When it comes to the martial arts competition, you have to put forth all your effort to win. With your ability, I'm sure you will easily go into the top 5. The ninth commandery princess received the heavy bow joyfully. She gently stroked the black bow with her tiny, soft hands. Words could not express how pleased she was. Zhang Ruochen had good reasons to give the heavy bow to the ninth commandery princess. First, she was there to help when he killed the green fire deer. Also, he wanted to befriend the ninth commandery princess and turn her into an ally. Zhang Ruochen and concubine Lin were isolated in the palace. Even though he had demonstrated some of his power, the distance between the real warriors and himself was still too great. Having an ally would surely improve their position. The third round was the martial arts competition. Only warriors who had successfully hunted down savage beasts were eligible to enter the third round of assessments. The top 5 competitors would receive a huge prize. They would be allowed access to the Savage Gods pool for skill practice. The winners' rewards would be even better. Therefore, every warrior who entered the third round was extremely fixated on the martial arts competition. The 5th prince groaned and said, My ninth brother, you are definitely mysterious. Let's see who is the best in the drill ground. Zhang Ruochen responded courteously, If I do come across you in the drill ground, I'm afraid we will have to fight. Zhang Ruochen felt someone's eyes on him. He looked up and saw Lin Ningxian standing far away. Lin Ningxian was certainly beautiful. Her delicate features, glistening red lips, slender body, and long slim legs always stood out in a crowd. She had not anticipated the speed with which Zhang Ruochen's skill would rise in just 3 months. He was even able to kill a superior class level 1 green fire deer. Although she was one of the people who looked down on Zhang Ruochen, she respected what he had achieved so far. Yet, she had reached the realm of sword following the heart and attained the low class of spiritual sword technique. If she had to fight against Zhang Ruochen in the drill ground, she was confident that she would defeat him. Those who finished in the top 10 of the King Mount hunting assessment would enjoy the advantage of skipping the preliminary contest and going directly to the second round. The other 22 warriors would need to fight against each other head-to-head, and the top 6 competitors would enter the final. Altogether, 16 warriors would compete in the second round. After 4 hours, the preliminary contest had finally come to an end. 6 warriors, including the 6th prince and the 9th commandery princess, had made their way to the next round. The 6 winners, along with the top 10 in the King Mount hunting assessment, proceeded to the next round. Without further ado, the final tournament now begins. Round 1, the 9th commandery princess, Zhang Yuxi, versus Lin Ningxian of the Lins, said the armor-clad general. No one expected that the first round would be a battle between the 2 beauties in Yunwu City. It definitely intensified the entire competition. Everyone in the Colosseum was longing to watch this fight. Chapter 25, The Final 8. Both Lin Ningxian and the 9th commandery princess, Zhang Yuxi, had just broken through to the medium state of the Yellow Realm in the past 3 months. Their cultivations and abilities were fairly equal. The 9th commandery princess stepped out onto the drill ground first, holding a green genuine martial arms sword. Her elegance and delicate figure were as beautiful as an artist's painting, standing in the middle of the field. Then, Lin Ningxian also made her way out onto the drill ground. A smile touched the corners of Zhang Yuxi's lips as she said, Ningxian, it is said that you have reached the realm of the sword following the heart. I wonder how strong you are in mastering this technique. I can't wait to test you with it. Clang. Without further mockery, Zhang Yuxi waved her arm and the sword scabbard dashed out toward Lin Ningxian. Blue water forming the surge. The ninth commandery princess clearly knew that Lin Ningxian was a powerful enemy and that she had to be extra careful fighting against her. Therefore, the technique that Zhang Yuxi used first was from the mid-class of the human stage. By releasing the sword, 7 shadows of the sword appeared, which gradually turned into 49. The 49 sword shadows eventually connected as a greenish-blue water curtain, while making a sound of flowing water. It compressed and flew towards Lin Ningxian. Lin Ningxian stood solid and still, not moving an inch. She grabbed Zhang Yuxi's hand that held the sword and stared firmly into her eyes. When the water curtain pushed in front of Lin Ningxian, she thrust her sword right into the middle of the water curtain, and it was powerful enough to collapse every single one of Zhang Yuxi's techniques. PHHF. Ninth Commandery Princess Zhang Yuxi realized that Lin Ningxian was going to quickly break down her technique, so she immediately changed to another approach. The sword techniques between the two beauties became sharper and intensified. Up to this point, Lin Ningxian was still unshakable. She stood completely still without moving a muscle in her legs, as if she had turned into a statue. Lin Ningxian thought to herself, I just need to thrust out a strong sword to break down all of her tactics. Standing outside of the drill ground, Zhang Ruochen slightly shook his head and thought, Lin Ningxian has already reached the realm of the sword following the heart in terms of sword comprehension. Yet, Yuxi has been stuck on the technique of play it by ear. When it comes to a real fight, even though they are both in the same realm of martial arts, Yuxi is totally the weaker fighter. Within 10 moves, Yuxi is going to lose the fight. Just then, there was a tremendous change on the drill ground. Lin Ningxian actively attacked Zhang Yuxi. She moved one step forward and whipped her arms until there was a massive sword flower in the air. Zhang Yuxi could not counter and kept stepping backward. Lin Ningxian seized the opportunity to push her harder, step by step. PHHF. After all of the attacks and counterattacks from the beauties, Lin Ningxian's sword suddenly stopped. The sharp head of the sword was pointed right at the ninth commandery princess's chest. Lin Ningxian said with satisfaction, Princess, you have lost. The ninth commandery princess retracted her blue water sword and walked off the drill ground. She was upset and confused when she went over to Zhang Ruochen and asked, Ninth brother, my cultivation is obviously above average. Why did I lose in such a short time? Your sword comprehension. In terms of sword comprehension, you still have a long way to go to catch up to her. Wait until you have put some effort into reaching the realm of the sword following the mind, then you will eventually understand. Zhang Ruochen explained. Then the second fight began. The two warriors who were now standing in the middle of the fighting field were Guli from the Gu family and Situ Linhai, the first ever young genius from the Situ family. The distance between their abilities was very obvious. Situ Linhai kicked Guli out of the battlefield with just 3 moves. Guli did not even have a chance to fight back. The fifth match, the ninth prince, Zhang Ruochen, versus Bai Wanli from the Bai family. The general announced the warriors coming up next. Zhang Ruochen and Bai Wanli stepped onto the drill ground at the same time. Zhang Ruochen's performance in the first 2 rounds was absolutely outstanding and it shocked several of the other warriors. He attracted attention from all of the warriors who had come for the year-end assessment. All of them were curious about how exceptional Zhang Ruochen's abilities were. Outside of the drill ground, Lin Ningxian, the ninth commandery princess, the fifth prince, and the sixth prince were all looking at Zhang Ruochen. They wondered how a dawn stage warrior could beat a medium state warrior. Bai Wanli ranked number 8 in the King Mount hunting assessment. His cultivation had reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He was definitely a powerful warrior who could kill a brute bull barehanded. Ninth prince, you have mentioned that you are good at using the sword, and yet this is not my strongest technique. In order to be fair, let's fight without using any weapons. What do you say? Bai Wanli asked Zhang Ruochen. Sure. Let's fight with our bare fists, Zhang Ruochen responded calmly, as if he did not care about winning or losing the fight. Outside of the drill ground, many warriors and spectators furrowed their eyebrows in confusion as they clearly knew that the Beis were masters of the fist technique. They could not understand why Zhang Ruochen agreed to do what Bai Wanli suggested. It was a fact that the cultivation of Zhang Ruochen was 1 realm weaker than Bai Wanli. On top of that, he had agreed to give up fighting with the sword technique that he was well versed in. He was very likely going to lose. Sha! Ha! Bai Wanli yelled and shifted all of his genuine qi in his body, releasing the martial technique, Slaughter Fist, in the mid-class of the human stage. Bang! The stone ground on the battlefield was shattered by Wanli's powerful footstep. He suddenly rushed toward Zhang Ruochen and aimed his fist at his chest. With the power of the human stage mid-class martial technique, Wanli erupted with strength of 9 bulls. There was a layer of light, a halo, glimmering on his fist. Zhang Ruochen stood still with both legs slightly bent. The muscles in his legs, his back, and his arms, the power from every single part of his body all consolidated together. Bang! The moment all of the power transferred into Zhang Ruochen's fist, he thrust out solidly toward Wanli and his fist collided with his slaughter fist. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed loudly. "You lose," said Zhang Ruochen moderately, who stood straight while looking at Wanli. Wanli held his arm painfully as if he had lost all the power in his broken arm. He took a few steps back, stared at Zhang Ruochen with panic, and asked, You are powerful enough to resist my fist. How did you?" Not only Wanli, but also the young warriors outside the drill grounds, were all confused about what they had just witnessed. Zhang Ruochen just defeated the master of the fist technique. Even though Wanli's fist had the strength of 9 bulls, Zhang Ruochen did not even have to use any martial technique and he shattered Wanli's arm with just one fist. In the terms of a Dawn stage warrior, this was impossible. Only the elder warriors, with an advanced cultivation of martial arts, would notice the clues from Zhang Ruochen. "Master Bai's arm isn't shattered but twisted out of its socket," said the general who was in the Kylan armor. "Dislocated? How is that possible? I'm sure the 9th prince only struck out with a palm. How did he manage to twist Wanli's arm out of its socket?" asked a young frustrated warrior. The general in the Kylan armor explained. "The mastery of the power of the 9th prince is sophisticated when he is at his best. The power from every inch of his muscles and bones all coalesced at the same time. Moreover, when he released his palm, the power of the palm technique actually carried the force of torsion. The torsion disappeared within just a second. It is totally normal if you guys can't figure it out. Even with my cultivation, I still can't master my power to match Zhang Ruochen's finest." The one who commented on Zhang Ruochen's technique with courtesy was Guqian, the royal guard of the Yunwu commandery prince. No one would question the truthfulness of what the experienced and respected person just said. "I can't believe how powerful the 9th prince is. Oh my god, he just started practicing martial arts 3 months ago. I guess even the 7th prince isn't as incredible as him. After the year-end assessment this year, I'm sure that the 9th prince's name will be scattered all over the commandery capital and he will become the most influential warrior of the young generation." Zhang Ruochen left the drill ground embraced by the crowd's amazement. 3 more fights had finished. The 8 spots in the quarterfinals were finally confirmed. The top 8 warriors were the 5th prince, Situlin Jiang, Shui Kai, Zhang Ruochen, Lin Ningxian, Luo Cheng, Lin Tianwu, and the 6th prince. Following the quarterfinal was the semifinal, which was the battle to strive into the top 4. That meant that the warrior who won the next fight would surely enter the top 5 and also be given the opportunity to access the Savage Gods pool for practice. The first round, the 9th prince, Zhang Ruochen, versus the Lin Ningxian, the general announced. When Zhang Ruochen heard that his opponent was Lin Ningxian, he lifted his head slightly and whispered, "What a coincidence." He then glanced at Lin Ningxian. At that moment, Lin Ningxian's sight had also fallen on Zhang Ruochen. The 9th commandery princess, Zhang Yuxi, stood next to Zhang Ruochen, offered a smile, and said, "9th brother, I know you like Ningxian a lot but she doesn't like you. Therefore, don't be tender toward her, spare no effort in the fight and avenge my loss." Zhang Ruochen calmly stepped onto the drill ground. "Oh, my cousin. I never imagined that you would acquire the sacred mark at the age of 16 and yet you still catch up at such a fast pace. Given that the best age of practicing martial arts has passed, your performance so far is indeed incredible." Lin Ningxian said softly with a slight smile on her pretty face. She stood opposite Zhang Ruochen elegantly, with her red lips chuckling, demonstrating a fresh and pure beauty. After watching the fight between Zhang Ruochen and Wanli, Lin Ningxian was completely impressed by Zhang Ruochen's performance and she stopped looking down on him. She clearly knew that the warrior who was standing opposite her was no longer the crappy guy in her mind, but a genius of martial arts. Deep down in her heart, she had no confidence that she would defeat Zhang Ruochen. Indeed, she thought that Zhang Ruochen was scarier than the 5th prince, Situlin Hai, and Shui Kai in terms of his talent and technique in martial arts, which made her even more nervous. Of course, she did not believe that Zhang Ruochen would use any sword strike toward her since she knew Zhang Ruochen had always loved her. Back in the day, Zhang Ruochen had waited outside the Lin's mansion for a whole night, on the coldest day in winter, in order to please her. The next morning, when she went outside the mansion to wake Zhang Ruochen up, she realized that his entire body had been frozen. Being mindful of the fact that Zhang Ruochen's physical quality was fragile before the reborn, Zhang Ruochen acquired the sacred mark. After that night, his health got worse and, thus, resting in bed was the only thing that he could do. Once in a while, she would see Zhang Ruochen with disdain. Even though he waited for her the whole night that winter, she considered Zhang Ruochen a fool who did not deserve her attention. However, it was a totally different story now. The Zhang Ruochen in the fighting field was a genius of martial arts. At the thought of having a generally recognized genius love her, Lin Ningxian felt vainglorious, as if all the hatred had left her in a second. "My cousin, do you think we should fight? You should understand how much it means to me to go into the semi-final," Lin Ningxian said softly since she was trying to take advantage of his love for her. There was a sense of temptation in her glittering eyes as she looked delicately at Zhang Ruochen. Chapter 26, The Outcome. Zhang Ruochen stared at Lin Ningxian and said wryly, "Making the top 4 is important for me too. How about this? I'll fight without a sword." "Really?" A sense of excitement welled up in Lin Ningxian's mind. "Well, thank you for being so humble, my cousin." As far as she was concerned, Zhang Ruochen had to be so loath to defeat her that he had proposed to fight empty-handed. She had no idea that Zhang Ruochen clearly knew that defeating her did not require a sword. The sword in Lin Ningxian's hand was the Splendor Sword, a second-class genuine martial arm. Once she took the combat sword out of the sheath, it immediately emitted radiance. The sword shone like a star and had bright spots flowing on its surface. Lin Ningxian's eyes sharpened. She activated the genuine Chi inside her body and channeled it steadily into the blade. Her Chi stimulated the inscription of Power Series and inscription of Light Series forces in the sword. Boom. Lin Ningxian took 3 steps forward, covering 3 meters with each bound. She moved first and stabbed toward Zhang Ruochen's chest. A cyan sword flower bloomed out of thin air. Momentarily, the cold tip of the sword pointed at Zhang Ruochen. Lin Ningxian had defeated the 9th Commandery Princess with the same sword technique. This sword technique was not easy to handle. Zhang Ruochen thrust his foot against the ground, dodging to the right immediately. Swish. Lin Ningxian changed her technique as well. With a twitch of her arm, she rotated the Splendor Sword in the air and made a backhand stab toward Zhang Ruochen's neck. The Splendor Sword had almost become a part of her, like an extension of her hand. Her technique was sophisticated and her control of the sword was complete. Floating clouds and flowing water. Lin Ningxian brought out a sword technique of the mid-class of the human stage, stabbing toward Zhang Ruochen repeatedly. Her technique was elegant and gave off an intense light. Wind sweeping away the clouds. Rain stops and clouds show. Lin Ningxian used 13 sword techniques in a row. Every stab was well executed, but they all failed to touch even the tail of his robe. Her sword comprehension, after all, had reached the realm of sword following the heart. How could it take that long to defeat a warrior who had a weaker cultivation? Parting clouds. Lin Ningxian used one last sword technique. Its power was so staggering that Zhang Ruochen was forced to retreat step by step. He almost reached the edge of the drill ground. The attack nearly pushed Zhang Ruochen out of the drill ground. It's almost time. Zhang Ruochen's eyes emitted 2 rays of light. Suddenly, he stopped. He stared into the overwhelming sword light and squeezed his index finger and middle finger into a finger sword. All of a sudden, he unleashed his finger sword. Boom. The finger sword had broken through the sword breath in the void and pointed at Lin Ningxian's chest. Boom. He transferred his genuine Chi through his fingers and struck Lin Ningxian. She fell to the ground 3 meters away. Zhang Ruochen stared coldly at Lin Ningxian on the ground and said, "You lose." Lin Ningxian covered her chest with her hand. She gritted her beautiful teeth and stared at Zhang Ruochen with humiliation in her eyes. She grabbed her Splendor Sword and said, "No, I don't. Zhang Ruochen, let's keep fighting." Zhang Ruochen shook his head slightly and turned toward the exit of the drill ground. He did not want to keep arguing with a defeated opponent. Sacred Guiding Sword. Lin Ningxian had a grim look in her eye. She channeled all the genuine chi and resentment in her body to the splendor sword and cast the low class of spiritual sacred sword skill. All of a sudden, the splendor sword sprouted a meter-high light sword, emitting a huge stream of sword breath. She waved her arm and 7 meters of sword breath stabbed toward Zhang Ruochen. When Lin Ningxian displayed this sword technique, the warriors gathered outside the drill ground were shocked. They could not believe that Lin Ningxian would attack the 9th prince from behind as he was leaving the drill ground. Furthermore, she used a sword technique of the spiritual stage, a much stronger power. Had the sword cut the 9th prince, he would have been a dead man. Ningxian, stop. Lin Fengxian's countenance changed as he roared toward his daughter. If the 9th prince died under Lin Ningxian's sword, their family would be doomed. No one, however, expected that she would attack him after being defeated. Yet, it was too late to stop her. Everyone thought that Zhang Ruochen was going to die under Lin Ningxian's sword, but he shot into the sky to evade the sword breath from Lin Ningxian's sword. Dragon in the sky. Zhang Ruochen had risen 7 meters high in the air. He twisted his body, let out a dragon's roar, and his palm struck Lin Ningxian's shoulder. Boom. Lin Ningxian's body shivered. She spat out a mouthful of blood. Her legs trembled and she fell to the ground. Zhang Ruochen looked at Lin Ningxian laying in blood and callously shook his head. He was more than disappointed with his cousin. Lin Fengxian rushed over to the drill ground at once. He glanced at Zhang Ruochen and the Yunwu commandery prince. Then he begrudgingly said, "Thank you for your mercy, 9th prince." Immediately afterward, Lin Fengxian helped Lin Ningxian get up. He put his hands on Lin Ningxian's back. Lin Ningxian channeled a large volume of genuine qi into Lin Ningxian's body through his palms to help her condition of an injury. Indeed, Zhang Ruochen had shown mercy just now. If he had struck the top of her head instead of her shoulder, Lin Ningxian would have surely died. Lin Ningxian woke up. She opened her eyes and glanced at Zhang Ruochen with heavy resentment. "Zhang Ruochen, one day I will return double the humiliation you gave me today," she vowed to him. But Zhang Ruochen had already walked out of the drill ground. After Lin Fengxian helped Lin Ningxian get down off the stage, the competition continued. The following 3 competitions were, Situ Linjiang versus Lin Tianwu, the 5th prince versus the 6th prince, and last but not least, Shui Kai versus Luocheng. Lin Tianwu was another young master of Lin family. Although he was only 19 years old, he had reached the martial cultivation of the medium state of the Yellow Realm. However, Situ Linjiang had already reached the cultivation of the final state of the Yellow Realm. With only one blow, he struck Lin Tianwu out of the drill ground. The competition between the 5th prince and the 6th prince had ended with the 6th prince's surrender. The competition between Shui Kai and Luocheng was exciting. Although Luocheng had only reached the cultivation of the medium state of the Yellow Realm, his martial technique was powerful enough to compete with Shui Kai. Eventually, the disparity in cultivation allowed Shui Kai to defeat Luocheng. So far, the top 4 of the year-end assessment this year had all emerged. They were Zhang Ruochen, the 5th prince, Shui Kai, and Situ Linjiang. Lin Ningxian, Luocheng, Lin Tianwu, and the 6th prince would have to compete for 5th place. The following competitions would be quite brutal. The 5th prince, Shui Kai, and Situ Linjiang were all in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen was only in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. 9th brother, I can't believe you're in the top 4. I definitely underestimated you before. Well, you won't be able to go any further. The gap between the dawn state and the final state is too big for you, the 5th prince said as he laughed. Zhang Ruochen took no notice of him. Instead, he closed his eyes and rapidly recharged his genuine qi. The next competition, Zhang Ruochen, the 9th prince, versus Shui Kai from the minister's mansion. Zhang Ruochen and Shui Kai simultaneously walked onto the drill ground. Shui Kai looked Zhang Ruochen over. He laughed and said, 9th prince, if I'm not mistaken, your specialty is swords. You could say that, Zhang Ruochen responded. Great. Let's fight with swords. Shui Kai stretched out his arm. Outside the drill ground, a young warrior from the minister's mansion handed him a long sword. Shui Kai had carefully scrutinized Zhang Ruochen's 2 previous competitions. He suspected that Zhang Ruochen's ability with swords was a facade. Rather, his true specialty was palm techniques. After all, the palm techniques he showed in the last 2 fights had been astonishing. He did not seem to be a sword master at all. Palm techniques focused on strong power. Sword techniques, however, were about dexterity. Warriors would rarely combine these two abilities. Xue Kai, therefore, proposed to compete with Zhang Ruochen using swords. He believed that Zhang Ruochen's sword techniques would prove inferior to his own. Ninth brother, take this. The ninth commandery princess tossed her blue water sword to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen took the blue water sword. He held the handle of the sword and felt a draft of icy air emanating from it. A third-class genuine martial arms combat sword. There are 3 inscriptions of Ice series and 3 inscriptions of Power series engraved in this sword. Zhang Ruochen estimated the grade of this sword just by holding it. Chapter 27, Flame Snake Spear Technique. Ninth Prince, you should be careful. With a twist in the corner of his mouth, Xue Kai poured his genuine qi into the body of the sword to activate 3 inscription of Power series at the same time. The sword in his hand immediately increased its weight to 175 kilograms. He held the sword with both hands, waving it valiantly. There was an oscillatory qi billow wherever the sword went. His sword technique seemed simple, but it was efficient. It was not fancy, but every hit had shocking power. Zhang Ruochen also poured the genuine qi into the blue water sword to activate an inscription of Ice series and an inscription of Power series. The sword emitted freezing ice into the air and the air filled with white frost. Zhang Ruochen knew that he did not have as much power as Xue Kai. He did not plan to confront the tough with toughness. Zhang Ruochen did some mysterious footwork while waving his sword. He dodged almost every attack. Meanwhile, Lin Fengxian, who stood outside the drill ground, watched Zhang Ruochen's footwork wholeheartedly. With surprise, he silently asked himself how he could be using the footwork of the sacred sword skill. The sword techniques of the spiritual stage all had corresponding footwork. Only by combining it with footwork could the sword technique reveal its real power. Right now, the footwork that Zhang Ruochen used matched the sacred sword skill exactly. Seeing Zhang Ruochen using this footwork, how could Lin Fengxian not be surprised? Xue Kai's sword was extremely heavy. Naturally, it consumed a great amount of genuine qi. As the battle continued, Xue Kai began to feel tired. There was sweat on his forehead and his genuine qi was halfway depleted. His original strategy had been to defeat Zhang Ruochen in a few movements. But after dozens of movements, he had not even touched Zhang Ruochen's sword. Crap. I fell for his trick. He was depleting his energy and genuine qi on purpose. Xue Kai drew back a part of his genuine qi the moment that he realized it. As he activated only one inscription of Power series, the heavy sword in his hands doubled in weight immediately. This is high time. Zhang Ruochen made a move. Sacred Guiding Sword. Zhang Ruochen waved his arm and struck, and an 8-meter-long sword breath flew from the ground, leaving a sword path in Xue Kai's direction. Xue Kai did not see it coming. He had never expected that Zhang Ruochen could practice a sword technique of the spiritual stage. In haste, Xue Kai could only activate all his genuine qi and move his sword crosswise to counter. Bang! The sword breath hit the sword in Xue Kai's hands and threw him away. All his clothes were torn into pieces. When he fell back on the ground, he was outside the drill ground. Xue Kai looked at his bleeding hands, then glanced at Zhang Ruochen, who was standing upright on the drill ground. Bitterly, he acknowledged, "I've lost." When the battle ended, the audience could not recover from their shock. How could a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm be beaten by one in the Dawn state? He's really practicing the sacred sword skill. It's impossible. Lin Ningxian was quite shocked. She could not believe that Zhang Ruochen could practice the sacred sword skill. He even seemed better at it than she was. Could he be the mystery man we met at the central auction? Lin Fengxian seemed serious, and said, "It is not that simple, Ningxian. Don't forget that the sacred sword skill we bought is not the master copy, but a handwritten copy by a superior of the Heaven Realm." Daddy, do you mean that the reason for Zhang Ruochen's extremely fast practice speed is the strength of the Heaven Realm hiding behind him? Lin Ningxian asked in surprise. Hush. Lin Fengxian made a gesture to silence her, and said in a low voice, "It's better to keep it in the family. We'll talk about it when we get back." Lin Ningxian nodded. Her grudge expanded as she stared at Zhang Ruochen. No wonder he could so easily dodge the sacred guiding sword that I used. He also practices this sword technique. How many secrets do you have, Zhang Ruochen? Even Xue Kai is defeated. It seems that the ninth prince has practiced a sword technique of the spiritual stage. It is fair that he defeated Shui Kai. The ninth prince must have reached the realm of sword following the heart. He is indeed a genius of sword techniques. No one dared to look down upon the ninth prince. Instead, they treated him like an incredible genius martialist. Some even thought his talent was as great as the seventh prince's. The following battle was the fifth prince versus Situ Linhai. The fifth prince was 19 years old and had reached the final state of the Yellow Realm with a third-class sacred mark. Situ Linhai, the first genius of the Citus, was 17 years old and had also reached the final state of the Yellow Realm with a fourth class of Blaze sacred mark. Situ Linhai had his own reputation within the young generation of the entire Yunwu city. With his talent, he even had the chance to break through to the completion of the Yellow Realm and reach the Black Realm before the age of 20. Situ Linhai carried a long black spear, standing on the drill ground proudly. He stared at the fifth prince across from him and exclaimed with confidence, "Fifth prince, you are no match for me." The fifth prince said, "We are both in the final state of the Yellow Realm. It will not be easy for you to win. You should know better than anybody else that my genuine chi has the power of Blaze. I have a fourth class of Blaze sacred mark. I have no equal in the same realm. You won't last 10 movements against my spear with your cultivation." Situ Linhai's eyes were firm and sharp, full of confidence. Warriors with natural sacred marks were indeed more powerful than those with normal sacred marks in the same realm. Really? We should let the battle decide who is stronger. The fifth prince picked up the combat sword in front of him, then activated his genuine chi to move fast through his 12 meridians. He poured all of it into the sword. PHHF. He activated 3 inscriptions in the sword. It immediately radiated out a 1-meter-high light. The fifth prince made a move proactively, using a sword technique of the mid-class of the human stage. He waved the combat sword continually to form a vortex of sword light and cleaved at Situ Linhai. To obtain a shining rank in the drill ground of the year-end assessment, most of the young warriors had learned at least one, or often several, martial techniques of the mid-class of the human stage. They wanted to achieve fame with one battle in the year-end assessment. The fifth prince was no exception. He had spent half a year practicing the Heaven Light Sword skill, a martial technique of the mid-class of the human stage. It contained 8 movements in total, and the fifth prince had mastered 3 of them. "The Heaven Light Sword skill is mediocre," Situ Linhai said with a sneer. Situ Linhai seemed at ease under the fifth prince's continuous attack. He waved the long black spear to counterback the fifth prince's every hit. Bang! Bang! The long spear hit the combat sword and sparks flew out. "Sword of Cloud and Rain!" The fifth prince shouted, then he jumped into the sky about 6 meters high, holding the hilt with both hands, and cleaved. The light of the combat sword became brighter, like a shower of illumination, falling on Situ Linjiang. Situ Linjiang had developed 13 meridians, one more than that of the fifth prince. The genuine chi moved fast in Situ Linjiang's 13 meridians, gathering at his hands. His hands looked like a burning flame, and the flame rushed to the long black spear, activating the power of the 3 inscriptions of Fire series at the same time. Fire Snake. The Flame Snake Spear technique was a martial technique of the superior class of the human stage. The spear thrust like a fire snake, breaking all of the sword radiance made by the fifth prince. Bang! The fifth prince flew backward. His royal boa robe caught on fire, burning to ashes immediately. Situ Linhai rushed forward and thrust his spear again. The end of the long spear hit the fifth prince in the chest, knocking him out of the drill ground. With a trace of blood in the corner of his mouth, the fifth prince raised himself from the ground and stared at Situ Linjiang, who was standing at the center of the drill ground like a reincarnate spear god. He declared, "Flame Snake Spear Technique. Terrific. If you had practiced it from the beginning, I wouldn't have lasted 3 movements." The spear technique that Situ Linjiang had just used was extremely amazing. He definitely had reached the realm of spear following the heart. Plus, with the power of Blaze in his genuine chi, he had virtually no equal in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Outside the drill ground, Mo Hanlin said mildly, "Only the 9th prince and Situ Linjiang stand now. It seems appropriate that Situ Linjiang is the strongest of the Situ's young generation. Maybe we won't need the final battle." "Why?" Chinya blinked. Her eyelashes were long and neat. The charming light in her beautiful eyes could attract any man at any time. Mo Hanlin said, With his cultivation, Situ Linjiang is absolutely a young superior who has no equal even in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Although the ninth prince is a greater genius than Situ Linjiang, he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. He could beat Shui Kai, but beating Situ Linjiang is out of the question. Almost everyone present was of the same opinion. They admitted that the ninth prince was a genius of martial arts, but they would not believe that he could beat Situ Linjiang right now. If the ninth prince had another year to practice martial arts, it would be easy for him to beat Situ Linjiang. But as of now, there is still a gap. A small smile showed on Chi Yao's red lips as she said, "Don't bet on it. A genius is called a genius because they can create miracles. I hope the ninth prince can create a miracle. If that's the case, I will have even more interest in him." Hee hee. Chi Yao's eyes narrowed a bit, like two bright crescents. Chapter 28, Who is the Genius? The final battle was between Zhang Ruochen, the ninth prince, versus Situ Linjiang, the first genius of the Citus. Before the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruochen, who was once considered a waste, had just obtained his sacred mark. Yet, nobody dared to look down on him now, including Situ Linjiang, who stood across from him. Fight! Situ Linjiang groaned, and in the meantime, poured his genuine qi into the long spear. The long black spear was covered with flames like a fire snake, thrusting toward Zhang Ruochen. Situ Linjiang clearly knew that Zhang Ruochen's cultivation and power were far beneath his own. But Zhang Ruochen's control over his genuine qi and power was subtle, so he was unsettled by that. If he wanted to defeat Zhang Ruochen, he had to attack fiercely so that he would not have the chance to fight back. As long as Zhang Ruochen had no chance to attack, he would surely be the winner. Situ Linjiang was indeed far more powerful than Shui Kai, and his spear technique was also perfect. But Zhang Ruochen stayed calm as usual, so there was not a trace of fear or panic on his face. Fire snake. The spearhead was chasing Zhang Ruochen's back like a fire snake, aiming at his heart. Zhang Ruochen lowered his body to dodge the long spear, then suddenly he thrust the blue water sword directly at Situ Linjiang's right hand, which was holding the spear. Situ Linjiang stepped back to duck the attack, then he struck back. He used the spear as a stick and slashed at Zhang Ruochen's head. Sparks fell on Zhang Ruochen before the long spear hit him. They burned little black holes on his royal boa robe. Zhang Ruochen whispered to himself, "Such a fast response." There was no time to dodge it now. Sacred Bell Sword. The 11 meridians inside Zhang Ruochen had all displayed. His genuine qi kept injecting into the blue water sword ceaselessly to activate the 2 inscriptions of ice series in it. He twisted his body and countered with his sword crosswise. Boom. A nadir blue, bell-like shadow covered Zhang Ruochen's body, and it spun fast, emitting freezing icy air. Situ Linjiang cleaved the shadow's surface with his spear, but a powerful force stopped him from breaking the shadow. He countered my attack. Boom. The power of rebounds made Situ Linjiang's arm numb. At this moment, Zhang Ruochen rushed from the bell sword and wielded his sword at Situ Linjiang, causing an 8-meter-long sword breath. Sacred Guiding Sword. Another sword technique of low class of spiritual. Situ Linjiang's face slightly changed. He immediately drew back to duck the sword breath, he then roared and thrust the spear at Zhang Ruochen again. Clap. The speed was so fast that it caused violent friction between the blaze spear and the air. The spearhead was burnt in red, dropping grains of sparks. Zhang Ruochen did not counter Situ Linjiang directly. Instead, he jumped into the air to evade the attack. Stupid. One can't borrow power to move when one is in midair. It makes you an easy target. How can you dodge my next attack? Then Situ Linjiang seized the chance. He also jumped into the air and stabbed Zhang Ruochen at his chest. Who says I can't borrow power? I'll use yours. Zhang Ruochen waved his sword continually, hitting the spear. Bang, bang. Every time the blue water sword hit the long spear, Zhang Ruochen's direction shifted a bit. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Ruochen hit the long spear 9 times with his sword. When the 9th hit was over, Zhang Ruochen was below Situ Linjiang. Now, Situ Linjiang was in midair, becoming an easy target for Zhang Ruochen. All those 9 hits happened in a flash. Without a keen eye, one could only see a series of sword glints but had no idea of what was really going on. Crap. Situ Linjiang panicked. He did not expect that Zhang Ruochen could control his power in such an amazing way. In just a blink, the situation was reversed. Boom. Zhang Ruochen thrust the sword. The icy air covered the blue water sword. A layer of ice crystals wrapped its body. The cutting edge of the sword emitted white icy air. At this moment, Situ Linjiang had not reached the ground. He could not borrow power and, thus, he could not dodge. Fire Snake's eyes. Situ Linjiang clenched his teeth and also thrust his spear. The power of blaze broke out from the spearhead. Boom. The combat sword and the long spear hit each other. The icy air and the flame collided and made a loud crash of metal. A great power went to Zhang Ruochen's arm through the sword, sending him 7 steps backward. Situ Linjiang was in a more embarrassing situation. He was thrown backward and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to hit the ground with his spear at the last moment. With the help of the reaction force, he landed smoothly on his feet. He did not realize that his right sleeve was frozen until he got a firm foothold. He activated the genuine chi inside and shook his arm. The sleeve broke apart at once and fell to the ground as pieces of ice. They went on fiercely fighting without stopping. An old eunuch wearing a cyan uniform, who was standing behind the Yunwu commandery prince, said in surprise, "This is a true battle between young geniuses. It's eye-opening. Like father, like son." Although the 9th prince is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, he is fighting neck and neck with Situ Linjiang from the Citus. That is incredible. Right. A great talent takes time to cultivate. The 9th prince's future achievements are beyond our imagination. Congratulations, Your Majesty. There is another great genius in the royal family. A senior general wearing armor flattered him from below. Hearing all the compliments, the Yunwu commandery prince was surely happy. The truth revealed itself. The 9th prince did have an incredible talent in martial arts. Had they been in the same realm, the first young genius of the Citus might have lost already. What kind of father would not be happy when his son had incredible talent in practice? The Yunwu commandery prince said with a smile, "He doesn't have such great power by chance. Haven't you noticed that although he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, he's already developed 11 meridians?" What? One at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm can develop 11 meridians. The concubines, eunuchs, princes, princesses, generals, and ministers all stared at Zhang Ruochen, who was on the drill ground. If Zhang Ruochen did not activate his genuine chi, nobody could quantify his meridians. But when he was fighting Situ Linjiang, Zhang Ruochen had to give it his all. The quantification of his meridians was exposed immediately. Of course, only the powerful elder warriors were capable to see through it. 11 meridians. Really? Is 9th brother that strong? I remember that my 7th brother only developed 10 meridians when he was at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. The 9th commandery princess was so shocked that her pretty eyes were wide open. If that was not said by the Yunwu commandery prince, she would not have believed that there was someone even more talented than the 7th prince in the entire Yunwu commandery. The more meridians that a warrior developed, the more powerful his body of martial arts became, and hence, the more potential he obtained. Taking the 5th prince as an example, he was at the final state of the Yellow Realm, but he had only developed 12 meridians. Therefore, even if he had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, he could only develop 15 meridians at most. Which meant that even if he could reach the Black Realm or the Earth Realm in the future, he would only have 15 meridians inside his body. He surely could not compete with warriors that had 16 or 17 meridians. The more meridians the warriors of the Yellow Realm developed, the more potential they gained. Of course, one with 15 meridians was already more powerful than most warriors. 11 meridians. He has developed 11 meridians when he is only at the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. How could it be possible? Does that mean that he has more potential than the 7th prince? Lin Fengxian was shocked. He did not at all expect that Zhang Ruochen could be such a genius. This was beyond genius. Lin Ningxian asked, "Father, has he really developed 11 meridians?" Lin Fengxian nodded with regards. Had he known the 9th prince's amazing talent, he would not have been such a jerk when concubine Lin went back to the Lin's mansion to beg him. He should not have betrothed Lin Ningxian to the 7th prince. After all, she could only be a concubine at best if she married the 7th prince. There was no chance for her to be a lady. But if he had betrothed Lin Ningxian to the 9th prince, considering the 9th prince's former love for her and their kinship as cousins, she would definitely be a lady. If they could help the 9th prince to become the successor to the throne, the Lins would have much greater influence in the Yunwu commandery in the future. But it was too late now. Who said the ninth prince couldn't defeat Situ Linjiang? Can't you see that the victory still hangs in the balance? Hee hee. Chi smiled. Mo Hanlin nodded. Showing a great talent like this, the ninth prince may obtain a higher achievement than the seventh prince. The situation in the Yunwu commandery will change a lot after the year-end assessment. Chapter 29, Multitasking. On the drill ground, Zhang Ruochen fought against Situ Linjiang fiercely. The sword shadow and spear collided with each other, which let out a deafening bang. Boom. Gripping a long spear in his hands, Situ Linjiang stabbed it into the ground, shattering the flagstone, turning it into gravel instantly. He spun his spear and then all of the gravel flew toward Zhang Ruochen. Bang, bang. Zhang Ruochen swung his sword and chopped straight down. All of the gravel was smashed and altered into stone powder immediately. Then Situ Linjiang seized his chance and tried to stab at the chest of Zhang Ruochen through the stone powder. While Situ Linjiang was immersed in complacency since he thought he was sure to win, his eyes then blurred suddenly and a sword shadow flashed before him. All he saw was a streak of blue sword radiance. Then Situ Linjiang felt a pain in his wrist. His long black spear slipped out of his grip and flew from his hand. It was Zhang Ruochen who left a deep wound on his wrist, very close to cutting off his right hand. I still have a chance to win, Situ Linjiang said to himself. Situ Linjiang was being absent-minded when his long spear flew out of his fist. He immediately sobered and dashed toward Zhang Ruochen. This time, Situ Linjiang intended to plant his fist in the face of Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen realized that Situ Linjiang was going to strike to win. Want another round of fighting? Zhang Ruochen asked. With one hand holding his sword, Zhang Ruochen used his other hand to use the first palm of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, elephant galloping. He bent his body and charged forward. After giving one palm, he unleashed the strength of 16 bulls. When Zhang Ruochen shook his arm, a loud screech broke out from the blue water sword. It looked like the landscape of a white rainbow crossing the sun, casting 7 sword shadows onto the ground. The sacred sword skill. The sacred breaking plum sword. By integrating his palm technique with his sword technique, Zhang Ruochen used them at the same time. It was almost like Zhang Ruochen had split into two, and he made the attack simultaneously and smoothly with each hand. His fighting capacity was suddenly doubled. Boom. When Situ Linjiang's fist made contact with Zhang Ruochen's fist, he was surprised to find that the palm strength of Zhang Ruochen was quite violent and the equivalent to his fist. After all, Situ Linjiang could manifest the strength of 16 bulls. He wondered if Zhang Ruochen could also break out such awesome power. Situ Linjiang had no time to really think about it since Zhang Ruochen was thrusting his sword toward him again. PHHF. A blast of sharp sword breath whipped through Situ Linjiang, leaving a red sword mark on his neck. Zhang Ruochen easily shifted between his palm and sword, forcing Situ Linjiang to keep stepping back. Situ Linjiang had never seen someone separate his left hand from his right hand. They could work independently without any difficulty. He thought that it was like contending with two incarnations of Zhang Ruochen, thus landing himself in a defensive position. It was not long before he had another 2 wounds caused by Zhang Ruochen's sword. I failed. Situ Linjiang gave in and had no intention to continue fighting. Zhang Ruochen stopped his attack and withdrew his sword, planning to exit the drill ground. Situ Linjiang asked, "Can you tell me how you were able to accomplish that level of multitasking? One hand for the palm, the other hand for the sword. It seems impossible." Turning around, Zhang Ruochen glanced at Situ Linjiang and answered, "When your spiritual power is strong enough, you are able to do 2, 3, or even 4 things at the same time." Do warriors also need to practice their spiritual power? Situ Linjiang asked. You can practice if you want. You can choose not to practice if you want. Your choice is your own, Zhang Ruochen replied coolly. In Kunlun's field, only weapon refiners, alchemists, and tamers often practice their spiritual power. Only after your spiritual power had become strong enough would you be able to depict the inscription and refine the genuine martial arms and panaceas. In the meantime, only when one's recorded inscription was in the body of the savage beast were you able to tame them to be your flying mount or war beast. Generally speaking, warriors did not bother with practicing their spiritual power as it was a time-consuming process. Actually, with the enhancement of martial arts cultivation, a warrior's spiritual power would also improve, but fairly slowly. If the warrior did not practice their spiritual power purposely, they would not attain that level of multitasking until they arrived at the heaven realm. In his last lifetime, Zhang Ruochen practiced both his martial arts and spiritual power. Notably, the strength of his spiritual power had entered into a high realm. In this lifetime, he had been reborn into this weak body. Although he had lost all of his cultivation, his spiritual power had been retained. With his present spiritual power level, he could achieve multitasking, doing even 3 things at one time. When Situ Linjiang gave up the battle, the sound of a Triton's trumpet and a war drum came from the military drill ground, which officially announced an end to this year's year-end assessment. Arranged from high to low, the top 5 for the year-end assessment were Zhang Ruochen, Situ Linjiang, Shui Kai, the 5th Prince, and Lin Ningxian. The top 5 young geniuses would get an extra reward besides the opportunity to practice in the Savage Gods pool. Zhang Ruochen obtained the armor of a 6th-class genuine martial arm called the Icefire Kylan armor. Recognized for its great value and amazing defensive power, it was said to be refined from the scales of the king of the savage beasts, a Kylan. When compared to a warrior from the same class, the armor was considered more valuable than the soldier. Namely, the value of the armor of a 6th-class genuine martial arm was equal to a soldier of the 7th-class genuine martial arm. At a cost of at least 1,000,000 silver coins, this Icefire Kylan armor is comparable to a martial technique of the low class of the spiritual. It's even scarce for the royal family in the Yunwu commandery. I can't believe such a treasure was given to me as a reward for first place. Zhang Ruochen was astonished and looked at the Yunwu commandery prince, who was standing on the top. After pondering for just a moment, he understood immediately. After all, Zhang Ruochen was the son of the Yunwu commandery prince. The precious Icefire Kylan armor, though it was presented to him, still technically belonged to the royal family. If Situ Linjiang had ranked first place, he would not have been rewarded the same treasure. It would have been another treasure, inferior to the Icefire Kylan armor. Perhaps the Yunwu commandery prince felt regret for Zhang Ruochen and concubine Lin, thus rewarding the Icefire Kylan armor to Zhang Ruochen as a form of compensation for his faults over the past years. The Icefire Kylan armor was an armor that only covered one's upper body. When Zhang Ruochen injected his genuine chi into the armor, the Icefire Kylan armor appeared blue and red instantly, emitting a combined power of icy cold and roaring flame. Humph! Upon seeing Zhang Ruochen wearing the Icefire Kylan armor, the queen, sitting at the top, pulled a long face and looked quite serious. With a murderous intent flashing across her eyes, she stood up from her seat. The queen swung her sleeves and turned away, turning her back on the drill ground. The 5th prince and the 6th prince all glared at Zhang Ruochen with great jealousy and admiration. Harboring resentment in his heart, the 5th prince said with a grim smile, "It doesn't matter how gifted he is in practice. The more outstanding he does, the sooner he will die. Wait and see. I believe our queen won't let him reach his potential. Even if he is extremely talented, he still falls far behind our 7th brother. Ha! Even his favorite woman will marry our 7th brother as his side imperial concubine. That's nothing." The 6th prince laughed coldly. Actually, they just spoke out of jealousy. However, jealousy was the source of their hatred. The Savage Gods pool was one of the most precious and treasured places of the royal family. It took hundreds of years for the pool to catch tens of thousands of savage beasts and to collect their blood from the past, which then changed into a vast blood pool. That was why it was named the Savage Gods pool. Only the most outstanding geniuses were allowed to practice in the Savage Gods pool. The Savage Gods pool was beneath the Imperial Ancestral Temple. The ceremony of worship was held annually in the Imperial Ancestral Temple, where people would kill savage beasts to replenish the Savage Gods pool with fresh blood. A mysterious power came into being when the blood from the sacrifice blended with the Savage Gods' existing pool. Therefore, the young warriors who practiced in the Savage Gods pool absorbed the essence of blood, and it would build up their body of martial arts, opening up more meridians. The greater the talent of the warrior, the more benefits he would gain. Under the guidance of the minister, Zhang Ruochen, Situ Linjiang, Shui Kai, the 5th prince, and Lin Ningxian were brought to the Imperial Ancestral Temple. Anyone who enters the Imperial Ancestral Temple should kowtow to the great emperors and queens of the past in Kunlun's field. Everyone should show respect to them, especially to the Holy Queen of Majesty and Morality, Empress Chi Yao, my lord. She governs the world and enjoys the majesty in all directions. Wish her a forever young and eternal life. The minister was piously praying and reading aloud while kneeling on the ground. Empress Chi Yao, my lord. She governs the world and enjoys the majesty that is in all directions. Wish her a forever young and eternal life. Situ Linjiang, Shui Kai, the fifth prince, and Lin Ningxian read and prayed. They knelt and kowtowed to the stone statue of Empress Chi Yao. Only Zhang Ruochen stood still, showing no respect but was filled with a bitter hatred for her. Chi Yao, wait for me. I will come to see you when I succeed in my cultivation, Zhang Ruochen thought to himself. 800 years have passed. You probably don't know that the one you killed 800 years ago was reborn anew. Chapter 30, Savage God's Pool. With displeasure, the minister rose to his feet, took a glance at Zhang Ruochen behind him and said, Ninth Prince, won't you bow down to Empress Chi Yao? Rather than her, I only worship heaven and earth, as well as my parents. After these words, Zhang Ruochen went through the imperial ancestral temple and the secret door. Then he walked step by step along the stone ladder behind the door toward the savage god's pool. The fifth prince, Situ Linjiang, Shui Kai, and Lin Ningxian stood up and glanced at Zhang Ruochen. It's his untamed characteristic that will hurt him sooner or later. Situ Linjiang slightly shook his head. After the fight with Zhang Ruochen, Situ Linjiang had come to admire him for his martial arts talents. But Zhang Ruochen was so haughty that he should not worship the empress. He would get into big trouble in the future. Who do you think you are? You just have the cultivation of the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, which can only be counted as the initial stage of martial arts. No one can predict whether or not he will be a superior in the future, said Lin Ningxian. Then, led by the minister, the fifth prince, Situ Linjiang, Shui Kai, and Lin Ningxian also walked down the stone ladder and entered into an underworld filled with the smell of blood. In the center of the underworld, there was a giant bloody sacred pool, with both a length and width of more than 100 meters. The bloody waves ceaselessly surged with the rolling pool water. In the center of the blood pool stood an ancient altar made of tons of megaliths with epitaphs and patterns on each of them. A stone table extended straight up to connect the altar on earth. It's time for all of you to practice in the savage god's pool. Please keep in mind that due to the strong power of blood in it, leave it as soon as possible when you can't stand anymore. Otherwise, it may be life-threatening, the minister sternly warned. The five young geniuses, Zhang Ruochen, Lin Ningxian, Situ Linjiang, the fifth prince, and Shui Kai, walked into the savage god's pool in turns. The water in the savage god's pool seemed hot enough to boil people. Ouch! The five young geniuses groaned when the pool water touched their skin and melted them. Immediately, their legs became mangled and bloody. They bit the bullet and held on by operating their internal genuine chi to defend against the power of blood. If you operate genuine chi to defend against the power of blood, you will stop it entering into the body, the minister casually said at the poolside. In order to acquire the power of blood of the savage god's pool, the five young people had to withdraw their external genuine chi. At that time, the familiar painful feeling appeared again to make their meridians exposed. Due to the strong spiritual power, Zhang Ruochen clearly detected that a trace of the hot power of blood entered into his body through the wounds and integrated into his blood and bones. It is indeed the power of blood. Hooray! With it, my physical quality is certain to be improved a lot. I need to take this chance. Slowly, as he closed his eyes, Zhang Ruochen walked to the center of the savage god's pool step by step. The farther that he walked in, the deeper the water became. After only 10 steps, the bloody water has reached Zhang Ruochen's waist. The more that he touched the water, the faster the absorption speed of the power of blood became. Meanwhile, the pain grew stronger as well. The minister at the poolside was surprised by him and marveled, awesome. How strong his willpower is, to walk into the central area the first time entering the pool. When the seventh prince first entered the savage god's pool to practice, it took him 2 hours to adapt to the shallow area before. He went into the central area. There were 3 areas of the savage god's pool, the shallow area, the central area, and the deeper area. The shallow area was also known as the boundary of the savage god's pool, in where the deepest area could just only reach the knee of the warrior. Generally speaking, the first time practicing in the pool, a warrior could only stand in the shallow area. None of them dared to enter the central area. In the last decade, only the seventh prince walked into the central area his first time going into the pool. The fact that Zhang Ruochen walked straight toward the central area his first time in the pool indeed shocked people there and caused great pressure on the other 4 young warriors. It was the second time for the fifth prince to practice in the savage god's pool. However, he was still afraid of the central area and stubbornly stayed in the shallow area to take in more power of blood to refine his body and build his physical quality. 4 hours later, Lin Ningxian was the first to leave the Savage God's pool. After all, the female physical quality could hardly compare to that of male warriors. After she left the Savage God's pool, the burnt skin of her legs began to heal at a speed visible to the eye. Shortly afterward, they became as flawless as the smooth surface of jade. The insufferable pain disappeared and was replaced with a feeling akin to being immersed in ice crystals and milk, which gave her a comfortable feeling that was cool and refreshing. How could I recover so fast? Lin Ningxian was surprised. It is the absorbed power of blood that helped you recover from the condition of an injury on your legs. Practice, right now. Try your best to refine the power of blood into your own power. Otherwise, all your previous cultivation effects will be greatly diminished, said the minister. Lin Ningxian sat with legs crossed at once and operated genuine qi to refine the power of blood that remained internally. Xuekai also quit an hour later and walked out of the Savage God's pool. 4 hours later, Xuekai, Situ Linjiang, and the 5th prince quit almost at the same time. The moment they walked out of the Savage God's pool, they began to sit with legs crossed in order to refine the power of blood. Now, Zhang Ruochen was the only one that still practiced in the Savage God's pool. Furthermore, he was in the central area. Amazing. A half day has passed and he still practices in the central area. At that time, the 7th prince could only hold on for 1 day. Incredible. The minister was visibly awed by this. In the Yunwu commandery, the 7th prince, who had opened the 7th class sacred mark at the age of 3, could be considered a rare genius, once in a blue moon. He had been using various treasure comprehension abilities to refine his body from childhood, which laid a solid foundation for martial arts practice. His talent and perception could be considered number 1. Could the 9th prince, who just opened the sacred mark at 16, be compared with him? After transforming the remaining power of blood, Lin Ningxian, Xuekai, Situ Linjiang, and the 5th prince all refined their physical quality, showing that they had benefited a lot from it. No one left the Savage God's pool. All of them stood at the poolside and stared at Zhang Ruochen inside the pool. Why is there such a great difference between us, even though this is the first time here for all of us? Situ Linjiang found it incredulous and frustrating. He thought that his willpower was strong enough to bear the pain that ordinary people could not bear. But he could never think that there was such a huge gap between him and Zhang Ruochen. 1 day later, Zhang Ruochen still firmly stood in the central area of Savage God's pool. He did not walk out of the pool until the middle of the 3rd day. Then, he sat with legs crossed in order to refine the remaining power of blood inside his body. Zhang Ruochen slowly opened his eyes the moment that he finished the refinement, with a flash of blood flowing in his eyes and quickly retracting back into his pupils. My physical quality has indeed improved a lot. If so, I absolutely can open 19 or even 20 meridians when making a breakthrough to reach the medium state of the Yellow Realm, Zhang Ruochen thought to himself. After the year-end assessment, concubine Lin had moved back into the Jade Palace again. The moment that Zhang Ruochen arrived in the Jade Palace, he took out 10 small jade bottles with mirror washing liquid in them from the internal space of the time and space spinel and put them in a line. It's time for the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He emptied a bottle of mirror washing liquid into his mouth, and then Zhang Ruochen began to develop the 12th meridian. At that moment, the minister reached the Queen's palace to report everything that he had witnessed in the Savage God's pool. Bang! The white genuine qi from the Queen's 5 fingers broke the glass into pieces. That's really something. He could practice in the central area of the Savage God's pool for 2.5 days. I never imagined that he was so highly gifted. But it's a pity that he hasn't realized that people like to shoot others down before they even stand up, said the Queen in a deep voice. The minister mentioned, Your Majesty, the year-end assessment just ended. Thus, should anything happen to the 9th prince, you would be suspected. The Queen sneered, Do you think that I'm stupid? We certainly can't kill him in the palace. But once he leaves the palace, it's none of my business if he dies out there. The minister replied, Actually, no matter how high the 9th prince's gifts are, he's just at the cultivation of the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, which could never compare with the 7th prince. Thus, it's unknown whether he will fully develop in the future. Your Majesty, it's not necessary. The Queen interrupted the minister and said coldly, Whoever may threaten my son must die. Since he has not become stronger, we must kill the 9th prince to prevent trouble later. Chapter 31, The King of Slaughter. I have reached the medium state of the yellow realm, but indeed, I only managed to develop 19 meridians. After 3 days' practice, Zhang Ruochen developed 8 meridians one by one. He finally reached the medium state of the yellow realm. The powerful genuine Chi quickly ran through the 19 meridians, filling his whole body, and then an unprecedented strong power came from his meridians. The fifth prince, who reached the final state, had only developed 12 meridians. However, Zhang Ruochen, who just reached the medium state, had developed 19 meridians. It meant that his body of martial arts had become exceedingly powerful. In his last lifetime, he developed 20 meridians when he was in the medium state of the yellow realm, just one more than this time. I have practiced once in the savage god's pool and absorbed a great deal of power of blood, making my body more powerful. But it still can't compare with the one in the last lifetime. Of course, I have some advantages that I never had in the last lifetime, powerful spiritual power and a rich practice experience. If I want to catch up with Chi Yao's martial cultivation, I must do better than that of my last lifetime and open up more meridians. Therefore, I need to make my body become more powerful than it was last lifetime. I have to open up all the 36 meridians from the graph of meridians in the Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. Zhang Ruochen walked out of the internal space of the time and space spinel, cleaned up the dirt he made when he developed his meridians, and then practiced in the yard. Bang. Bang. Once he slapped, a bang echoed in the air. Now, even if he did not utilize the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he could also exert the strength of 16 bulls. If he utilized the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he could break out the strength of 25 bulls with the power of his palm. With his current power, he could defeat Situ Linjiang with 3 palms. He also could compare well with the warriors who had reached the completion of the yellow realm. Zhang Ruochen's combat effectiveness had advanced to a high level only in a few days. There were more maidservants and eunuchs to serve concubine Lin and Zhang Ruochen after they moved back to the Jade Palace. Since his gift of martial arts was exposed at the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruochen had begun to openly practice in the courtyard. A beautiful girl with a flush of shyness on her snow-white face, of about 15 or 16, obsessively gazed at Zhang Ruochen practicing in the courtyard. She thought, "The 9th prince is so excellent, and I have heard that he could even defeat the 5th prince and the 6th prince. He is regarded as a genius of martial arts by the whole palace." Naturally, people always respected a superior. Girls always admired the geniuses as well. Seeing Zhang Ruochen practicing, an older maidservant with something strange flashing in her eyes slipped away from the Jade Palace to a rockery in the palace. The maidservant knelt down and respectfully said, "Miss Han, the 9th prince had released himself from refining. His cultivation has reached the medium state of the yellow realm." The girl in front of the maidservant wore a light green dress. She was slender and appeared to be 18 or 19. She was Han Qinglua, one of the 4 close female guards of the queen. The 4 close female guards were also the apprentices trained by the queen. With powerful cultivations and special skills in killing, they eliminated dissidents for the queen. The queen had ordered Han Qinglua to assassinate the 9th prince. With her hands behind her back and contemptuous mirth on her face, Han Qinglua said, "At the martial arts competition, the cultivation of Zhang Ruochen had reached the peak of the dawn state of the yellow realm. What's more, he had absorbed the power of blood in the savage god's pool. It would be strange if he hadn't reached the medium state of the yellow realm with his talent." With a murderous look, Han Qinglua continue to observe him, and report it to me once he leaves the palace. The maidservant assented. Yes. After saying that, the maidservant returned to the Jade Palace. After finishing his practice, Zhang Ruochen went back to his room and entered the internal space of the time and space spinel. Sitting with his legs crossed in the center of the internal space, Zhang Ruochen took out an energy pill, ate it, and started to refine. With his current cultivation, he was able to absorb all the pill spirit of the energy pill without any waste. It only took him 2 hours to absorb all of the pill spirit of the energy pill and convert it into genuine chi. After Zhang Ruochen reached the medium state, the capacity of his chi pool had become 10 times bigger. But only 1 energy pill's spirit could not increase his genuine chi much for his chi pool. He spent another 2 hours absorbing the remaining 2 energy pills. The genuine chi only increased by 20% with 3 energy pills. Zhang Ruochen would have to eat hundreds of energy pills to fill his chi pool with genuine chi. I must buy some pills of a higher class because the energy pills are having a decreasing effect on me. They will be useless once I reach the final state of the yellow realm. Both energy pills and refining powder were first-class pills. They had great effects on warriors in the lower realms. But as the warriors' cultivation increased, the effects of the first-class pills started decreasing, requiring warriors to eat second-class pills in order to maintain their rate of practice. Zhang Ruochen was about to leave the internal space of time and space spinel to buy some pills of a higher class when he suddenly noticed the stone platform. On the stone platform was a scroll and a silver iron book, The Mystery of Time and Space. My cultivation has reached the medium state of the yellow realm. Maybe I can open up the scroll. The scroll was so heavy that Zhang Ruochen could not even pick it up when he was at the initial stage of the yellow realm. According to The Mystery of Time and Space, only after Zhang Ruochen reached the dawn state of the yellow realm would he be able to open up the scroll. Zhang Ruochen operated his genuine chi, converged it in his right arm, grasped the scroll, and slowly picked it up. The scroll was so heavy. It had to be at least 1,000 pounds. Zhang Ruochen controlled his power to slowly spread the scroll on the ground. The scroll was a magnificent catalogue of reckless waste with lofty mountains, torrential ancient rivers, steep cliffs, and a giant old tree in the middle of the scroll. The old tree was atop the clouds. Its roots were as big as a mountain and as long as a dragon. Every leaf could cover a lake. With a little smile, Zhang Ruochen shook his head and thought, how can there be such a giant tree in the world? Suddenly, he heard a voice. Who says there can't be? You are so ignorant that even don't recognize the divine tree called the sacred prime tree that supports the entire Kunlun's field. I'm really disappointed. Being slightly astonished, Zhang Ruochen looked around in the internal space only and found no one. Where did that voice come from? In an alert state, Zhang Ruochen asked in a sinking voice, who is speaking? The voice came again. Can't you see me in the painting? In the painting? Zhang Ruochen felt astonished and asked, are you the sacred prime tree? According to history, it was cut down in the medieval ancient times. The sound came again. In medieval ancient times? Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, the medieval ancient times was around 100,000 years ago. By the way, are you really the sacred prime tree? Is the legendary tree something that really exists? The voice said with a sigh, how could it be? As you are saying the sacred prime tree has been cut down, then how could I be a tree? Zhang Ruochen gazed at the scroll and asked again, who are you? The voice answered, I'm not a human being. Zhang Ruochen said, eh? The voice said, I'm a cat. Then it continued, you can't look down on me. I have a famous name, the King of Slaughter. A superior like me is unable to be worn down by time. Even if 100,000 years have passed by, I will still play an important role in history. Young man, you must have heard of my name, haven't you? Thinking for a while, Zhang Ruochen shook his head and replied, no. Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen found that there was a black cat that was as small as a grain of rice under the sacred prime tree. No one could find it unless they looked carefully. Are you a cat or a painting? Zhang Ruochen felt strange and asked. It sighed. Eh. I've told you, I'm the King of Slaughter. I was sealed in the scroll because I did something wrong in the past. Now, only you can release me. Why am I the only one who can set you free? Zhang Ruochen asked. Because you have opened up the sacred mark of time and space. You can drive the power of space to open the seal of the painting. It is known that, from ancient times to now, only a few humans have developed the sacred mark of time and space. Young man, you are so lucky. After knowing what it was, he laughed and asked, why should I set you free? Chapter 32, Yin-Yang Wooden Graph. Saint Monk Shumi sealed me in this painting, hoping that I could confess and overcome all of my weaknesses. He wanted me to help the next warrior with a time and space sacred mark to study the mystery of time and space so that warrior could become the strongest warrior on earth. That voice said again, if you don't free me, how can I show you the mystery of time and space? And if I don't show you the mystery of time and space, how can you become the strongest warrior? You were sealed by Saint Monk Shumi in the painting. Zhang Ruochen could not believe the cat's words because they sounded ridiculous. It had to be important for Saint Monk Shumi to seal it in the painting. It could not be that simple that it only had done something bad. Saint Monk Shumi, who had obtained a time and space sacred mark, wrote the mystery of time and space. He was a famous saint back in medieval ancient times and records about him could be found in history. That voice said with a sigh, who else can unleash the power of sealing the space except for Saint Monk Shumi? He is the only person who can open up a world in the painting. However, without a doubt, you can do that easily as well after you have become stronger. You said that you could show me how to practice the mystery of time and space, right? In other words, you can use the power of time and space as well, right? Asked Zhang Ruochen. That voice said, of course, my cultivation is unparalleled. I can do everything. However, without a time and space sacred mark, I can't use the power of time and space. But, I used to be with Saint Monk Shumi, so I have unconsciously developed a deep understanding of time and space. Obviously, I have no problem with teaching you at all. Now you can finally turn to the second page of the mystery of time and space. Zhang Ruochen picked up the mystery of time and space and turned to the second page. He saw some silver words on this page. Inscription of space. On the second page, 8 fundamental inscriptions of space, which represented the 8 grids of space, were recorded. They were, inscription of pointy, inscription of line type, inscription of lengthways, inscription of transverse type, inscription of height, inscription of flat type, inscription of strain type, and inscription of condensing. In short, pointy, line type, lengthways, transverse type, height, flat type, strain type, and condensing. A voice came out from the painting. Only 8 fundamental inscriptions of space are recorded on the second page. If you can practice these 8 inscriptions well, basically you open up a small space by yourself. However, even so, you won't be able to attack enemies with the power of the space. You have to learn advanced level inscriptions of space, such as inscription of seal, inscription of collapse, inscription of crack, inscription of transmission, etc. It is more important for you to practice these 8 basic inscriptions well. Zhang Ruochen asked, why does this page record 8 basic inscriptions of space only? What about inscriptions of time? Haha. Time is flowing continuously. Nobody can create time. Therefore, we don't have inscriptions of time. However, for a warrior with a time and space sacred mark, he can practice his mark of time and utilize the power of time in order to use time's spiritual techniques. If your spiritual power is strong enough, and if you can practice your mark of time well, you can easily cut 10 years off your enemy's life expectancy with one finger. You can even stop time, speed up time, slow down time, etc. in an independent space. Time has an amazing power. Even if your cultivation is high, you can't compete against time, neither can you defend yourself against time. Well, with your current level of spiritual power, you can't practice the mark of time, you can only do the 8 basic inscriptions of space. Zhang Ruochen asked, so practicing inscriptions of space and the mark of time require amazingly strong spiritual power, is that correct? That voice laughed. Free me from the painting first, and then I will let you know. Zhang Ruochen hesitated a bit. He was uncertain whether or not it would be a good thing to do that. Don't hesitate. I have great unrivaled cultivation. However, I'm not interested in you at all, young man. Free me and I promise you that I will tell you more secrets about time and space. I will help you utilize the power of the time and space sacred mark. Is this a good thing or bad thing? That's the problem. However, if it's a bad thing, it can't be avoided easily. It will happen anyway. If Saint Monk Shumi considered it a threat, he should have killed it, rather than just sealing it inside a painting. Zhang Ruochen thought for a while and asked, how can I free you from the painting? Just a drop of blood will be enough. Once you drop it onto the painting, you'll become the painting's owner. Inject your genuine chi into it, then you will be able to break the seal and free me, said that voice with great excitement. Zhang Ruochen used his nail to break the skin of his right index finger, leaving a bloody line on his fingertip. A crimson drop of blood from his fingertip dribbled onto the painting, with a ta sound. The droplet was absorbed by the painting. Boom. A light layer of blood covered the painting. The painting suddenly flew into Zhang Ruochen's hand. It should be noted that the painting was 1,000 pounds, however, Zhang Ruochen made it fly to his hand with his spiritual power. It was incredible. It's an amazing treasure. Other genuine martial arms can't be compared to it at all. After having become the owner of this painting, Zhang Ruochen could clearly sense that every line on the painting was an inscription. There were inscriptions of space, inscriptions of ice series, inscriptions of power series, inscription of earth series, inscription of fire series, etc. All kinds of inscriptions were on the painting, and they were uncountable. That's why Saint Monk Shumi was the greatest saint in medieval ancient times. Even his painting is beyond others' cognition. Zhang Ruochen unleashed his spiritual power and the painting was turned into a white light and flew into the sacred mark on his glabella. Then it reached his chi pool. The painting was hung in the middle of the chi pool. It was rotating slowly with shallow white light. Boom. Zhang Ruochen unleashed his spiritual power again. Now the painting flew out of the chi pool and was back in his hand. The voice said again, the painting is called the Yin-Yang wooden graph. Its paper is made of a tree leaf from the sacred prime tree. It took Saint Monk Xumi 10 years to finish the drawing, and it cost him great spiritual power. Young man, now you can free me, right? Of course. Although Zhang Ruochen agreed to free the cat, inside his mind he was still uncertain. He could not fully trust the cat. Zhang Ruochen injected his genuine chi into the scroll. The scroll was shining and shaking slightly. Boom. A black light flew out of the painting and fell to the ground. It became a 1 meter tall, giant black cat. That cat was as large as a hog and fat with soft black fur. Its golden eyes were even bigger than Zhang Ruochen's fists. Zhang Ruochen had seen cats before, however, it was his first time to see such a large, fat cat. Haha. Finally, I am out. It's been 100,000 years. 100,000 years. That fat, black, cat spoke like a human being, which was weird. Suddenly, that fat, black cat bared its sharp teeth, with a ferocious gaze in its round eyes. It rushed toward Zhang Ruochen and roared, "Kiddo, I'm the king of slaughter. I can kill you with a claw." Haha. It rushed at Zhang Ruochen, reaching out a sharp paw toward his neck. Its body seemed fat and bloated, but it was super fast. It moved like a black shadow. Zhang Ruochen had been vigilant against the cat before the paw was coming toward him. Zhang Ruochen hit the cat with his palm on its giant face. The cat whined, and his tongue was almost outside his mouth. The cat was thrown backward. Bang. It hit on the internal space of the time and space spinel and fell to the ground like a dead pig. Zhang Ruochen looked at his palm and then glanced at the cat on the ground. He frowned slightly and asked, "Are you really the king of slaughter?" That giant, black cat stamped the ground with its paws and gnashed. "Young man, how dare you doubt my ability? If it wasn't for my cultivation being sealed in the painting, it would be a piece of cake to kill you. Oh no, what are you doing? Help! I was just kidding. I am such a nice guy, why would I kill others? What are you? Oh no, no." Zhang Ruochen carried the cat's tail and dragged it to the center of the space. He stepped on its abdomen with the flash-shining sword in his hand. He injected his genuine chi into the flash-shining sword and all of a sudden, 3 inscriptions of power series in the sword were activated. The weight of the sword reached 500 pounds suddenly. "Fatty, do you really think that I will believe you again?" Zhang Ruochen held the sword with both his hands and stabbed abruptly downward. Suddenly, a scary power was unleashed from the cat's body. The cat turned its body and escaped out of Zhang Ruochen's control and hid in a corner. With its tail upturned, the cat shined shallow black lights and said, "Young man, you must calm down. When you do things, remember not to act on rash impulse. I was just testing your cultivation. How would I try to kill you? Besides that, with my unrivaled cultivation, if I plan to kill you, do you really think that you can get the chance to fight back? Are you serious?" With the flash-shining sword in his hand, Zhang Ruochen walked toward the cat 1 step at a time and swayed the sword. "Shit, you really think that I am afraid of you? If we really fight against each other, it doesn't mean that I will be weaker than you." The cat reached out his sharp paw and grabbed the flash-shining sword. It roared loudly, "Meow." Chapter 33, The Federation of Inscription. Zhang Ruochen retracted the flash-shining sword and quickly stabbed it out again. The sword pierced through the breach between the paws of that giant black cat and hit on its glabella. This made a metal crashing sound and some sparks struck out. Bang. The flash-shining sword was a 4th-class genuine martial arm. However, it could not break the cat's defense. The cultivation of the cat isn't that strong. It isn't more powerful than a warrior in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Why does it have such formidable defensive power? Haha. Although I am 1 realm lower than you, my indestructibility, great martial technique, and spiteful means can help me defeat those who are 3 realms higher than me. With my current power, even a warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm can't defeat me. Young man, go to hell. Meow. That giant black cat rushed at Zhang Ruochen again and jumped 2 meters high. It opened its big mouth and tried to bite Zhang Ruochen's shoulder. Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Genuine chi was running through Zhang Ruochen's entire body. He waved his sword at the cat. Meanwhile, the sword had broken out 7 sword breaths. When the flash-shining sword was right in front of the cat, the 7 sword breaths gathered together and hit the cat's chin. The cat screamed again and fell to the ground. Ah. That hurts. Young man, why do you have such strong power? You're just in the medium state of the yellow realm. How can you unleash the power of a warrior in the completion? Do you think you're the only one who has a great physical quality? If we were in the same realm, I would probably be weaker than you. However, I have a higher realm than you now. You're not capable enough to fight against me, said Zhang Ruochen with his sword in his hand. The cat was strong indeed. If they were in the same realm, Zhang Ruochen could barely defeat it because of its strong indestructibility. Being an immortal, there was no blade or spear that could cut through it. Seeing Zhang Ruochen coming closer, it said, "Young man, as we both can't defeat each other, why do we still have to fight? We will be wasting our time if we continue fighting each other. Why don't we sit down and talk peacefully?" The cat's defensive power was so strong that even the flash-shining sword could not break the defense of its body. If they continued fighting, Zhang Ruochen could only defeat it rather than kill it. Zhang Ruochen stopped and said, "If you can answer some of my questions, we can probably talk peacefully for now." The cat sat on the ground with its belly stuck out. It said comfortably, "Go ahead. I know everything from 100,000 years ago and can predict what will happen in the next 100,000 years. Whether you want to know something up in the sky or underground, or anywhere else on Earth, there is nothing that I don't know." "Why did Saint Monk Shumi seal you in the yin-yang wooden graph?" asked Zhang Ruochen. "Well, that's a long story. Back then, I had committed horrible crimes. Saint Monk Shumi thought I was sinful, so he sealed me up," said the cat, with its big ears shaking slightly and eyes spinning. "What kind of horrible crimes?" said Zhang Ruochen. "I had killed millions of people, triggered human disasters, killed dragons, and took out their gallbladders, set fires in the sky and oceans." "Well, I think that's it," said the cat. Zhang Ruochen stared at the cat's fat body and said, "Well, you don't seem like a killer." "Yes. You read my mind. That monk was unreasonable. He sentenced me incorrectly and sealed me in that graph. I don't even know to whom to complain to." The cat lay on the ground, shook its head, and sighed with its belly stuck out. Zhang Ruochen said, "Those who don't look like bad guys can sometimes turn out to be very bad. Likewise, those who don't look like good people can do great stuff sometimes. I'm just a cat, please don't judge me or misunderstand me." "Hey, young man, what are you doing?" asked the cat. Phew. The cat had been sealed in the yin-yang wooden graph again. As expected, the power of the yin-yang wooden graph can keep you down. Now I am the owner of this graph, so as long as I want, I can seal you in the graph. Zhang Ruochen smiled with the graph in his hand. "Young man, you should stay calm and set me free. I promise you that you'll have my loyalty forever. If you ask me to catch fish, I won't dare to catch a rat," said the cat worriedly. The cat had been sealed in the graph for 100,000 years and had finally regained its freedom. Undoubtedly, it hated to be sealed again. Zhang Ruochen ignored the cat and put the yin-yang wooden graph aside. He started studying the 8 basic inscriptions of space. "Young man, if you want to carve the basic inscriptions of space, you must at least cultivate your spiritual power up to the 12th level. How old are you now? How can you possess such strong spiritual power? Release me and I'll teach you how to practice your spiritual power." The cat's voice came out of the graph. "The 12th level. Well, my spiritual power has reached the 32nd level already. The basic inscriptions are not difficult to me at all." Zhang Ruochen sat on the ground with his legs crossed. He opened the mystery of time and space, put it in front of him, and started studying. How can it be possible? The spiritual power of an ordinary adult is normally at the 10th level. It would be an outstanding achievement to reach a maximum of the 8th level for a young man like you. Even those with great innate spiritual powers can only reach the 15th level at most. How can you reach the 32nd level? The cat was doubtful. Zhang Ruochen was not interested in talking to it any longer. He started practicing the first basic inscription of space, the inscription of Pointy. The voice came out of the graph again. "Did you start practicing your spiritual power when you were a child?" No. Even if you started practicing from an early age, you could only have reached the 20th level. How can you have reached the 32nd level? Young man, you are better at boasting than me. Warriors with their spiritual power higher than the 15th level would be able to carve basic inscriptions. However, the basic inscriptions of space were special. They were more complicated and unstable than the basic inscriptions. Only warriors with spiritual power at the 20th level could possibly carve them. Boom. Zhang Ruochen pushed his genuine chi into his fingertip and reached out his finger. A light spot was formed. He wanted to carve the inscription of pointy in the air. He had tried more than 30 times and yet, none of them were successful. Haha. I knew it. You were totally boasting. Practicing spiritual power to the 20th level is as difficult as climbing into the sky for average warriors. And if they want to carve the basic inscriptions of space, that's even more difficult. The cat teased him. Zhang Ruochen stopped and whispered to himself, "It's my first time to carve it and it's surely difficult. Let me practice with the spiritual paper and the inscription pen." When alchemists and weapon refiners first started practicing the inscriptions, they all practiced with the inscription pens and spiritual papers. It took them at least 1 year to practice before they carved their first inscription on the spiritual paper. It was Zhang Ruochen's first time to practice an inscription. Yet, he wanted to carve it in the air with his finger. It was not surprising that he failed. Zhang Ruochen stood up and planned to purchase some inscription pens and spiritual papers. "Young man, take me there as well. I promise that I won't make any trouble. I will listen to you." Before the cat finished its words, Zhang Ruochen had put the yin-yang wooden graph back into his glabella and walked out the internal space of the time and space spinel. Then, Zhang Ruochen left the royal palace and walked toward the martial market. Right after Zhang Ruochen had left the palace, a maidservant rushed to the palace where the queen lived and reported Zhang Ruochen's activity to Han Qingluo. "He's finally leaving the palace? That's wonderful. Get me a troop of soldiers, I'll take them out of the palace. Tonight is going to be the last night for that genius," said Han Qingluo with a cold gaze in her eyes. A hint of an evil smile played on her lips. Zhang Ruochen had arrived at the martial market and walked toward the Federation of Inscription. The Federation of Inscription was one of the strongest organizations in Kunlun's field, with a long history. Before the First Central Empire was formed, the Federation of Inscription had already been established. There were 4 alliances under the Federation of Inscription: Alchemist Alliance, Weapon Refiner Alliance, Tamer Alliance, and Union of Unusual Talent. Inscription pens and spiritual paper could only be purchased at the Federation of Inscription. The Federation of Inscription had a monopoly over these 2 goods. They could not be found in any other place. In Kunlun's field, each city had a branch of the Federation of Inscription. The Yunwu Commandery was built magnificently, like a castle. The traffic was always busy outside of the Federation of Inscription. There were warriors as well as alchemists in long blue gowns on the streets. For the alchemists, a tripod was embroidered on the back of their gowns. Other than the alchemists, there was a hammer embroidered on the back of the weapon refiners' gowns. Apart from the alchemists and weapon refiners, there were some tamers riding on savage beasts walking into the Federation of Inscription. There was a middle-aged man wearing a weapon refiner's gown. He looked like he was in his 30s, with his chest stuck out. He loftily walked toward the Federation of Inscription. "My lord Zhuan." The royal guards who stood outside the Federation of Inscription saluted with a gaze of respect in their eyes. Zhuan nodded. He walked into the Federation of Inscription without taking a glance at the royal guards. "It's Lord Zhuan, the weapon refiner. It is said that he is an amazing second-class weapon refiner with his spiritual power at the 26th level. Lord Zhuan has altogether 17 disciples, 8 of which have become first-class weapon refiners. There are countless warriors who want to be mentored by Lord Zhuan in all of Yunwu City. I've heard that Lord Zhuan has a relatively high requirement for his disciples. Warriors will be rejected if either his spiritual power has not reached the 12th level, or is aged over 20. It is almost impossible for warriors to cultivate their spiritual power up to the 12th level before turning 20 years old. Only the true geniuses can make it." At this moment, Zhang Ruochen saw 2 familiar figures, the 8th Prince Zhang Ji, and the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud Sect, Shan Xiangling. They had arrived at the Federation of Inscription as well. After the year-end assessment, the status of Zhang Ji had greatly plummeted in the palace. His biological mother, concubine Xiao, had been banished to the Cold Palace. Meanwhile, out of the 9 princes, he had become the prince with the lowest cultivation. He was so depressed due to these 2 blows. He had accompanied Shan Xiangling to the Federation of Inscription, hoping that they could apprentice with Lord Zuan, the second-class weapon refiner. In terms of his martial arts talents, he could barely compare to Zhang Ruochen. Therefore, he had to discover some way to surpass Zhang Ruochen so he could retrieve his status back. Chapter 34, Spiritual Power. When Zhang Ruochen noticed the 8th prince and Shan Xiangling, they saw him as well, standing outside the Federation of Inscription. On seeing Zhang Ruochen, the 8th prince got angry and said, "Ninth brother, what have you come to the Federation of Inscription?" Not being willing to argue with the 8th prince, Zhang Ruochen just shook his head and said to Yun, "Wait for me at the Roan Antelope Ancient Carriage. I'll buy something in the Federation of Inscription." Stepping off the Roan Antelope Ancient Carriage, Zhang Ruochen headed for the Federation of Inscription. A mellow sound came from a distance. A woman said, "Please wait, 9th prince." Zhang Ruochen stopped to turn back, gave a glance at Shan Xiangling who was walking toward him, and asked, "Who are you?" Having just met her once at Qingxian Pavilion, Zhang Ruochen did not know anything about her. He just knew that she was the 8th prince, junior sister apprentice, and came from the same suzerain as him. "I'm Shan Xiangling from the Red Cloud sect. You greatly opened my eyes at the year-end assessment, defeating a warrior in the final state of the Yellow Realm with your cultivation in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. If it's possible, I would like to discuss martial arts with you." Shan Xiangling slowly walked toward Zhang Ruochen with expectation in her eyes, giving off a wisp of soft fragrance. As one of the 4 beauties in the Yunwu Commandery, Shan Xiangling was really pretty. With slender arched eyebrows, long eyelashes, and exquisite facial features, she was almost as delicate as a work of art. When she first saw Zhang Ruochen in Qingxian Pavilion, Shan Xiangling considered him a good-for-nothing without any ability to practice martial arts. Suspecting he was a catamite of Qinya, she deeply looked down upon him. However, Zhang Ruochen showed a marvelous gift for martial arts at the year-end assessment, by easily holding a heavy stone tray of about 500 kilograms, killing savage beasts of superior class level 1, and defeating opponents who were in a higher realm. It was known that it was not easy for a young warrior to do even one of those 3 things. As a genius martialist, Zhang Ruochen could not be a catamite and a plaything of a licentious woman. Zhang Ruochen glanced at Shan Xiangling and felt a little surprise. She thought, the girl not only looks pretty but has a high gift for martial arts, as she has reached the final state of the Yellow Realm, which is higher than that of the 9th Commandery Princess and Lin Ningxuan. Actually, the reason why they were all regarded as the 4 beauties of the younger generation was that they looked pretty and were extremely gifted in martial arts. If they did not have a gift for martial arts, they could not become goddesses adored by numerous warriors, no matter how beautiful they were. Shan Xiangling was 17, a little older than both the 9th Commandery Princess and Lin Ningxuan, so she had a higher cultivation. Seeing Shan Xiangling expressing kindness to Zhang Ruochen and feeling a sense of crisis, the 8th prince quickly walked up to them and said, "Junior sister apprentice, you have forgotten the affairs between the 9th brother and the hostess of Qingxian Pavilion, haven't you? You are supposed to stay far away from him." Shan Xiangling raised her hand to interrupt the 8th prince, donning a bright smile, and said, "The 9th prince is a young talent. He is not the kind of person you are talking about." The 8th prince felt a greater sense of crisis. "Junior sister apprentice, let's go. We will apprentice to a master next time," the 8th prince said as he grasped her arm to leave. Boom. As Shan Xiangling quickly operated her genuine chi, she lightly waved her wrist, where a strong power broke out, blowing back the 8th prince. "8th prince, between a man and woman there should be a prudent distance. You should conduct yourself with dignity," Shan Xiangling said coldly. Junior sister apprentice, with pain turning to numbness in his fingers, the 8th prince could not raise his arm. Shan Xiangling only caught a fleeting glimpse of him and shook her head slightly. Then she turned to Zhang Ruochen with a mellow smile and asked in a dulcet voice, "I'm going to apprentice to a master in the Federation of Inscription, what about you, 9th prince?" Seeing what had happened just now, Zhang Ruochen just calmly answered, "I will just buy some inscription pens and spiritual paper to learn inscriptions." "Really? That's great. I have been learning inscriptions from a very young age. I have already carved some basic inscriptions. With my experience of studying with inscription pens and spiritual paper, maybe I can do you a favor if you want to buy them," said Shan Xiangling. Zhang Ruochen thought for a while, finding that he was not familiar with inscription pens and spiritual paper, so he agreed. Looking at the receding figures of Zhang Ruochen and Shan Xiangling, the eighth prince became very frustrated. A moment later, his will to fight came back. He thought, as long as I become Zhuan apprentice, a weapon refiner, junior sister apprentice will come back to me again. Both inscription pens and spiritual paper have 5 levels as follows: beginner stage, medium stage, superior stage, heaven stage, and God stage. The 5 levels correspond with the 5 levels of inscriptions respectively. To carve basic inscriptions, basic inscription pens and spiritual paper are enough. And people with spiritual power below the 30th level can only carve the basic inscriptions. The higher the spiritual power is, the more basic inscriptions can be drawn. The more stable the inscriptions are, the higher possibility it has. Introducing inscriptions to Zhang Ruochen, Shan Xiangling said, I started practicing spiritual power and learning inscriptions at a very young age. Now my spiritual power has reached the 16th level, but I carve several basic inscriptions with little success, carving 20 times before I succeed once. A weapon refiner, like Zhuan, with a high success rate can make 7 or 8 successfully out of 10 times. There were weapon refiners that practiced spiritual power in the Red Cloud sect. But their weapon refiner with the highest spiritual power had only reached the 18th level. After all, the Red Cloud sect was just a suzerain of martial arts. The weapon refiner in the Red Cloud sect was unable to guide Shan Xiangling with his cultivation. Therefore, Shan Xiangling visited the Federation of Inscription to take Zhuan as her master as a way to continue to further her study of inscription and weapon refining. That was because she wanted to become a first-class weapon refiner as soon as possible. Your spiritual power has reached the 16th level, Zhang Ruochen said unexpectedly. It was known that the people who could practice spiritual power to the 15th level before 20 years old would be regarded as geniuses. It was great that Shan Xiangling's spiritual power was much stronger than that of her peers. As he mentioned spiritual power, Shan Xiangling felt proud with a sense of superiority arising in her mind and said, generally, the people whose spiritual power has reached the 15th level have an opportunity to become first-class weapon refiners. Halting a while, she despondently said, unfortunately, I don't do well in weapon refining and inscription. I failed twice in the first-class weapon refiner's test. If I can take a second-class weapon refiner as my master, I would become a first-class weapon refiner quickly with his help. Zhang Ruochen asked, what happens when you become a first-class weapon refiner? Are there any benefits? There are so many benefits. First, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can become a member of the Federation of Inscription. Second, you can study books written about the more esoteric spiritual power. What's more, you can attend a class given by master. Meanwhile, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can gain a robe refined by the Federation of Inscription. The robe will symbolize that you are a member of the Federation of Inscription. When someone tries to hurt you, as long as it's not because of a personal grudge or your fault, the Federation of Inscription will help you. Of course, as a first-class weapon refiner, you can get respect from warriors. Generally, no warriors dare to offend a weapon refiner or an alchemist. After hearing what Shan Xiangling said, Zhang Ruochen also wanted to give it a try. After all, the Federation of Inscription had a long history established in medieval ancient times 100,000 years ago. Even the first Central Empire created by Empress Chi Yao only had a history of 500 years. It could be said that even the cultural details of the first Central Empire ruling Kunlun's field could not compare with that of the Federation of Inscription. Nobody knew how strong the Federation of Inscription was and nobody dared to provoke it. Zhang Ruochen nodded and thought that it was not bad to become a member of the Federation of Inscription. Both inscription pens and spiritual paper were expensive. An inscription pen of the beginner stage would cost 1,000 silver coins. A piece of spiritual paper of the beginner stage would cost 1 silver coin. Ordinary warriors would leave immediately once they saw the price. It was simply a waste of money to learn inscription. Only a big family and a strong suzerain could foster a few alchemists and weapon refiners. They carefully picked out the geniuses with strong spiritual power to foster. If the person who was picked out could not develop into a first-class alchemist or weapon refiner, they would lose out. Zhang Ruochen spent 20,000 silver coins buying 10 inscription pens and 10,000 sheets of spiritual paper. Enough money as he had, he also spent it very distressed. After buying what he wanted, Zhang Ruochen visited Zhuan with Shan Xiangling. And now he knew nothing about inscription, but would just learn by himself through trial and error. He thought that once he got guidance from a master, he would get twice the result with half the effort. Meanwhile, a voice came from the distance. Congratulations, Your Highness, your spiritual power has reached the 12th level. You have never practiced spiritual power. Zhuan asked in awe. Zhuan thought that the 8th prince deserved to be recognized as gifted because his spiritual power had reached the 12th level without any practice at his age. Right, I haven't practiced spiritual power. The 8th prince looked at Zhang Ruochen and Shan Xiangling with a smile on his face and said in a louder voice, in your point of view, I was born to be a superior of spiritual power. After hearing the commendation from Zhuan, the 8th prince was so delighted that he could not wait to show off his talent to Shan Xiangling. Chapter 35, the 20th level. Your Highness, if you keep up the hard work with your marvelous gift, you are expected to be a first-class weapon refiner within 5 years, Zhuan said with high praise. The 8th prince became even more arrogant. Zhang Ruochen and Shan Xiangling walked over to the 8th prince and Zhuan. My lord Zhuan, I'm Shan Xiangling from the Red Cloud sect. Here is a letter from my father. Shan Xiangling handed him the letter. Zhuan opened and read the letter. He glanced at Shan Xiangling from head to toe and said, your father mentioned that your spiritual power has reached the 16th level. Is that true? Shan Xiangling nodded with consent. Yes, that's correct. Zhuan folded the letter and said, your father, master of the Red Cloud sect, and I are good old friends. Since you have such talent, I'll take you as my disciple. From now on, you are my 19th disciple. Shan Xiangling was delighted. She hurriedly bowed and said, Mr. Zhua, please accept my respect. That's wonderful. Junior sister apprentice, I'm also one of the disciples of Lord Zhuan. We can practice spiritual power, learn how to carve inscriptions, and refine weapons together. The 8th prince said with excitement. Shan Xiangling ignored the 8th prince and introduced Zhang Ruochen to Zhuan. She said, my lord, this is the 9th prince of the Yunwu Commandery. He wants to ask you questions about the inscriptions. Zhuan glanced at Zhang Ruochen and said, if you want to be my disciple, you have to meet the following requirements. First, you must be aged under 20. Second, your spiritual power must reach at least the 20th level. It doesn't matter if you're a prince, if you can't meet these 2 requirements, you are not qualified to be my disciple. The 8th prince sneered. In his opinion, no doubt Zhang Ruochen had a great talent for practicing martial arts. Yet, his talent for spiritual power was not as strong as his. Zhang Ruochen looked at Zhuan and said, wait. You misunderstand me. I just want to ask you a few questions about the inscriptions rather than apprentice to you. When other warriors saw Zhuan, they all had always behaved respectfully, which made him get used to being a superior. He felt annoyed as Zhang Ruochen stood himself upright to talk to him. Zhang Ruochen was not being arrogant. He just wanted to communicate with Zhuan in an equal manner. In fact, his spiritual power was much stronger than Zhuan's, and he did not need to look up to Zhuan. Zhuan groaned. Humph. You're aiming too high, young man. Listen, if you want to carve the inscriptions, you have to practice your spiritual power. The higher level of your spiritual power, the higher possibility to carve the inscriptions. Yet, you will not succeed if your spiritual power is under the 15th level. Young man, have you reached the 15th level? Zhang Ruochen asked, do you mean that once I cultivate to the 15th level, you'll help me out with carving inscriptions? Haha. Only warriors who cultivate to the 15th level can be my disciples. Unless you've reached the 20th level, don't even think about communicating equally with me about inscriptions. Zhuan said arrogantly. In fact, the person whose spiritual power had reached the 20th level usually became a second-class weapon refiner. Every upgrade was extremely difficult after reaching the 15th level. It was as difficult as climbing into the sky as it was to reach the 20th level. That explained why the second-class weapon refiners were rare. Even the Red Cloud sect could not hire one. The 20th level. Let me try. Then, Zhang Ruochen stared at the sacred testing stone. He headed over to it and put his hands on it. The 20th level. He has never practiced spiritual power, how could he have reached the 20th level? The 8th prince sneered and thought. Zhuan said, you're crazy. Even a talented genius of spiritual power can't reach the 20th level before 20 years old. Shan Xiangling was curious, but she believed that Zhang Ruochen would only do things that he was sure of. Is his spiritual power really that incredible? Zhang Ruochen closed his eyes and injected his spiritual power into the sacred testing stone. boom. There were circles of light streaks that appeared on the surface of the sacred testing stone. 1 circle, 2 circles, 3 circles. Every circle represented a level of spiritual power. When Zhuo saw 20 circles on the rock surface, he was so shocked and stared at Zhang Ruochen with surprise, as if he was a monster. "It can't happen, it's impossible," the 8th prince murmured as his face turned pale. He could not believe what he just saw. Shan Xiangling was also shocked. She stared at Zhang Ruochen with adoration in her eyes. When the circles had added up to 20, Zhang Ruochen stopped releasing his spiritual power and withdrew his palms. Zhuo knew that Zhang Ruochen did not do his best because his spiritual power was definitely higher than the 20th level. He had changed his attitude immediately. He welcomed Zhang Ruochen and said, "Your Highness, you are definitely a master of spiritual power, please forgive my offense." At the age of 16, his spiritual power could advance past the 20th level. His future achievements are going to be beyond imagination. Who knows if I'll need his help in the future? Thinking about this, Zhuo immediately showed his kindness to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen said, "I just want to consult you about the inscriptions and skills of carving." "No problem. Your Highness, please follow me. Let's go to a quiet place to share the knowledge of spiritual power and inscriptions," Zhuo said happily. Zhang Ruochen nodded and headed for the audience hall of the Federation of Inscription with Zhuo, followed by Shan Xiangling. The 8th prince walked out of the Federation of Inscription. His face was gloomy and his heart was filled with anger. How irritating this is. In the past, Zhang Ruochen was a waste who didn't dare to hit me back when I slapped him. But now, he is stronger than me unexpectedly. How could his talent be so high? How could it be? The 8th prince was gnashing his teeth in anger when he saw an ancient roan antelope ancient carriage outside the Federation of Inscription. That was the carriage of Zhang Ruochen. At the moment, Yun was silently sitting in the carriage waiting for Zhang Ruochen and looking at the Federation of Inscription now and then. Seeing the 8th prince walking toward her, she was so scared that she saluted immediately and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." He looked cold-blooded and said, "Take me back to the palace." Yun felt reluctant and embarrassed and said in fear, but this is the 9th prince's carriage." Bang. The 8th prince slapped Yun so hard that it made Yun fly 3 meters away. Yun's face was swollen and bloodshot with a 5-fingered handprint appearing on her face immediately. She was spitting blood constantly with a dizzy head and a dislocated jaw. And she felt like she was going to die. The 8th prince stomped on her and said with a fierce look, "The 9th prince is a prince, am I not a prince? You are just a maidservant, how dare you refuse to follow my order? Believe it or not, I can make your parents become the food of savage beasts and make you turn into a worthless prostitute with just a word." After that, the 8th prince got on the carriage and said, "Drive, or I will make your life a living hell." Yun felt so frightened. As she was just a maidservant, her whole family would be destroyed by one word from the 8th prince. She stood up hard, sat on the carriage enduring the pain on her face, and drove back to the palace. Sitting on the carriage and wringing his hands with grim eyes, the 8th prince thought, "Zhang Ruochen, you have surely gained some kind of precious treasure. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to become so excellent in 3 months. As long as I have control over concubine Lin and make use of her life to force him to hand over the treasure, I have a chance to make huge progress in my cultivation and become a master of martial arts. After I become a martial arts master, Zhang Ruochen will definitely be the first person who I kill. By that time, Shan Xiangling, that dishonorable woman, will become my plaything." Ha ha. The street was desolate at night, passers-by became fewer and fewer. 2 men in black stood on the roof beside the street and stared at the roan antelope ancient carriage passing below. "Is that the carriage of the 9th prince?" The taller and thinner man whispered. He was carrying a wire bow and 10 thunder arrows on his back and exuded a murderous coldness. The chunky one sneered and said, "It must be him. Look at the maidservant who is driving, she looks exactly the same as the portrait given by Miss Han. She is the maidservant of the 9th prince. The 9th prince must be in the carriage right now. Ha ha. It is so exciting to assassinate a prince. Once we have finished the mission, Miss Han will surely give us a generous reward." The taller and thinner man in black drew a thunder arrow and fitted it to his bow. Then, he aimed at the carriage, ready to let it fly. Chapter 36, City Lockdown. Puffed. A thunder arrow was released. It thrust into the ancient roan antelope carriage and passed through the vest of the 8th prince. The arrowhead exploded. It turned into a fist-sized ball of electricity and released shafts of lightning that left a bloody bowl-sized wound on the 8th prince's back. Crash! A short and chunky dark shadow dashed into the carriage. The sword flashed, and the head of the 8th prince had been cut off and put inside a beastskin bag. The assassin chuckled darkly. He carried the bag with the 8th prince's head and sprinted out of the ancient roan antelope carriage. In an instant, he had disappeared into the dark. Yun noticed that there were strange noises. She stopped the carriage and asked, "My 8th prince, what happened? Is everything okay?" Hearing no reply from the 8th prince, she lifted the curtain slowly and carefully. Inside, she saw a headless body. The carriage was all covered with blood and looked extremely horrifying. "Help!" Yun screamed and passed out from fear. Two dark shadows, one tall and one short, flitted across Yunwu City and soon reached the side of the moat. Han Qinglua crossed her hands behind her back. Her tall figure under the moonlight cast a long shadow on the ground. She stood under the willow next to the riverside. Her eyes stared at the moon reflecting on the river's surface and she quietly asked, "Did you complete your mission?" "Miss Han, the mission was a lot easier than we expected. We cut off his head with one single stroke. He didn't even have a chance to fight back," the tall man in black said. The other men in black laughed and said, "What kind of prodigy is he that he can't even put up a fight? He is a complete joke." Han Qinglua nodded slightly and said, "Both of your cultivations are at the completion of the Yellow Realm as well as professional assassins. Killing him is surely not a difficult task. Anyway, have you brought his head?" "Yes, we've brought it here." The lanky man in black took out the beastskin bag, placed it on the ground and opened it. A human head covered with blood was exposed. Han Qinglua looked into the bag. Her countenance shifted slightly and coldly asked, "Are you sure the one you killed is the 9th prince?" Both men in black were frightened when they looked inside the bag. Their hearts skipped when they realized that they had killed the wrong person. They shivered, kneeled down instantly, and said, "Miss Han, please give us one more chance. We will make sure to bring back the 9th prince's head. You two have no more chances." Han Qinglua shook her head slightly and said, "This is such a huge mistake, killing the 8th prince rather than the 9th prince. I will be punished for your mistake. Do you really think you two will still have a chance to live? Please. Miss Han, spare us. Spare us, Miss Han." All of a sudden, both assassins jumped up high at the same time like lightning and struck out as fast as they could toward Han Qinglua. They had no choice as they had failed the mission and had killed the 8th prince instead. Having made such a massive mistake, they would both certainly be killed by Han Qinglua. If they were going to die anyway, why not make a last bid for their lives? Once they killed Han Qinglua, they would escape immediately and hide forever after away from Yunwu City. The world was big enough that even the queen with her great power would never be able to find them. Moreover, Han Qinglua's cultivation was at the completion of the Yellow Realm, the same as the two assassins. Indeed, if the assassins cooperated together and took Han Qinglua by surprise, there was a chance that they could kill her. Han Qinglua sneered. She turned 5 of her fingers into a claw shape with her nails becoming razor sharp. Pfff. Her claw punched through the lanky man in black's chest, taking his bloody heart along with it. The lanky man in black looked at Han Qinglua, who was crushing his heart helplessly. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and fell flat on the ground. Next, Han Qinglua struck out with her other hand, wrapping it with a layer of icy cold genuine qi. Boom. Her palm, which was sharper than a knife, passed through the air and sent the stocky man in black's head flying away. Although Han Qinglua and the two assassins were at the same level of cultivation, the completion of the Yellow Realm, Han Qinglua was much more powerful. Even if 7 or 8 more warriors of the same level attacked her at the same time, they would not be strong enough to defeat her. She specialized in the killing technique. It was well known that once she fought, certainly there would be blood. The 8th prince has been killed. This will definitely shock Yunwu City and now there will be no chance to assassinate the 9th prince. I need to return to the palace and report what has happened to the queen so that we can prepare counter-strategies. Han Qinglua threw the 2 dead bodies into the moat. After she wiped the blood from her hands, she turned into a green shadow and flew to the palace. Through the communication with Zhuo, Zhang Ruochen understood and learned a lot about inscriptions. At the same time, Zhuo mentioned a lot of information about refining weapons, which also piqued Zhang Ruochen's interests a little. Zhang Ruochen left the Federation of Inscription while Shan Xiangling stayed behind to get better acquainted with the art of refining weapons. When Zhang Ruochen left the Federation of Inscription, he looked around but could not see Yun. He frowned and said, "Where is Sister Yun? Has she left early to return to the palace?" But she shouldn't have done so. Zhang Ruochen did not think too much of it as the martial market was a safe place to visit. He thought that Yun must have had something urgent to deal with and left him without notice. Following that, he went to the pill market, planning to buy some higher-grade pills to enhance his ability while practicing. This was the second time he had visited Qingxian Pavilion. When he walked in the front door, Mo Hanlin welcomed him with pleasure and asked, "Ninth Prince, are you looking for pills again? My mistress has already informed me that my ninth prince will receive a half-price discount when buying any pills." "Your mistress is so generous." Zhang Ruochen responded with surprise. Mo Hanlin narrowed his eyes, smiling and said, "My mistress is hardly lavish with her hospitality toward customers. Only the ninth prince will be able to enjoy such treatment." Zhang Ruochen asked, "How much is a triple purity genuine Qi pill?" A triple purity genuine Qi pill was classified as a second-class pill. Its effect was the same as the energy pill but 10 times stronger in power. Moreover, the genuine Qi produced by taking a triple purity genuine Qi pill was purer than that of an energy pill. 5,000 silver coins for one pill. Mo Hanlin extended 5 fingers and waved them at Zhang Ruochen. It was so expensive. Such a supreme class of this pill, even the prodigies from the large-scale family could not take it every day. It was said that they were given a triple purity genuine Qi pill every 6 months. Weapon refiners and alchemists sure made a lot of money. "I want to buy 10 of them," Zhang Ruochen said without hesitation. 10 triple purity genuine Qi pills. Mo Hanlin recorded it down in his notebook and asked, "My ninth prince, do you need any other pills?" "Please give me 100 second-class blood pills," Zhang Ruochen replied. The blood pills that Zhang Ruochen had bought last time were already used up. He needed to buy some more this time. With his current martial arts cultivation, he was able to digest the spiritual blood of the second-class blood pills. An ordinary warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm usually took first-class blood pills. Yet, Zhang Ruochen did not care how much he had to spend in order to buy the pills. He was more than willing to pay for any pills that could enhance his cultivation within a short period of time. Although the price of a second-class blood pill was more expensive than a first-class blood pill, it was also more beneficial toward the human body. The spiritual blood of a first-class blood pill could only provide the energy that warriors needed for a day. However, a second-class blood pill could supply warriors with enough energy to last them 3 days. 30 silver coins for a second-class blood pill. Altogether 100 pills. Mo Hanlin also marked it down in his notebook. Zhang Ruochen continued searching on the counter. Suddenly, he saw the elephant fire pill, a third-class pill that could facilitate a warrior to refine their body. At the moment, Zhang Ruochen needed to reinforce his physique urgently. The stronger the body, the better for practicing martial arts in the future. It was said that if practicing martial arts was like constructing a building, the most important part was the foundation. The more solid the foundation was, the higher the building could be constructed. Practicing the Yellow Realm meant refining one's body. Through opening the meridians, it enabled the warriors to build a solid foundation for practicing martial arts. "How much is an elephant fire pill?" asked Zhang Ruochen. Mo Hanlin's eyes flashed and he explained, "The elephant fire pill is a third-class pill. It is made of the marrow and blood of elephants. Moreover, fire lotus, a very expensive ingredient, has been added into the pill. Hence why it costs 80,000 silver coins for one pill." Zhang Ruochen was going to buy it no matter how costly the pill was. He asked, "How many triple purity elephant fire pills do you have in stock?" 7. "This is all we have in Qingxian Pavilion," said Mo Hanlin. "Good. I'm buying them all," Zhang Ruochen said. Besides that, Zhang Ruochen bought 20 bottles of marrow washing liquid and a bottle of healing pills. Click, clack. Mo Hanlin was holding an abacus and he calculated for a while. He said, 10 triple purity genuine Qi pills, 50,000 silver coins. 100 second-class blood pills, 3,000 silver coins. 7 elephant fire pills, 560,000 silver coins. 20 bottles of marrow washing liquid, 4,000 silver coins. 10 Saint Stone pill, 20,000 silver coins. The total cost is 637,000 silver coins. With the half-price discount, that will be 318,500 silver coins. Although Zhang Ruochen had anticipated that it would be costly, the cost after the discount surprised him. He could not believe he had just spent 300,000 silver coins for the pills. 7 elephant fire pills were very expensive, which brought up the total price. Luckily, Mistress Chi Yao offered him a half-price discount, so the final amount was still fairly acceptable for him. If I take all 7 elephant fire pill and digest them completely, I'm sure that my physical quality will reach the level of my last lifetime. Zhang Ruochen thought. After paying 318,500 silver coins to Qingxian Pavilion, there were only 800,000 silver coins left in Zhang Ruochen's total assets. They were also all stored at the Martial Market Bank. When Zhang Ruochen just left the Qingxian Pavilion, he saw a group of soldiers clad in armor on horseback. They were rushing through the main street and had kicked up a huge cloud of dust. There was a warrior on the side looking at the rushing soldiers and whispered, "I can't believe there's someone who is brave enough to kill the 8th prince. The city is under lockdown now, even the exit and entrance of the martial market are closed. The 8th prince has been killed." Zhang Ruochen remembered that he saw the 8th prince at the Federation of Inscription. How was it possible that he had been killed not long after? Boom. A group of soldiers rushed toward Zhang Ruochen and kneeled down neatly in front of him. Among the soldiers, there was an elder eunuch who stood at the front and greeted Zhang Ruochen with courtesy and said, "My 9th prince, His Majesty summons you to return the palace promptly." Chapter 37, Seclusion for Refining. It was dreadful that the 8th prince had been decapitated in Yunwu City. If the generals and soldiers could not find the assassin and punished him severely, all the members of the royal family would be in danger. The Yunwu commandery prince was inflamed with anger. He summoned 10 generals who had guarded Yunwu City that very night. He demanded that they close the city gate and lock down the martial market. He told them that catching 100 innocent suspects was better than letting a single guilty person escape. It has been many years since someone dared to assassinate a member of the royal family in Yunwu City. The Yunwu commandery prince said. Inside the palace, the 10 generals felt like they heard a loud boom of thunder. Their eardrums seemed broken as they all shivered and sank down to their knees. Each of the 10 generals commanded thousands of soldiers and horses. Their martial cultivation was tremendously powerful. Yet, the Yunwu commandery prince only needed to groan slightly to frighten all of them into kneeling down on the ground. That was because the Yunwu commandery prince was a warrior in the heaven realm, and he was known as a martial arts legend. All the martial arts warriors regarded him as a god. Minister Xue Jingtian stood respectfully before him and said, "Your Majesty, do you think this incident is related to the moon-worship demonic sect?" Only the moon-worship demonic sect and the black market dare to oppose the royal family in the Yunwu commandery. Although numerous evil and unsavory people gather around the black market, they only work for their own benefit. Killing the 8th prince does not serve their interests. I doubt if they are involved in the assassination. Yet, the moon-worship demonic sect worship devils, and they like meddling in high-profile affairs. It is highly possible that they've killed the 8th prince in order to provoke the dignity of the royal family, the minister added. The moon-worship demonic sect. The Yunwu commandery prince's eyes sank as he digested what the minister had just said. The royal family was no doubt the most powerful group in the Yunwu commandery. They had conquered the land and they held power over the military. Other suzerains and superior families were subservient to the royal family. However, some well-known groups often challenged the royal family, such as the Federation of Inscription, the moon-worship demonic sect, the black market, and the Martial Market Bank. The Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank had control over all of the alchemists, weapons refiners, tamers, and other unusually talented people in the Yunwu commandery, as well as more than 1/3 of the assets of the commandery. The Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank were located all over Kunlun's field. They were influential enough to alter the Yunwu commandery prince's decisions with just one word. Of course, the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank worked in partnership with the royal family to achieve mutual benefits. Under normal circumstances, they would not confront the official power. In such a peaceful era, the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank symbolized subservience to the official power. They accepted the governance of the royal family. Yet, the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank were left to manage their core interests themselves. The official power did not get involved. The black market, like the Federation of Inscription and the Martial Market Bank, had been completely free from the supervision of the official power since ancient times. It was a place specifically for all kinds of illegal businesses. It was the seedy underbelly of the world. They controlled half of the assassins, prostitutes, thieves, wanted murderers, as well as a large number of slave traders and thugs for hire in the commandery. To a certain extent, the black market was powerful enough to compete with the Martial Market Bank. The official power was somewhat able to suppress the black market, but they could not completely eliminate it. In another commandery, the black market had dominated the entire government and military, turning it into a dark paradise. The moon-worship demonic sect was even more terrifying. Large numbers of warriors worshipped devils in every commandery. They had established a branch gang for every region to confront the official power there. They even wanted to overrule the First Central Empire, and they took control over Kunlun's field. The moon-worship demonic sect had built an assembly hall in every commandery and had appointed a branch chief to run it. The power of the moon-worship demonic sect was no doubt present in the Yunwu commandery. The chief of the moon-worship demonic sect in the Yunwu commandery was also a warrior with a cultivation in the heaven realm, as well as a martial arts legend. If the assassin who killed the 8th prince is a member of the moon-worship demonic sect, it is definitely a threat. They must be testing the Yunwu commandery. Perhaps heresy masters are planning to attack the Yunwu commandery, Minister Xue Jingtian said. The minister was the brother of the queen. He must have known that her assassins had mistakenly killed the 8th prince instead of the 9th prince, their intended victim. He had to direct the Yunwu commandery prince's suspicions away from his sister. Xue Jingtian needed to guide the Yunwu commandery prince's attention to the moon-worship demonic sect. Assassinating a prince was a serious matter, but the moon-worship demonic sect was even more important. The moon-worship demonic sect had eliminated more than one commandery during the last 800 years. This was a nightmare for many rulers. Even if the moon-worship demonic sect decided to attack the Yunwu commandery prince would definitely make it a priority. The Yunwu commandery prince's face grew serious as he listened to the minister. The moon-worship demonic sect was threatening his position as a commandery prince. The minister glanced at the Yunwu commandery prince and felt a little relieved. He was relieved because he had finally switched the Yunwu commandery prince's attention to the moon-worship demonic sect. If the Yunwu commandery prince ordered an investigation of the 8th prince's murder, it might expose the queen. It is impossible that the 8th prince was assassinated by the moon-worship demonic sect. Zhang Ruochen exclaimed while walking into the place. The minister looked at Zhang Ruochen with surprise and asked, "My 9th prince, what's your opinion?" Zhang Ruochen responded and said, "The 8th prince was riding on my carriage. He was assassinated on his way back to the palace. Obviously, assassins were targeting me, not the 8th prince. His death was a mistake." The Yunwu commandery prince nodded and said, "Ruochen's deduction is indeed reasonable. The moon-worship demonic sect has always been high profile. If they wanted to challenge the royal family intentionally, assassinating the 8th prince would be too simple. This incident must be investigated comprehensively. Also, Guqian, you have to leave the palace and discreetly monitor what the moon-worship demonic sect is about to do, just in case." "Yes, Your Majesty." Guqian, the royal bodyguard of the Yunwu commandery prince, left the palace immediately to investigate the moon-worship demonic sect. Zhang Ruochen and the 10 generals also left the palace. They immediately went and looked into the 8th prince's death, hoping to arrest the assassin. Zhang Ruochen went back to the Jade Palace and checked up on Yun's injury. She had been badly hurt in the incident. Afterward, he went into the internal space of the time and space spinel and started practicing. "I was definitely the target of the assassination. Tonight was extremely dangerous. If the 8th prince hadn't forced Yun to send him back to the palace, I guess I would be the headless one." During the year-end assessment, Zhang Ruochen's performance was too outstanding. It had made a lot of warriors jealous. The people in the palace were the most suspicious. Indeed, the black market and the moon-worship demonic sect were not completely free from suspicion. A talented martial arts warrior who had born in the royal family was a threat to their existence. The best way to deal with it would be to kill the prodigy. Stop overthinking. If my cultivation is strong enough, no one will be able to kill me. Moreover, the assassination of the 8th prince has caused such a big reaction that the assassin may not try again. Zhang Ruochen stopped overthinking and placed an elephant fire pill in his palm. The elephant fire pill was as big as a longan. It looked like a flame and produced an extremely hot aura. A third-class pill was indeed different. The pill spirit inside was surprisingly potent. An elephant fire pill cost as much as a 5th-class genuine martial arms. Only Zhang Ruochen would buy 7 of these luxuries at one time. On the other hand, only warriors with such a powerful body like Zhang Ruochen had the courage to take an elephant fire pill. If a warrior in the medium state of the Yellow Realm tried to take one, he would not only fail to digest it, but he might also burn himself badly. Taking an elephant fire pill was like swallowing a mini-sun. The pain was even more intense than practicing in the Savage God's pool. Phew! Zhang Ruochen swallowed the elephant fire pill. A current of pill fire and pill spirit poured down from the sky. It drilled into his meridians, flesh, bones, and 5 internal organs. It purified his body and blood. Zhang Ruochen spent 3 whole days digesting the elephant fire pill. His body strength had increased drastically. Also, his genuine chi in the chi pool had doubled. Although Zhang Ruochen had fully digested the pill fire, he had only absorbed 30% of the pill spirit. After 5 more days, Zhang Ruochen had completely absorbed the pill spirit of the elephant fire pill. His pool of genuine chi had enhanced greatly. At this speed, if I take 2 more elephant fire pills, I will be able to practice the genuine chi of my chi pool and reach the peak of the mid-stage of the Yellow Realm. The role of the elephant fire pill was to refine one's body, not to elevate one's genuine chi. However, the elephant fire pill was miraculous because while Zhang Ruochen was refining his body, his genuine chi also increased. Zhang Ruochen was in no hurry to take the second elephant fire pill. The pills were so strong that, even with his physique, if he took them without any interval, they would be unbearable. Rather than taking the second elephant fire pill, he thought, let's start learning how to carve the basic inscription of space. He took out the inscription pen and the spiritual paper. He infused the pen with his genuine chi and started drawing on the spiritual paper. After wasting 130 pieces of paper and an entire day, he had failed to draw an inscription. Rather than giving up, he kept drawing and practicing until he succeeded. Zhang Ruochen spent almost every day in the internal space of the time and space spinel within the next month. He only went out once every 3 days. The rest of the time, he practiced the dragon and elephant prajna palm, the heaven and heart sword, and drawing 8 types of the inscription of space. A month outside the time and space spinel equaled 3 months in the internal space of the spinel. Zhang Ruochen had taken 3 elephant fire pills in 3 months' time. Finally, he had fully developed his genuine chi pool and reached the peak of the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He could start practicing the final state of the Yellow Realm. My physical quality is just about the same as it was in my last lifetime. Indeed, when I broke through the final state of the Yellow Realm in my previous life, I was only 6 years old, said Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen was ready to break through to the final state of the Yellow Realm in this current life. I wonder how many meridians I will manage to open up. In my last lifetime, when I reached the final state of the Yellow Realm, I had opened 27 meridians. Will I be able to open more than last time? Zhang Ruochen's determination showed in his eyes. No matter what happened, he had to make it. Chapter 38, Chakras. There were currently 19 meridians inside Zhang Ruochen's body, who was classified as outstanding among all the warriors. With a cultivation in the medium state of the Yellow Realm, Zhang Ruochen was able to fight against warriors in the completion of the Yellow Realm. If he could open up 27 meridians when he was breaking through to the final state of the Yellow Realm, he could not imagine how powerful his fighting ability would be. When Zhang Ruochen took the first bottle of marrow washing liquid, it took him an hour to open the 20th meridian. The second bottle of liquid took him 4 hours to open the 21st meridian. When he took the third bottle of liquid, it took him 4 days to open the 22nd meridian. He continued by taking the fourth bottle of liquid. The 23rd meridian opened after quite a long time. The more meridians in his body, the more difficult it was for him to open them. Having opened up 4 meridians consecutively, Zhang Ruochen had used up half of his genuine chi. He felt exhausted and pain went all over his body. As he was an experienced warrior in his last lifetime, he did not force himself to open the 24th meridian. Rather, he stopped and decided to take some rest. He then took a triple purity genuine chi pill, and with the help of the pill spirit, his genuine chi would recover after all the energy that he had expended. Shortly afterward, the genuine chi in his chi pool had been fully recovered. His entire body was full of power and energy. Later, Zhang Ruochen placed the graph of meridians of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean in front of him and started studying. Zhang Ruochen had memorized all 36 meridian paths on the scripture solidly. Even when he closed his eyes, the scripture appeared clearly in his mind. In Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, altogether he had opened up 33 meridians. No matter how hard he tried, he could not open the remaining 3. The remaining 3 meridians were the chakras, the vessel of spiritual blood, and the vessel of spirit. These 3 meridians were all mysterious. They overrode either the knowledge of normal warriors or their martial arts. Otherwise, with the talent that Zhang Ruochen had in his last lifetime, it was impossible that he was unable to open all the meridians. The chakras referred to the growth ring of a warrior. It was known that trees would grow a spiral-shaped growth ring. Yet, after practicing the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, Zhang Ruochen realized that even human warriors would be able to develop a growth ring. The only condition for warriors to cultivate a growth ring was that the warriors had to open up the chakras under their skin. For each layer of growth ring, there was a layer of leather armor. A layer of growth ring would increase after each year of practice. The defensive power of the skin would also be greatly enhanced. The growth ring of a warrior was incredibly thin, so people would not be able to see it. Even warriors who had practiced 100 years and cultivated 100 layers of growth rings, the thickness of their skin had no difference compared to ordinary citizens. The defensive power of their skin had reached a terrifying level, so they were impervious to bullets and swords. The vessel of spiritual blood referred to the meridians which linked to the blood. Blood was in a liquid state. If warriors wanted to cultivate a gaseous state meridian inside the liquid state of blood, this was completely beyond their knowledge. Even Zhang Ruochen was suspicious about whether or not the vessel of spiritual blood actually existed. The vessel of spirit was even more unexplainable. It was recorded in the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean that the vessel of spirit existed in the meridians of a warrior's soul. It linked a warrior's body and soul together. Once warriors cultivated the vessel of spirit, they would be able to see their soul. They could also control their soul apart from their body. What they had to do to make it work was just a thought. When they thought about a certain idea, their soul could fly and see what happened a mile away. The chakras, the vessel of spiritual blood and the vessel of spirit were all incredibly mysterious and exceeded the knowledge of ordinary warriors. Even with the talent and capability in Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, he could not open up these 3 meridians. In this life, Zhang Ruochen was determined to seize every opportunity to elevate his capability. If he was able to open these 3 mysterious meridians, his physical quality would definitely be stronger and much more powerful than it was in his last lifetime. Among all 3 meridians, the chakras seem to be the highest possible in existence. Maybe I will be able to open them up. Zhang Ruochen stared at the graph of meridians and pondered on the chakras. He wanted to open this meridian up under his skin. After 9 days of studying, Zhang Ruochen came up with some ideas. He transferred the genuine Chi into his skin. However, he failed with every trial and was badly hurt. Does it even exist? Zhang Ruochen questioned himself. No matter how hard and how many times he had tried, he could not open the meridians. He was sweaty. His shirt was all wet because of the numerous trials. Suddenly, he heard a voice coming from the yin-yang wooden graph. Hey, young man. Let me tell you. The chakras do exist. Just the way you are trying to obtain them is wrong. My method is wrong. So what's the correct way to open them? Tell me now. Zhang Ruochen said. That voice responded by saying, "Ha. If you let me get out of this wooden graph, I'll tell you." Well, don't worry, I'm not going to hurt you. The yin-yang wooden graph will suppress me if I hurt you. As long as you think about it, you can put me back into the graph. When Zhang Ruochen thought about it, the yin-yang wooden graph dashed out immediately from his glabella. He held the yin-yang wooden graph firmly. He started transferring the genuine Chi to the graph in order to unleash the sealing stamp, and he released the giant black cat. You can tell me now. How can I open the chakras? Zhang Ruochen asked. The giant black cat said, the answer is already in your hands. In my hands. Zhang Ruochen looked at the sacred prime tree on the graph. It seemed that he figured something out and yelled, the sacred prime tree. The giant black cat nodded and said, if you see yourself as a human being, surely you won't be able to open the chakras. Now imagine, if you see yourself as a tree, maybe it'll be easier for you to obtain it. Zhang Ruochen then walked out from the blind area in the past as if there was a flashlight to guide him out. He sat on the ground and stared at the sacred prime tree in the graph, trying to imagine that he was the tree. It had been 2 days since he moved an inch, as if he had turned into a 1,000-year-old divine tree. Even his pulse seemed to have stopped. At this moment, he had already entered a realm which was a mystery of mysteries. He took a bottle of mirror washing liquid unconsciously and started opening up the chakras. After 2 hours of practicing, there was a layer of a faint halo shining on Zhang Ruochen's skin. A white, thin line circulated on his skin as if he had been wrapped by a massive net. The giant black cat widened his eyes with surprise and thought, "Oh my god, he made it. Naima, do the chakras really exist?" In fact, the giant black cat knew nothing about the chakras. He randomly told Zhang Ruochen that he knew the key to open the chakras to help himself get out of the graph. "I made it." He was extremely excited about the fact that he had finally opened up the chakras. The meridians looked like a gleam of light, flowing around on his skin. Once he revolved the genuine chi, there would be a transparent armor on the surface of his skin. Even if he were to stand still and let people attack him freely, random swords would never be able to pierce through his skin. This was his 24th meridian. By opening the tough chakras, it greatly boosted Zhang Ruochen's confidence. He did not waste his time resting but continued opening other meridians so that he could break through to the final state of the Yellow Realm. Another 4 days had gone by. Altogether, he opened up 27 meridians and reached the final state of the Yellow Realm. The capacity of his chi pool had enlarged 10 times more after breaking through the realm. 27 meridians, that's awesome. If I keep working hard, my capability will go beyond my last lifetime. With my power now, I guess I would be able to knock away the warriors in the completion of the Yellow Realm. Warriors who reached the completion of the Yellow Realm could break out the strength of 25 bulls. When Zhang Ruochen first broke through to the medium state of the Yellow Realm and displayed the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he successfully erupted with the strength of 25 bulls. Furthermore, when he was at the peak at this stage, he broke out the strength of 36 bulls. And now, he had already made it to the final state of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen would easily break out the strength of 36 bulls with a random palm. If he demonstrated the dragon and elephant prajna palm, it was sure that his power level would equal 49 bulls. The best explosiveness of Zhang Ruochen at the moment was 49 bulls, which fairly doubled up the power of warriors who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. There was a myth saying that if the warriors in the Yellow Realm could reach the power of 100 bulls, it would be called the Power of Realm. However, no one had exceeded such a limit. Not even those with magnificent martial techniques and physical quality. In fact, Zhang Ruochen had never encountered anybody who could break out the strength of 100 bulls. There were warriors whose power was close but no one had ever reached 100, the perfect number. When he reached the peak of the Yellow Realm in his previous life, he could only break out the strength of 94 bulls. "Young man, I have to say, you have almost caught up with me when I was young," said the giant black cat, flattering him. Zhang Ruochen eventually calmed himself down from the practice. He glanced at the giant black cat and said, "There are 8 basic types of inscriptions of space. I can possibly carve 6 of them: the inscription of pointy, the inscription of transverse type, the inscription of lengthways, the inscription of height, the inscription of line type, and the inscription flat type. However, I can't carve the remaining 2 inscriptions no matter how hard I try. Do you know what's happening to me?" "What? You're able to carve 6 types of inscriptions now? How is that even possible?" The giant black cat could not believe what Zhang Ruochen had just said and kept shaking his head. Indeed, before Zhang Ruochen broke through to the final state of the Yellow Realm, he was able to carve 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. Such a talented warrior with no doubt about what he had achieved with 3 months of practice. In order to convince the giant black cat, Zhang Ruochen took out 6 pieces of spiritual paper and carved the inscriptions on the paper using the inscription pen at his fastest speed. Shortly after, 6 inscriptions were displayed on the spiritual paper. The giant black cat crawled toward and stared at the inscriptions on the 6 pieces of spiritual paper. He nodded and praised it. "This is wonderful. You can surely carve all the 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. You've mentioned that you still can't carve the remaining 2 inscriptions, the inscription of strain type and the inscription of condensing, right? Well, it's normal as these 2 inscriptions are a lot more difficult and complex compared to the other 6. Do you have any carved jade with you, young man?" Carved jade. Zhang Ruochen did not understand what it was saying, but he still took down the jade thumb ring from his thumb and placed it on his palm. He asked, "Why do you ask for carved jade?" The giant black cat quickly glanced at the jade thumb ring. He nodded and said, "The quality of the jade is pretty good. You can use it for refining weapons." Refining weapons. Zhang Ruochen asked with hesitation. The giant black cat responded, yes. Refining weapons. You have already learned how to carve the 6 basic types of inscriptions of space. You will be able to refine the simplest genuine martial arm of space, the Spatial Ring. In the entire Yunwu Commandery, you are the only one who has the ability to refine the ring. What is the Spatial Ring? Zhang Ruochen's mind was full of questions. The cat continued, a spatial ring is an independent space being constructed inside the ring. If your spiritual power and cultivation are powerful enough, the ring you define will be able to store a mountain or even the world. By all means, if you can create a space 1 cubic meter in size with your cultivation at the moment, that will be a very decent achievement. Chapter 39, The Spatial Ring. In Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, he had seen a treasure called the Shumi Primordial Bag. It seemed to be only a palm-sized bag, yet it was able to store an entire mountain. The Shumi Primordial Bag was classified as a highly precious treasure. There were less than 10 pieces in all of Kunlun's field. It was said that it had been passed on since the medieval ancient times and was refined and worshipped by a saint. Many of the weapon refiners always wanted to counterfeit the Shumi Primordial Bag. Not a single person had succeeded. In Zhang Ruochen's previous life, he was Emperor Ming's son. He was well educated and had a broad knowledge of the world. Hence, he knew that treasures like the Shumi Primordial Bag existed. Opening an independent space inside the ring. Isn't that the same characteristic as the Shumi Primordial Bag? Zhang Ruochen was shocked by its function. The giant black cat said, the Shumi Primordial Bag is a space treasure refined by Saint Monk Shumi. I'm sure there will only be a few pieces left through the progress of passing on the space treasure until this era. Each of them is extremely valuable. I can't believe that the Shumi Primordial Bag was refined by Saint Monk Shumi. Well, I also want to try refining a space treasure with my capability. Zhang Ruochen was excited. He thought that if he could refine and produce space treasures, by then he could sell them at a very costly price and the profit would be used to buy more spiritual pills for his cultivation. He gripped the inscription pen hard and transferred and implanted the genuine chi from his body into the inscription pen. The inscription pen instantly displayed a white splendor. A gleam of white light extended from the top of the pen and entered the jade thumb ring. Zhang Ruochen paid full attention to control the inscription pen and carved the base of the inscription of space inside the jade thumb ring. Drawing the inscription was a task that required extreme meticulousness and consumed a lot of spiritual power. Boom. The first inscription had been successfully carved. Zhang Ruochen did not stop but kept up the good work. Shortly after, he had finished the second inscription. The third inscription, the fourth one, the fifth one, the sixth one. When Zhang Ruochen finished carving all 6 inscriptions, there was a layer of a light halo displaying on the surface of the jade thumb ring. A strand of the white inscription was flowing around the thumb ring. Soon, the halo disappeared and the white inscription penetrated into the thumb ring. Have I made it? Zhang Ruochen wondered. In order to clarify it, he immediately transferred a streak of genuine chi into the jade thumb ring. On the jade thumb ring's surface, there was a layer of halo and gleams of the white inscription. Zhang Ruochen touched the ring and felt like his entire arm had entered the ring. I made it. The area inside the jade thumb ring is 1 cubic meter large. Within the spatial ring, it contains 6 streaks of the inscription, which classifies as a third-class genuine martial arm, said an ecstatic Zhang Ruochen. Bear in mind that this was his first time refining a spatial ring and he had successfully made it. The giant black cat said, don't be overjoyed with your little achievement. You've only learned how to carve 6 basic types of inscriptions of space, yet you're still unable to control the size of the space when you refine it. Wait until you learn how to carve the remaining 2 inscriptions, the inscription of strain type and the inscription of condensing, then the space that you refine in the spatial ring will definitely larger than 1 cubic meter. Moreover, what you have done is to carve the inscription on the jade thumb ring. The inscription is not solid enough. It will probably dispel with a slight bump. What you have to do is to utilize the method of refining weapons. By worshipping the spatial ring with fire, it empowers the inscription on the spatial ring. However, if you fail properly to manage the heat, you will probably destroy the spatial ring. The giant cat expressed a certain level of seriousness. Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, I get it. I'll head to the Federation of Inscription and borrow the weapon refining stove from Zhuan and, hopefully, I can fully refine the spatial ring. Wait. I'm going with you. PHHHF. The giant black cat thrust its feet and flew out from the internal space of the time and space spinel. Looking at the giant black cat who stood in Zhang Ruochen's room, Zhang Ruochen furrowed his eyebrows and decided to put it back into the yin-yang wooden graph. Such a tricky cat could see through what Zhang Ruochen had in mind. He lay on the ground and cried, "Young man, I have been imprisoned in the yin-yang wooden graph for more than 100,000 years. Though I have made massive mistakes, all these years I have atoned for my sins. I'm only a cat. I'm longing for freedom, longing for a brand new life. Mew. Besides, I am the one who guided you to open up the chakras. Without my help, do you think you will be able to refine the spatial ring?" Considering that it had helped Zhang Ruochen to break through the chakras, he said, "Okay. I'll let you stay outside of the yin-yang wooden graph for the time being. But, you have to stay next to me the entire time." "Of course." The giant black cat rolled on the ground with excitement. Suddenly, Zhang Ruochen heard footsteps outside his room. "My ninth brother, are you still secluding yourself for refining?" It was the ninth commandery princess Zhang Yushi's voice. Zhang Ruochen opened the door and left the room. He looked at the ninth commandery princess who waited outside his room and asked, "My ninth sister, what can I help you with?" The ninth commandery princess was beautiful today. She was carrying a sword in forest green, wearing a silver silk-pleated dress with her shiny black hair rolled up on the top of her head as well as a green belt tied around her tiny waist. She was so excited when she saw Zhang Ruochen. "I heard that your cultivation has reached the medium state of the yellow realm. Therefore, I want to fight with you as a form of practice." It had been less than 2 months since the year-end assessment. She could never foresee that Zhang Ruochen had not only broken through to the medium state, but had also reached the final state. Zhang Ruochen asked, "I guess my ninth sister has also made some improvements and reached the final state of the yellow realm." She slightly shook her head and said, "Me. It's not easy to reach the final state of the yellow realm. I'm only at the peak of the medium state. But, I've practiced my sword comprehension to the realm of sword following the heart. I think that even though I haven't yet reached the final state, I'll be able to defeat warriors in the final state." Zhang Ruochen nodded his head in consent. It was indeed hard for warriors who reached the realm of sword following the heart at such a young age. In fact, both the ninth commandery princess and Lin Ningxian had just reached the initial stage of the sword following the heart. Yet, Zhang Ruochen had made it to the advanced stage of the sword following the heart and was thus beyond comparison. With any random sword technique, Zhang Ruochen would easily defeat them. He responded to Zhang Yushi's request, "But I don't have time to practice with you now. I need to head over to the Federation of Inscription." "Never mind. I can go with you. Let's take my Cloud Rabbit lunar rover." Her eyes glittered. It seemed that the ninth commandery princess just wanted to spend time with Zhang Ruochen rather than practice martial arts with him. Then, she walked toward Zhang Ruochen and held his arms as if she was not evasive to demonstrate a sense of intimacy. Zhang Ruochen looked a bit shy. Although they were brother and sister of different mothers, they were still attached by the blood of the same father. Soon after, he got more comfortable with it. Mew. The fat black cat walked out of Zhang Ruochen's room casually as if it had gone for a walk. At the moment, the cat's size had been greatly minimized compared to its original size. It was just a bit bigger than a normal cat. "My ninth brother, you have a cat. It's so adorable. What's its name?" The ninth commandery princess lifted the cat up and touched its skin softly. Mew. The fat black cat pretended to behave itself. It rolled its eyeballs, stuck its tongue out, and licked the fingers of the ninth commandery princess slightly. Zhang Ruochen glanced at the cat, shook his head and said, "Just call it Blackie." "Blackie." She stretched out her finger and moderately patted Blackie's head. She could not imagine how angry it was to be called Blackie, as it once was king of slaughter in its previous life. "That is such an offense to me. It's definitely an insult." "Fine. I'll just tolerate him. If I don't behave myself, he will send me back into the wooden graph," Blackie thought. Riding on the ninth commandery princess carriage, Zhang Ruochen arrived at the Federation of Inscription again. He borrowed the weapon refining stove from Zhuo-En in order to refine and worship the spatial ring. The process of worshipping the spatial ring went unexpectedly well. Soon after, the first spatial ring had been produced and turned out as an actual product. A third-class genuine martial arm, the spatial ring. Zhuo-En stood aside observing the process of refining. He whispered while observing Zhang Ruochen, "The ninth prince is definitely an inborn master of refining weapons. It's his very first time to refine a weapon and he is able to control the heat with such an amazing technique." This is no doubt admirable. Zhang Ruochen did not act arrogantly, but asked Zuo-en with courtesy, with my control over the heat, which class do you think my technique in terms of a weapon refiner is? The peak of a first-class weapon refiner. Zuo-en continued, be mindful, this is your first time worshipping a genuine martial arm and you've already fully shown your talent. I believe that you will reach the second class of a weapon refiner very soon. Being a second-class weapon refiner could enjoy a superior status in Yunwu Commandery. Moreover, if weapon refiners were willing to rely on a particular sect or a large-scale family, they could immediately enjoy the same treatment as a presbyter, or a status even more superior than a normal presbyter. Sigh, my spiritual power has reached the third class of a weapon refiner. Yet, my control over the heat is still not on point. Therefore, I can only classify myself as a second-class weapon refiner, Zuo-en groaned. The spiritual power of a first-class weapon refiner was usually between level 15 to 20. For a second-class weapon refiner, it was between the levels 20 to 25. For a third-class weapon refiner, it was between level 25 to 30. Last but not least, the spiritual power of a fourth-class weapon refiner was between levels 30 to 35. The most senior master weapon refiner in Yunwu Commandery was Kong Tong, who was a fourth-class weapon refiner. Her spiritual power had reached level 34 and thus was called a master of spiritual power in Yunwu Commandery. Her status in Yunwu Commandery was more or less the same as Yunwu Commandery Prince. If Yunwu Commandery Prince wanted her to refine his weapons, he had to visit her in person. He had to negotiate with her in a fair and equal manner, because she was not only a fourth-class weapon refiner, but also chief of the Federation of Inscription in Yunwu Commandery. Her status was extremely magnificent. Zuo-en asked with curiosity, my ninth prince, what exactly is the thumb ring that you're refining? Is it a kind of defensive genuine martial arm? Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, well, let's keep that a secret for the time being. Shortly after, he left the weapon refining room. There was something bothering him in his mind, which was that he also wanted to buy a weapon refining stove. However, Qingxian Pavilion sold the best weapon refining stoves in Yunwu City. If Zhang Ruochen wanted to pay a visit to it, he had no choice but to encounter the attractive hostess who had the ability to steal men's souls. Chi Yao was a very coquettish, charming, and attractive woman, who took the initiative to seduce Zhang Ruochen. She would make him commit a crime. It gave Zhang Ruochen a headache when he thought of this. By encountering such a lovely woman, he wondered if there was any man who could control himself to not be dominated by her. If she goes with me, maybe the hostess will slightly behave herself. Zhang Ruochen finally thought of an idea to prevent himself from falling into the hostess' seduction. Chapter 40, Chief of Moon Worship Demonic Sect. While walking out of the refining room, Zhang Ruochen saw the 9th Commandery Princess Zhang Yuxi and Shan Xiangling. Both of them were the startling beauties of Yunwu Commandery and looked slim and pure, displaying a sense of pleasure. At that moment, they were scrambling to play with Blackie. Blackie, I know that you want to play with me, right? The 9th Commandery Princess said with a threat. Shan Xiangling, however, talked to Blackie in a soft voice with her red lips shining and eyes blinking. Blackie, let's go to enjoy the best cuisine in the Commandery. The 9th Commandery Princess grabbed Blackie's ears, while Shan Xiangling grasped its tail. They both kept dragging Blackie toward themselves, as if they were going to tear it apart. The pain of being a toy between two pretties was unspeakable. Yet, Blackie was frightened that Zhang Ruochen would send it back into the wooden graph. Otherwise, it would have killed them for what they had done to it. This is absolutely absurd. I once was king of slaughter. From when have I become two women's toy? Creak. The iron door of the refining room opened. Seeing Zhang Ruochen and Zuo-en walk out of the room, the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling let Blackie free almost at the same time. In a second, they returned to elegant ladies. The 9th Commandery Princess slightly fixed her sleeves and dress, looking classic and elegant, while Shan Xiangling softly touched her long hair, presenting a feminine and pure image. Boom. Blackie lost its bearings, falling on the ground heavily with its eyes were full of stars. No one could imagine that two of the four beauties in Yunwu Commandery would scramble for a cat if one did not see it in person. Were they scrambling just for a cat? It was the fact that both of the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling were beautiful and known as unrivaled beauties of the world. Any warrior would be honored to meet one of them. They wished they could dedicate all their assets just to see them smile. Whether or not they were one of the four beauties, it did not bother Zhang Ruochen. My 9th sister, please accompany me to Qingxian Pavilion. I need to buy a weapon refining stove. Sure. Let's go. With delight, the ninth commandery princess instantly lifted Blackie up, who was lying on the floor. She blinked at Shan Xiangling as if she was demonstrating her victory of having either Blackie or Zhang Ruochen. Your Highness, I also need to go to the Qingxian pavilion. Can I join you both? Shan Xiangling's voice was always soft and displayed a sense of spirituality. Sure, why not? Zhang Ruochen did not think too much about it and let her join them. The distance between the Federation of Inscription and Qingxian Pavilion in the weapon market were quite close. Therefore, they did not ride in the carriage but walked toward Qingxian Pavilion. Then, something that Zhang Ruochen did not anticipate happened. Everyone knew that both the ninth commandery princess and Shan Xiangling were exceptionally beautiful and were goddesses for lots of warriors. The people who followed after them were countless, as the line for waiting to meet them had extended from the Federation of Inscription to the gate of Yunwu City. It was as difficult as climbing into the sky for one who wanted to meet any one of the four beauties. Yet, two of them were following behind a young man today. It surely caused quite a sensation in the martial market. Isn't she the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud sect, Shan Xiangling, one of the four young beauties in Yunwu Commandery? She is exceptionally beautiful as if she were a fairy coming out from the graph. How about the lady beside her? Her splendor is more or less the same as Miss Shan. How can you not know the ninth commandery princess, Zhang Yushi? She is called a beauty of Yunwu Commandery, just like Miss Shan. There are numerous followers wanting to approach her in Yunwu City. Most of them are superior with a strong martial cultivation. Not far away, there were two young men sitting opposite each other on a pavilion. They also glanced at Zhang Ruochen, Zhang Yushi, and Shan Xiangling as the three of them just walked by. Lu Qingfeng looked cold-blooded and stared at Zhang Ruochen. I can't believe both Shan Xiangling and the ninth commandery princess are accompanying him to the market. When did such a young man get so popular in Yunwu City? The man sitting opposite Lu Qingfeng was called Situgu, Situ Linjiang's elder brother. Situgu chuckled. Oh, my brother. Don't you recognize him? He is Yunwu Commandery Prince's ninth son. Not long ago, he obtained first place in the year-end assessment. He is now the hottest genius in Yunwu City. Well, what beauty doesn't love a genius? Not to mention his superior status. He has surely become the idol of young women. Lu Qingfeng giggled. I know who he is. Being first in the year-end assessment, so what? He's just the first among the royal family and their relatives in the younger generation. Compared to the entire young generation in Yunwu City, I guess he can fairly make into the top 10. Yet, I bet ranking in the top 20 in Yunwu Commandery will be too much hard work for him. It makes sense though. His cultivation has just reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm. Ha. Lu Qingfeng smirked slightly and looked contemptuous. Situgu had watched the fight between Zhang Ruochen and Situ Linjiang. He clearly knew that Zhang Ruochen was indeed magnificent. Although his cultivation is in the dawn state of the Yellow Realm, he is able to defeat the young geniuses in the final state. He is not someone to mess with. When he breaks through to the medium state of the Yellow Realm, I guess he can still barely confront the warriors in the completion. Lu Qingfeng said, how is that possible? The meridians inside a completion warrior's body are all fixed. It's called succeeding the body of martial arts. It's incomparable to the warriors in the final state of the Yellow Realm. Even if he breaks through to the medium state, he will be defeated by the completion warriors within 3 moves. Situgu giggled. With your martial cultivation, it's more than sufficient to make it to the top 3 among the young warriors in Yunwu City. Moreover, you're in the peak of the completion of the Yellow Realm. No matter how talented the ninth prince is, he won't be strong enough to compete with you until he makes it to the completion stage. The so-called young generation referred to the warriors who were under age 20. Lu Qingfeng had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm at 17 years old. Excluding the 7th prince, who had incredible talent and had always been ranked ahead of him, none of the other geniuses were capable of withstanding any of his moves during a fight. There was a delighted smile on Lu Qingfeng's face. It's just a pity that the 9th prince is still so weak. Otherwise, he'd be classified as one of my strongest opponents. To be honest, I'm totally not concerned with his cultivation. Situgu chuckled. You're only interested in Miss Shan, aren't you? Unfortunately, she feels like she is more into the 9th prince. If you do like her, I suggest you take the initiative and talk to her. Otherwise, she will soon become the 9th prince's woman. My status in the martial market bank is almost the same as the 9th prince's. Is that still a matter if I want a woman? Lu Qingfeng said with arrogance. Lu Chuanchen, Lu Qingfeng's father, was the chief of the Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery. The Martial Market Bank was financially powerful and had lured numerous strong warriors to support them. Lu Chuanchen was seen as having a massive control over Yunwu Commandery's economy. Being Lu Chuanchen's son, Lu Qingfeng was certainly a famous person in Yunwu Commandery. If he really loved Shan Xiangling, what he had to do was to express his feeling toward Master of the Red Cloud sect, who would certainly be more than ecstatic to marry his daughter off to Lu Qingfeng. It would only be beneficial if the Red Cloud sect could socialize with the Martial Market Bank. However, Lu Qingfeng did not want to marry Shan Xiangling. He just wanted to have fun with her and treated her like a prostitute. With his status and talent in martial arts, he had already found someone better for marriage. To Lu Qingfeng, Shan Xiangling was just a master's daughter and was only worth spending a night with. Afterward, he was going to dump her away. Qingxian Pavilion was located in the weapon market. Qinya was naked and her snow-white body was comfortably lying in a pool carved out of a jade stone. There was a creamy white liquid in the pool, emanating a vague icy air that completely wrapped her exquisite embossed figure. Her plumpy breasts and buttocks, tiny waist and slim, long legs, all were partly visible within the air. It was exceptionally attractive. If any men were to see such a beautiful scene, blood from their nose would surely spurt non-stop. At this moment, Mo Hanlin was sitting outside the pool with his whole body clenched tightly. He did not dare to look toward the pool as he asked with a faltering voice, "My hostess, we've eroded half of the financial affairs of the Martial Market Bank. They are no longer our competitor. Shall we start working on Lu Chuanchen and dispelling the entire Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery?" Qinya squinted her shining eyes, glistened her long eyelashes where drops of water fell from, one by one. Her crystal-clear red lips slightly moved. There's no rush. The power of the Martial Market Bank is still strong. It's not as easy as it seems. Moreover, if we take down the Martial Market Bank, the official power of Yunwu Commandery will also get involved. It'll only make things complicated. Yunwu Commandery Prince will never allow us to take control over the economy of Yunwu Commandery. On top of that, the black market is longing to dismiss the Martial Market Bank. Let them fight first. We'll wait for the perfect moment and take them down. Mo Hanlin nodded in agreement. Tip, tap. The sound of footsteps resounded. A maidservant came inside and bowed toward the pool and said, "My hostess, the 9th prince has arrived at Qingxian Pavilion. He wants to buy a weapon refining stove, which is a 7th-class genuine martial arm." Mo Hanlin sat there freezing with his sweat. He had to seize this opportunity to leave the pool, so he stood up and said, "My hostess, let me welcome him." Wait. Since it's the 9th prince, how can I not greet him in person? Qinya opened her attractive eyes. She walked out of the pool, took a red, thin yarn and wrapped her seductive body. Water dropped on her white back and glided on the jade stone. Zhang Ruochen was the first ever man who was able to deal with her seduction. His spiritual power and determination were far greater than anyone else's, hence Qinya was very interested in him. Furthermore, she suspected that there was a superior warrior helping Zhang Ruochen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to reach the dawn state of the Yellow Realm within 3 months. Chapter 41, The Martial Market Bank. My 9th prince, there are only 2 weapon refining stoves which are classified as 7th-class genuine martial arms in the entire Yunwu Commandery. One of them is owned by the chief of the Federation of Inscription while the other one is right in front of you. Qinya led Zhang Ruochen to the armory where the 3-meter-tall bronze weapon refining stove was kept. This time, rather than just the 2 of them going in alone, the 9th Commandery Princess, Shan Xiangling, and Mo Hanlin were together as well. Zhang Ruochen's eyes were fixed on the massive stove in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, he said, "This weapon refining stove should be very expensive." If it was not expensive, it would have been bought by any weapon refiners long ago. Pursing her lips, Qinya chuckled softly and said, "Of course, it's expensive. I usually set the base price at 2 million silver coins when other weapon refiners ask about it. Since it's the 9th prince, I'm willing to offer you a half price. 1 million silver coins and that's it. No more bargaining. 1 million silver coins. That's way too expensive. It seems like you're robbing us blind," the 9th Commandery Princess said in a slightly displeased manner. She was obviously annoyed with Qinya. Even Shan Xiangling was secretly surprised. The Red Cloud sect only made 500,000 silver coins for the entire year. Yet, a single piece of weapon refining stove could easily cost 1 million silver coins, which would be the double of her sect's annual income. This stove was excessively expensive. Zhang Ruochen shook his head and said, "No. Not at all. It's actually very cheap. A 7th-class genuine martial arms weapon is sold for at least 1 million silver coins. A weapon refining stove of the same class will certainly cost more, with its price exceeding 2 million silver coins. Madam, if you keep offering low prices, I'm afraid you will go out of business very soon. No amount of money can fill the void I feel within. If the 9th prince can spend a night with me, I'm more than happy to give you the weapon refining stove for free," Chi Yao said flirtatiously as she stared at Zhang Ruochen with eyes full of affection. "How seductive." Zhang Ruochen coughed dryly, feeling a little awkward. He replied, "I'll collect 1 million silver coins as soon as possible. I hope you can keep the weapon refining stove on hold for the time being. I'm in a rush. I'll excuse myself first." Having said that, Zhang Ruochen quickly walked out of the armory as if he was running away from danger. The 9th commandery princess ran after Zhang Ruochen and asked, "9th brother, are you sure you want to buy that weapon refining stove? 1 million silver coins is not a small sum. Even though the royal family sends silver coins to all our brothers and sisters every month, it's still impossible to raise 1 million silver coins from what we get. I'm getting 3,000 silver coins a month for basic expenses, which is already the most among all princesses. I guess you can only receive up to 5,000 at most for a month." Zhang Ruochen replied calmly, "Don't worry, 9th sister. I'm not going to rely on the funds allocated by the royal family. Very soon I'll be able to collect 1 million silver coins." A 7th-class genuine martial arms weapon refining stove was not easily available anywhere. Thus, Zhang Ruochen could not miss the chance of getting it. Once he had the weapon refining stove, he could use it to refine spatial rings anytime. By then, he would have an endless supply of the rings and money would no longer be an issue. Now, he only had 800,000 silver coins, which were all deposited in the martial market bank. How was he going to collect the remaining 200,000 silver coins? Zhang Ruochen glanced at the spatial ring on his thumb out of the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, an idea popped into his mind. He smiled and said, "The martial market bank." Chi Yao's face darkened and her smile disappeared as soon as she walked out of the armory. Looking at the direction where Zhang Ruochen, the 9th commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling left, she said in a low tone, "He's able to demonstrate the technique of multitasking during the year-end assessment. He must have practiced his spiritual power till level 20 or above." Mo Hanlin stood behind Chi Yao and his expression flickered. He said, "He's only 16 years old, I think it's not quite possible for him to practice his spiritual power up to level 20. Neither do I. After all, the spiritual power of a human body is limited. It's theoretically impossible to obtain such incredible martial arts talent as well as the spiritual power. However, since he's so determined to buy the weapon refining stove, he probably wants to become a weapon refiner. Perhaps his spiritual power is indeed brilliant." Chi Yao narrowed her eyes as her curiosity grew. Driven by the desire to test out her theory, she said, "Mo Hanlin, check with the Federation of Inscription. I'm sure the 9th prince has been there for a few times recently. I want to know the exact level of his spiritual power." "Yes, I'll head off now." Mo Hanlin bowed to Chi Yao and hurried away. "Huh. Boy, you make me even more curious now." Chi Yao stuck out her soft tongue and licked her red lips while laughing in a coquettish manner. Zhang Ruochen, the 9th commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling rode on the carriage and headed to the martial market bank. The 9th commandery princess asked, "9th brother, why are we heading to the martial market bank? Do you have 1 million silver coins kept over there?" Zhang Ruochen smiled and responded, "Well, I did have 1 million silver coins, but I've spent some. Now, there are around 800,000 silver coins left." Shan Xiangling's eyes lit up with surprise when she heard this. She was shocked by how much assets Zhang Ruochen had at such a young age. 800,000. Impossible. 9th brother, where did you get that massive amount of money from? The 9th commandery princess was extremely surprised. She could not believe her ears. Not to mention 9th commandery princess, even if it was a leader from any other large-scale family in the Yunwu city, it was still difficult to come up with 800,000 silver coins right away. Even though the Lins could come up with 1.2 million silver coins to purchase the low class of spiritual sword skill, it was thanks to the financial capability of the entire family rather than Lin Fengxian himself. It would be good enough if Lin Fengxian could come up with 500,000 silver coins at once. Zhang Ruochen had nothing to hide. When he purchased the weapon refining stove later, his wealth would still be exposed anyway. Moreover, no one would dare to steal from him in the Yunwu city, knowing that he was one of the superiors in the royal family, the ninth prince. Even if the ninth prince has 800,000 silver coins with him, he'll still need 200,000 more in order to buy the weapon refining stove. Shan Xiangling said softly. Zhang Ruochen replied, "That's why we are heading to the Martial Market Bank. I'm going to do a business with them. As for what kind of business, I can't tell you now." Zhang Ruochen had a feeling that the Martial Market Bank would surely be interested in the Spatial Ring. Being able to store treasures inside the Spatial Ring would be very useful for the Martial Market Bank. By doing business with the Martial Market Bank, it would fully maximize the profit he could get from the Spatial Ring. The magnificently constructed Martial Market Bank was tightly guarded. A large number of armored royal guards could be seen watching over all sides of the bank at any time. In terms of the defensive power, Martial Market Bank was second only to the palace of the Yunwu Commandery. The moment Zhang Ruochen, the ninth Commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling got off the carriage, a figure quickly approached them. "Greetings, the ninth prince and the ninth Commandery princess. I'm the ninth steward of the Martial Market Bank." An old man with goatee beard hurriedly walked over and greeted Zhang Ruochen and the ninth Commandery princess with great respect and courtesy. Zhang Ruochen asked, "Do you know me?" The ninth steward smiled and said, "If I can't even recognize the ninth prince, then I'm not qualified to be the Martial Market Bank steward." Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, "Well, that's great. I want to discuss a huge business opportunity with the manager of the Martial Market Bank. I was hoping Mr. Steward could be my referral." "Haha. Who do you think you are? You're just one of the 9 princes, how dare you ask the manager to do a business with you? If so, you should have made Commandery Prince Yunwu come here in person." Lu Qingfeng walked out from the main door of the Martial Market Bank with his head held high. He had an arrogant expression on his face and his gaze was just as unfriendly. It seemed that he wanted to compare himself to Zhang Ruochen, thus, he brought 2 young and beautiful maids with him. They appeared to be around 14 or 15 years old. However, their appearance and manner still paled in comparison to the 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling. Lu Qingfeng said with a sense of superiority, "If you really have a business to discuss, I can do it with you. Given my status, it's more than enough." Zhang Ruochen was not sure if he should believe his words. He gave Lu Qingfeng a thorough once-over and replied blandly, "The business I would like to discuss. With your status, I'm afraid you're not qualified enough to do so." "Excuse me? Do you even know who I am?" Lu Qingfeng's expression quickly turned cold. "Actually, I'm not too sure who you are," Zhang Ruochen said nonchalantly. Lu Qingfeng said with a hint of pride, "Well, listen up. I'm Lu Qingfeng, the son of the manager of the Martial Market Bank. Even though you've never met me in person, you should have at least heard of my name before." "I'm sorry, but I've never heard of your name." Ignoring Lu Qingfeng, Zhang Ruochen turned to the 9th steward and said, "Mr. Steward, please pass my message to the manager. If he doesn't want to see me, I'll leave right away. My 9th prince, please wait here for a moment." The 9th steward immediately went to notify the manager about this matter. In fact, if he was the feeble Zhang Ruochen before obtaining the sacred mark, he would not have a chance to enjoy such treatment. However, it was different now. His outstanding performance in the year-end assessment had successfully aroused the attention and interest of many major powers in the Yunwu city. No one would look down on such an extraordinary genius. Who knew if he would become the king of Yunwu Commandery in the future? Zhang Ruochen's action had completely enraged Lu Qingfeng. Zhang Ruochen casually dismissed him in front of everyone as if he was someone of no importance. It made him feel like he had lost all his face in front of Shan Xiangling. "Huh. Let's see. I'm sure my father won't receive you. With your martial cultivation, you're just a tiny little ant in my father's eyes," Lu Qingfeng said coldly with disdain in his voice. Zhang Ruochen did not bother to respond to him. He stood with his arms crossed, patiently waiting for the steward. The 9th Commandery Princess and Shan Xiangling did not hide the contempt they had for Lu Qingfeng, showing a disdainful expression on their faces. They felt that Lu Qingfeng was too rude and lack of manner. He was not even worth comparing to Zhang Ruochen. "The 9th prince? Does he want to do business with me?" Lu Chuanchen stood next to the lake, his hands clasped behind his back. The aura emanating from him resembled a lofty mountain, giving people a sense of superiority. Yes, he does. If my manager doesn't want to see him, I'll ask him to leave. But what? The ninth steward kneeled down on the ground and continued to say, that's another matter. I've already found out the identity of the mystery man who auctioned the low class of spiritual sword skill in the central auction. The mystery man is the same person, the ninth prince. He currently has 800,000 silver coins deposited in the Martial Market Bank. Wow. It's unbelievable for a young man like him to have such fortune. What kind of adventure has he encountered in these few months? A faint smile broke out on Lu Chuanchen's face. He said, well, there's no harm meeting him. Perhaps it'll bring me some pleasant surprises. Chapter 42, The Big Four Ranking. My ninth prince, please follow me. The manager is waiting for you in the bank. The ninth steward led the way in the front and accompanied Zhang Ruochen to the Martial Market Bank. The ninth commandery princess and Shan Xiangling stayed outside the bank. Neither of them was entitled to meet the manager of the Martial Market Bank. After Zhang Ruochen and the ninth steward left, Lu Qingfeng frowned and thought, what a bastard. I can't believe my father wants to see him. What virtues does he exactly have? Then, he cut out the cold-blooded face and looked over to Shan Xiangling and the ninth commandery princess. He displayed a heroic smile and waved at Shan Xiangling. Miss Shan, I've heard about you a long time ago. I wonder if I have a chance to sightsee the Yunwu city with you. In his point of view, the daughter of Master of the Red Cloud sect would not turn down the son of the Martial Market Bank's manager. Once he got to spend time with her alone, he had a great chance to take her down. Lu Chuanchen was considered as a legendary person in Yunwu Commandery. He had control over all the armed force and financial resources of the Martial Market Bank in Yunwu Commandery, and he was classified as one of the top 10 in Yunwu Commandery. Except for people like the Commandery Prince Yunwu, it would be as difficult as to climb up to the sky for other ordinary warriors to meet him. When Zhang Ruochen first saw Lu Chuanchen, he was able to feel that his martial cultivation was unfathomable. He had displayed a powerful strength from head to toes. If an ordinary warrior stood in front of Lu Chuanchen, he would have been trembled and feared to look into his eyes. Zhang Ruochen, however, was not an ordinary warrior. He said pleasantly, I've heard of your name years ago, my manager. You're certainly a legend. The ninth prince is such a rarity, I've also heard of how talented you are. Lu Chuanchen stood at the inner part of the living room, intentionally exposed his powerful thrust so as to suppress Zhang Ruochen. He had watched every single move of Zhang Ruochen after he walked into the living room. He praised Zhang Ruochen to himself as Zhang Ruochen had demonstrated a calm and humble attitude. He wondered how nice it would be if Lu Qingfeng, his son, could behave like Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen sat opposite to Lu Chuanchen and said, Mr. Lu, I'll simply go straight to the point. The reason why I'm here at the Martial Market Bank is to do a business with you, the manager of the bank. I believe my manager won't disappoint after taking a look at my product. At the same time, Zhang Ruochen took off the spatial ring, placed it on the table and passed it to Lu Chuanchen. Just a jade thumb ring. Lu Chuanchen looked at the jade thumb ring and frowned his eyebrows in confusion. Zhang Ruochen said, please, my manager, try to transfer your genuine chi into the ring. Lu Chuanchen immediately transferred his genuine chi into the jade thumb ring as Zhang Ruochen said. He activated 6 inscription of space on the jade thumb ring. A layer of white halo eventually floated out on the ring. Lu Chuanchen put his hand out to the jade thumb ring. His hand disappeared all of a sudden as if it had been swallowed by the jade thumb ring. There was a light of splendid in Lu Chuanchen's eyes. He looked at the ring and said with excitement, there is a space inside the thumb ring. I wonder where does my majesty get such a space treasure? Zhang Ruochen answered, well, I'm not available to disclose its details. Lu Chuanchen recovered his genuine chi and calmed his excitement. He said, there are less than 10 pieces of space treasures among the entire Kunlun's field, each of them is incredibly precious. Yet, the class of your space treasure seems to be quite low, my ninth prince. Its space is narrow. I guess it can barely classify as a third-class genuine martial arm. Zhang Ruochen asked, if I sell the space treasure to my manager, what will the price be? Lu Chuanchen was indeed very interested in such a space treasure. Yet, he acted exceptionally calm in order to keep up his power over Zhang Ruochen. He said, a normal third-class genuine martial arm usually costs between 3,000 to 10,000 silver coins. Since it's a space treasure, the price will surely be higher. It is worth 10,000 silver coins. 200,000 silver coins. Without hesitation, Zhang Ruochen set the price at 20 times more than the original price straight away. Lu Chuanchen smiled while he shook his head. My ninth prince, you're not doing a business but robbing me. Let me tell you, this is not how you do business. If the space of the ring is 10 times larger, I'll be happy to pay 200,000 silver coins for it. To be honest, the internal space of this treasure is indeed too small. How about this? I'll buy your spatial ring under my name with 20,000 silver coins. What do you think? 150,000. Zhang Ruochen made another offer. 30,000. Lu Chuanchen kept bargaining. 120,000 silver coins. 40,000. After all the bargaining, Zhang Ruochen made the final deal. 100,000. This is my bottom line. Deal. 100,000 silver coins. Lu Chuanchen laughed out loud and put on the spatial ring placed on the table. He took a detailed look at the ring and grinned. My ninth prince, do you prefer transferring the 100,000 coins to your 3-star VIP card under the Martial Market Bank or convert it to the spiritual crystal? Zhang Ruochen was scolding such a cunning fox in his heart and said grumpily, just put it into my 3-star VIP card. After selling the spatial ring, Zhang Ruochen was still in need of 100,000 silver coins in order to buy the weapon refining stove. He would have to think another way to collect the rest of the coins. Lu Chuanchen handed over Zhang Ruochen's 3-star VIP card after transferring the coins to his account. Zhang Ruochen wondered, since I'm here at the Martial Market Bank, I should also pay a visit to the Colosseum of the Martial Market. I guess I should be able to make the rest of the 100,000 silver coins in the Colosseum of the Martial Market. The Colosseum of the Martial Market was a drill ground operated by the Martial Market Bank with a long history. It represented the martial arts spirits of warriors and was a good place for getting famous. Once warriors who were confident in their cultivation, most of them would fight in Colosseum of the Martial Market so as to prove their abilities. Any warriors who obtained a 10-winning streak in the Colosseum of the Martial Market, a massive amount of silver coins would be rewarded. Moreover, they could also earn a place on the ranking operated by the Martial Market Bank. Once warriors who got onto the ranking, they would get fame in the entire commandery. Nonetheless, if the fighting force of the warriors were powerful enough as well as high enough in their ranking in the Colosseum of the Martial Market, they would also be well known in other commanderies. Martial Market Bank had set up 4 boards, the Yellow Board, the Profound Board, the Earth Board, and the Heaven Board. Martial Market Bank was located all over the commandery with a flourished intelligence system. Not only they would analyze the performance of the warriors in the fighting ground, but also collected all information of the warriors from the system. It, therefore, would conclude the final ranking of the warriors after organizing the information. As a result, the accuracy of the 4 boards under the Martial Market Bank was particularly high. In order to become one of the fighters on the ranking, warriors had to participate in the fights in the Colosseum of the Martial Market. Otherwise, the Martial Market Bank would not be able to calculate all the details of countless warriors in such a big commandery. On the Yellow Stage Colosseum, warriors would be eligible to rank in the Yellow Board. The more winning streak warriors obtained, the higher ranking they achieved in the Yellow Board. Same rules applied to the rest of the boards. Warriors would be entitled on the Profound Board if they obtained a 10-winning streak in the Profound Stage Colosseum. Entering the Earth Board by getting a 10-winning streak in Earth Stage Colosseum. Nevertheless, warriors could go into the Heaven Board by obtaining a 10-winning streak in the Heaven Stage Colosseum. Due to the fact that there were only a few warriors of the Earth Realm and the Heaven Realm, therefore, neither the Earth Stage nor the Heaven Stage Colosseum had been constructed in the Yunwu Commandery. With Zhang Ruochen's cultivation at the moment, he could only be eligible to join the fight in the Yellow Stage Colosseum. Once he obtained a 10-winning streak in this Colosseum, he would be awarded the 100,000 silver coins that he needed. On top of it, he would also become one of the members on the Yellow Board. There were only 27 warriors of the Yellow Board in the entire Yunwu Commandery. Hence, every one of them was incredible and dominated the Yellow Realm. Indeed, the mobility of warriors of the Yellow Board was high. It was because the warriors of the Yellow Board themselves had reached the peak of the completion. They would break through to the Black Realm anytime. Once they had broken through it, they would no longer classify as warriors of the Yellow Board. It was seen as a circulation. The older warriors would be replaced by a younger group of warriors of the Yellow Board when they left. In conclusion, the number of the warriors of the Yellow Board in the Yunwu Commandery retained between 20 to 30. In the Yunwu Commandery, they held their separated ranking of the warriors of the Yellow Board, which warriors from other commanderies would not be counted. In other words, the ranking of the warriors of the Yellow Board would be from 1 to 27 in the entire Yunwu Commandery. Lu Qingfeng was one of the warriors of the Yellow Board. The best result he had achieved was a 13-winning streak in the Colosseum of the Martial Market, ranking 11 on the Yellow Board. Among the younger generation, he was classified as one of the most powerful warriors in the Yunwu city. The 10 warriors ranked in front of him were all the elder warriors who had been practicing martial arts for more than 10 years. Those elder warriors who were unable to break through the Black Realm, they would rather practice martial techniques so as to enrich their fighting experience. With such astonished techniques, the younger warriors were not strong enough to be their opponents. Zhang Ruochen told Lu Chuanchen his idea about fighting in the Colosseum. The 9th Prince is going to join the fights in the Yellow Stage Colosseum. With my 9th Prince's cultivation at the moment, I'm afraid it may not be a wise idea. When you reach the completion of the Yellow Realm after 3 to 5 years of cultivation, you'll become a strong warrior of the Yellow Board undoubtedly. Lu Chuanchen said. Lu Chuanchen didn't even know what Zhang Ruochen's level was. He only noticed that Zhang Ruochen's cultivation had reached the dawn state of the Yellow Realm not long ago in the year-end assessment. In his eyes, perhaps he had broken through his current cultivation and reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He still was not capable of being a warrior of the Yellow Board. It would be fabulous for him to obtain a 3-winning streak in the Colosseum of the Martial Market. Whether or not I become a warrior of the Yellow Board, we'll see after the fights. Zhang Ruochen exclaimed with confidence. Since the 9th Prince is full of confidence, your servant wish you good luck. Well, I need to tour the Colosseum of the Martial Market today. Let's go together. Lu Chuanchen stood up and left the bank with Zhang Ruochen. Just before the second when they walked out the front door of the Martial Market Bank, there was a great noise crackling. I wholeheartedly want to invite you to go sightseeing in Yunwu City. How dare you to refuse my invitation? You're such a dishonor. Everybody, haul this offensive woman, clean her and send her to my room. Lu Qingfeng demanded with anger. Lu Qingfeng was extremely pissed off by Shan Xiangling, who turned him down. He felt like she had totally embarrassed him in public, and therefore, he decided to use a tough method that Shan Xiangling couldn't even have a chance to refuse. The 2 royal guards ran towards Shan Xiangling instantly. People surrounded by the bank got used to the fact that Lu Qinggang would use all kinds of method to get the woman he wanted. Didn't matter if she was the daughter of a master. The Red Cloud sect, however, did not dare to offend the Martial Market Bank. After having fun with Shan Xiangling, the royal guards might have a chance to spend some time with her too. Shan Xiangling changed her countenance and said, Lu Qingfeng, you're also one of the warriors of the Yellow Board and the son of the Martial Market Bank manager. I can't believe you have such a shameful morality. Lu Qingfeng chuckled and said, whether my morality is good or bad, you'll have to discover it tonight. I suggest you not to confront. You clearly know what the consequences are if you offend the Martial Market Bank. Otherwise, you or even the entire Red Cloud sect will disappear in a night. Shan Xiangling was extremely irritated and bit her lips. Yet, she did not dare to outrage the Martial Market Bank as its capability was too powerful that it could vanish the Red Cloud sect with just a word. While Lu Qingfeng was laughing joyfully about capturing Shan Xiangling, Zhang Ruochen and Lu Chuanchen walked out from the front door of the Martial Market Bank. Chapter 43, The Yellow Fighting Palace. Lu Chuanchen snorted, walking out with his hands behind his back and said with a low voice, unfilial son, you have disgraced the Martial Market Bank badly. Now, apologize to Ms. Shan. Lu Qingfeng heard Lu Chuanchen's words and turned around immediately. His face changed, completely lacking the haughtiness and arrogance of before. F.A. Father. I was just joking with Xiangling. I will apologize to her at once. Lu Qingfeng was so afraid of his father that he stuttered. Seeing him act like this, Lu Chuanchen sighed within his mind. With his disappointment growing, he shook his head, and said, 9th Prince, I'm sorry that my unfilial son has made a fool of himself. Let's go to the Martial Market Colosseum now. With Lu Chuanchen leading the way, Zhang Ruochen, the 9th Commandery Princess, and Shan Xiangling arrived at the Martial Market Colosseum shortly. The Martial Market Colosseum was a sea of people. There were powerful warriors everywhere. There were also many warriors with little martial cultivation. They stood in the outer ring of the Colosseum to watch and learn from the more powerful ones. Lu Chuanchen departed for the deepest palace in the Colosseum to handle some important business as soon as he entered to the Martial Market Colosseum. Zhang Ruochen, the ninth commandery princess, and Shan Xiangling entered the Yellow Fighting Palace. The Yellow Fighting Palace was an ancient, six-story amphitheater. Each story had 360 bleachers, and every bleacher provided a clear view of the battle in the center of the Colosseum. Whoever threw 10 silver coins could enter the Yellow Fighting Palace. Ninth brother, do you really want to fight? Your current cultivation is not strong enough. There is a huge gap between you and a warrior of yellow board. The ninth commandery princess said. The ninth commandery princess did not disparage Zhang Ruochen. She was just well aware of the ruthlessness of the martial market Colosseum. No weak dared to battle in the Colosseum. Shan Xiangling added, I heard that warriors must sign a life and death agreement before they enter the Colosseum. Because all Colosseum warriors are crazy. They all want to become famous with one single battle, so they all fight so desperately. One tiny mistake, you may get hurt seriously or even die. That's right. Ninth brother, you'd better decide to fight when you've practiced to the completion of the Yellow Realm. You could ask father for money if you don't have enough to buy a weapon refining stove. For your talent, our father is willing to giving you 1 million silver coins. The ninth commandery princess suggested. Zhang Ruochen answered, we shall wait and see. At this moment, a warrior in his 30s entered the Colosseum. He carried a red, powerful-looking long spear in his hand and said, I'm the first disciple of Tian's suzerain, Niahang. It is my first time at the Yellow Fighting Palace. Who shall be my first opponent? Shan Xiangling said, I have heard of this Niahang before. He reached the completion of the Yellow Realm when he was 22. He has been in the completion of the Yellow Realm for 15 years, so he must be quite powerful. I think he may win 7 or 8 rounds in a row. There were countless suzerains and houses in the Kunlun's field. Some small suzerains only had dozens of disciples. Some of the huge suzerains had thousands of millions of disciples and ruled the martial arts world of dozens of commanderies. They were extremely powerful. Thus, the suzerains and the families were divided into 3 hierarchies and 9 levels. For example, the Red Cloud sect which Shan Xiangling belonged to and the Tianhe suzerain which Niahang belonged to were both the 7th level suzerains. Yunwu commandery had 1 6th-class suzerain, 5 7th-class suzerains, 17 8th-class suzerains, and countless 9th-class suzerains. Every single suzerain was governed by official powers. If a suzerain did not submit, it would be treated like a cult and hunted down. Ninth commandery princess said, Niahang's cultivation is indeed strong, but there are more powerful warriors in the warfare palace. I predict he will win 6 rounds repeatedly at best. Shan Xiangling said, in that case, let's make a bet. Let's go. The ninth commandery princess and Shan Xiangling rushed to the highest bleacher of the Yellow Fighting Palace together to place bets. I bet 1,000 silver coins on Niahang winning 6 rounds in a row. The ninth commandery princess took out a spiritual crystal and placed it in a cell marked 6 on the betting table. I'll bet 500 silver coins on Niahang winning 8 rounds in a row. Shan Xiangling dropped a coin purse in a cell marked 8 on the betting table. Then I will bet on the middle number. Zhang Ruochen also became interested and placed a spiritual crystal in the cell marked 7. Because so many people had bet, a grand fortune could be acquired by winning every bet. Niahang was powerful enough that someone even had bet on him winning 10 rounds in a row and becoming a warrior of yellow board. Although it was a rare event, the one bold bet would win a massive sum if he succeeded. The first warrior who challenged Niahang looked like he had a cultivation in the final state of the Yellow Realm in his 40s. Boom. Niahang stood in the center of the Colosseum, sending the warrior falling down the Colosseum with only a single movement. Round 1, 1. Round 2, 1. Round 5, 1. Round 6, 1. The entire Yellow Fighting Palace cheered for Niahang during his 6th consecutive win. The warriors watching from the bleacher shouted and yelled in a frenzied manner. It was an extraordinary event in the Yellow Fighting Palace when a warrior acquired a 6-win streak in one day. Niahang's possible opponents in the ongoing battle became more powerful. Only warriors who held a record of a 7-round winning streak in the Yellow Fighting Palace had the qualifications to challenge him upon reaching round 7. How could a weak warrior gain such a record in the Yellow Fighting Palace? Niahang had finally met a strong opponent in round 7. Huang Jinlong, a warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm, had a record of 3 different 7-round winning streaks. Unfortunately, he was defeated in round 8 each time. He was quite strong. Niahang had fought Huang Jinlong for an hour before employing Snowflake Spear, a a martial technique in the mid-class of human stage. This technique had punctured Huang Zhenlong's chest, seriously injuring him as he fell from the Colosseum. But Nieheng had also suffered some damage from Huang Zhenlong, gaining an internal. There was a trace of blood falling from his mouth. At that moment, a man in his 20s approached to the Colosseum while holding a white folding fan in his hand, saying mildly, "You've got a severe injury. There's no chance that you can win 8 rounds in a row. Just throw in the towel." The battle was so cruel that it would not allow competitors any time to rest or heal their wounds, it simply continued. It was as difficult as to climb up to the sky if you wanted to get a 10 rounds winning streak. Although Nieheng was quite powerful, his genuine chi was half empty after 7 rounds, not to mention his severe injury. It was almost impossible for him to win round 8 in such a condition. Nieheng gritted his teeth, staring back at the men with the folding fan, and said, "Who says I can't fight round 8? Who are you?" "Hee. I am Shui Bingsheng, from the minister's mansion. I have a record of 2 8-round winning streaks in the Yellow Fighting Palace." Shui Bingsheng smiled lightly, waving the folding fan in his hand. "Let's fight." Nieheng galvanized the rest of his genuine chi and poured it into the long spear. The spear coalesced an ardent light instantly, then he thrust it at Shui Bingsheng. Boom. In just the blink of an eye, Shui Bingsheng disappeared. Shui Bingsheng practiced a footwork technique in the superior class of the human stage. In a flash, he reappeared in front of Nieheng. With a wave of his folding fan, Nieheng's head flew away with a spray of blood. Shui Bingsheng glared at the corpse and said, "I had told you to surrender, but you didn't listen, fool. A strong warrior in the completion of the Yellow Realm just died inside the Colosseum like that." Nieheng's junior brother and sister apprentices rushed to the Colosseum, crying all along the entire time they carried his body down. There was nothing that could have been done. Nieheng had signed the life and death agreement when he first challenged the Colosseum. There were several people who died in the Yellow Fighting Palace every day. No one would be shocked. In fact, the main reason was Shui Bingsheng was too stronger than Nieheng, that Nieheng did not have a chance to concede before Shui Bingsheng killed him. Alas. Knowing the huge gap between them, he was still too stubborn to concede. Life is far more important than becoming famous. The 9th Commandery Princess said, sighing. Shan Xiangling shook her head slightly, and said, according to Nieheng's talent, he could have been a warrior of the Black Realm after 10 years of cultivation. A lot of warriors with great talents fall just like that. Wow. 9th brother, you've won the bet. Go and check your bounty. The 9th Commandery Princess exclaimed. It was just a lucky guess. Zhang Ruochen had just bet casually. He did not think he would win. Although Nieheng had died in the Colosseum, he gained a 7-round winning streak. Zhang Ruochen had put 1 spiritual crystal on the bet and won 8 in return. It's about time. I will try my luck in the Colosseum. Zhang Ruochen signed the life and death agreement and paid a spiritual crystal. Then he walked to the Colosseum. 9th brother, I know I can't stop you. But you must promise me that you will concede at once if you face someone you can't defeat. The 9th Commandery Princess said with concern. The 9th Commandery Princess believed that Zhang Ruochen had simply wanted to get into the spirit of the Colosseum, rather than being involved in an actual fight. With a cultivation at the medium state of the Yellow Realm, his was even less than Nieheng's. He could win 3 consecutive rounds at the most. Relax. I know my limits. Zhang Ruochen smiled lightly. He walked step by step to the Colosseum, looking quite at ease. The moment he reached the Colosseum, the Yellow Fighting Palace clamored. Who's that boy? How dare he to fight in the Yellow Fighting Palace at such a young age? Maybe he wants to become famous. Dozens of reckless boys die here every month. Big deal. At this moment, Lu Qingfeng stood at a higher bleacher of the Yellow Fighting Palace, staring down at Zhang Ruochen. He showed a ferocious smile and said, "Ha. You choose a path to hell instead of the path of heaven. If you die in the Colosseum, even the Yunwu Commandery Prince could say nothing about it." Chapter 44, Invincibility. Zhang Ruochen's first opponent was a young warrior in yellow. He seemed nearly 20 years old and was at the medium state of the Yellow Realm. He could be considered as a genius of martial arts since he had practiced to the medium state at such an early age. The young warrior in yellow held a broadsword, and said in a loud voice, "Hao Shichi from the Haos, I am the first to challenge you. Please draw your sword." Zhang Ruochen gripped the hilt of the flash-shining sword with his right hand, shook his head, and said, I don't need my sword to defeat you. If I draw it out, you may get hurt. Arrogant. The young warrior in yellow poured his genuine chi into the broadsword to activate 2 inscriptions of power within it. The weight of the broadsword increased to 143.5 kilograms. He held the broadsword with both hands, brandishing it, and rushed toward Zhang Ruochen. With his momentum, even a warrior at the final state of the Yellow Realm would not dare to confront him directly. Boom. Zhang Ruochen was completely still. With a wave of his arm, the scabbard cleaved at the young warrior's neck. Ding! The broadsword clattered to the ground. The young warrior in yellow screamed, and fell from the Colosseum, out of his bearings. He covered his neck, returning to the Colosseum to pick his broadsword up. He glanced at Zhang Ruochen respectfully, and said, "Thank you for not killing me." He was quite lucky that Zhang Ruochen had hit him with the scabbard, or his head would not be on his neck anymore. Round 2, 1. Round 3, 1. Round 4, 1. Zhang Ruochen won 3 consecutive matches. He stood in the center of the Colosseum as steady as rock, never moving his feet at all. Whoever challenged him was struck down from the Colosseum with the same movement, no matter what cultivation they had reached. How could the boy be so powerful? Even Luo Tian, whose cultivation is at the final state of the Yellow Realm, was defenseless against that scabbard strike. A 16-year-old noble girl stared at Zhang Ruochen curiously. Zhang Ruochen was too young and had such great strength. Warriors at the final state of the Yellow Realm were unable to force him backward a step, let alone make him draw his sword. He must have practiced the sword comprehension to the realm of sword following the mind. Unless the challenger can deal with his sword comprehension, will be struck down from the Colosseum by him with only one move. Xue Bingxing brandished the fan in his hand, smiled and said, "Haha. Don't you know who he is?" "Do you know?" many people asked. Xue Bingxing said, "He is the 9th prince of Yunwu Commandery. He could beat the geniuses at the final state with the cultivation of the beginning state in the year-end assessment. According to his practice speed, he must have reached the medium state by now. Unless warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm challenge him, nobody can beat him." Haha. So it's the 9th prince, the famous genius of martial arts. Let me challenge him. A bald man kicked off of the grandstand while holding 2 hammers and covered a distance of 10 meters before falling on the Colosseum. "The 9th prince, I Guosihai, will fight you for round 5. You should be careful. My hammers weigh 400 kilograms. Even a man made of iron will be crushed if he gets hit," said Guosihai. Warriors who could gain 5 repeated victories in the Yellow Fighting Palace were almost all at the completion of the Yellow Realm. Only a few geniuses were at the final state of the Yellow Realm. Guosihai was a warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm. He was 1.85 m, whose arms were wider than Zhang Ruochen's thighs and his body was full of palm-sized muscles. Guosihai was born with amazing power. He can burst out with the power of 30 bulls in the completion of the Yellow Realm. Maybe the 9th prince will lose. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, the 9th Commandery princess started to worry. After all, it was a warrior at the completion. A warrior in the completion and a warrior at the final state were not at the same level at all. Ow! Guosihai roared, and his bones popped. He swung the 2 hammers with his arms like a windmill, emitting gusts. Wild hammer. Guosihai struck out with all his power, using a martial technique of the inferior class in the human stage. He swung the 2 hammers at Zhang Ruochen concurrently. A hammer aimed at Zhang Ruochen's head, and the other at his legs. Under such wild attack, Zhang Ruochen would have needed to step back even if his cultivation was stronger. Once Zhang Ruochen stepped back, he would continue to pressure Zhang Ruochen with his following movements and beat Zhang Ruochen with a thunderbolt-like momentum. Bang! Zhang Ruochen just cleaved with his scabbard just as before, slamming into one hammer. The hammer changed direction immediately, crashing into Guosihai's chest. Boom! Guosihai fell down from the Colosseum with his 2 hammers. How can that be? Guosihai covered his bloody chest and climbed up from the ground with great difficulty. He stared at Zhang Ruochen, who was standing straight in the center of the Colosseum. He did not see how Zhang Ruochen waved his scabbard at all. All he knew was that he was struck down from the Colosseum by his own hammer. Even Guosihai couldn't force him to draw his sword. How could he be that powerful? Xue Bingxing seemed a bit more serious, and said, the ninth prince's sword comprehension is at least at the intermediate stage of the realm of sword following the mind, maybe it is already in the advanced stage. Impossible. Even for warriors of the Black Realm, only a few can train to the advanced stage of sword following the mind realm. Xue Bingxing smiled a little and said, let's see. It's only round 5 now. The following warriors will be more powerful as it continues. Eventually, someone will find his weakness. If he lasts to round 8, I will go to the Colosseum to beat him myself. At this moment, the ninth commandery princess and Shan Xiangling were very shocked as well. They didn't expect that Zhang Ruochen was that strong. He beat a warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm with just one move. Could my ninth brother's cultivation have broken through to the final state of the Yellow Realm? The ninth commandery princess said. It must be the final state of the Yellow Realm. How long ago was the year-end assessment? The ninth prince's cultivation has progressed 2 levels since then. That is incredible. Shan Xiangling said. She would not be able to believe that there was such an incredible man in the world if she had not witnessed it. Another warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm went up to the Colosseum. It was a woman in her 20s in an indigo robe. She also used a sword. The woman in the indigo robe stood across from Zhang Ruochen, watching his every movement carefully, searching for a flaw. There are no flaws at all. I have to force him to reveal one. Crash. The woman in indigo robe moved fast as a lightning with special footwork. She attacked Zhang Ruochen's legs with a fish intestine rapier. Even if she was unable to defeat Zhang Ruochen, it would count as an achievement if she could force him to move. Once he moved, he would show flaws, beating him became much easier. Zhang Ruochen finally seemed serious. The indigo-robed woman's sword technique was quite sharp. It had reached the realm of sword following the mind. Although she was just at the initial stage, she was much more powerful than the other warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen closed his eyes, only using his ears to catch the sound of the sword breaking air. Ding! He waved the scabbard, aiming at the space between them. He parried woman's attack down to his legs. The woman was a little stunned, but she changed her movements quickly. She used 3 sword techniques in a row, yet each one was accurately blocked by Zhang Ruochen. There was a dong when she was about to start the 4th movement. She felt a sharp pain in her chest and a rib of her seemed broken. Zhang Ruochen pointed the scabbard at the female's chest and said mildly, "You lose." The scabbard had once again saved a life. If it were the point, her heart would have been punctured. The woman sheathed her fish intestines rapier, made an obeisance to Zhang Ruochen by cupping one hand in the other before her chest, and said, "No wonder the ninth prince is the genius of martial arts. I admit your superiority." Another warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm had lost without forcing the ninth prince to retreat. Damn it. He is only 16, but his martial cultivation was that high. I can't let him live, absolutely not. Lu Qingfeng was very angry. He said to a royal guard standing behind him, "Go get Han Fu. Tell him it's the time." Copy that. The royal guard rushed off at once. Lu Qingfeng stared at Shan Xiangling, who was standing at the bleacher below. A filthy smile appeared as he said, "Shan Xiangling, I'll see who can save you when Zhang Ruochen dies in the Colosseum." Ha. Due to Zhang Ruochen's incredible performance, the entire Yellow Fighting Palace cheered upwards loudly. Finally, Zhang Ruochen met his 7th challenger. Hong Tao, whose cultivation was at the completion of the Yellow Realm, had developed an ice of profound sacred mark. He gained a record of 7 consecutive victories 4 times in the Yellow Fighting Palace. In addition, he also had reached the initial stage of the following the mind realm. But he used a whip instead of a sword. Whip followed the mind. I, Hong Tao, greets the ninth prince. I hope the ninth prince will forgive me if I offend your excellency later. Hong Tao seemed refined and courteous. There was always a smile on his face, but his eyes were sharp. Hong Tao touched his wrist gently and uncoiled a long golden whip. The golden whip was 13 meters long, only the width of a little finger wide. It seemed like a genuine martial arm made of some savage beast. Normal people couldn't even swing the long whip properly. Bang! Hong Tao shook his arm, making the golden long whip flail immediately. It coiled around his body like a flexible spiritual snake, radiating golden lights. Chapter 45, an 8-game winning streak, a ceaseless battle. Among all of the weapons, whips were the nemesis of swords. They use softness to overcome hardness, longness to overcome shortness. Just like Hong Tao now, he could easily attack Zhang Ruochen even though he was standing over 10 meters away. His whip movements changed unpredictably, like a golden snake serpentining and hissing sharply in the air. There was a 3-inch spine on the tip of the golden long whip, which was even sharper than the sword tip. Very interesting. Zhang Ruochen finally made a move. He transferred his genuine chi to the legs and revolved all his 27 meridians at the same time. Stepping out, he turned into an afterimage shuttling back and forth among the golden long whip. Zhang Ruochen dashed through the distance in only a second and appeared in front of Hong Tao. Hong Tao's face changed color. He immediately tried to pull his long whip back and attack Zhang Ruochen again. Bang! Zhang Ruochen smashed Hong Tao on the neck with the scabbard in his hand. Hong Tao stumbled and fell off the Colosseum. Hong Tao somersaulted at the moment he fell off. So unlike the 6 warriors before him who fell off with a great discomfiture, he landed on the ground stably with both feet. Standing under the stage, Hong Tao stared at Zhang Ruochen deeply and said, "I lost." Zhang Ruochen's movement just now was too fast. He was doomed to lose even if they fight again. Another movement. With Hong Tao's cultivation, he couldn't even block Zhang Ruochen's one movement. How terrifying. Xue Bingxing waved his folding fan slightly and smiled evilly. Quite interesting. Let me stop your winning streak in round 8. Xue Bingxing turned into a white shadow and leaped onto the Colosseum lightly as a leaf. Xue Bingxing! Shouted Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen had seen the battle between Xue Bingxing and Niehang previously. At that time, Xue Bingxing killed Niehang with only one movement. He was very fast, and indeed a strong opponent. Xue Bingxing gave a wee smile and said, "Among the geniuses I've seen in my life, you are the most talented other than the 7th prince. Only 2 months have passed since the year-end assessment, but you have broken 2 stages and reached the final state of the Yellow Realm. I admire you." "I do." Zhang Ruochen asked, "Are you from the minister's mansion?" "Exactly," said Xue Bingxing. "Are you confident in defeating me?" asked Zhang Ruochen. Xue Bingxing laughed and said, "Your biggest advantage is the advanced stage of sword following the mind and your biggest disadvantage is the lack of genuine chi. I assume that you have just broken through the final state, right?" Zhang Ruochen did not respond. Xue Bingxing continued. "You are fast, but I'm not slow. You can defeat others with your speed, but it won't work on me. And in terms of power, I'm afraid I still outweigh you with my cultivation at the completion of the Yellow Realm." "Really?" said Zhang Ruochen. Xue Bingxing nodded and said, "It's time to take your sword out." "I will take my sword out if I think you are powerful enough," said Zhang Ruochen. "You should be careful then. My iron bone fan is a 3rd-class genuine martial arm. There were altogether 9 warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm died because of it." Xue Bingxing closed his eyes, and the folding fan suddenly spread. There was a 3-inch sharp blade came out of each leaf. Swish! Xue Bingxing was extremely fast. He dashed in front of Zhang Ruochen in just a second, like a white ghost. He had been practicing a movement at the superior class of the human stage, namely, 8 steps in the air. Each step he made was 10 feet long. He made 8 steps, and 8 afterimages appeared on the stage. It looked like 8 Xue Bingxing were attacking Zhang Ruochen at the same time. Zhang Ruochen stayed still, like a divine tree which rooted there, and kept wielding the sword scabbard in his hand. Every time their weapons collided, there was a sharp noise, and sparks flew off in all directions. Bang bang. Just in a second, Zhang Ruochen and Xue Bingxing had fought over 20 movements. It looked like a shadow fighting on the Colosseum. Warriors of the lower cultivation could not even figure out how they made their moves, only shadows of shadows were seen. Standing on the highest bleacher, Lu Qingfeng stared at the Colosseum and sneered. He said, "Even Xue Bingxing went to a duel with him. It's really hard to predict the result." "Good day, Master Lu." Han Fu knelt to Lu Qingfeng with the utmost respect. Han Fu was very tall, about 260 or 270 centimeters. His one fist was much bigger than an ordinary person's head. There were leopard spots all over him. He was not a purebred human, rather, he came from leopard human clan and had the blood of the savage beast, fire lion leopard. In Kunlun's field, there were many half-humans developing into an independent clan. For example, the strong dragon human clan, elephant human clan, and ape-human clan, the beautiful fox-human clan and fish-human clan. The status of these half-human clans, however, was very low. Many of them were enslaved. Han Fu was a half-human slave, and since he had a record of a 9-game winning streak in the yellow-level Coliseum, Lu Qingfeng bought him with a high price. Lu Qingfeng said, "Stand up. Did you see the boy on the Coliseum?" Han Fu stood up and stared at Zhang Ruochen. Then he said, "He is powerful." Lu Qingfeng said, "Of course he is. So, if Xue Bingxing loses to him, you should go and kill him in the next round. I will never let you down. I will kill him even if it means perishing together," said Han Fu with determination. Lu Qingfeng nodded and said, "Xue Bingxing has tested his real power. Take a look at them. It will help you to the next round." Han Fu nodded. "Xue Bingxing is so powerful. I'm really worried about my brother." The 9th Commandery Princess was very concerned. Surely, Xue Bingxing didn't dare to kill Zhang Ruochen, but who could make sure no accident would happen? Xue Bingxing was nothing like other warriors in the completion. He was a really powerful warrior who suppressed Zhang Ruochen in every field. It was almost impossible for Zhang Ruochen to win. All of the warriors in the Yellow Fighting Palace was very nervous now. They all wanted to know whether Zhang Ruochen could defeat Xue Bingxing or not. Could he achieve an 8-game winning streak? This is it. Zhang Ruochen's look turned sharp. He stabbed with his sword scabbard and cried, "Sacred Breaking Plum Sword." The speed was 3 times faster than before, making an unusual scene. The sword breath turned into the white flash, piercing through the void space and coming directly for Xue Bingxing's glabella. Xue Bingxing changed color and stepped back immediately. But it was too late. Boom. The tip of the sword scabbard dashed onto Xue Bingxing's glabella directly. Xue Bingxing felt dizzy and fell on the ground. He fainted. It was lucky for him that it was just the scabbard. If it were the sword point, his glabella would have been transpierced. An old servant from the minister's mansion quickly rushed towards the Colosseum and bowed to Zhang Ruochen. He said, "Thank you for mercy." After saying that, he carried the fainted Xue Bingxing off the Colosseum and quickly left the Yellow Fighting Palace. An 8-game winning streak. The whole Yellow Fighting Palace was seething. It was very extraordinary for a young man at the age of 16 to achieve an 8-game winning streak. Even Lu Qingfeng, the warrior of Yellow Board, was not so powerful when he was 16. "My 9th brother is so powerful. If our father king knows that, he will again fate the officials to share his happiness." The 9th Commandery Princess let out a long sigh of relief. Her hanging heart finally went back to where it should be. She found that, however, Zhang Ruochen didn't walk off the stage. Did he want a round 9? In this moment, the stalwart Han Fu came onto the Colosseum step by step. Completely covered in metal armor, he held a 600 kilograms bat-leaks in his hand. His metal armor was not simply overlapped onto the body but inlaid in his flesh and bones. It became one with his body. No. It's Han Fu. No. The 9th Commandery Princess turned pale and shouted to Zhang Ruochen. "My 9th brother, please give in. Han Fu is a martial addict. No one can survive him." Shan Xiangling's color also changed. She said, "Han Fu is Lu Qingfeng's slave. He will definitely kill you on the Colosseum. The 9th prince, please give in. There is absolutely no need to put up a desperate fight with a bloodthirsty lunatic." Han Fu gave a loud laugh. "Did you hear them, boy? The 2 women over there ask you to give in. If you don't, my bat-leaks will cut you into 2 pieces." Zhang Ruochen looked up to the highest bleacher and happened to see Lu Qingfeng up there. Lu Qingfeng was also staring at Zhang Ruochen. He sneered and said in a clear voice, "If you fear death, you should better give up. Once you die on the Colosseum, I might find it hard to explain to the Commandery Prince." Zhang Ruochen said, "Really? But we need to fight to find out who will die and who will live. You just don't stop, do you? Very well. Han Fu, show him your real power. Don't let him look down on you," said Lu Qingfeng in a somber tone. Chapter 46, Han Fu. Ayo. Han Fu let out a beast-like groan. His genuine chi revolved in the 15 meridians, and a gush of strong power burst out from his body. Boom. Boom. Holding his bat-leaks, he strode towards Zhang Ruochen. The Colosseum shook slightly with every step he made. Boom. He slanted out the axe towards Zhang Ruochen. The slanting seemed like coming from sheer animal strength. In fact, it was rather tricky, which blocked all of Zhang Ruochen's leeway, leaving him nowhere to hide. It was the realm of following the mind. The axe followed the mind. Zhang Ruochen stayed calm, taking it steadily and unoppressively. He lifted his arm and blocked transversely with his sword scabbard, colliding with the bat leaks. Bang! A massive deafening sound burst out. The sword and the axe fixed up in mid-air at the same time. Holding the sword in one hand, Zhang Ruochen blocked the axe easily. Seeing this, all of the warriors' astonishment reached its height. No one ever imagined that Zhang Ruochen's power was so terrifying. Han Fu was born with amazing power. He can burst out the strength of 32 bulls without using martial techniques. Is the ninth prince even more powerful than him? Standing on the grandstand, Hong Tao shook his head slightly and said, "It turns out that the ninth prince hasn't gone all out. His cultivation is indeed fathomless. I don't know whether Han Fu can feel the real strength of his cultivation." It was indeed heart-shaking. At first, people believed that the reason why the ninth prince could defeat those warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm was that he was in a high sword comprehension realm. No one could have expected that his power was so terrible. He could act as a counterweight with his power alone. "Boy, your power is strong enough. Now, take this." Mixed-world slay. Han Fu bounced over 60 meters high and gave free play to a martial technique in the mid-class of the human stage. He held the axe with both hands and struck it down again. The martial technique in the mid-class of human stage and the 600-kilogram weight of the bat leaks could burst out the terrifying power of 45 bulls. Sacred Bell Sword. Crash. The flash-shining sword was finally freed from the scabbard. Zhang Ruochen shifted all of his genuine chi into the flash-shining sword and activated all the 4 inscriptions of power series in the sword. The flash-shining sword weighed 227 kilograms. The dancing sword breath turned into an illusory bell sword and covered Zhang Ruochen's body in the center. Bang! Chopping on the bell sword, Han Fu failed to cut it open. On the contrary, he was tossed out by a great counterforce. Han Fu felt a great quake at the 5 internal organs, and the spiritual blood tossed over his body. He had an internal injury. Zhang Ruochen could burst into the strength of 36 bulls without using any martial technique. With the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he could burst into the strength of 49 bulls. The sacred sword skill was not a martial technique to increase the power, but a technique that focused on the delicacy of the sword technique and the sharpness of the sword breath. The sacred sword skill, however, was a sword technique of the low class of spiritual. Zhang Ruochen still burst out the strength of 49 bulls by putting the defensive technique of the sacred bell sword. In addition, the counterforce of the sacred bell sword was also very powerful. Thus it was impossible for Han Fu to stay safe and sound. Again. Han Fu's eyes turned blood red. He activated his fire lion leopard blood and traces of fire came out of his pores. Han Fu is going wild. With the power of the fire lion leopard blood, he is able to burst into the terrifying strength of 49 bulls. Last time when Han Fu went wild, he tore a warrior apart at the completion of the Yellow Realm to shreds with his bat leaks. The fact was, an ordinary warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm could only burst out the strength of 25 bulls. Anyone who could burst out the strength of 36 bulls would be regarded as outstanding. Even some warriors of the Yellow Board could not burst into such terrifying strength as 49 bulls. Han Fu could have been a warrior of the Yellow Board as well. He, however, met a warrior of the Yellow Board with a higher ranking in round 10. Thus he failed to achieve 10-game winning streaks. If he met a weaker warrior of the Yellow Board in round 10, he could have been a warrior of the Yellow Board now. In other words, Han Fu was no weaker than any other warriors of the Yellow Board. Well, well. Zhang Ruochen, you can even drive Han Fu wild. It seems that your power is quite strong. With ridicule, Lu Qingfeng looked at Zhang Ruochen, who kept falling back on the Colosseum. He would have been defeated by the wild Han Fu, not to mention Zhang Ruochen. When a man lost to Han Fu, it was not failure that awaited him, but death. Boom. Zhang Ruochen could clearly feel a wave of warmth blowing on his face before the axe was chopped down. He decided not to confront the tough with toughness. Instead, he chose to step back. Even if they faced each other directly, Zhang Ruochen was also as powerful as Han Fu. However, Han Fu was not the only person Zhang Ruochen needed to defeat. He had to prepare for round 10 with the warrior of the yellow board. So it would be unwise to waste too much genuine chi and physical strength. Han Fu kept chopping down the axe while Zhang Ruochen kept stepping back. Every chop and hide was so close that people could not imagine the consequence if Zhang Ruochen was one step slower. The ninth commandery princess was very worried. It was too dangerous. She really hoped that her dear ninth brother just gave in, for there was no chance of winning when the opponent was Han Fu. At the very beginning, Han Fu indeed suppressed Zhang Ruochen with his great momentum. Han Fu's power, however, gradually grew weaker. The speed of his axe waving started to slow down, and the fire on his body had also gotten thinner. Han Fu has wasted too much of his genuine chi. He might lose. The ninth prince is indeed a genius with an outstanding talent, said Lu Chuanchen. After hearing the news that Zhang Ruochen made an 8-game winning streak, Lu Chuanchen came to the Colosseum immediately, wondering how powerful this ninth prince would be. Standing beside Lu Chuanchen, a stern-looked scribe said in a hoarse voice, "If the ninth prince can fully develop his martial arts techniques, maybe he'll be able to compete with the seventh prince." N. Lu Chuanchen looked at the stern-looked scribe and asked, "What does your means, sir?" The stern-looked scribe said, "If the seventh prince is the only unconquerable warrior in the Yunwu commandery, 10 years later, I'm afraid the Martial Market Bank, the Black Market, and the Federation of Inscription will all be monopolized by the official power, as there's nobody who is capable to confront the seventh prince after 10 years. But, if there is someone who can pin down the seventh prince in the royal family, the situation will be very different." Hearing this, Lu Chuanchen nodded slightly as if absorbed in thought. He said, "Well, it seems that we can help him when necessary. It's the best situation if they can both be defeated and wounded. The ninth prince is still too weak compared to the strikingly talented seventh prince. We can just place a hand on him for support. But it still depends on his own potential whether he can come to maturity or not." The stern-looked scribe smiled slightly and said, "Han Fu must fall within 3 movements." Before the stern-looked scribe's voice had died away, Han Fu was struck down the Colosseum by Zhang Ruochen's one palm. Round 9, 1. Zhang Ruochen won again. Now it came to the last round. If he could win the last round, he could leave his name on the yellow board and became the 28th warrior of the yellow board in the Yunwu commandery. Of course, Zhang Ruochen's opponent in the last round was also a warrior of the yellow board. The ninth prince is so strong. He is only 16 years old and now he is going to be a warrior of the yellow board. I heard that when the seventh prince became the warrior of the yellow board, the commandery Prince Yunwu proclaimed a general amnesty. Let's guess, which warrior of the yellow board will break his winning streak record. The whole yellow-level Colosseum was seething again. Even the audience in the profound stage came here specially to witness the birth of a new warrior of the yellow board. The very moment of charging the yellow board was so rare that happened less than half a month. "My ninth brother, you must succeed." The ninth commandery princess did not realize that Zhang Ruochen was so powerful that he could even defeat Han Fu. Now, she had a lot more confidence in Zhang Ruochen. Shan Xiangling's beautiful eyes blinked. She stared at Zhang Ruochen closely and thought, both being the cultivation of the final state of the yellow realm, he is much stronger than me. He'll probably be a warrior of the yellow board. Crap. Looks like I have to handle him on my own. Lu Qingfeng walked down from the grandstand and stepped up the Colosseum. He stared at Zhang Ruochen sharply and said, "The ninth prince, you have fought 9 rounds. How much genuine chi have you left?" "More than enough to defeat you," said Zhang Ruochen. Lu Qingfeng grinned and said, "The ninth prince, you are indeed a genius. If you can practice to the completion of the yellow realm, I'll probably lose. But with your present cultivation, you are doomed to fail." Lu Qingfeng, ranking 11th on the yellow board, was classified as one of the strong warriors among the warriors of the yellow board. Chapter 47, Warrior of the Yellow Board. Zhang Ruochen was not interested in talking to Lu Qingfeng any longer. He held the flash-shining sword and said, "After the battle, you will know whether I am good or not." After watching the first 9 battles, Qingfeng actually did not look down upon Ruochen. Instead, he considered Ruochen as an enemy at the same level as him. Qingfeng owned a level 5 icing cold sacred mark and inside his body, there was icing cold genuine chi. No doubt that his innate gifts were superior to many other warriors. So Qingfeng was a completion warrior at the yellow realm. There was almost nobody who could compete against him among his peers. Had he practiced harder, he would have reached the black realm. Meteor sword technique. The genuine Chi in Qingfeng was very strong. He injected his genuine Chi into the sword. All of a sudden, the sword in his hand glowed. 5 inscriptions of light series inside the sword were activated by him, so some sharp light sword aura were released. The whole Colosseum was surrounded by the running sword aura. Your sword is a level 5 genuine martial arm? Asked Zhang Ruochen. Your eyesight is not that bad. A hint of a cold smile played on Lu Qingfeng's face as he said, "Spark fireflies." Both he and the sword flew towards Zhang Ruochen's heart. The speed was so fast that they looked like a meteor flying over the Colosseum. It was a sword technique at the superior class of human stage, the meteor sword technique. Ruochen dared not underestimate Qingfeng. He aggregated his genuine Chi and transferred them to his eyes through eye vessel. Within a second, his eyesight doubled in power. Ruochen looked at Qingfeng. He could see that Qingfeng was rather slow when using the sword. However, it was not because Qingfeng was becoming slower. Rather, it was Ruochen's observation that had improved. Eye vessel was one of his 27 meridians. It was quite difficult for other warriors to open up their eye vessels. Ding! Ruochen swayed the sword towards Qingfeng. His sword slid along Qingfeng's blade and left a light bloody cut on Qingfeng's neck. A drop of blood fell from the edge of Ruochen's sword. How can he be faster than me? Lu Qingfeng touched the cut on his neck, his gaze cold gaze. He shouted, again. Meteor sword 3 flickers. 3 beams of sword aura were released by Qingfeng at the same time. His sword aura was with icing cold air, made frosts in the air. Sacred guiding sword. Ruochen thrusted his sword forward as well, broken Qingfeng's 3 sword aura once. The sword aura did not vanish, but flew back to Qingfeng instead. Qingfeng dared not to fight against the sacred sword's skill directly. He turned himself into a shadow and moved to his right. He then jumped 10 meters high and used his meteor sword 3 flickers technique again. 3 sharp sword aura was smashed onto Ruochen's head. Lu Qingfeng was placed 11th on the yellow board. Obviously, he was a strong warrior. He was even considered as the strongest at the Yellow Realm. Even if he battled with those who had just reached the Black Realm, he would not lose the fight immediately. In other words, with Qingfeng's combat powers, even if he met initial stage warriors who had reached the Black Realm, he could survive. However, if other completion warriors at the Yellow Realm met Black Realm warriors, they would lose the fight or even their lives. When it came to the realm of sword knowledge, Zhang Ruochen was more proficient than Lu Qingfeng. However, Zhang Ruochen's genuine Chi was weaker than Qingfeng's. Besides that, his martial arts realm was lower as well. His genuine Chi capacity is 10 times larger than mine. If I have a long battle with him, I will definitely be at a disadvantage. I need to win against him as soon as possible, Zhang Ruochen thought. Although Ruochen's genuine Chi capacity was smaller than Qingfeng's, he had opened up 27 meridians while Qingfeng had opened up 19 only. His explosive force was stronger. Let's fight. Ruochen roared with the moves from the Sacred Sword skill. He thrust his sword with the Sacred Sword skill technique, Sacred Breaking Plum Sword. Hey! Are you using a low class of spiritual sword technique again? I see. You want to quickly finish the match, don't you? But too bad, I won't let it happen. Qingfeng noticed Ruochen's intention. However, he had no plans to fight recklessly. Instead, he moved back to keep a distance away from Ruochen. Qingfeng knew his advantages as well as Zhang Ruochen's disadvantages. He planned to exhaust Ruochen's genuine Chi. Lu Quanchen nodded and said, Qingfeng finally knows how to use battle tactics. If he can keep using this strategy, he will win. The stern-looking scribe said, Qingfeng has a talent for martial arts. If he can practice it more, he may achieve more than you, my lord. 15 minutes later, Zhang Ruochen started to sweat. Beads of cold sweat could be seen on his forehead and the back of his hands. He was exhausted. Genuine Chi running out. Lu Qingfeng smirked. All of a sudden, Ruochen made a lethal move with his sword techniques. It seemed that he could not continue any longer. The time has come. Go to hell. Lu Qingfeng took the opportunity and initiated an attack ahead of Zhang Ruochen. He thrust the sword towards Zhang Ruochen's heart. He wanted to not only beat Zhang Ruochen but to kill him. When Qingfeng was about to make his move, a hint of a smile played in Ruochen's eyes. It seemed that Ruochen was laughing. Got you. Boom. Zhang Ruochen squatted partially and slid forward. His sword was thrust towards Qingfeng's abdomen. How could Qingfeng expect that Ruochen could still change techniques with his low genuine qi? Qingfeng twisted his arm hastily to crosscut his sword downward. Boom. Two swords met. A huge vibrative power transferred back to their arms simultaneously. The words flew out of their hands at the same time and fell outside the Colosseum. The next second, Zhang Ruochen utilized his residual genuine qi to run inside his 27 meridians. He unleashed all the power through his palm. Galloping elephant. It was released with the strength of a herd of bulls. Phew. Lu Qingfeng threw up blood because of his wounded abdomen. He flew backward more than 10 meters before falling. He was severely injured and fainted the moment he touched the ground. Lu Chuanchen shook his head and told the servant next to him. He said, "Gosh. He is too impulsive. Take him back and nurse him." After this, Lu Chuanchen turned back and walked out of the yellow-level Colosseum. Boom. The palace was filled with loud applause. Another warrior at the yellow board was born. After that, a deacon of the warfare palace handed a black iron plate as well as 100 spiritual crystals to Zhang Ruochen as an award. "Congratulations, Your Highness. You're the 28th warrior of the yellow board in our Yunwu commandery. Now you're the 11th on this yellow board," said the deacon. The yellow-level Colosseum made a comprehensive assessment on Zhang Ruochen based on his behavior today and finally awarded him this rank. That deacon put a black iron plate into Zhang Ruochen's hand and said, "This is a yellow board iron token. It represents the recognition by the Martial Market Bank, which also symbolizes your identity as a warrior of the yellow board." Zhang Ruochen took the token with words etched on it, "Yunwu Commandery, the 11th of the yellow board, Zhang Ruochen." That deacon also gave those 100 spiritual crystals to Zhang Ruochen and said, "Because of your 10 winning streaks in the yellow-level Colosseum, you're awarded 100 spiritual crystals. They're worth 10,000 silver coins in total. Your Highness, if your cultivation is further improved, you can come here to battle again. If you can have another 10 winning streaks, you will be awarded 1,000,000 silver coins." That deacon continued. "However, if you come here again, the warriors you battle will be warriors of the yellow board alone. In other words, only by winning 10 warriors can you win 1,000,000 silver coins. In Yunwu Commandery's history, there has been anyone who can defeat 10 warriors of the yellow board. Even the genius 7th prince only won 9 at that time. That's the best record in our commandery." Zhang Ruochen put them away and said, "I'll come again." After saying this, Ruochen stepped out of the Colosseum and walked towards the 9th commandery princess and Shan Xiangling. The 9th commandery princess, Yushi, was quite excited. She was like a fragrant breeze and threw herself into Ruochen's arms. She stretched out her soft, white arms and hugged Ruochen's neck. She kissed his cheek with her two gorgeous eyes shining. She said excitedly, "Brother, you're amazing. You're now a warrior of the yellow board. You just defeated Han Fu and Lu Qingfeng. I have asked my people to bring this news back to the palace. Our father and concubine Lin will be thrilled as well." Yushi was 16, after all. She had a nice figure. Right now her big, soft breasts were pressed onto Ruochen's chest, moving constantly. This embarrassed Ruochen a lot, so he had to turn his eyes away. Yushi freed Ruochen and said, "Brother, as a warrior of the yellow board, you can go to the Savage God's pool again to cultivate. I'm so envious." Zhang Ruochen asked, "I can go there for the second time?" "Of course. Only a warrior of the yellow board can do that," replied Yushi. "Great. I'll buy a weapon refining stove first, then I'll head for the Savage God's pool immediately." Ruochen was pretty happy now. He thought, if I can practice there again, I will be able to absorb more power of blood for sure. By then, my physique will improve a lot, which can give me a chance to open up 36 meridians when trying to reach the completion level. If so, I will be stronger than I was in my previous life. Chapter 48, Royal Martial Arts Assessment. After 10 winning streaks at the yellow-level Colosseum, Zhang Ruochen finally gathered 1,000,000 silver coins. He sent these coins to Qingxian Pavilion. Qingxian Pavilion then sent someone to take the weapon refining stove, a level 7 genuine martial arm, to the Imperial Palace. An old eunuch welcomed Zhang Ruochen and Yushi the moment they arrived at the Imperial Palace. He groveled and said in his sharp voice, "It's my honor to meet you, Your Highnesses. His Majesty and concubine Lin are waiting for you at Sunglow Palace. You may want to go now." Without a doubt, their father and concubine Lin were waiting for him after hearing about him becoming a warrior of the yellow board. Zhang Ruochen ordered the royal guards to send his weapon refining stove back to his place. Afterwards, he immediately rushed to Sunglow Palace with Yushi. When they entered Sunglow Palace, they heard Yunwu Commandery Prince laughing. "My son, it has only been a month since the year-end assessment, but you've broken through 2 levels since then. Now you're a final state warrior and a warrior of the yellow board. I'm glad to see that." Yushi said, "Father, Ruochen's power is unfathomable. We can't define his real cultivation with normal martial arts terms." "Oh. Really? I am actually quite interested in his true cultivation. Haishu, go and compete with the 9th prince. I hope you can tell me the extent of his power," said the Yunwu Commandery Prince. "Yes, Your Majesty." On the left side of the palace, a person in an iron armor knelt down in front of Yunwu Commandery Prince. Then he walked towards Zhang Ruochen and said, "Your Highness, please." Zhang Ruochen knew that his father would like to know his real cultivation. After all, it had been a month only since the year-end assessment. Even the Yunwu Commandery Prince could not believe that Ruochen could reach the level of warrior of the yellow board in such short time. Concubine Lin sat next to the Yunwu Commandery Prince and said, "Ruochen, Lord Haishu is also a warrior of the yellow board. He is ranked 23rd on the yellow board. You two can spar and learn from each other. At the same time, His Majesty will be able to learn about your ability." Concubine Lin was rather proud. Truthfully, when she heard the news of Ruochen becoming a warrior of the yellow board, she could not believe it. With no doubt, she also hoped that Zhang Ruochen could become more outstanding and be recognized by his father. It was a common mindset of every parent who wanted their children to excel. "Then, Lord Haishu, let's start." Ruochen did not underestimate Haishu at all because all warriors of the yellow board were top warriors. Boom. Driven by Ruochen's genuine chi, his flash-shining sword was drawn out of its sheath with 1 inscription of Power Series, 2 inscriptions of Ice Series, and 1 inscription of Light Series activated simultaneously. Zhang Ruochen's running genuine chi surprised the Yunwu Commandery Prince. That was because he saw more than 20 meridians inside Ruochen's body. Among these meridians, some of them looked different from others. Even with his great cultivation, he had no idea about these weird meridians. There were at least 23 meridians, maybe even more. What exercises has he done? How can he open up so many meridians? Yunwu Commandery Prince wondered doubtful. Boom. The battle finally began. Zhang Ruochen used his sword, and Haishu took his blade. Haishu was also a completion warrior at his yellow realm. His power was weaker than that of Lu Qingfeng. He was even weaker than Han Fu. When it came to the 15th attack, Zhang Ruochen used his sacred breaking plum sword which forced Haishu to drop his blade. He won the game. The space between Haishu's thumb and first finger bled and his whole arm grew numb. He said, "Your Highness, you defeated me. As the 11th warrior on the yellow board, you have my admiration." After saying this, Haishu picked up his sword from the ground and returned to his original spot. The 9th prince defeated a warrior of the yellow board with only 15 attacks. It's truly eye-opening. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Concubine Lin. The old eunuch next to the Yunwu Commandery Prince flattered. The Yunwu Commandery Prince laughed loudly. Haishu, it's a fair match. Your blade comprehensive state is just at the initial following the mind level, but my son's sword technique has reached the advanced following the mind level. With such stark difference, how could you win? The comprehensive state was also called the heart state. It was about how a warrior interpreted martial arts. The comprehensive state could be divided into 3 levels, following the mind, integrating, and combination. For instance, a sword warrior at the following the mind level could be called sword following the mind. If he had reached the integrating level, he could be called heart integrated into sword. If he had reached the combination level, he would be called human sword. The rule of these 3 realms was also applied to broadsword technique, spear technique, palm technique, and stick technique. Generally speaking, yellow realm warriors who could reach the initial following the mind level were considered geniuses. Typically, only black realm warriors could reach the intermediate stage. Earth realm warriors could make it. Zhang Ruochen was just 16. Yet he was already at the yellow realm and had reached the advanced stage. This was incredible. He could easily defeat other warriors in his realm. When I was at that age, I just reached the initial stage. But he is already an advanced stage warrior now. What a psycho. Yushi whispered under her breath. The Yunwu commandery prince said, "Everyone, please leave. I would like to talk to the 9th prince alone." Within a moment, all people including Yushi and concubine Lin had left. Right now, there were only Zhang Ruochen and his father in Sunglow Palace. The Yunwu commandery prince left his throne and walked to the middle of the hall. He stood in front of Zhang Ruochen and asked seriously, "Tell me, how many meridians have you opened up?" Zhang Ruochen had no plans to hide the truth. He replied, 27. In fact, there was nothing to hide. Once he ran his genuine chi, his meridians could be seen from his skin. That could not be hidden from his father's eyes. That's a lot. The commandery prince took a deep breath. 27 meridians were beyond his imagination. The commandery prince had a serious gaze and said, "During the last year-end assessment, I believe that you had a wonderful experience and gained some powerful techniques. If you don't want to explain, I won't force you. But you should learn to hide your ability. After the year-end assessment, I awarded you an Icefire Kylan armor. Why didn't you wear it? Don't you know that this armor can help cover some of your meridians so others wouldn't know?" Zhang Ruochen was a bit shocked. He did not know the intention behind the commandery prince's award. "In the future, I will wear this Icefire Kylan armor when I battle with others," replied Zhang Ruochen. The commandery prince nodded and said, "The only person in the yellow level Colosseum who can see your meridian number is Lu Chuanshan. I will talk to him and ask him to keep it a secret." Ruochen opened up too many meridians. In order to open them, he must have practiced some incredible techniques. These incredible techniques were desired by every single warrior. If Ruochen was noticed by strong warriors, he would be in danger. The commandery prince took out a purple gold box out of his sleeve. He gave it to Ruochen and said, "This is a level 4 refining pill, Kylan pill. It was made of Kylan's blood and flesh. It should help you a lot." Each level 4 pill was worth more than hundreds of thousands of silver coins. Even a Heaven Realm warrior would find it difficult to get one. Obviously, the commandery prince saw Zhang Ruochen's potential, so he awarded this pill to Ruochen to help him lay a more solid foundation of martial arts. The commandery prince said, "With your current cultivation, if you take it directly, you won't be able to refine and absorb it. Your body will just explode instead. You should take it after entering the Savage God's pool. With the help of the power of blood in the pool, you will be able to refine this pill. You have just reached the final state, right?" Zhang Ruochen nodded. The commandery prince said, "Firstly, practice your genuine chi in the chi pool fully to become a top final state warrior, then go to the Savage God's pool to practice further. You will benefit from this more." "I will." Ruochen nodded. "Off you go." The commandery prince stared at Ruochen, then he waved his hand slightly. Ruochen bowed to the commandery prince before walking towards the palace door. He then heard the voice of the commandery prince, "Ruochen, you were born in a royal family. It's like a jungle here. Even if I'm the king of this jungle, I won't be able to protect you forever. If you're not good enough, you'll be eliminated. However, if you're great, you'll excel at this cruel game. This is the survival of the fittest. Different people have different fates." Ruochen slowed his steps. He did not turn around but said, "I understand." After that, he walked out of the palace. Why wouldn't he understand it? A king normally had too many children. It was impossible for him to care about all his heirs. Only the outstanding ones would be given attention, while the average ones would never appear in the king's eyes. If Ruochen was like he had been before without demonstrating any talent in martial arts, he would just disappear in the commandery prince's eyes. However, it was a different story now. As long as Ruochen was excellent, he would get more and more resources in the future. His status would be higher as well. Another palace in the manor of the Yunwu city. Bang. The queen threw a cup on the ground. The cup was smashed into pieces. She said in a cold voice, "Ruochen. He's a warrior of the yellow board now. He did it in such short time. If we give him time to develop further, what will happen?" "My queen, what do you think?" A beautiful servant next to the queen asked. She had a red mark on her glabella and a sharp gaze. The queen exhaled deeply and asked, "Qinglua has reached the Black Realm, hasn't she?" "Yes, 2 days ago," the servant replied. The queen ordered, "Let her know that she needs to kill Zhang Ruochen at any expense. I need to see his head in a month." What if the ninth prince doesn't leave the imperial palace in a month? The servant asked. The queen answered with an even more ruthless gaze. I told you. His head at any expense. This servant understands. That servant left immediately. She needed to pass the queen's order to Han Qingluo. Chapter 49, Strength of 58 Bulls. Zhang Ruochen went back to the Jade Palace and had a short chat with concubine Lin. Then he returned to his place with Blackie. You have just reached the final state of the Yellow Realm but developed 27 meridians. What's the secret of you to practice exercises? Blackie asked curiously. I have no idea. Zhang Ruochen answered. Actually, Zhang Ruochen knew nothing about the exercise class of the scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean, because only he and Emperor Ming had practiced it. Blackie said, I know that only when warriors cultivate the inferior class exercises of the king's stage can they develop 27 meridians. However, as you are at the final state of the Yellow Realm, you still have the space for improvement, which means that you can develop more than 27 meridians. Can you tell me, are you practicing exercises of the god's stage? Maybe. Zhang Ruochen also became serious about it. It seemed to be necessary to be dressed in Icefire Kylan armor at any time to conceal my cultivation. Otherwise, even the Yunwu Commandery Prince could not protect him from being killed if other people knew that his practice was more advanced than the king's stage exercises. Fortunately, only the Yunwu Commandery Prince and the manager of the Martial Market Bank, Lu Chuanchen, knew his condition at present. The Yunwu Commandery Prince must keep it a secret. The Yunwu Commandery Prince must have a conversation with Lu Chuanchen and give him warnings. Zhang Ruochen recalled Blackie into the yin-yang wooden graph before his practice. I have to watch out for the cat. Then, Zhang Ruochen started to practice after putting on the Icefire Kylan armor, which ranked 6th in genuine martial arms. I must reach the peak of the final state as soon as possible. Zhang Ruochen took out one second-class triple purity genuine Chi pill and swallowed it. Boom. The triple purity genuine Chi pill spilled inside Zhang Ruochen's body, transforming into 3 genuine Chi, like 3 genuine Chi rivers flowing rapidly. Zhang Ruochen started operating all the genuine Chi contained in 27 meridians and transforming the pill spirit of the triple purity genuine Chi pill into the body's genuine Chi stored in the Chi pool. Zhang Ruochen took 6 hours to absorb all the pill spirit from the triple purity genuine Chi pill. The genuine Chi in the Chi pool increased by 7 times after the cultivation of the triple purity genuine Chi pill. The remaining 8 triple purity genuine Chi pills and 4 elephant fire pills could fulfill my genuine Chi in the Chi pool and help me reach the peak of the final state. The practice went on. During the following 8 days, Zhang Ruochen took 6 hours to take in 1 triple purity genuine Chi pill, 8 hours to rest, and the rest of the time to practice drawing inscription of space. 8 days passed. After taking in the remaining 8 triple purity genuine Chi pills, the genuine Chi inside Zhang Ruochen's body has been increased by 6 times 8 days ago. With his present strength, he could defeat Lu Qingfeng in 10 moves in their competition. However, the Chi pool was not full of genuine Chi and it didn't yet reach the peak the final state required. Zhang Ruochen took out 4 elephant fire pills and put them in front of him. The elephant fire pill was the 3rd-class pill which functioned to refine the body, to improve the warrior's physique, and to increase the warrior's power. Certainly, a 3rd-class pill, which can increase the storage of genuine Chi to some extent, was much better than a 2nd-class pill. Zhang Ruochen took another 8 days to take in 4 elephant fire pills, making a great improvement in the physical quality of his body. At his first time making a breakthrough to reach the final state of the Yellow Realm, Zhang Ruochen could unleash the power of 36 bulls without using martial techniques. But now, he could unleash the power of 45 bulls without using martial techniques. By using dragon and elephant prajnapam, the power of 58 bulls even could arise. Besides, the peak of the final state was finally reached the moment the Chi pool was filled with genuine Chi. In this case, only one move by Zhang Ruochen could defeat Lu Qingfeng, or could even kill him. In my case, few can defeat me among the top 10 in the yellow board, let alone warriors in the initial stage of the Black Realm. Practicing 17 days in the time and space spinel was equal to 6 days in reality. Considering the fact that he has reached the peak of the final state, Zhang Ruochen could practice in the Savage Gods pool. Zhang Ruochen couldn't wait to walk to the Imperial Ancestral Temple with the 4th-class Kylan pills. Obviously, guardians in the Imperial Ancestral Temple have received the order from the Yunwu Commandery Prince to let Zhang Ruochen pass. Thus, they didn't stop him. Zhang Ruochen walked straight to the underground the Savage Gods pool in the Imperial Ancestral Temple. the bloody pool water has always been boiling like magma. It was the second time for Zhang Ruochen to practice in the savage god's pool, where the water covered half of him the moment he walked in the central area of the pool. All the skin from his waist was painful, as it was almost splitting, with a burning and sharp pain caused by the boiling hot water. Fortunately, chakras have been successfully developed that form protective streaks of light with genuine chi flowing through his skin. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruochen's pores started to take in the power of blood, which has been carried to the chakras through his pores, and then the chakras carried it through his whole body. Every 15 minutes, the physical quality of Zhang Ruochen was significantly improved. 2 days later, after fully adapting to the central area, Zhang Ruochen went to the deeper area one step at a time. When he walked into the deeper area, the level of the pool water reached his neck and covered his chest. The power of blood became stronger in the deeper area, with the temperature increasing to a terribly high level. Phew! Even though Zhang Ruochen had developed chakras, it was hard for him to resist the power here. All the skin below his neck almost melted instantly. His body became bloody and badly mangled. If someone stood here looking at Zhang Ruochen, he might find that Zhang Ruochen seemed to be a bloody man. The sharp pain almost made Zhang Ruochen cry. But he bit the bullet and took in the fourth-class pill, the Kylan pills. Ayo! A snarling of Kylan resounded inside Zhang Ruochen's body. A ball of bloody light dashed out from his head, forming a cloud shaped like a Kylan. At Zhang Ruochen's present cultivation, he could not cultivate the fourth-class pill. Thus, to cultivate it by force would only kill him. Furthermore, his current cultivation could not resist the power of blood in the deeper area of the savage god's pool. Similarly, to enter it by force would melt his body into the blood. At present, although Zhang Ruochen was suffering pain, his body could still bear the power of blood and was not melted. There were two powers, one from the inside, the other one from the outside. The two powers should achieve a subtle balance. As time passed by, the physical quality of Zhang Ruochen was improved by the pill spirit and power of blood that was taken in. Meanwhile, something happened in the Lins. Lin Jingye, the last house leader, returned to Lin's mansion in Yunwu City from the Omen Ridge. He immediately called in his 3 sons the moment he arrived. They were Lin Fengxian, the present leader of Lin House, Lin Enbo, the second son, and Lin Shijiao, the third son. Lin Fengxian bowed down to Lin Jingye sitting higher than him and said with respect, "My distinguished father. May I know your final outcome, whether you have reached the heaven realm during your practice in the Omen Ridge?" Lin Jingye responded, "It is easier said than done. But I indeed found some opportunities and improved my cultivation during my practice in the Omen Ridge. Although the breakthrough has not been realized, the method to make a breakthrough has been found. Maybe in 3 years, I could reach the heaven realm." Good news. All 3 sons felt delighted about it. As was known, the house with the warrior who reached the heaven realm was quite distinguished from the one without this kind of warrior. The position of Lin House in the Yunwu Commandery could reach another level, being the 3rd 7th-class family in the Commandery if Lin Jingye reached the heaven realm. Even the Yunwu Commandery prince could attach great importance to a 7th-class family. At present, there were only 2 7th-class families and 12 8th-class families in the Yunwu Commandery. The Lins was one of the 12 8th-class families now. The other 2 7th-class families were the Shues, in the minister's mansion, and the Sidus. Lin Jingye laughed and said, "The moment I entered the city, I heard that my grandson, the 9th Prince Zhang Ruochen, became the genius of martial arts and the one who was the warrior of the yellow board at just 16. Aha! Ruochen's late blooming makes me delighted. Fengxian, the event 3 years ago was not blamed on Lana after all. You were furious with her and blamed it on her. But you are indeed brother and sister, so you need to seek an opportunity to apologize to her to break the ice. What's more, I am proud of her son, and also my grandson who is the genius of martial arts. You can invite him here to make Ningshan and him stay close. Aha! They are childhood sweethearts and I remember the promise the Commandery prince made that they would get engaged. This could be true." All of the 3 men standing below seemed to be strange and silent, and no one dared to respond to him. The smile disappeared from Lin Jingye's face. He immediately realized that something bad happened and said in a low voice, "What's wrong with you? What happened?" Lin Enbo sneered and stepped ahead, saying, "Father, let me tell you the truth. Several months ago, the 4th sister took the 9th prince back here and tried to resume relations with us. However, my brother humiliated her and drove them out of here. Humph. They must hold great resentment of us." Rather than relations, we are enemies now. Look what you have done, my brother. Humph. The third son Lin Shijiao also added, I agree. I thought it was a strong overreaction. They are our sister and nephew. How could you do this? Lin Jingye became more enraged. He glared at Lin Fengxian and said, My eldest son, you are the leader who should never be so impulsive. Chen Er is only 16 but is the warrior of the yellow board, which means a promising future. If he were to become the leader of the Yunwu commandery, he would take revenge on us. That would be a disaster. Go to the palace with me to apologize to your sister now. You are an asshole. Damn it. Chapter 50, The Completion of the Yellow Realm. Why should we go groveling in order to apologize to them? Suddenly, a spooky voice with a sneer came from outside, saying, Father, Grandfather, we can rely on the seventh prince. No matter how brilliant the ninth prince is, he will serve as a foil to the seventh prince. Don't worry. Afterwards, a young man in 20s entered. The skinny man's complexion was fairer than a woman who had glabrous and fine skin and seemed to be more feminine than masculine. His voice was strange, with a perverse yet sharp tone, similar to that of the eunuchs in the palace. He was the first genius of the Lins, Lin Chenyu. 3 years ago, he had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm. However, he was condemned to castration after offending the seventh prince. Later, he became a servant of the seventh prince. Chenyu, haven't you been to Yuntai Suzerain following the seventh prince? Has he returned as well? Asked Lin Jingye. Lin Chenyu smiled and said in a sharp voice. My Majesty found an ancient relic and got a great opportunity. He can't return temporarily, so he sent me here to solve some problems in Yunwu City. Such as that of my cousin. Lin Jingye's expression became cold and he said, The seventh prince sent you to kill the ninth prince. Lin Chenyu shook his head and said, My Majesty is a hero who doesn't need to take my cousin seriously. The ninth prince would never catch up with him, even if he spent his whole life to practice. However, the queen was worried that the ninth prince may fully develop and so my Majesty sent me here. To kill him. He is your cousin. Lin Jingye said in irritation. So what? Lin Chenyu sneered, he must die as my Majesty wants. Papa, I have to mention you to be careful about your choice. After my Majesty completed his cultivation in the ancient relics, his cultivation must reach a higher level. It's a piece of cake if he destroys the Lins. Ha ha. Lin Jingye felt a little frightened about the seventh prince with his incredible talent. It was well known that the seventh prince ranked first in the yellow board at the age of 12. Nobody knew how high his cultivation was after so many years of practice given his immense practicing speed. Well, my Majesty has promised to marry Ningxian as his concubine under my entreaty. I will report it to the queen in detail to ensure that the engagement is made as soon as possible. Lin Chenyu said assertively and relentlessly without any respect for the four seniors. After these words, he left immediately. The seventh prince will be engaged with Ningxian. What's going on? Lin Jingye asked. Lin Fengxian answered, Father, it's the decision made by Chenyu and Ningxian. Isn't it a good news for us if we can depend on the seventh prince's position and power? But why does it give me the feeling that the whole Lins will become the servants of the seventh prince? Lin Jingye clenched his fist bitterly and indignantly. He felt helpless because the seventh prince was indeed powerful enough to destroy the Lins if they irritated him. The Savage God's Pool. The red shine around Zhang Ruochen disappeared after 7 days and the skin of his face returned to the normal complexion. He had completely taken in the pill spirit of Kylin pills. Zhang Ruochen had never felt so powerful before. At present, his body, even in the deeper area of the Savage God's Pool, was melted by the power of blood. Zhang Ruochen still remained in the deeper area of Savage God's Pool, with the graph of 36 meridians in his mind. The power of sacrifice integrated with the Savage God's Pool helped him comprehend the heart vessel and vessel of spirit. When developing the 36 meridians, the most difficult thing was to develop heart vessel and vessel of spirit. It was as difficultly as climbing up to the sky to develop 2 meridians. 3 days passed. Zhang Ruochen laughed loud in the Savage God's Pool and said, I understand. The method to develop the gaseous heart vessel is the same as the power of blood in the Savage God's Pool. If I compare the Savage God's Pool to the blood inside the warrior's body, the power of blood will be the heart vessel and my body is like the Chi pool. I got it. I got it. 8 days passed. Zhang Ruochen comprehended the truth of the vessel of spirit in the Savage God's Pool. Actually, the principle was the same between the vessel of spirit and sacrifice. Sacrifice meant the communication between human beings and gods. Vessel of spirit meant the connection between the body and soul. Vessel of spirit did not appear at any time and any place. It would only appear when you connected your soul. That meant, the vessel of spirit did not belong to meridians but to the power of sacrifice. What he sacrificed was not God's, but his own power. The power of sacrifice was contained in the power of blood. As long as he separated the power of sacrifice and kept it in the chi pool when he made a breakthrough to reach the completion of the yellow realm, he would develop the vessel of spirit automatically. Having grasped this fundamental point, the rest would naturally follow it. Finally, Zhang Ruochen completely comprehended the graph of 36 meridians. It's time to make a breakthrough to the completion of the yellow realm. Zhang Ruochen intended to reach the completion of the yellow realm in the savage god's pool. Therefore, he took out one mirror-washing liquid from the internal space of his time and space spinel and started to develop the 28th meridian. He continued on as though he was unstoppable. The 29th meridian. The 30th meridian. The 35th meridian. The 36th meridian. When the 36th meridian was developed, a blast of sound came out of Zhang Ruochen's body. The 36 meridians were like 36 giant dragons flowing inside the body and formed 36 large circles of vital energy. A sacred shadow of God appeared behind Zhang Ruochen, 33 meters tall and bore a golden blaze. At that moment, all the warriors in Yunwu Commandery felt as though they were under incredible pressure, as though an invisible huge mountain weighed down on their heads. The pressure continued for a short while and then dissipated. The average person took it for granted as a sense of suppression within their chest for a while. While people with strong martial arts had a feeling as though the sky was collapsing, feeling as though there must be something horrendous happening in the Yunwu Commandery. But Zhang Ruochen felt it normal except for the feeling of a tenfold increase of the chi pool and his success of reaching the completion of the yellow realm. Aha! I can't imagine developing 36 graphs of meridians. Great! But how much power of bulls can I reach now? Out of the savage god's pool, Zhang Ruochen decided to test his present power. Chapter 51, Soul of Space. Zhang Ruochen transformed genuine chi to his right arm, clenched his fist and lowered it to the ground. Boom. The ground shook with a thundering sound. Then there appeared a pit with a diameter of 3 meters. Then the pit was surrounded by innumerable cracks. By observing the destruction to the ground, Zhang Ruochen could almost estimate his current power. He could burst out the strength of 78 bulls without the dragon and elephant prajna palm. If he used the palm, he could explode the strength of 88 bulls. No one had ever exceeded the extreme power of the strength of 100 bulls at the completion of Yellow Realm before. Until now, no one could exceed the extreme power of the strength of 100 bulls at the Yellow Realm. However, as long as the body of martial arts was incredible, his power was infinitely close to the strength of 100 bulls, even more than 100 bulls. In his last lifetime, the strongest explosion of his power at the Yellow Realm had reached 94 bulls. And this number was still invincible at the Yellow Realm 800 years later. Since he had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, it was very difficult for him to improve his power. Each time he improved by one more bull was more challengeable. In this case, he could defeat the warriors of Yellow Board easily. He decided to test the power of the Vessel of Spirit. The most remarkable of the 36 meridians, the Vessel of Spirit, connected the body and soul. For the average warrior, the soul was quite mysterious. It indeed existed, but invisible and untouchable. Zhang Ruochen sat with his legs crossed, regulated his breath and calmed himself to feel the power of sacrifice in his chi pool. Separate from the power of blood, the power of sacrifice was like a bloody river moving through the chi pool. It was the Vessel of Spirit. Boom. As the genuine chi was embedded into the blood vessel of spirit, it started to shake and broke through the head. It looked like a red light column of 21 to 24 meters in height. An illusory soul image identical to Zhang Ruochen appeared ahead. It was completely surrounded by the crimson light and seemed to regulate his breath as well. Certainly, this scene was only seen by Zhang Ruochen. The other people could only see Zhang Ruochen sitting with his legs crossed. They could not see the bloody beam and illusory soul image at all. Influenced by the power of soul, the whole courtyard began to gust waves of chilly wind, howling across the courtyard. It was amazing to connect with the soul. Typically, only warriors reaching the heaven realm could separate the soul from the ache appointment. He could do it at the completion of the Yellow Realm. The vessel of spirit connected Zhang Ruochen's body with soul. The longer the vessel of spirit was, the further the soul could be separated from the body. There was no limitation for warriors in the heaven realm. Zhang Ruochen's present cultivation was far from enough. His vessel of spirit was only 24 meters long, which meant that his soul could only be 8 meters away from the body. It was known that the soul of a warrior at the heaven realm could only be 150 kilometers away from the body. Only in thought could one see what was happening several kilometers away. Meanwhile, warriors in the heaven realm also ran genuine chi to refine their soul, make it stronger, and to become a martial soul. If they ran the power of the martial soul, they could operate things in the universe and borrow spiritual chi from the universe to attack enemies. Therefore, every warrior at the heaven realm was counted as one of the mythical beings of martial arts. It was obvious that Zhang Ruochen had become strong enough to reach the completion of heaven realm. He had cultivated his practice and his soul into the martial soul. Furthermore, the rare Thunderbolt martial soul. It could transform the spiritual chi to the power of Thunderbolt in the universe. This meant that Zhang Ruochen could operate spiritual chi in the universe and exert the power of the Thunderbolt. He could only operate the spiritual chi within 24 meters with accuracy. If further than this, it would be difficult for him to operate. Weapon of Thunderbolt. Zhang Ruochen operated spiritual chi in the universe as in his last lifetime, trying to exert the power of the Thunderbolt. It failed. What a pity. Why was this? Although he had been reborn 800 years later, the power of soul was not reduced. But why couldn't he exert the power of Thunderbolt? Zhang Ruochen was lost in thought. Suddenly, something occurred to him. Did this mean that the change of his sacred mark to the spacetime sacred mark had also changed his martial soul? In order to make sense, Zhang Ruochen summoned the Blackie out of the yin-yang wooden graph and told it about his doubt. Warriors at the completion of the yellow realm were able to separate the soul from the body and refine the soul to the martial soul. Are you kidding? Blackie did not believe in Zhang Ruochen's words. Then, it added, according to my knowledge, only warriors in the completion of heaven realm could practice the soul into the martial soul. Do you have any common sense? Zhang Ruochen did not explain and sat with legs crossed to implant genuine chi into the vessel of spirit. Boom. A 24-meter light column of red light rushed from the top of Zhang Ruochen's head. The illusory soul image, indistinguishable from Zhang Ruochen, was suspended in the light column. Soul separation. Other warriors indeed could not see illusory soul image of Zhang Ruochen, but Blackie's observation was better than the normal one and saw the illusory soul image suspending in the light column. Your soul, could reach the realm of separate soul. How could it be? Blackie's eyes held a shimmery shine. You must have secrets. It's impossible for normal people to practice the martial soul at the completion of the yellow realm. Zhang Ruochen said, it's none of your business. Just tell me what my martial soul is. You have developed the spacetime sacred mark, so it's soul of space. Blackie shook his head and felt that the talents Zhang Ruochen had were too freakish to be accepted. Soul of space. Zhang Ruochen repeated. Blackie said, take out the mystery of time and space and turn to page 3, where there were introductions to the soul of space. Zhang Ruochen immediately took out the mystery of time and space and turned to page 3, on which 4 ancient characters were written, soul of space. The third page was full of dense words, documenting introductions to the soul of space. Zhang Ruochen took the whole afternoon to memorize the content. However, his comprehension level was less than 1/10 of the content. After practicing the soul of space, I can start to practice space domain and the mark of time. Zhang Ruochen closed the mystery of time and space, lost in deep thought. Blackie said, young man, I have to warn you that your present cultivation is too weak. Your genuine chi storage could not support space domain at all, and you cannot condense mark of time either. You'd better wait to practice space domain until you have broken the black realm. Zhang Ruochen said, don't remind me, I understand this truth. The power of time and space is too esoteric, my present cultivation is too weak to control the two forces. Zhang Ruochen took back the mystery of time and space and said, I won't practice space domain until I've broken the black realm. My cultivation has reached the completion of the yellow realm, but I've only practiced 2 palms of the dragon and elephant prajna palm. It is time to practice the 3rd palm. The balance must be reached between practicing skills and practicing martial techniques. Only the successful practice of the 3rd palm of the dragon and elephant prajna palm could improve the power of the dragon and elephant prajna palm to the superior class of human stage. Over the next few days, Zhang Ruochen spent most of his time practicing the third palm of the dragon and elephant prajna palm. He also spent a lot of time practicing the inscription of strain type and the inscription of condensing. He wanted to complete the learning of all 8 fundamental inscriptions of space as soon as possible. If he grasped the 8 fundamental inscriptions of space, he could refine the spatial ring to have large internal space. If he sold the space ring, he could get rid of his financial dilemma. Then, he would have many silver coins to buy pills and improve his martial cultivation quickly. He had used all his savings to buy the weapon refining stove. He was as poor as a church mouse and could not take out a single silver coin. If he could not grasp the 8 fundamental inscriptions of space in time, he would not be able to afford blood pills either. One day, the 9th Commandery Princess visited the Jade Palace again. She rushed to Zhang Ruochen the moment she saw him practicing palm in the garden and said, "Ninth brother, are you in the mood to practice palm? Don't you know that Lin's tender heart is engaged to the 7th brother?" Zhang Ruochen retracted the internal genuine chi, stopped and asked, "Who's Lin?" The 9th Commandery Princess was at a loss for words for a moment. Then she said, "She is, of course, your cousin, Lin Ningshan. A little bird just told me that our father and the queen have recently agreed and decided the engagement will be held in the Red Autumn Festival next year." "Oh." Zhang Ruochen nodded and walked to his place without emotion. "Hey, what's wrong with you? Don't you feel sad at all about Ningshan's future marriage to the 7th brother? From that day, you will call her sister-in-law." The 9th Commandery Princess chased after him. Zhang Ruochen changed into new martial clothes with ice-fire Kylan armor inside and said, "Is it any business of mine that a member of the Lin family will be engaged to the 7th prince? Why should I feel sad? Now that you are here, let's go to the Yellow Fighting Palace again." "Why are we going to the Yellow Fighting Palace? Could it be?" An amazing expression appeared on the 9th Commandery Princess's pretty face. She covered her mouth with her fine, slim hands, and said in a trembling voice, "I heard that you have been in the Savage God's Pool for 24 days. Could it be that your cultivation has reached the completion of the Yellow Realm?" Zhang Ruochen nodded with a smile. "What a freak! How could your practicing be so fast?" The 9th Commandery Princess was stunned with her beautiful eyes wide open. It was known that she was a martial arts genius who had reached the medium state of the Yellow Realm at 16. But she felt herself like a mediocrity compared with Zhang Ruochen. Riding in an ornate carriage, Zhang Ruochen and the 9th Commandery Princess left the palace to go to the Yellow Fighting Palace. The Yellow Fighting Palace was a good place to earn money. If one were to have 10 winning streaks, he would receive 100 million silver coins as a reward. Such a great number of silver coins was enough for Zhang Ruochen to buy a lot of pills. He could make a breakthrough to the Black Realm. He could learn the 8 fundamental inscriptions of space gradually. A watched pot never boils. The more anxious he was, the harder to draw inscriptions. Finally. "Ninth Prince, I have been waiting for you to go out. You won't be so lucky this time." Han Qinglua walked out from behind the wall, with her hands behind her and stared at Zhang Ruochen's carriage riding away with a chilling smile on her face. Han Qinglua, one of the 4 disciples of the queen, followed Zhang Ruochen and the 9th Commandery Princess's carriage to the Yellow Fighting Palace the moment she saw them leave the palace. Chapter 52, The Deadly Swordsman. Zhang Ruochen and the 9th Commandery Princess had just arrived at the Yellow Fighting Palace when a deafening cry emanated from the Warfare Palace. After the sound, a headless body was carried out by other people. Zhang Ruochen glanced at the body, and asked the housekeeper of the Yellow Fighting Palace, "Sir, what happened?" The housekeeper was very thin, looking around 30 years old as he answered, "Today, a deadly swordsman came to the Yellow Fighting Palace. All the warriors who fought against him were decapitated by him. That was the 8th. The 9th Commandery Princess's expression changed slightly when she added, "Just using a sword." The housekeeper nodded and continued, "He is so excellent. I've been here for 10 years, and I've never seen a young man whose sword technique is so brutal, merciless, and cold. He strikes as fast as lightning. How horrible it is. Are you able to guess how old he is?" The 9th Commandery Princess answered, "The person who can kill the warriors at the completion of the Yellow Realm with one slash must be 18 or 19 years old at the least." The housekeeper shook his head and murmured, "His name is Lu and he is just 15 years old." The 9th Commandery Princess was suddenly shocked. 15 years old. Let me have a look. Zhang Ruochen walked into the Yellow Fighting Palace with his hands behind his back. At that moment, a sallow and emaciated boy stood inside the Colosseum. He looked 14 or 15, dressed in tattered clothes, and held a rusty sword stained by dripping blood. He held himself straight like a sculpture, but his gaze betrayed fear and murderous feeling. Having continuously killed 8 warriors, he had momentum climb to the peak. No one dared to get into the Colosseum under the pressure of his murderous feeling. Zhang Ruochen stared at the boy in the center of the Colosseum. As a young swordsman, he distinctly felt the sword comprehension and the murderous feeling of the boy. Lo. Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, "He is gifted." His sword breath followed the heart. The realm of his sword comprehension, which is rich in murderous intent, has reached the intermediate stage of the following the mind. The 9th Commandery Princess also looked at the boy and said, "He doesn't look like a pure Terran, but a magic wolf half-human of the half-human clan." Zhang Ruochen said, "That's right. He is a magic wolf half-human. See, his eyes is blood red, just the same as the wolves." At this moment, a cold laughter echoed from the distance and said, "Ruochen. You've been 3 years gone, I really miss you." Zhang Ruochen looked towards the direction of the laughter. He spotted a handsome man with a pale complexion standing in the grandstand and smiling at him. He also saw another acquaintance, Lin Ningshan. Lin Ningshan was wearing a white chiffon shirt with a sachet and a jade pendant on her waist. She looked taller with a graceful body, snow-white skin, and long black hair hung over her waist. Lin Ningshan was clearly extremely beautiful. She had blackened eyebrows, big blinking eyes, ruby lips, a slender neck, a stiff bosom and straight legs. She was as perfect as a world beauty walking out of a scroll. "Cousin, don't you even know me?" Lin Chenyu stared at Zhang Ruochen with a coquettish and evil smile. Zhang Ruochen had already known who he was after seeing Lin Ningshan. Since he greeted forwardly, Zhang Ruochen decided to behave himself decently into them, saying, "Long time no see. I didn't expect to meet you at here." The 9th Commandery Princess whispered, "Ruochen, don't get too close to Lin Chenyu. He behaves badly and is sinister and crafty. It is not suitable to make friends with him." 9th Commandery Princess's voice was very small but was still heard by Lin Chenyu. Lin Chenyu's ears moved slightly with his eyes gleaming, and said, "Hem. 9th Commandery Princess, you speak ill of me in front of me. How terrible. Is this the decorum of the royal family?" The 9th Commandery Princess retreated with a complex look on her face and a muffled sound in her throat when she heard the cold hum from Lin Chenyu. She stopped with a trace of blood spilling out of her mouth. She had suffered internal injuries. Zhang Ruochen thought, what a great cultivation he has. It must have reached the advanced stage of the Black Realm or stronger. In each realm, there were 7 more stages: the initial stage, the middle stage, the advanced stage, the dawn state, the medium state, the final state and finally, the completion. A warrior who had reached the Black Realm was a master of martial arts. If he joined the army, he would be a general at least. Of course, in the Black Realm, every advancement to a higher small realm grew more difficult. Lin Chenyu deserved to be considered the first genius of Lin family. He had reached such an unfathomable realm at just 20 years old. Finally, the 9th challenger entered the Colosseum to challenge the deadly swordsman. It was known that the former challengers were killed by the deadly swordsman. The person who still dared to challenge him was clearly very brave. "Deadly swordsman, I, Han Fu, have come to challenge you." Han Fu stood in front of him with an axe in one hand. Every warrior was looking at the Colosseum. The challenger of the 9th battle was Han Fu, who was a warrior of yellow board. Since he had fought against Han Fu, Zhang Ruochen knew about his ability. The 9th Commandery Princess had wiped away the blood stain, distanced herself from Lin Chenyu, stared at the Colosseum, and said, "I'm unable to predict how many swords Han Fu can catch." Zhang Ruochen answered, "If Han Fu can catch his first sword, he can keep his life. Otherwise, he might die." "How can only one sword have the potential to kill Han Fu?" "That's impossible," the 9th Commandery Princess said. Zhang Ruochen was silent as he gazed at the Colosseum. Puff. In an instant, Han Fu's head had flown out of the Colosseum, falling to the ground like a ball. In the 9th battle, the deadly swordsman had won. After a short silence, the entire warfare palace broke out loudly in shouts and exclamations. "Only a single sword. I didn't even see his attack clearly and only perceived a shadow of that strike. What class of sword technique did he use? It was far too fast to see how he employed the sword." In the last month, even the ninth prince, a genius, needed more than 80 attacks to defeat Han Fu in a match. Will another talented young warrior be rising? The ninth commandery princess was also startled and asked, Ruochen, did you see his attack? Zhang Ruochen laughed and said, his action is quite fast, but it contains a fatal flaw. The others won't notice it, but I have. Of course, the world of martial arts can defeat everything but speed. His speed can cover the flaw to an extent. If it was a month ago, the result would be hard to predict. But now. Zhang Ruochen didn't continue speaking and stared at the Colosseum. Finally, the deadly swordsman began the 10th battle. The next person who fought against him was Su Heng, an elderly man. Sorrowfully, Su Heng also died, becoming a headless corpse and lying in a pool of blood. He must be so invincible. He had won 10 rounds in a row. Every single match was settled only with one blade. Even no exception for a warrior of yellow board. The young swordsman showed a more incredible talent than the one the ninth prince showed within the last month. The principal of the Yellow Fighting Palace quickly provided an assessment of his performance. He was ranked 6th on the yellow board. The reason why he was only 6th was that nobody could force him to try his best. If he showed his complete might, his rank would be higher. Lu, the deadly swordsman, still looked cold and heartless. He departed from the Colosseum carrying his macabre sword. Completely emotionless. He had not returned to a mild countenance until he saw Lin Ningxian. He felt his heart's beat increase, quickly averted his eyes, and said, Miss Lin, I kept my word and won 10 matches without any losses. Lin Ningxian smiled sweetly, touching Li's shoulder softly as she said, Lo, as your talent is so strong that many great powers would like to draw you over to their side. Why do you choose to remain in our family as a servant? Lu bit his lip lightly, stared at her beautiful face and said, I'm willing to stand by you forever and remain content. In his view, the girl in front of him was so perfect and holy that it was satisfying to stay with her. Lin Ningxian nodded and smiled, but there was contempt in her eyes. Lin Ningxian looked arrogantly at Zhang Ruochen and said, Cousin, you practice the sword as well. If you fought against Lu, how many attacks could you receive? Zhang Ruochen looked at Lu, thought a moment and said indifferently, since he is so willing to protect you, you should treasure him. After saying that, Zhang Ruochen headed for the Colosseum and didn't bother Lin Ningxian anymore. When she saw Zhang Ruochen enter the Colosseum, Lin Ningxian thought, he has become a warrior of yellow board, why did he walk into the Colosseum? Did he? Ha! This is fun. Lin Chenyu smiled with his eyes betraying murderous intent. Maybe he found it humorous that Zhang Ruochen could be slain inside the Colosseum. Lin Chenyu waved to Lu and said, Lu, come here. Master, what do you want me to do? Lu said. Lin Chenyu laughed, look carefully. The youth inside the Colosseum is a pursuer of Ningxian. You will possibly kill him later. Are you sure about this? In my eyes, there are 2 kinds of people, the living and the dead. Either he dies or I die. Lu stared at the Colosseum sharply, his gaze as sharp as a sword. Chapter 53, The Top 3 on the Yellow Board, Shui Wenqin. Just a month later, why did the ninth prince come to the Yellow Fighting Palace again? Does he want to challenge the 10 warriors of yellow board? It's impossible. Only a short time had passed by, even if his cultivation was improved, it would not enhance too much. There was nobody can get the 10 fight winning streaks in the Yunwu Commandery. It was so difficult that even the 7th prince couldn't make it. Every warrior of yellow board could fight against 10 warriors at the completion of the yellow realm at the same time. Some weaker warriors of yellow board who could not do that were able to survive under their attacks. So, it was not easy to defeat a warrior of yellow board. Took Lu, a deadly swordsman, for example, he could kill a warrior of yellow board with one single attack, but he could not kill 10 with 10 attacks successively. If the 9th prince has broken through the completion of the yellow realm, and doesn't meet the old men who rank top 5 on the yellow board, it is not difficult for him to win 5 matches. Just wait and see. Since the 9th prince dares to come to the Yellow Fighting Palace, he must be confident enough. The 9th prince, you're here again. Last time, you are so lucky that you defeat me. But this time, you can't be lucky again. Lu Qingfeng first got on the Colosseum with cold eyes. Looking at Lu Qingfeng, Zhang Ruochen asked, do you want to be the first to challenge me? Of course, are you afraid of being defeated in the first battle? Lu Qingfeng said. Okay. Zhang Ruochen nodded and reached out a hand to motion him to start. Lu Qingfeng stared at the sword held by Zhang Ruochen's other hand and said, "Do you try to fight against me without a sword?" "Yes, not now," Zhang Ruochen said. "How dare you despise me? You have to pay for your arrogance." Lu Qingfeng got angry as he thought Zhang Ruochen humiliated him on purpose. It was known that he would not have failed if he had not made a wrong judgment in the battle of last month. He must regain his lost face at the same place. Spark fireflies. Lu Qingfeng directly demonstrated meteor sword technique, a martial technique of the superior class at human stage. He whammed quickly, thus making the sound of popping echoed in the air. Compared to the sword technique of last month, Lu Qingfeng got a big progress. The meteor sword technique that he showed was more subtle and was as fluent as floating clouds and flowing water. The sword screeched. Zhang Ruochen was as steady as the Mount Tai and only lifted his arms and reached 2 fingers to nip the sword of Lu Qingfeng. Boom. With a slight flick of his finger, a mighty power reached to Lu Qingfeng's arms from the sword. Bang. A sound of bone fracture went off loudly. Both his wrist and arms were broken and his sword fell to the ground. Why did your cultivation become so powerful? Lu Qingfeng stepped back 7 steps. His half-body was shocked to numbness. He felt like being thumped heavily, making it hard to move his fingers. Zhang Ruochen defeated him only with 2 fingers. He took back his fingers and said calmly, "You've lost." Defeating Lu Qingfeng with 2 fingers, Zhang Ruochen had the crowd on their feet. Even the warrior of initial stage of the Black Realm could not defeat Lu Qingfeng so easily. It becomes more and more interesting. Lin Chenyu sat upright, stared at Zhang Ruochen with a big sneer. The challengers who fought against Zhang Ruochen in the following 6 battles were all the warriors of yellow board. Hua Shuli was 24 on the yellow board. Hua Yi was ranked top 19. Wang Linceng ranked top 13. Wang Qing ranked 27. Zhang Gingshu ranked top 9. Without exception, all of them were defeated by Zhang Ruochen with 1 move, and no one was able to force him to use the second attack. Zhang Gingshu, one of the most mighty warriors of yellow board, who ranked top 9 and could break out the power of 52 bulls, was still slapped out of the Colosseum by him. He defeated 7 warriors of yellow board successively with just 1 move. That was horrible. Just 1 month over, what powerful realm did he cultivate? We can't use common sense to treat the genius of martial arts. There was a hubbub in the battle venue of yellow stage because the crowd felt incredible about what they saw. The beautiful ladies of the nobility stared at Zhang Ruochen with adoration in their eyes. The 9th prince is so handsome. I would gladly give 10 years of my life to marry him and become his crown princess. A girl about 13 or 15 obsessively gazed at Zhang Ruochen with adoration. The 9th prince is too noble to choose you. He is not only good-looking and gifted, but also gentle. He is polite to every opponent. As he is a modest phenom, I would even like to be his maid. Hearing what the ladies of the nobility said, Lin Ningshan felt unpleasant and said coldly, "Lo, it's your turn." Yes. He went to the Colosseum carrying his sword with a determined look. A gray figure passed quickly beside him and stepped on the Colosseum before him. He was an old, thin man with a wrinkly face. But his hair was blacker than the young's and he was in fine fig with bright eyes. The old man smiled, looked at Lo, and said, "Ha, ha. Sonny, just wait a minute and I will fight against the 9th prince first." Then, he turned to Zhang Ruochen and said, "I'm Shui Wenxin, I'd like to see your merit. The 9th prince, will you use your sword when you fight against me?" As soon as the old man spoke out his name, the scream echoed in the crowd. Oh my god. Shui Wenxin, the top 3 on the yellow board, he should stay in Yunwu City. 40 years ago, he was a warrior of yellow board. At that time, he was also a genius, but because of jealousy from a warrior of the Black Realm, he fell a prey to a plot and been injured. As a result, he never broke through the Black Realm. If he hadn't been injured, he would have become a superior at the Earth Realm already. It will be interesting. It is not easy for the 9th prince to defeat him. It's said that Shui Wenxin defeated a warrior of initial stage of the Black Realm. His strength was very strong. The warriors ranked top 5 on the yellow board were all have the capacity of the initial stage of the Black Realm. The 2 freaks of first and second killed a warrior of the mid stage of the Black Realm, but they joined together to kill him. Zhang Ruochen looked at Shui Wenxin seriously. The old man, like Shui Wenxin, had been practiced at the completion of the Yellow Realm for decades. He must have mastered many martial techniques and had various means. The young couldn't compare well with them. The third of the yellow board proved his power. Zhang Ruochen asked, "What weapons do you use?" "Ha, ha. I never use a weapon, and my hands and foot are my best weapons." Shui Wenqin laughed and said. Zhang Ruochen nodded and said, "If so, I don't use a weapon either, let's fight just with hands and foot." Shui Wenqin gave an approving glance and said, "Don't boast. I have been drinking blood of savage beast for many years and built up my body by pill. Although I just reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, I could break out the power of 72 bulls. No one could catch my hands and foot at the Yellow Realm, even the first and second of the yellow board." Zhang Ruochen said, "It doesn't matter, I am younger than you, but my strength is not inferior to you." "Okay. Ninth Prince, watch out." Shui Wenqin raised his arms, ran the genuine chi to his 10 fingers, and pinched quickly. As a result, his whole body gave a sound of cracking. Boom. Suddenly, he stepped on the ground and punched Zhang Ruochen's face. His punch was so fierce that unlike fist technique of an old man, Zhang Ruochen slapped and his palm collided with the fists of Shui Wenqin. Shui Wenqin stepped back 6 steps continuously while Zhang Ruochen stood still. "I punch with the power of 56 bulls, and he can catch it easily and drive me off. Now it is understandable that he dared to compare with me. If he tries his best, he can break out more than 70 bull power." He was shocked for a while, then continued punching again. He did not plan to fight against Zhang Ruochen with brute force. He decided to use another fist technique. Random Cloud Fist, the martial technique of mid-class of human stage. He punched one fist, appearing 6 illusory images of the fist. He continuously punched 10 fists, there were 60 illusory images of the fist. It's excellent, his fist technique has reached the high level of the following the heart. Zhang Ruochen spotted his attainment of the martial arts at one single glance. Generally, only the powerhouse of the Earth realm can reach the high realm where the fist follows the heart. That was to say, if he had not been plotted against, he must have reached the Earth realm or a higher realm. Zhang Ruochen had to carefully and continuously used palm technique, appearing tens of illusory images of palms, to slap back Shui Wenqin's fist technique. Bang. Bang. Zhang Ruochen was stronger than Shui Wenqin, making him retreat continuously. "Awesome. Your power is stronger than me. If you can catch me next attack, there will be no doubting that you will be the first of the yellow board." Obviously, Shui Wenqin was confident about his next move. He had never used it, a life-saving attack. Once he punched, even the first of the yellow board could not catch. Chapter 54, Crushed by Power. The Last Punch. Shui Wenqin's eyes were gleaming slightly and his black hair was flowing in the genuine chi shuttling in his hair. Even his thin body looked much stronger. If looked closely, one would be able to notice that his arms were covered with a metallic sheen as if he had 2 iron arms. Martial technique of lower class of spiritual, Vajra fist. Zhang Ruochen was shocked for a second. Soon after he discovered it was the martial technique of Shui Wenqin. "Haha. That's right. It is the Vajra fist." Shui Wenqin laughed. The Vajra fist was a common fist technique of martial arts in the spiritual stage. It was popular that the fist booklet could be found in many commanderies. However, no matter how popular and common the Vajra fist was, it was a martial technique of the spiritual stage which was classified as one of the supreme techniques. Only the commandery prince's mansion, the suzerain, and the large-scale family could record it. It was as difficult as to climb up to the sky for an ordinary warrior to practice the Vajra fist. Shui Wenqin just happened to learn the Flaming King Kong, which was one of fist technique out of 18 Vajra fists. By demonstrating the fist technique, he had broken out the strength of 78 bulls that even the first of the yellow board couldn't do it. In other words, once he unleashed the Vajra fist, he would be capable of being the first of the yellow board. A female warrior in her 30 from the yellow board said, "Shui Wenqin has practiced one of the techniques of Vajra fist unexpectedly. The black bell, the first of the yellow board, is no match for him if he uses this move." A warrior of the yellow board who had been defeated by Zhang Ruochen mentioned, "Shui Wenqin is just a little weaker than the black bell before practicing the martial technique of spiritual stage. The black bell can only defeat him by using the uncertain sword technique of the low class of spiritual. As for now, he has cultivated the Vajra fist with a more powerful force and thus it is not difficult for him to win over the black bell." If he can defeat the ninth prince, he will become the first of the yellow board after this fight. A young girl asked, if the ninth prince defeats Shui Wenqin, does that mean he will be the first? An old man standing next to her giggled and said, the ninth prince will not win. Shui Wenqin uses the martial technique of spiritual stages, which means he is confident enough to win the fight. The ninth prince is obviously weaker than Shui Wenqin. I guess Lu needn't fight against him. Lin Ningxian thought with disappointment. If Zhang Ruochen fought against Lu, the defeat would be more than losing the fight. Instead, he would be killed. Lin Ningxian hated Zhang Ruochen especially when she saw he was in the spotlight and worshipped by others. She wanted him to die in front of her. She didn't even know why she hated him so much. Flaming King Kong. Shui Wenqin punched his two fists with enough power. His genuine chi was burning and turned into two iron flame fists. At the same time, he broke out the strength of 78 bulls. Shui Wenqin could have repulsed hundreds of warriors only by his momentum at a war. However, rather than retreated, Zhang Ruochen rushed out like a brute elephant. He activated the power of his muscle and bones and transported it to his arms. Elephant galloping. He unleashed one palm and broke out the strength of 88 bulls. The outcome was obvious. As long as his fists met with Zhang Ruochen's palms, Shui Wenqin flew out and fell on the ground 10 meters away. He almost fell off the Colosseum. Yet, Zhang Ruochen stood in the center of the Colosseum steadily and slowly retracted his palms. It was quite a crush of power. Having looked at his fists and Zhang Ruochen, Shui Wenqin sighed and said, your cultivation is indeed beyond mine. Such a talented warrior. From now on, you're the first of the yellow board. With your talent, I'm sure you will break through the Black Realm very soon. I guess you won't bother with being the first at all. Ha. After a long sigh, Shui Wenqin left the Colosseum and gave in with much desolation. Only himself knew how massive the gap was compared to Zhang Ruochen. He must have been badly injured if Zhang Ruochen hadn't taken back some of the power in the last minute. Zhang Ruochen's power was so mighty that beyond everyone's imagination. Like Shui Wenqin said, Zhang Ruochen was not interested in being the first. Instead, he aimed at the 1 million silver coins reward. After all, the yellow board just recorded warriors from the Yunwu commandery featuring small influence. Yet, all warriors would fight for the ranking of the profound board as the reward was at a much higher level. Of course, Zhang Ruochen's goal was too high. If the other young warriors could win the first place of the yellow board, they would immediately become the hotspot in the commandery and get much adoration from young girls. Lu, the deadly swordsman at the age of 15, finally got on the Colosseum with the discussion of the crowd. He was the ninth opponent of Zhang Ruochen. The warriors who were watching this felt more expectant. It was known that Lu had killed 10 warriors with one single attack in the last 10 battles. None knew how strong he was. On the other hand, Zhang Ruochen had never lost as well. He even defeated Shui Wenqin. Both of them were outstanding young warriors. Who would be more powerful? That's interesting. Both of them are good sword master of martial arts as well as unfathomable. I wonder who will win the fight. That's hard to say. After all, the deadly swordsman had only displayed one attack so far. Maybe he is stronger than Shui Wenqin. There were more and more people placing bets. Zhang Ruochen, winner. Pledge 1 for 3 times compensation. Zhang Ruochen, loser. Pledge 1 for 2 times compensation. Lu, winner. Pledge 1 for 2 times compensation. Lu, loser. Pledge 10 for 1 times compensation. Tie. Pledge 1 for 4 times compensation. Some bet Zhang Ruochen to win, some bet Lu. Of course, some thought they would tie. The 9th commandery princess had confidence in Zhang Ruochen. Without any hesitation, she bet 10,000 silver coins, which were all of her savings, for Zhang Ruochen to win. On the Colosseum, the 2 young warriors stared at each other with 10 steps in between. Lu held his sword, stood still with eyes wide open like a sculpture. You are indeed so strong. Zhang Ruochen responded and said, it's great for you to reach such high level at your age. But, there is a dead bug in your sword technique. Fighting against me will not only lose, you'll probably die. You'd better give in. Li's sword technique was indeed horrible. Even Zhang Ruochen had to fight at his best. Once he did that, he was unable to hold his hand. Either Lu died or he died. Lu looked towards Lin Ningxian, then turned to Zhang Ruochen with determination and said, "Who lives who die, we'll only know until we fight." Zhang Ruochen shook his head slightly and said, "You've practiced the self-destructive swordsmanship, a forbidden martial technique. You're not only killing people, but also hurting yourself. No doubt you can kill warriors of yellow board with one attack, but every attack is harmful to your body as well." The forbidden martial technique was a martial technique which was used at a certain cost of warriors' health. Took self-destructive swordsmanship as an example, every attack would consume user's own vitality. If Lu used 10 times of sword technique continuously, he would end up killing himself. Of course, he had reached a high attainment in sword and far higher than his peers. As long as he didn't fight against warriors of the yellow board, he needn't demonstrate the self-destructive swordsmanship. The so-called forbidden martial technique was a horrible technique that not anyone could cultivate it. Lu calmly said, "Since you know what I practice, you should know its strength. Nobody at the same realm can withstand one attack. Not long ago, I've killed a warrior of the mid-stage of the Black Realm with one attack." Zhang Ruochen chuckled and said, "I've told you that you have no chance to win if you fight against me because there is a dead flaw in your self-destructive swordsmanship. It's incomplete, isn't it?" Lu calmly continued, "Do you want to destroy my will in this way?" Zhang Ruochen shook his head and answered, "Since you're not giving in, well, let me see how strong your self-destructive swordsmanship is." In fact, Zhang Ruochen didn't hate Lu. Instead, he appreciated his sword technique. He thought he would become a super swordsman one day. He had never killed people not only in this lifetime but last. He was very reluctant to end the young man's life, so he said a little much. Zhang Ruochen also drew his flash-shining sword fighting against Lu. Two sword breath gave off and collided in the air. Seeing the two guys fight against each other on the Colosseum, Lin Ningxian felt so excited. It was the best ending that if Lu could get Zhang Ruochen killed. Otherwise, the death of Lu would also make her excited. A genius fought for her and finally was killed by another genius. Should not she be excited? That would be so wonderful. Self-destructive, Lu murmured. He rushed to Zhang Ruochen and quickly stabbed him. Zhang Ruochen stepped out and rushed to Lu as well. Chapter 55, Fickleness of Human Nature. Everyone in the audience held their breath, their eyes on the Colosseum. In the Colosseum, two blurry figures collided in silence. The contact between the two was brief before they crossed each other. After that, they separated at a higher speed. With their positions exchanged, they stood still. Why are they so still? Has a victor emerged? What fearsome speed! From under the stage, Shui Wenqin stared at Zhang Ruochen and Lu. With his cultivation, he was able to barely follow the tracks of their swords. But he was only 40% certain that he could intercept any of their swords. The 60% was the certainty of death. Who won? Lin Ningxian stood up. With her beautiful pair of eyes, she stared expectantly at the Colosseum. A standing Lu took at his chest and felt a pain burning from inside. Blood gushing from his wound, staining a good portion of his clothes red. Bang! Unwillingly, he fell down to the ground. One of his hands was tightly gripping his sword and the other was clutching his chest. His gaze was still on Lin Ningxian, who was under the Colosseum. In the end, he lost and broke his promise to her. A thin streaked bloodstain appeared on Zhang Ruochen's neck. It was a shallow wound, his skin was merely grazed. Why didn't you kill me? Lu was lying on the ground, eyes now on Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen, in fact, could have ended the battle unscathed. To do so meant he had to kill Lu in a single strike. But he did not. The moment he made his strike, he forcibly altered the direction of his sword, so it was just slightly off. That was why Li's sword managed to graze his neck. Zhang Ruochen looked at him and said, "I never kill." In fact, he omitted the latter half of his sentence, "unless I meet someone who deserves to be killed. I owe you my life." In the future Lu clenched his teeth like a stubborn lone wolf. He crawled down the Colosseum, leaving a bloody trail behind him. Zhang Ruochen frowned and glanced towards the direction of Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian. The Lin family was indeed cruel and merciless. They actually refused to send any servants to come down and help a heavily injured Lu. Instead, they watched him drag himself off the Colosseum alone. Of course, that had nothing to do with him. After all, everyone had their own paths to take. Coming up was the 10th battle. There were 2 warriors of the yellow board in the yellow fighting palace who had not joined the battle yet. They were Sikong Di and Yun Tian, who ranked the 5th and 21th respectively. It was Sikong Di who would fight against Zhang Ruochen as he had stronger cultivation. Sikong Di was as strong as a warrior of the initial stage of the Black Realm. But with both Shui Wenxin and Lu losing against Zhang Ruochen, he naturally stood no chance. Without any suspense, Zhang Ruochen defeated Sikong Di with ease. He became the first warrior who obtained 10 winning streaks in the Yellow Realm on the yellow board. Not only did Zhang Ruochen win the new iron token of the yellow board, he was also rewarded with 1 million silver coins. There were words carved on the new iron token, Zhang Ruochen, the first of the yellow board, the Yunwu Commandery. It was definitely an honor for him. As for the 1 million silver coins, he exchanged them for 1,000 spiritual crystals. After all, it was more convenient to carry spiritual crystals than 1 million silver coins. Zhang Ruochen deposited 800,000 silver coins to the 3-star VIP card of Martial Market Bank. With 200 spiritual crystals, he went and bought some pills at Qingxian Pavilion as preparation to enter the Black Realm. Ninth sister, you seem to harvest a lot. Zhang Ruochen walked towards the 9th Commandery Princess, who was cheerfully counting her spiritual crystals. I've only won 20 spiritual crystals. It's completely incomparable to you. With half-lidded eyes, the princess looked overjoyed. After all, both she and Zhang Ruochen had won. For a commandery princess, 20 spiritual crystals were considered a large sum of money. Zhang Ruochen asked, I'm on my way to Qingxian Pavilion to buy some pills now. Do you want to come? Sure. It so happened I hit a jackpot. I can buy a triple purity genuine chi pill to break through the final state of the Yellow Realm with these spiritual crystals, the 9th Commandery Princess replied happily. Zhang Ruochen said, since I won 1 million silver coins, naturally it's my treat. Ninth sister, let me know if there are any pills you want. You're amazing, ninth brother. She threw himself at Zhang Ruochen, giving him a kiss on his face. Boom. Thunder boomed in the sky, followed by violent gusts of wind and pouring rain. By the time Zhang Ruochen and the 9th Commandery Princess walked out of the Yellow Level Coliseum, there was a downpour. The streets were flooded with water. A fallen leaf swirled in the air, before falling into the murky water. It was then crushed into the mud by a passing carriage. Hit him. People, hit him until his legs are broken. This is too infuriating. How useless are you that you can't even defeat a measly Zhang Ruochen? Standing in the rain, Lin Ningxian coolly admonished. A maidservant held an oiled paper umbrella for Lin Ningxian. After receiving the order from Lin Ningxian, the 4 strong and powerful guards wore grinning expressions and repeatedly hit Lu with iron rods. Bang, bang. Lu flopped onto a pool of rain water, with his both legs broken and his head cracked. His body was badly mutilated from the beating. A deadly swordsman. Bullshit. You're just a slave. If the mistress hadn't picked you up, you'd have starved to death in the snow. Aren't you very powerful? Where's your sword? Come on, kill me. Ha ha. Hit him. Kill this useless thing. The 4 guards spared no effort in brandishing their iron rods, cackling as they did. Lin Ningxian stood on one side. With a tall and slender body, paired with a beautiful face, she stared indifferently at Lu. There was a hint of contempt in her expression when she said, if it weren't for your talent in martial arts, why would I've taken you home? Now that your meridians have been broken by Zhang Ruochen, what use I have for you? Hit him. Hit him until this good-for-nothing dies. Lying in the muddy water, Lu stared at Lin Ningxian with wide eyes. Then he closed them. His blood flowed out, staining the rain water around him red. A strong guard held a bloody iron rod and walked to Lin Ningxian. Bowing, he said, my lady, I think he's dead. Truly a useless thing. Lin Ningxian spat coldly, eyes on the men lying in the pool of his blood and rain water. Clank. A luxurious carriage sailed through the rain before stopping in the middle of the street. Lin Chenyu lifted the carriage curtain and poked his head out. With a sneer, he said, Ningxian, we should go home. Lin Ningxian nodded and got on the carriage without looking at Lu, who was lying in a pool of blood. The luxurious carriage began to move again and disappeared at the end of the street. Shortly after, a vintage carriage drawn by snow-white lightning rabbits pulled out of the Yellow Level Coliseum and stopped next to Lu. Zhang Ruochen left the vintage carriage and looked at a blood-drenched Lu. He reached out his finger and put it underneath Li's nose. He's still breathing. He's not dead, Zhang Ruochen said. The ninth commandery princess lifted the carriage curtain and said, "Ninth brother, all his limbs are broken and he's so heavily injured too. He'll definitely die in a short while. Even his master didn't save him, why should we bother? If we don't bother, he'll definitely die. Send 2 guards to take him back to the palace. Whether he lives or not depends on his will." Zhang Ruochen took out a bottle pill containing 10 Saint Stone pills, a second-class healing pill. Each of the pills was valued at 2,000 silver coins. He put one into Li's mouth and put away the bottle. The ninth commandery princess immediately sent 2 guards to carry Lu into another carriage. The vintage carriage then headed back towards the direction of the palace. Zhang Ruochen and the ninth commandery princess then drove the Cloud Rabbit lunar rover to the pill market. Tick-tock. The rain had not stopped. There were fewer people and vehicles on the street. Finally, they had arrived at a desolate street. In the dark, a figure darted past in a flash, falling onto the eaves of a 4-storied loft from a wooden tower. It was Han Qingluo, one of the queen's 4 disciples. Her green clothes were drenched by the rain, outlining her graceful body with a perky bosom and a slender waist. It was as if a beautiful ghost was haunting in the night. With a veil over her face, only revealing a pair of beautiful eyes, she stared at the vintage carriage. Boom. Her hand went to her belt, removing it from her waist. With a flick of her arm, the belt turned into a green soft sword. She stepped on the ground, flew off, and caught up with the vintage car. She then leaped and fell from the sky, stopping 7 meters above the carriage, and slashed it. Bang. The vintage carriage split into 2, flying towards both sides. The body of the driving maidservant was split into 2. But the vintage carriage was empty. There was no trace of the prince's body inside. Did he escape in advance? Han Qingluo fell onto the ground, before standing in the middle of the street with a puzzled expression. Just as Han Qingluo was still in shock, Zhang Ruochen and the ninth commandery princess walked out from a distance in the rain. "Who are you?" the ninth commandery princess asked angrily. Han Qingluo gasped. She really could not understand how they managed to escape her killing strike. The truth was they had been staying in the carriage throughout the ride, not expecting a killer. Yet, Zhang Ruochen felt a murderous feeling when Han Qingluo unleashed her power. Thus, he took hold of the ninth commandery princess, broke out of the carriage through the wall, and escaped from the back. Zhang Ruochen gave Han Qingluo a once-over and asked, "Are you a killer at the Black Realm?" Han Qingluo carried a heavy murderous air and her eyes were ice-cold. She was most definitely not a common warrior, but an assassin who had killed countless people. Assassins were fearsome as they master all kinds of killing skills and it was impossible to defend against them effectively. They could even kill a warrior of a much higher realm. A killer at the Black Realm was, naturally, even more frightening. Chapter 56, 4 Disciples. Without saying a word, Han Qingluo wielded her soft sword straight. Rain splashed on the soft sword. Cold aura rose from the blade, freezing the 5 raindrops on it into ice pellets as her secret weapon. She flung the pellets at Zhang Ruochen and the ninth commandery princess. 4 ice pellets flew towards Zhang Ruochen, the last one towards the ninth commandery princess. Boom. Zhang Ruochen stepped out horizontally, standing in front of the princess. He focused his genuine chi onto the palm and unleashed his power. Just 3 meters away from them, the pellets shattered. Clang. All of a sudden, the blade clanked next to Zhang Ruochen's ear. Han Qingluo, who had been standing in the middle of the street, disappeared. Like a ghost, she materialized behind him and thrust her sword at Ruochen. The tip of the sword was aimed at Zhang Ruochen's nape. Zhang Ruochen did not turn around. Instead, he raised his arm and used 2 fingers to pinch the blade. "Did you think I'm Lu Qingfeng?" Han Qingluo sneered. Phew. Her green soft sword was like a spiritual snake, coiling around Zhang Ruochen's arm and pinning it down. Once Han Qingluo wrapped her soft sword around Ruochen's arm, all she needed to do was retrieve it. This way, his arm would be completely mutilated. Han Qingluo's sword technique was advanced, but Zhang Ruochen's intelligence was even more so. He freed the tip of the blade that he was pinching, pressing his 2 fingers at Han Qingluo's wrist through the snake-like soft sword. Genuine chi was released through his fingertip, leaving a deep wound on Han Qingluo's wrist. The arm Han Qingluo used to hold her soft sword instantly lost strength. With a clang, the soft sword fell out of her hand and onto the ground. You. How was she to foresee that Ruochen not only had deep cultivation but also rich combat experiences? The assassination failed. Han Qinglua tiptoed on the ground, made a leap towards the rooftop of an ancient building on the street, and escaped in the cover of the rain. You want to escape? Carrying his flash-shining sword, Zhang Ruochen flew to the top of the building. Stepping on the glazed tiles, he quickly chased after Qinglua. With all his 36 meridians running simultaneously, he was even faster than Han Qinglua. He's just a completion warrior at the Yellow Realm. How can he be so fast? Seeing that Zhang Ruochen was closing in on her, a secretly worried Qinglua unpinned the 9 thin golden needles from her hair. Her genuine chi was coming out of her, surrounding the needles. She threw these needles at Zhang Ruochen, who was chasing her. Phew. In the dark and raining evening, it was already difficult enough for a warrior to see his opponent, much less the 9 flying golden needles. Zhang Ruochen was, however, different. He opened his eye vessel, improving his sight in the rain. Ding! He wielded his sword, knocking the needles away. He continued to give chase. It was bizarre to see that a Black Realm killer running away from a completion warrior at Yellow Realm. Han Qinglua noted that his power was stronger than a mid-stage warrior at the Black Realm and thought that she must relay this to the queen. She injected genuine chi into her blood immediately. Her blood ran faster, allowing her to run 5 times faster than she was previously. She increased the distance between her and Zhang Ruochen. Boiling animal spirits. That's what a real Black Realm warrior has. It seems that she's at the initial stage. A Yellow Realm warrior mainly practiced his meridians. A Black Realm warrior mainly practiced his spiritual blood. Boiling animal spirits symbolized warriors that had reached the initial stage of the Black Realm. Spiritual blood was like boiling water coursing through the blood vessels of warriors, allowing them to unleash even stronger power. Some of the best warriors at the Yellow Board might defeat initial stage warriors at the Black Realm. However, they would find it difficult to kill Black Realm warriors. If an initial stage warrior at the Black Realm unleashed his spiritual blood to accelerate his speed, a warrior of the Yellow Board could never chase him down. Even a genius like Zhang Ruochen was now slower than Han Qinglua. Zhang Ruochen stopped and stood on the edge of a tall pavilion. A hint of a smile crossed his lips. He took out some silver coins from the internal space of the time and space spinel. If you can use concealed weapons, so can I. Zhang Ruochen ran his 36 meridians and injected genuine chi into these silver coins, then he flung the coins. Boom. Like silver rain, the coins flew towards the person in front of him. Bang, bang. 2 silver coins hit Qinglua's back, piercing through her shirt into her flesh. It left 2 bloody wounds on her back. Oh! Han Qinglua spat a mouthful of blood and crashed onto the street. With her face down, she was still like a dead woman. Zhang Ruochen flew there as well and approached Han Qinglua carefully. Who's the one wants to kill me? Zhang Ruochen turned Han Qinglua around and lifted her chin. He wanted to unveil her and see who she really was. Oh no. Just as Ruochen was stretching out his hand, Qinglua's eyes opened. With a flash of a dagger, she slashed it on Ruochen's neck. Zhang Ruochen seemed to anticipate this and used his hand to defend himself. Bang. The humerus in Han Qinglua's arm was broken, prompting a painful scream. She said while crying, "Ninth Prince, even if you don't die today, there will definitely be others who will kill you in the future." Zhang Ruochen somberly asked, "Who sent you?" Han Qinglua's body trembled for a moment, before she became still, no longer moving. TCH. Before Ruochen could unveil her, her body melted into a pool of poisonous black blood. It ate away at everything, even her clothes. Nothing was left behind. The 9th Commandery Princess showed up, having finally caught up. She asked, "Where's the assassin?" Zhang Ruochen pointed at the blood pool on the ground and answered, "She had a poisonous pill in her mouth. If she fails, she would crunch it and wipe herself out. Who exactly is the perpetrator to have such a loyal assassin?" The princess was stunned. She handed Ruochen the soft sword the assassin and said, "This is hers." Oh. Zhang Ruochen took the soft sword and injected his genuine chi into it. It began emitting a cold aura. It's a level 3 genuine martial arm with 9 inscriptions. Zhang Ruochen inspected the soft sword again and shook his head. He could not find any clue. The princess asked, "Who wants to kill you?" If we want to know, there's actually still a way to find out, said Ruochen. The princess was confused, the assassin's dead, so the clues all are gone. Can we still find the person pulling the strings? Zhang Ruochen smiled. Only we know she's dead now, but the perpetrator doesn't. If we want to know who that person is, we just need to set up a trap. Sister, I need you to put on a show for me this time. The princess was not sure what he meant. However, she was willing to play along. 2 hours later. Inside the queen's chamber, a servant was down on her knees. Panicking, she reported to the queen, "My queen, bad news. Han Qinghua failed her mission." The queen sat calmly on her chair and said, seemingly indifferently, she failed even with her level of cultivation. This ninth prince seems hard to deal with. That servant continued, it said that ninth prince was injured as well and is now unconscious. But before he fainted, he saw Qinglua's face. What? There was a slight shift in the queen's expression as she asked, "Where is she?" That servant replied, "The ninth commandery princess said Miss Han was caught by one of the 10 royal guard generals, Luo Tong. She was sent to the celestial prison. Your Majesty is now aware of this and he's very angry." He asked Luo Tong to find the perpetrator behind Miss Han. Zhao Lin, the queen's first disciple in her 30s, appeared behind the queen. She said, "My queen, Luo Tong is a bore and has never seen Qinglua. Even if he caught her, he can never tell who she is. But if His Majesty arrives and recognizes her, that'll be horrible." The queen's expression worsened. She said, "Zhao Lin, you've been with me for 30 years. Among my 4 disciples, your cultivation is the highest and you have also reached the initial stage of the earth realm." Zhao Lin asked, "My queen, what would you like me to do?" The queen ordered, "The celestial prison is dangerous. With your cultivation, only you can get in. I want you to rescue Qinglua before your Majesty sees her, at any expense. If you can't, then kill her and destroy all evidence." "I understand." Zhao Lin paused before continuing. "The ninth prince has seen Qinglua's face, so he definitely knows that she's your servant. If he wakes up later." The queen stood up and scoffed. She said, "I'll send your 2 juniors to kill him. He'll never wake up again. Whoever who wants to go against me will never end up well. That puts my mind at ease." Zhao Lin knelt down in front of the queen and bowed. She then changed into an outfit for the night and rushed to the celestial prison. Afterwards, the queen sent her 2nd and 3rd disciple, Yao Su and Zhao Wuxia, to kill Ruochen before he woke up. Yao Su was a completion warrior at the Black Realm. Zhao Wuxia was a medium-state warrior at the Black Realm. These 4 disciples acted as the queen's 4 sharp swords. Besides Han Qinglua, the other 3 had already been with the queen for more than 20 years. All of them were top warriors. They had exterminated nearly all the queen's enemies for her. As long as the queen had her 4 disciples, nobody could sway her status in Yunwu City. The queen was confident in their abilities. The queen waited in her chamber for 6 hours, but she never saw any of them return. Finally, she felt a bad gut feeling that something went wrong. She finally received some news early next morning. All 3 of her disciples were ambushed, trapped by a large group of royal guards. In order not to expose the queen, they all crunched their poisonous pills and killed themselves. 4 disciples died in one night. After hearing the news, the queen almost fell from her seat. She closed her eyes and said, a tremor in her voice, hurry up and send word to the 7th prince, ask him to come back." Chapter 57, Yuntai Suzerain and School of the Martial Market. "Your Majesty, you have overestimated the 9th prince, that's why you forgot about the strategy. Otherwise, Zhao Lin, Yao Su, Zhao Wuxia, and Han Qinglua, none of them would have been set up by the 9th prince," said Lin Chenyu, who was sitting at a lower place. That same day, Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian were called by the queen to figure out a counterplan. Lin Chenyu was the 7th prince's servant and Lin Ningxian was his fiancée. So now the whole Lin clan and the queen were sort of in the same chariot. Their futures were bound. The queen recovered very quickly, she was a top warrior after all. She hummed coldly and said, "You think I overestimated him? You are wrong. I underestimated him, and that's why I was set up by him. It cost me 4 disciples. He's young but he's quite powerful. If we wait for him to develop further, what will happen?" Lin Chenyu said, "Actually, if we want to kill him, we don't need the 7th prince. We don't need to do it ourselves. Why not get some killers from the black market? Good idea. With a twinkle in her eye, the queen said, I'll leave this with you. If you can make it happen, the whole Lin clan will benefit later on. For this kind of stuff, you should leave it to us. I am sure that I can get you his head within the shortest period of time, said Lin Chenyu obsequiously. Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian bowed to the queen respectfully with their knees on the ground. After that, they left the queen's chamber. The queen was from the Shues, which was a 7th-class family. Inside her clan, there was a heaven realm who led the whole clan. And the 7th prince was a god's favored son. In their eyes, if they could work for the queen and the 7th prince, they would have a bright future. Besides that, the whole Lin clan would benefit and become a powerful family in the Yunwu Commandery. 9th Commandery Princess sighed and said, what a shame. The one who planned to rescue the prisoner, as well as the other 2 warriors who planned to kill you, died. They all poisoned themselves. Their bodies were corroded. We couldn't identify them at all. Without a doubt, these 3 disciples had died because of Zhang Ruochen's strategies. All of them were scapegoats. They committed suicide by poisoning themselves. Their remains were exactly the same as that of Han Qingluo. I've heard that the person who went to the jail was an Earthrealm warrior who killed more than 200 Imperial guards. If it weren't for General Luo Tong and General Xiaoling, she probably would have escaped. What a shame, she died as well. We could not find the person behind her, said Yushi. Zhang Ruochen laughed with a thoughtful look and said, they could send an Earthrealm warrior. I am afraid that he or she is a powerful, horrible person. Zhang Ruochen doubted that the person who wanted to kill him was inside the royal palace. He went to check the recent personnel transfers in the royal palace. Unexpectedly, he found a few clues. Last night, 4 of the queen's maids had annoyed her. So she sentenced them to death. What a coincidence. Zhang Ruochen speculated that the 4 maids had not been sentenced to death by the queen. Instead, they were the 4 assassinators who poisoned themselves last night. The queen had just found a proper reason to wipe them out. However, this was just Zhang Ruochen's speculation. Without any firm evidence, he could never prove that the assassinators had been sent by the queen. The queen was powerful and was supported by a 7th-class family, the Shues. With Zhang Ruochen's current skills, if he waged a war against the queen, it would be like using an egg to attack a stone. The queen's power is so strong that even the Yunwu Commandery prince is somewhat afraid of her. Now I must be patient. If I am not patient, I am just killing myself. Zhang Ruochen was 100% sure that the queen was the person behind the assassins. But he couldn't kill her yet. His cultivation was still too weak. Zhang Ruochen frowned deeply. If the queen intended to kill him, even though he could stay in the royal palace, his security could not be guaranteed. However, if he were to leave the palace, it would be even more dangerous. Yushi commented when Zhang Ruochen was lost in thought. She said, brother, the first deadly swordsman sent back yesterday is awake now. Would you like to have a look? Really? Let's go, said and laughed Zhang Ruochen. He did not plan to inform 9th Commandery Princess of his speculation. The more she knew, the more danger would she encounter. Meanwhile, Lu was lying on his bed, covered by white cloths. He looked just like a mummy. Although he was awake now, his gaze was blank and unfocused. People could probably not tell the difference between Lu and a dead man. Your Highness, he hasn't moved an inch since he woke up. He hasn't even blinked. Is he coming towards the end of the dying process? Whispered the maid Yun, bowing to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen came closer to the bed and peered at Lu. He shook his head slightly and said, he's alive but his heart is dead. For a warrior, a wound of the heart is more serious than a wound of the body. Have you applied the muscles and bones regenerating ointment? Once his limbs recover, let him go. After saying these words, Zhang Ruochen left. Zhang Ruochen was planning not to think about the queen any longer. He prepared to practice further in order to reach the Black Realm as soon as possible. Once he reached the Black Realm, Ruochen would be able to practice the space domain and the Mark of Time. By then, his power would have advanced rapidly. At least, when the queen sent others to kill him, he was able to protect himself. In the Yunwu Commandery, Yellow Realm warriors were placed at the bottom. Black Realm warriors were considered stronger. Earth Realm warriors were considered the top masters. They could normally control any situation and were the masters of martial arts. As for Heaven Realm warriors, each one of them was a martial arts legend. It was difficult to find them, however, they represented the ultimate power of Yunwu Commandery. If a Heaven Realm warrior wanted to, he could eliminate the entire Lin clan in one night. As long as he could justify himself, even the official power of the Yunwu Commandery would let him go. Heaven Realm warriors, to some extent, had surpassed the legal system. However, if they slaughtered the innocent, they would be chased by the official power and become wanted criminals. Apart from the hidden warriors, there were only famous Heaven Realm warriors in the Yunwu Commandery. All of them were big shots. They dominated their areas. If they stomped on the ground, the whole commandery would shake. That day, Zhang Ruochen, surrounded by a troop of royal guards, went to the martial market to purchase some pills. He spent 50,000 silver coins on 23 Qing energy pills. He spent another 60,000 silver coins on a dark blood pill. A dark blood pill was a top third-class pill. If a warrior took it when they planned to reach the Black Realm, the success rate could increase up to 50%. But it was too pricey, 120,000 silver coins. Even princes and princesses could not afford one. This time the Qingxian Pavilion offered Ruochen a 50% discount. However, even with this discount, Ruochen could only afford one. Right now, every time Zhang Ruochen left the royal palace, he was escorted by a troop of 100 guards. The captain of the guards was called Guqian. He was the Yunwu Commandery prince's personal captain. He had reached the Earth Realm and was a top warrior in the commandery. With Guqian's protection, he did not encounter any risk. After a short while, he went back to the royal palace. Mansion, main palace. Your Majesty, the 9th prince is a genius of martial arts. His gift is not lower than that of the 7th prince. With the protection of General Guqian, his safety is guaranteed. However, there are some disadvantages, whispered an old eunuch. The commandery prince asked, "What do you mean?" The eunuch replied, "How could an Ayas grow up and fly high in a completely safe environment? Our royal palace is too comfortable, it will not help the 9th prince to grow up." The commandery prince nodded slightly. It makes sense. The 7th prince apprenticed to the Yuntai suzerain and became an external student of the suzerain when he was 14. 2 years ago, he managed to become an internal student because he was ranked first. In fact, Ruochen should have reached the completion stage of the Yellow Realm by now. I am confident that he can reach the initial stage of the Black Realm very soon. Maybe he can have a chance to apprentice at the Yuntai suzerain this year. The basic requirement of becoming an external student of the suzerain was reaching the Black Realm before the age of 30. Yenta suzerain was a 4-class suzerain, situated in the Omen Ridge, which was a junction of the Yunwu Commandery, the Flame Dragon Commandery, and the Square Commandery. It was the largest suzerain in the 9 western prefectures. A Black Realm could only become an external student of the suzerain. Only an Earth Realm warrior could become an internal student of the suzerain. 6 of the 14 Heaven Realm warriors in the Yunwu Commandery were students of the Yuntai suzerain. In other words, if a warrior could join the Yuntai suzerain, it was definitely something to be proud of. The eunuch shook his head slightly. Your Majesty, I don't think it's proper. If the 9th prince joins the Yuntai suzerain while the 7th prince is already there, it won't be a good thing. You're right. With flames in his eyes, the commandery prince nodded slightly and said, "The Martial Market Bank has a school in the Omen Ridge which accepts students from the 9 western prefectures. Besides that, it accepts students from the 9 eastern prefectures, the 9 southern prefectures, and the 9-inch northern prefectures as well. Lu Chuanchen once told me that he has strong faith in Ruochen and wanted to recommend Ruochen study at the school of the martial market." The eunuch's eyes shone brightly now. He said, "If the 9th prince can achieve something in the school of the martial market, maybe he could be a top manager there one day. It's going to benefit the whole commandery." The commandery prince laughed and said, "The requirements of the school of the martial market are harsher and more difficult than those of the Yuntai suzerain. An average warrior can't get in at all." The eunuch laughed and said, "Your Majesty, you overthink. The 9th prince is at the top of the yellow board, and he has a reference from Lu Chuanchen, who's the manager of the commandery branch of the Martial Market Bank. In my humble opinion, the success rate can be higher than 70%. Haha. I think it's 90%. Said the commandery prince, "Once he reaches the Black Realm, I will ask him whether he's interested in the school of the martial market or Yuntai suzerain." Chapter 58, Power of Rainbow-like Animal Spirits. In the royal palace under the June Mountain, there was a royal family's martial arts field. Swish. Swish. Before dawn, the princes and princesses had been practicing their martial techniques there. Yunwu Commandery Prince had 9 sons and 13 daughters in total. Once they obtained the sacred mark, it was compulsory for them to practice at the martial arts field every day. Zhang Ruochen had never been there before. He was dragged by the 9th Commandery Princess to practice with her today. The martial arts field of the royal family was indeed 7 to 8 times bigger than the Lin's and was completely paved with 1-meter thick white slates. Inside the field, princes and princesses could practice with each other and the royal guards who had similar cultivation. In addition, a general at the Earth realm would perambulate the martial arts field every day and instruct the princes and princesses. Young Commandery Princess, when you practice the wind-chasing sword technique, the most important part is to have a solid step as well as a smooth sword technique. Raise your left hand a little higher. Look at me, the sword is as fast as lightning. While the general was instructing the young Commandery Princess on sword techniques of the inferior class at the human stage, he also demonstrated for her as an example. The adorable, 6-year-old young Commandery Princess was holding a small sword in her hand. It seemed that she had made some decent progress on learning the wind-chasing sword technique. Having seen the 9th Commandery Princess and Zhang Ruochen, the young Commandery Princess's eyes suddenly brightened. She ran to Zhang Ruochen with her sword in hand and asked, "Are you my 9th brother?" Zhang Ruochen looked at the 9th Commandery Princess, nodded and said, "Do you know me?" "Of course. You got first place in both the year-end assessment and the yellow board. You're the genius of martial arts. According to my master, you have already reached the advanced stage of sword following the mind. Even he, himself is incomparable with you. He wants me to set you as my role model to work hard. My dear 9th brother, can you teach me how to practice the sword technique and reach the realm of sword following the mind?" Although the young Commandery Princess was little, she spoke clearly. She didn't sound like a child at all. Zhang Ruochen smiled and thought she was adorable. He asked, "Who is your master?" She pointed to the general who clad in an armor not far away as she said, "My master is General Huasi, one of the 10 royal guards." Zhang Ruochen observed General Huasi, who was already walking towards them. He bowed to Zhang Ruochen and said, "Your servant Huasi greets the 9th prince." Huasi was classified as a warrior at the Earth realm, superior among the royal guards. His salute to Zhang Ruochen clearly showed that he respected Zhang Ruochen a great deal and dared not to neglect him. No other prince or princess could enjoy such treatment from such a general. No wonder he was such a strong warrior at the Earth realm. Zhang Ruochen could feel that his aura was like great mountains and seas. It was rather unfathomable. Zhang Ruochen nodded. Zhang Ruochen could figure out Huasi's cultivation level with one glance. Zhang Ruochen's arrival caused the entire martial arts field to turn lively. All the princes and princesses stopped practicing and gathered around him. The 5th prince said cynically, "It is said that your cultivation has reached the completion of Yellow Realm and you have obtained a 10-win streak over the warriors of the Yellow Board. I'm interested to know how powerful you actually are. I wonder if my 9th brother can impress us." The 6th princes sneered and said, "It's said that you've defeated Shui Wenxin who ranks the 3rd of the Yellow Board. Everyone is saying that my 9th brother has an unfathomable power that can hold against 10,000 men. I wonder, are you more powerful than warriors at the Black Realm?" The young Commandery Princess and all the other princesses showed eagerness in their eyes. They'd heard too much about the 9th prince recently and wanted to know if he was as strong as was said in the rumors. "Ruochen, let me see your techniques. Show our brothers and sisters your capabilities." The 3rd prince stepped out from the crowd and smiled. The 28-year-old 3rd prince was wearing a gold-gilt silver robe. He smirked and looked at Zhang Ruochen with his arms crossed. Among the 9 sons and 13 daughters of the Yunwu Commandery Prince, the 7th prince had the highest talent. The second highest was the 2nd prince, then the 4th prince, the 5th, and the 9th Commandery Princess. The 7th prince, who was not even 20 yet, had already enrolled as an internal student of the Yuntai suzerain. Both the 2nd prince and the 5th Commandery Princess were also students of the Yuntai suzerain. The 2nd prince was an internal student while the 5th Commandery Princess was an external student of the suzerain. The 4th prince had also become an external student of the School of Martial Market last year. The 3rd prince stood opposite Zhang Ruochen. He had attended the examination of the Yuntai suzerain 3 times and unfortunately failed all 3 trials. He was not convinced that everyone said the 9th prince was a genius of martial arts who could pass the exam of Yuntai suzerain. Thus he wanted to prove his power by defeating Zhang Ruochen. The 9th Commandery Princess said irritably, "Third brother, you've cultivated to the mid-stage of the Black Realm while my 9th brother is still at the completion of the Yellow Realm. It doesn't mean anything if you defeat him." The 3rd prince frowned and said, "My 9th sister, what do you mean? I'm just afraid our ninth brother will become arrogant after he gets first place on the yellow board. I want to practice my martial techniques with him. Besides, it's not humiliating if he loses to me. After all, losing to his brother is also a kind of training. Clap. Clap. Suddenly, applause could be heard coming from outside of the martial arts field. Well said, third prince. Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian entered the martial arts field. Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian greet all the princes and princesses. Although he bowed towards the princes and princesses in the field, there wasn't any sense of courtesy in his eyes. Instead, they sneered. The ninth commandery princess frowned and said, Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian, this is the martial arts field of the royal family. You are not allowed to be here. Lin Chenyu took out a waist token and said, according to the queen, Ningxian and myself are granted to practice martial techniques with all the princes and princesses here. Lin Chenyu then put away the waist token and chuckled. He said, regarding what the third prince has just said, it does make sense. My cousin, are you afraid of losing? Is this why you dare not fight? Or do you look down on the third prince and think he's not a worthy opponent? Having heard what Lin Chenyu said, the third prince looked cold-blooded. My ninth brother, are you going to fight with me? Or like Lin Chenyu said, you look down on me and don't want to fight. Zhang Ruochen looked around and said, well, you've already put things up. I'll fight with you. The ninth commandery princess shook her head and said, my ninth brother, don't be stupid. Our third brother wants to defeat you to enjoy a sense of accomplishments just because he couldn't enroll in the Yuntai suzerain. Zhang Ruochen chuckled and said, ninth sister, don't worry about me. I have a plan. Zhang Ruochen's cultivation had improved considerably after a day's practice. His strongest force could reach the strength of 92 bulls. There was a chance that Zhang Ruochen would defeat the third prince who had reached the mid-stage of the Black Realm. Seeing Zhang Ruochen had agreed, Lin Chenyu showed a cunning smile. He thought that Zhang Ruochen was hard-edged and it would be very funny to lose his faith by the hand of the third prince. A smile emerged on the third prince's face. He said, ninth brother, be careful. Don't lose by my first technique. Otherwise, you'll lose the reputation of the yellow board. Brute Bull Fist. What the third prince had displayed was Brute Bull Fist, a mid-class martial technique of the human stage in the military. There were altogether 10 levels of the Brute Bull Fist. After having practiced the first level successfully, a warrior would obtain the strength of 1 Brute Bull. The second level, the strength of 4 Brute Bulls. The third level, the strength of 9 Brute Bulls. Similarly, at the 10th level, warriors would be able to unleash the strength of 100 Brute Bulls. In the military, a lot of soldiers had practiced the Brute Cattle Fist, but no one could make it to the 10th level prior to reaching the Black Realm. At the moment, the third prince had only reached the 9th level and burst out the strength of 81 bulls. Although Zhang Ruochen had reached the completion of Yellow Realm, his power had surpassed a number of warriors in the same realm. Even if he didn't demonstrate the dragon and elephant prajna palm, he could bring out the strength of 81 bulls. Zhang Ruochen's palm collided with the third prince's Brute Cattle Fist. Boom. This was a neck-to-neck matchup. Zhang Ruochen fixed his sleeves and said, this is the strength of a warrior at the mid-stage Black Realm. This is just the beginning. The sacred mark on the third prince's glabella suddenly brightened. He activated his genuine chi and injected it into his blood. A reddish spiritual blood came out and surrounded his body like a rainbow. Power of rainbow-like animal spirits. Only warriors at the mid-stage of the Black Realm would be able to do that. The deeper the color of the rainbow ring, the stronger the warrior was. However, the third prince's rainbow ring was rather light, which meant that he had just reached the mid-stage of the Black Realm. The signal of the initial stage of the Black Realm was boiling animal spirits. The signal of the mid-stage of the Black Realm was power of rainbow-like animal spirits. Last but not least, the signal of the advanced stage of the Black Realm was soaring animal spirits. The power of the third prince had doubled since he'd activated the spiritual blood. Every fist he dashed out was equal to the strength of 100 bulls, the 10th level of the Brute Bull Fist. Boom. The third prince had shaken Zhang Ruochen fiercely with one mere fist. And this is the strength of the genius of the yellow board. The third prince laughed wildly. He kicked up his heel like a brute cattle and dashed out another 18 fists towards Zhang Ruochen. Every fist made Zhang Ruochen retreat a step back. Chapter 59, 1-month appointment. A mid-stage warrior at the Black Realm shouldn't be underestimated. Moreover, the third prince is comparatively weaker among those at the Black Realm. Zhang Ruochen thought to himself. With each fist strike he received from the third prince, part of the force would be passed to the ground through his bones and meridians. Therefore, even if the third prince could display the strength of 100 bulls, he still could not hurt Zhang Ruochen. If the third prince's opponent was someone other than Zhang Ruochen, the full-stage warrior at the Yellow Realm would probably be squashed to death with one strike. Although the third prince is an idiot, his cultivation is still strong. It seems that Zhang Ruochen is going to lose, said Lin Ningxian. Lin Chenyu shook his head in disagreement and said, no, he isn't. The cultivation of Zhang Ruochen is powerful beyond imagination. The third prince won't be able to defeat him. Lin Ningxian was confused. Why? Zhang Ruochen is beaten up to the point where he can only fall back into retreat. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Lin Chenyu pointed his finger toward the ground and said, look carefully. Look at the ground where Zhang Ruochen has stamped his feet on. Following the direction of his finger, Lin Ningxian looked down at the ground. She noticed that slate of the ground sunk a little after each step Zhang Ruochen had made, leaving a shallow footprint on the ground. If she had not observed carefully, she would not have noticed it. He diffuses the third prince's power into the earth. Lin Ningxian was amazed and added on, how can he do that? Zhang Ruochen has excellent control of his own power. No matter how powerful the third prince is, he won't be able to defeat Zhang Ruochen. If the foolish third prince didn't challenge him, we'd never know the true strength of Zhang Ruochen, said Lin Chenyu. If we want to hire an assassin to kill him, I guess we'll need to double up on the bounty. Lin Chenyu grinned slightly. Besides Lin Chenyu, only General Huasi, whose cultivation had reached the Earth Realm, could discern Zhang Ruochen's true strength. He could not help but nod his head in acknowledgement. Zhang Ruochen was indeed a genius of martial arts. Ninth Commandery Princess was very worried about Zhang Ruochen. She said, Ninth brother, don't use brute force to fight with him. Take this sword. The Ninth Commandery Princess threw the sword in her hand to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen was thinking about fighting the third prince in order to practice his palm techniques. Since the Ninth Commandery Princess had thrown him a sword, he naturally caught it and said, well, let's finish it quickly. Boom. Holding the hilt, Zhang Ruochen flicked his wrist and displayed a series of gorgeous sword techniques. A dazzling sword radiance could be seen whenever the sword sliced through the air, unfolding a beautiful arc before everyone's eyes. He swung his sword forward. The sharp end of his sword pointed at the third prince's neck. He subdued the third prince in one stroke. The third prince's fist paused in midair, and he did not dare move in the slightest. If he made a wrong move, his neck would be sliced open by the sword instantly. Everybody in the arena was stunned by the scene before them. They could not have been more shocked. Why did the third prince lose? He obviously had the upper hand throughout the fight. The ninth prince was even pushed back into retreat. It was my ninth brother who didn't unleash his full power. Otherwise, he could easily defeat my third brother from the very beginning. The young commandery princess said with her hands clasped behind her back. Her big bright eyes were shining, showing her admiration toward Zhang Ruochen. Other princes and princesses belatedly realized that the ninth prince was playing with the third prince all along. Indeed, the ninth prince is a martial arts genius. He has only reached the completion of the Yellow Realm and yet, he can defeat a mid-stage warrior at the Black Realm. I can't imagine how powerful he will be after breaking through the Black Realm. It is said that the power of the Yellow Realm is 100 bulls. I wonder if the ninth prince has reached the legendary power of Realm. Even if he hasn't reached that realm, I would say he's not far from it. The third prince was fuming with rage as well as humiliation when he heard people complimenting the ninth prince. He was looking forward to obtain a sense of achievement by defeating the ninth prince. But unexpectedly, he was easily defeated with a single sword stroke. What a great shame. I am not convinced. Ninth brother, let's have another battle. The third prince attributed his failure to his own negligence. No more fighting. Does it really matter who wins or loses? Having said that, Zhang Ruochen then turned away from the third prince, walked toward the ninth commandery princess and returned the sword to her. The third prince was left standing like a fool. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you could win the third brother? The ninth commandery princess said angrily and gave Zhang a sideways glance. I was quite worried about you. A guaranteed win. There is no such thing in this world. Zhang Ruochen chuckled while shaking his head and said. A twinge of displeasure ran through Lin Ningxian's heart after she saw how intimate Zhang Ruochen and the ninth commandery princess were. She took her sword, strode toward the ninth commandery princess and said slowly, "Ninth princess, I heard that you've reached the realm of sword following the mind. I suddenly feel an itch to have a go. Let's compete our sword techniques. How about that?" "Okay. I have been waiting for this opportunity for some time. Since we're already here at the Royal Colosseum, let's do a battle," said the ninth commandery princess. A hint of war intent appeared in her eyes. The ninth commandery princess and Lin Ningxian were known as the two beauties in the Yunwu city. But, the ninth commandery princess had lost to Lin Ningxian in the year-end assessment. Obviously, she was not convinced of her loss. Since then, she had always wanted to fight again and defeat Lin Ningxian. Blue water listening to the sea. The first to launch an attack was the ninth commandery princess. The moment her sword was swung, a ferocious wave of air was swept up, sweeping toward Lin Ningxian wave after wave. Clank. Rumbling sounds rang out in the air. Her sword waves resembled the surging tidewater, as if they were actually beating against the shore. After the ninth commandery princess had reached the initial realm of sword following the mind, the sophistication of her sword techniques had also reached a new height. Compared to her performance in the year-end assessment, she had greatly improved in terms of accuracy and precision. Lin Ningxian stood still and did not move an inch. Her glittering red lips revealed a disdainful smile. Swish. Lin charged forward with her sword. A powerful wave of icing cold sword breath emitted from the sword tip, blocking all sword techniques unleashed by the ninth commandery princess. "Let your sword go." Lin Ningxian let out a low growl and slapped her sword down onto the ninth commandery princess' wrist. The blow left a bruise on the ninth commandery princess' wrist. She no longer had any energy to hold onto her sword. The sword was sent flying off to the side and clattered down onto the ground. There was a blood mark on her wrist. She staggered a few steps backward as the pain spread through every part of her body. Enraged, she clenched her teeth tightly and said, "You." Lin Ningxian pulled her splendor sword back in a graceful manner. Faking a gasp, she said, "Isn't the ninth commandery princess a god's favored daughter? You can't even hold a sword. I guess the gap between our cultivation is getting bigger and bigger." "Ah. Lin Ningxian. Don't you dare humiliate me on purpose." The ninth commandery princess was irritated. Her face flushed red with shame. The truth was both Lin Ningxian and Zhang Yuxi were regarded as the god's favored daughter. Being defeated in a single, effortless swipe of Lin Ningxian's sword had obviously crushed her pride. "I don't dare," said Lin Ningxian, laughing. "I just didn't expect your sword technique would be so bad." Zhang Ruochen picked up the sword from the ground and went to the side of the ninth commandery princess. "Lin Ningxian, your cultivation has reached the final state of the Yellow Realm, which is one realm higher than my ninth sister. Do you think by defeating her can prove that you're better than her? You're too immature." Lin Ningxian's face turned gloomy upon hearing his words. "You mean I'm being childish? Everyone can see that I've defeated the ninth commandery princess with just one sword strike. Her capability was never worth comparing to mine." Lin Ningxian held her head up high like an arrogant white swan. The ninth commandery princess almost burst into tears seeing how Lin Ningxian behaved. She felt extremely resentful, but she could not do anything about it as she was indeed not her opponent. Zhang Ruochen stared at Lin Ningxian and said, "In that case, let's fight again after 1 month. If you can defeat my ninth sister by then, I'll apologize for what I said earlier." His words took the ninth commandery princess by surprise. She looked at Zhang Ruochen and shook her head in disagreement. What if she lost to Lin Ningxian again after a month? Her ninth brother would have to apologize to the disgraceful woman. Lin Ningxian was overjoyed hearing what Zhang Ruochen had proposed. She quickly agreed to the challenge and said, "Fine. Zhang Ruochen, mark your words. I am looking forward to hearing an apology from a martial art genius. If you lose, you'll have to apologize to my sister in front of everyone," Zhang Ruochen added. Deal. Lin Ningxian had great confidence in herself and thus, she agreed without hesitation. Lin Ningxian had been humiliated by Zhang Ruochen in the year-end assessment and thus, she hated him so much. If she defeated the ninth commandery princess after a month, she definitely would not go easy on Zhang Ruochen. An apology. Zhang Ruochen, you're too naive. Suddenly, she realized that humiliating Zhang Ruochen would be much more exciting than killing him. Then, Lin Ningxian and Lin Chenyu left the Royal Colosseum. Lin Chenyu spoke while leaving the Colosseum. Zhang Ruochen is not as naive as he seems. He must have possessed a certainty of success and hence, he proposed the fight. Ningxian, you better be careful. My brother, stop overthinking. The qi accumulating liquid you brought back from Yuntai Suzerain is going to help my cultivation. I'm sure I can practice till the peak of the final state after 1 month. By then, I'll be much stronger than the 9th Commandery Princess and our gap will only get bigger. Lin Chenyu nodded and said, it's true that the qi accumulating liquid will boost your cultivation significantly. Work hard then, my sister. Try your best to reach the completion of the Yellow Realm as soon as possible. I'll then give you a dark blood pill which will accelerate your progress, so that you can break through the Black Realm quickly. The Black Realm. Lin Ningxian could not hide the smile on her face. Lin Chenyu added, when you reach the Black Realm, it's going to be easier for you to enroll into the Yuntai Suzerain. With your talent, it shouldn't be a problem. The 9th Commandery Princess is just a stepping stone on your way to success. As for Zhang Ruochen, he will die going against the Queen. Haha. Lin Ningxian's eyes shone with a strange light. She appeared to be very excited, obviously looking forward to the match next month. Her lips curled up into a charming smile as she imagined Zhang Ruochen's apology. Chapter 60, Tianhe Scripture. My 9th brother, I've heard that Lin Chenyu brought back a great deal of qi accumulating liquid from Yuntai Suzerain in order to raise their young warriors' power and attack the 7th class family. That's why Lin Ningxian could reach the Yellow Realm in such short period, said 9th Commandery Princess. I have no hope to win against her in next month since she has the help of that liquid. Brother, you had made a rash decision. Zhang Ruochen shook his head and said, 9th sister, don't you trust me? Have you forgotten that I leveled up to the completion of Yellow Realm in half a year? Yes. What had happened to you, my brother? 9th Commandery Princess felt regretful when she finished her question. Sorry, you don't have to tell me, that's your secret after all. After these last days' contact, Zhang Ruochen thought the 9th Commandery Princess was reliable. To tell her some secrets would be okay. Zhang Ruochen said, of course practice resources are important. However, the practical skills are indispensable. You are practicing Ice Formula, an inferior class of spiritual exercise, right? The 9th Commandery Princess nodded. There were 3 spiritual stage exercises in the royal family, Ice Formula, God of War Tactics, and Innate Skills. Ice Formula and God of War Tactics belonged to the low class of spiritual. Innate Skills was a mid-class spiritual stage exercise. Generally speaking, in the royal family, only princes and princesses who had opened the sacred mark before 5 years old could practice Innate Skills. In other words, only royal family members who practiced Innate Skills could rival for the Emperor crown. The earliest one who practiced Innate Skills was the 7th prince, and later he got other favorable turns in life and better practice skills. At the age of 6, the 9th Commandery Princess unlocked her sacred mark so that she had to choose Ice Formula as practice skill. Zhang Ruochen said, as a low class of spiritual exercise, Ice Formula will only help you open 16 meridians even if you practice to the completion of Yellow Realm. 9th Commandery Princess rolled her eyes to Zhang Ruochen as she said, why do you despise the exercises of low-class spiritual? Do you know in Yunwu Commandery, there are less than 10 intact books about spiritual stage exercises, and 3 of them possessed by our royal family. It is quite amazing. Moreover, a low-class spiritual exercise book costs about 1 million, even 5 million silver coins. A classic book like Ice Formula would cost 3 million silver coins at a market. In Yunwu Commandery, only 2 7th-class families and 1 7th-class suzerain possessed an exercise book of the low-class spiritual separately. As to the 8th-class families or suzerains, they merely had fragments of the spiritual stage or superior class books of human stage. Zhang Ruochen smiled and said, if you can keep my secret, I shall give you an inferior class exercise of the ghost level. Inferior class of the ghost level. The 9th Commandery Princess covered her mouth instantly after an exclamation. She was shocked greatly and stared at Zhang Ruochen with 2 widened eyes. After a long while, she calmed herself down and whispered, an inferior class exercise of the ghost level. My brother, where did you get this incredible book? It is said that even the most powerful exercise of the Yuntai Suzerain, holy universe-reaching skills, just belongs to the inferior class of the ghost level. What Zhang Ruochen said was so amazing that even the royal family couldn't save him if it had been spread out. It certainly would attract scourges. The 9th Commandery Princess didn't dare to desire the inferior class of the ghost level at all. Zhang Ruochen had even recited some exercise books of the king's stage, let alone the inferior class exercises of the ghost level. However, if Zhang Ruochen gave the 9th commandery princess the exercises of the king's stage, it would harm her rather than help. Zhang Ruochen said, "The exercise that I'm going to give you is Tianhe scripture. It divides into 7 levels. You can reach the completion of the Yellow Realm if you finish its first level." Zhang then wrote Tianhe scripture down and gave it to the 9th commandery princess. She handed it over the instant she began to read it and got completely attracted by it. It took her 6 hours to keep Tianhe scripture in mind. No wonder it's an inferior class exercise of the ghost level. Whoever could finish it, he or she would be terribly strong. The 9th commandery princess lifted her delicate head up with a pair of bright eyes. She desired to kiss Zhang Ruochen. Reading out what the 9th commandery princess was thinking, Zhang Ruochen cleared his throat as he said, "Ninth sister, never tell others. It's a big deal." "I'm not stupid. I won't tell anybody, even my parents," said the 9th commandery princess. Finishing it, the 9th commandery princess walked to the candlestick and burnt Tianhe scripture to ash. "Now, if you can turn your exercises to Tianhe scripture, the genuine qi in your body will soar massively, which may help you to reach the final state of the Yellow Realm. 1 month later, you should have 90% chance to win Lin Ningxuan," said Zhang Ruochen. The higher class the exercises was, the stronger his genuine qi and combat power of a warrior were. Just like Zhang Ruochen, who had just reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, could defeat the 3rd prince, who reached the mid-stage of the Black Realm. It was possible because Zhang Ruochen had practiced Scripture of Emperor Ming's Empyrean. The 9th commandery princess's confidence had been increased greatly. She smiled at Zhang Ruochen and said, "Ninth brother, I don't know how to express my gratitude for your giving me Tianhe scripture. Ahem. As brother and sister, we don't have to say thanks. But you'd better practice it as soon as possible." Zhang Ruochen turned around and looked out of the window. The 9th commandery princess hummed and said, "If you were not my brother, I would marry you." But she read out some unnatural expressions on Zhang's face. Soon afterward, she managed to leave his residence and seclude herself for refining. She knew that her combat with Lin Ningxuan was important and she could not lose. After she had gone, Zhang Ruochen entered into the internal space of the time and space spinel to practice. After his cultivation had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm, his chi pool decoupled and shaped into a giant chi pool space, which could contain more genuine chi. However, his genuine qi now merely accounted for 20% of the qi pool. Only he had practiced the genuine qi completely could he dash to the Black Realm. It would take more than 2 years for an ordinary warrior who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm to fill the qi pool fully, with the help of a spiritual crystal. Lu Qingfeng, another genius, who had reached the completion of Yellow Realm at 17 years old, spent 3 years practicing the Black Realm unsuccessfully. It followed that it was not easy to break to the Black Realm. Even Zhang Ruochen had opened 36 meridians and practiced faster than other warriors. It also would take a whole year to fill his qi pool. 1 year was too long. He couldn't wait, thus he had spent a high price at the poles which could augment his genuine qi to help his cultivation. The second-class bill, a triple purity genuine qi pill, cost 5,000 silver coins. A triple purity genuine qi pill could only help to accelerate 20% of the filling. He took one and meanwhile used 36 meridians to absorb the pill spirit and turned it into the genuine qi. Zhang Ruochen's cultivation increased by leaps and bounds. 3 days later, his genuine qi amounted to 2/5, which could break out the power of 94 bulls. Another 5 days had been passed, his genuine qi amounted to 3/5, which could break out the power of 96 bulls. 7 days later, his genuine qi amounted to 4/5, which could break out the power of 98 bulls. His qi pool almost had been filled after another 10 days' practice. Zhang Ruochen could raise 99 bulls' power, only 1 ball short of the power of Yellow Realm. Blackie saw the whole process and said, "What a pity. Short of strength of a bull to the Yellow Ultimate Realm. If the completion had the 8th small realm, it would be the Ultimate Realm. The Ultimate Realm meant unparalleled. The power of 100 bulls was the Ultimate Realm of Yellow Realm. Only young gods in ancient times could practice to the Ultimate Realm. Since then nobody could reach it, even those great emperors, or any lord or saint who could be close to it. There was a huge difference between reaching it and closing to it. Like Zhang Ruochen now, who seemed to be just short of 1 bull to the Ultimate Realm. It was a world of difference. That's why Blackie signed, if you had reached the Ultimate Realm, you could have attracted echoes from ancient gods, which would be amazing. Maybe I still have a chance to reach the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm," said Zhang Ruochen firmly because he had great faith in himself. Blackie shook his head and said, "Your chi pool has been filled, no space for further promotion." Chapter 61, Awakening. Zhang Ruochen was told that there could be no room for improvement when his chi pool was full and his realm had reached its peak. It was a great pity that there was one bull short of the ultimate realm. "It's not because my body of martial arts isn't strong enough to break out the power of 100 bulls, but my martial technique is just that of the mid-class of human stage and lacks power," said Zhang Ruochen. A light broke into Blackie's mind and it mewed. It said, "Yes. I forgot that there is a martial technique that can increase one's power. Why did you practice only one martial technique of mid-class human stage until now? If the martial technique that you'd practiced was low class of spiritual, you could break out 100 bulls power." "I don't need a low class of spiritual. A superior class of human stage is enough, which would help me to break out 100 bulls power and reach the ultimate realm of Yellow Realm," said Zhang Ruochen. It was odd that somebody opened 36 meridians but still hadn't reached the ultimate realm. Only by practicing martial techniques, exercises, and the body of martial arts together, one could break out his most powerful power. Any absence would not lead to the ultimate realm. As for Zhang Ruochen, he had already reached the Yellow Realm in both exercises and the body of martial arts, but his martial techniques were still weak as he practiced Dragon and Elephant Prajnapam merely to the level 2, which just belonged to the mid-class martial techniques. The main role of sacred sword skill was the sword, not the men that mattered to the practice of the low-class spiritual martial technique. If Zhang could successfully practice Dragon and Elephant Prajnapam to level 3, Dragon and Elephant returning to Earth, it could be an easy thing for him to add the strength of a bull that he required. The latter stages of Dragon and Elephant Prajnapam would be difficult to practice undoubtedly. For instance, Zhang had practiced 3 level 3 Dragon and Elephant returning to Earth for many days but still couldn't make any progress. "I require combat experience and in the royal palace, I can't find others to practice my palm with. Thus, because of a lack of practice, I haven't managed to reach the 3rd level successfully. If I leave here and exercise myself outside, I would lose the protection of the Yunwu Commandery Prince and the Queen would attempt to have me assassinated. Bingo. I don't have to go out." King Mount came to his mind. The royal family reared many savage beasts in King Mount and most of them were 1st and 2nd level savage beasts. Zhang could fight with them. He hoped to practice the Dragon and Elephant Prajnapam successfully as soon as possible, after that he could fight with savage beasts. Zhang Ruochen had practiced in the internal space of time and space spinel for 25 days, which equaled to 8 or 9 days outside. He walked outside and saw Yun waiting for him. "Your Highness, Lu has been recovered, including his arms and foot. But he still looks dull, just sitting on the stone stairs or drawing pictures on the ground for the whole day," said Yun. Zhang Ruochen sighed and said with pity, "Give him 200 silver coins and send him away. Whether he could get out of this dilemma or not depends on himself, and nobody can help." "Then I'm going to send him out," Yun said. Seeing Yun's departure, Zhang Ruochen fell into meditation and he stopped Yun. "Wait, I want to see him once more." Yun showed a hint of joy and nodded, leading Zhang Ruochen to Li's residence. Like Yun's description, Lu was sitting on the stairs and drawing the picture of Lin Ningshan on the ground. Repeatedly. However, his eyes were empty and he was just drawing instinctively. He didn't even realize Zhang's approach. Zhang Ruochen looked at this young man and asked, "Where is your sword?" Lu sat still and mumbled, "My meridians are all broken and I have no power to lift a sword." "So you are broken too?" asked Zhang Ruochen. "Of course," Lu answered slackly. Zhang Ruochen asked, "But you have the power to draw these pictures. If you possess an aggressive heart, you must succeed. But now you are degenerating yourself." Lu bit his lip tightly and said, "I'm not degenerating myself, I'm not." Zhang Ruochen looked at the pictures on the ground. "You turned yourself into a waste for this cruel woman. Guess I overestimated you." Zhang Ruochen walked over to the steps and destroyed Lin Ningshan's drawings with his foot. Lu cried with a pair of big red eyes, "What are you doing? She did not treat you as a man, why do you see her as a goddess? Are you not better than crap?" Zhang Ruochen said. "If you hadn't saved my life twice, I would have killed you," said Lu. Zhang Ruochen laughed, "You piece of crap couldn't kill me even if you practiced for 10 years, ha ha ha. I am not a crap." Lu howled loudly and the genuine chi rushed to his hand so that he could handle a bamboo stick, stabbing at Zhang Ruochen's heart. His genuine chi made the soft stick sharper than an iron sword. Boom. Zhang Ruochen reacted with one palm. Blasted away in the air, Lu spat some blood and then fell down on the ground with the broken stick. Zhang Ruochen said, "Now that I've beaten you to death and humiliated you, do you still treat me as your lifesaver?" A whoa. Howling like a wolf, Lu stood up from the ground with two red eyes. He ran to Zhang Ruochen again and aimed at his neck. With his hand as a sword, Zhang Ruochen chopped Li's neck and beat him into the air again. Bang bang. Lu became more and more crazy. He attacked Zhang Ruochen again and again with stronger power. However, every time it was he who beaten away by Zhang Ruochen, he could not touch Zhang Ruochen even a little. Standing far away, Yun was very worried, but she didn't do anything. She knew that Zhang Ruochen was trying to beat Lu to an awakening. An hour later, Lu fell down on the ground and gasped again and again. Zhang Ruochen walked over and planned to punch him once more. "Stop!" cried Lu. Zhang Ruochen turned happy and withdrew his fist as he said, "You choose to be a waste still." Lu shook his head and said, "I am a swordsman, by no means am I crap. Honestly speaking, I was clear when your first punch landed, thank you. No need to thank me. It is your own that leads you out from the shadows." Zhang Ruochen helped Lu to stand up and smiled, "What's your next plan?" Lu answered sadly, "My meridians have all been broken. Currently, I am doomed not to be able to step into the Black Realm. However, I don't want to give up. I'll search for spiritual dose which can reconnect my meridians." Zhang Ruochen reflected a while and said, "Broken meridians are not necessarily a bad thing for you. I have a roll of special exercises, which common people can't practice but broken meridian men can. You may successfully practice these exercises with a strong will." Suddenly Li's eyes flashed with light and he asked, "What if I do successfully?" If Zhang Ruochen hadn't told him this news, he might have had no hope. "Like cocoons into butterflies. You might have a bright future," said Zhang Ruochen. Falling on one knee, Lu said emotionally, "Please accept my gratitude." After that, Lu said firmly, "I now owe you 3 lives if someday you need my assistance. I won't hesitate." Zhang Ruochen nodded and passed Non-Opal Samsara magic formula to Lu directly. Non-Opal Samsara magic formula was frighteningly stronger than the Tiana scripture which was given to the 9th Commandery Princess. But Zhang Ruochen didn't worry about whether or not Lu would let it out. Lu immediately secluded himself to refine Non-Opal Samsara magic formula and deaths. Yun took care of his daily life. It was time for Zhang Ruochen to head to King Mount to practice dragon and elephant returning to Earth. Accompanying Zhang Ruochen, General Guqian went to King Mount as well in order to protect Zhang Ruochen from any assassination attempts. Zhang Ruochen entered an impenetrable jungle, heading directly towards the first-level superior class savage beasts. A common savage beast was no threat to him, and only the superior class savage beasts could be his opponents. Half a day had passed. Zhang Ruochen encountered the first superior class savage beast, Thunderstorm Leopard. Thunderstorm Leopard was rather ferocious among the superior class savage beasts and had the power to kill a Yellow Realm warrior. Boom. Zhang Ruochen slapped it to death. Zhang Ruochen was unsatisfied seeing the body. "They are too weak to practice my palm techniques. I have to search a second-level savage beast." He walked deeper into King Mount. General Guqian hid far away and saw Zhang Ruochen killing the Thunderstorm Leopard. "The 9th prince is so powerful. I was over-worried about his life. No accident will happen if the second-level savage beast doesn't show." He was worried about Zhang Ruochen's safety, so he secretly followed him at a distancito King Mount. Chapter 62, Spiritual Brawn. Having trained at King Mount for 3 days, Zhang Ruochen had killed 13 superior class level 1 savage beasts and 25 medium class level 1 savage beasts. Finally, he came across his first second-level savage beast, a silver dragon lion. A single second-level savage beast was at least at the level of a Black Realm warrior. The silver dragon lion's attack power was comparable to that of an advanced Black Realm warrior, its speed was also comparable to that of an advanced Black Realm warrior, and its defensive power was comparable to that of an initial stage Black Realm warrior. Overall, the silver dragon lion had immense strength. If a mid-stage Black Realm warrior was to run into one, it would essentially be a death sentence. Other than Zhang Ruochen, if any other warrior at the completion of the Yellow Realm had run into the silver dragon lion, even if they formed an elite team of 20, they would still be wiped out. Ayo. The silver dragon lion roared loudly and the sound waves from its mouth became a devastating hurricane. On the ground, dust and rocks flew up, while the surrounding trees were blown crooked, and all the leaves fell down leaving behind only stripped branches. With only a loud roar, it could shock all warriors below the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm into a dead faint. The silver dragon lion was 4 meters tall and 6 meters long. Compared to a normal lion, it was many times larger. It was just like a small silver mountain standing in front of Zhang Ruochen. Its pair of silver lion eyes were as big as Zhang Ruochen's head, and they were emitting a bloodthirsty aura. Boom. Each step it made upon the ground made the earth shake slightly. Zhang Ruochen rose onto his toes and leaped up, landing on the silver dragon lion's back. Gathering his genuine chi, he aimed a strike at its head. The silver dragon lion, who was very intelligent, instantly realized the danger it was in. Thus, pushing off with all 4 hooves at the same time, it surged forward, achieving speeds of 30 meters per second, astonishingly fast. Caught off guard, Zhang Ruochen lost his balance and fell off the beast's back. He struck out with one hand against the ground and instantly righted himself. He backed up until he was 3 meters away and stopped. However, he remained alert, both legs slightly bent with genuine chi collecting thickly in his palms. It is indeed an adult silver dragon lion whose speed has reached 30 meters per second. Normal warriors who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm could reach speeds of 20 meters per second or so. Talented warriors who had reached the completion of the Yellow Realm could reach speeds of 22 meters per second. Even Zhang Ruochen could only reach speeds of 27 meters per second, an already incredible feat. 30 meters per second and 27 meters per second didn't to be much different, but in reality, the difference was immense. If Zhang Ruochen and the silver dragon lion were competing in a 100-meter race, by the time the silver dragon lion had reached the end, Zhang Ruochen would still be a full 10 meters behind. Which was to say, if Zhang Ruochen's strength could not defeat the silver dragon lion, then he would die for sure, as he would not even be able to escape. At this moment, Zhang Ruochen and the silver dragon lion were 3 meters apart, but with the silver dragon lion's speed, it only needed a second to be right in front of Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen watched the silver dragon lion's every move carefully. Once the silver dragon lion prepared to attack, he must strike first to have any hope of success. Ayo! The silver dragon lion roared. Turning into a silver blur, it pounced towards Zhang Ruochen. Silver claws slashed through void space and emitted 4 sharp beams of power. Zhang Ruochen took a step to the side and dodged the attack. Bang! The silver dragon lion's claw landed on a tree the thickness of a water barrel and tore a branch of it apart with bits of bark flying everywhere. The branch broke in the middle and crashed down. Elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen took this opportunity to strike. With all the power in his body, he struck at the silver dragon lion's abdomen and sent it flying. The silver dragon lion was incensed. Clambering up from the ground, it went to attack Zhang Ruochen. But Zhang Ruochen attacked first, another elephant galloping. The silver dragon lion flew out once again. Elephant galloping. Elephant galloping. Zhang Ruochen attacked 12 times in succession, each time it sent the silver dragon lion flying out. When Zhang Ruochen struck for the 13th time, the silver dragon lion was finally wounded, with blood dripping out of its nostrils. The silver dragon lion was finally angered. Its body began to emit a layer of silver light. Opening its mouth, it spewed forth a beam of silver light that flew towards Zhang Ruochen's heart like a sword. Oh no! Zhang Ruochen pushed off with his legs and jumped over 10 meters into the air, landing on a branch of a 1,000-year-old tree, and dodged the silver dragon lion's attack. Boom! The silver light sword hit the place where Zhang Ruochen was standing on just before, making a cacophonous noise. On the ground, it left a crater with a diameter of 1 meter. Dragon in the sky. Zhang Ruochen leaped down from the tree branch. All the genuine chi from his body surged through the 36 meridians and focused toward his hands. He let out a deep, dragon-like roar. Bang! One hand struck the silver dragon lion's back, creating a sound of bones breaking and splintering. The silver dragon lion let out a wail and fell heavily to the ground. Its spine had been broken by Zhang Ruochen with one strike. Heavily wounded, it lay on the ground, unable to even stand up. Zhang Ruochen was overjoyed. Using just the power in his body, he could heavily wound the silver dragon lion. If he used the sword, he could probably kill the silver dragon lion in just 10 strokes. At my current strength, even if I am no match against warriors of the advanced stage of the Black Realm, I can at least hold my own for a while. With this battle against the Silver Dragon Lion, Zhang Ruochen could clearly feel that his control over the dragon and elephant Prajna palm had become stronger. Zhang Ruochen drew out his flash-shining sword and with one sweep, he slit the throat of the Silver Dragon Lion. Not long after, the Silver Dragon Lion completely died. After that, Zhang Ruochen made a foot-long incision into the abdomen of the Silver Dragon Lion and withdrew a fist-sized piece of flesh. This piece of flesh was extremely hard and as heavy as iron. It emitted a silvery light and carried a light fragrance. It was like a spiritual dose rather than flesh. The Silver Dragon Lion was worthy of being a second-level savage beast, as it was able to actually grow half a kati of spiritual brawn. Zhang Ruochen held the silver spiritual brawn in his hand, revealing the glimmer of a smile. Spiritual brawn was the most precious treasure inside a savage beast. If a warrior consumed spiritual brawn, it could increase the power in their bodies and cultivation realms. If a normal person consumed the spiritual brawn, it could strengthen their physique and grant longevity. The half kati of spiritual brawn in Zhang Ruochen's hand, if taken to be sold at the martial market, could be at least sold for 3,000 silver coins. Furthermore, spiritual crystal stones could often be found inside spiritual brawn. Even the lowest quality spiritual brawn was worth 1,000 silver scions. For Zhang Ruochen, this piece of spiritual brawn was not very useful. He planned to take it home and give it to concubine Lin to consume. As long as the spiritual brawn was stored within a jade container, even if it was stored for a month, the spiritual brawn would not rot or degrade in quality. To refine the spatial ring, Zhang Ruochen had purchased a number of jade containers. He took a jade box out from the time and space spinel's internal storage and placed the spiritual brawn inside. There were treasures to be found all over the Silver Dragon Lion's body. The skin, fur, blood, and bone could all be used in medicine, and be sold for a hefty price. However, Zhang Ruochen's main purpose of coming to King Mount was to practice dragon and elephant prajna palm, and so, he did not take the Silver Dragon Lion body with him. Not long after Zhang Ruochen left, a group of soldiers wearing armor came to the Silver Dragon Lion's body. General Guqian walked out from the group of soldiers, looked at the Silver Dragon Lion lying in a pool of blood, and said, "He is really strong that he even killed a Silver Dragon Lion. If he enters the Black Realm, who knows how powerful he will become. Let alone his majesty, even I am eager to see." The royal guards beside him couldn't help but sigh, thinking it was unbelievable. It had never been heard of before, that a warrior who was at the completion of the Yellow Realm could kill a Silver Dragon Lion. This kind of impossible thing was right now staring them in the face. General Guqian ordered and said, "Do the same with the bodies of the previous savage beasts. Take the body of the Silver Dragon Lion home, deliver it to the Imperial Finance Department, and convert it to silver coins. Once the 9th prince has finished practicing, I will personally hand the coins over to him." Chapter 63, Ultimate Realm, the Court of Gods. Zhang Ruochen had isolated himself and practiced in Mount King for the past 10 days, in order to work on his palm technique. He had killed another 2 second-level savage beasts and 17 superior class level 1 savage beasts. The second-level and first-level superior class savage beasts in King Mount had probably all been killed by Zhang Ruochen. It seemed that the low-level savage beasts in King Mount knew a killing star had arrived. Once they saw Zhang Ruochen, they all ran away instantly as if they saw a monster demon. Clank. There was a 7 or 8 meters wide river rushing down from the top of the peak and delivered a sound of water rumbling. By throwing a stone into the river, it hit the forceful water current and started rolling in the water. Zhang Ruochen arrived at the riverside. He looked at the rushing of water as if his heart was surging as well. After all the cultivation recently, Zhang Ruochen could feel clearly that he had reached the edge of breaking through the palm technique. Phhhf. He dashed from the ground and jumped into the river. He made use of his powerful body so as to resist the force of the river. Boom. His genuine chi had been activated. He unleashed a powerful palm out. The water in the river had stopped slightly because of his palm. Shortly after, the current turned fiercely toward Zhang Ruochen and threw him out. The forceful water flow had knocked out his bearings and threw him on the edge of the riverside. After spitting out a mouth of water, Zhang Ruochen jumped back to the river. He went against the current with different palm techniques in order to make a way for himself. This time, he unleashed 3 palms consecutively. Again, he was thrown out by the water waves. Zhang Ruochen kept going upstream every time he was knocked down. Zhang Ruochen hadn't given up after being knocked down over and over again. The longer he practiced, the longer he could stay in the river. It had been a whole day since Zhang Ruochen had confronted the water. He was exhausted and his entire body was covered in wounds. After nightfall, he uncovered a piece of spiritual brawn from a cyanide snake, a second-level savage beast. He ate the spiritual brawn, sat down and started meditating so as to absorb the spiritual chi which helped to recover his physical strength and energy. The next morning, the wounds on Zhang Ruochen's body were all healed. His body was full of genuine chi and vitality. He then jumped back into the river and continued practicing. On the 5th day, there was a long cry from the river. Dragon and elephant returning to earth. Zhang Ruochen unleashed both of his palms at the same time. A rushing palm force struck out hard and gave out a sound as if dragons and elephants were roaring together. Surprisingly, the water he smacked began to flow backward. Dragon and elephant returning to earth, the third palm technique of the dragon and elephant prajna palm, cultivated successfully. Zhang Ruochen had exploded out with the strength of 100 bulls and reached the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm. At this moment, the spiritual chi in the entire Mount King had activated and gathered toward Zhang Ruochen. It turned into a white light beam and streaked toward the 100 miles tall void space. There were ancient illusory images displayed around the light beam. Some of them were in human and dragon figures, some were like wind and Kylan. Each of the illusory images was sacred. They demonstrated a sense of power as if they were the manifestation of gods. We are the manifestation of gods. Kneel. General Guqian and a troop of royal guards all kneeled down and worshipped the illusory images of the gods devotedly from far away. Such a manifest of gods normally happened only when it came to a large-scale sacrifice. The illusory images of gods had appeared in Mount King and floated above the 9th prince's head. It was definitely a miracle for the entire Yunwu commandery. It's true that it'll arouse the chords of the gods when I reach the ultimate realm. Zhang Ruochen looked at the illusory image of gods in the sky with excitement. Finally, he made his first step on the path of being a powerful warrior. Boom. The illusory images of gods had turned into light beams. They floated to Zhang Ruochen's glabella and chiseled into his chi pool. Boom. The light beams exploded and displayed a white spiritual odor after plunging into Zhang Ruochen's chi pool. The chi pool had nearly burst because of the too much light beam. The blood in his body kept rolling and rolling. In this case, let's break through to the Black Realm. Zhang Ruochen surely would not let such a good opportunity go. He sat in the water, and quickly activated the 36 meridians in his body. He then absorbed the strength of gods and started breaking through the Black Realm. Zhang Ruochen had already reached the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm. On top of the help of the gods' spiritual power, it was no doubt that he would be able to break through to the Black Realm with no setbacks. After an hour, Zhang Ruochen's chi pool shook heavily and cracked into breaches. Boom. His chi pool smashed and had broken into pieces. Soon after, the broken pieces restructured at high speed and resolved to a much bigger chi pool. No, not chi pool. It should be called chi lake. Zhang Ruochen had successfully broken through the Black Realm. Therefore, the chi pool in his glabella turned into a chi lake. It had enlarged 100 times more than when he was at the completion of the Yellow Realm. The marks of gods were stamped on the wall of his chi lake and displayed a gleam of spiritual splendor. Yet, the marks of gods looked so faint and vague that one would probably miss it without taking a closer look. Be mindful, Zhang Ruochen had just reached the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm and had drawn the cord of gods for the very first time. Therefore, having a vague mark of gods was seen as normal. It was said that if Zhang Ruochen could reach the ultimate realm of the Black Realm, he would be able to resonate the second time of the cord of gods. Hence, it would definitely deepen the marks of gods in his chi lake. The number of warriors who had cultivated to the ultimate realm was scattered after the ancient times. Only a small number of saints and the great emperor with astonished talent had finished cultivating the ultimate realm and resonated the cord of gods when they were young. Yet, the saint and the great emperor didn't expose many details about what had happened in their young age. It was impossible to record it in history books and thus no one knew any other details. It was no doubt magnificent for Zhang Ruochen to resonate the cord of gods after all these years. However, it was beyond the bounds of possibility to make it happen again. Not even the great emperor and saint. The ultimate realm of the Black Realm was far more difficult to cultivate compared to the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm. Even though Zhang Ruochen had already reached the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm, he wasn't confident enough to break through the ultimate realm of the Black Realm. Wreathed in the light of gods, shielded by the gods. Is this the holy light spirit lake in the ancient myth? In Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, Emperor Ming had once mentioned the holy light spirit lake. It was said that when Emperor Ming was young, he had resonated the court of gods and received the safeguard of gods. His Chi lake then turned into the holy light spirit lake. Once the holy light spirit lake had been cultivated, the Chi lake would become tenacious. Even warriors of the earth realm would not be able to pierce up Zhang Ruochen's Chi lake. Moreover, when Zhang Ruochen obtained the higher cultivation, the advantage of having the holy light spirit lake would be more obvious. Zhang Ruochen had spent the entire day and night to digest the power of the court of gods. The genuine Chi in the Chi lake seemed to be filled up. In other words, Zhang Ruochen had reached the peak of the initial stage of the Black Realm. Soon after he would be able to break through the mid-stage of the Black Realm. This is certainly a holy light spirit lake. Compared to the warriors at the initial stage of the Black Realm, the capacity of my Chi lake is 10 times more and the purity of my genuine Chi is far better. I guess it's more or less the same as warriors at the completion of the Black Realm. The capacity of the Chi pool of an ordinary warrior would enlarge 10 times by breaking through from the completion of the Yellow Realm to the initial stage of the Black Realm. Since Zhang Ruochen had cultivated the ultimate realm which was one realm higher than ordinary warriors, the capacity of his Chi pool had enlarged twice. Therefore, compared to the warriors at the initial stage of the Black Realm, the capacity of his Chi lake was 10 times more. While Zhang Ruochen was breaking through the realm in the water, General Guqian rushed back to the royal palace and wanted to report to the Commandery Prince Yun with the good news. I have something important to report to His Majesty. Eunuch Chao, please help to inform the Commandery Prince. Guqian looked urgent and said. Eunuch Chao was allied with the queen. Knowing Guqian was responsible for protecting the 9th prince, he would no doubt ignore Guqian. His Majesty is resting at the moment. I'm afraid he will not be able to see you, my general. Please head back to your station and protect the 9th prince. Guqian stared at Eunuch Chao angrily and said, Chao Shuren, you'd better go inform His Majesty now. If anything happens because of your delay, you'll surely be dead. Eunuch Chao was known as a warrior at the dawn state of the Black Realm. Although he wasn't strong enough to fight against Guqian, he wasn't afraid of confronting Guqian. At the same time, the voice of the Commandery Prince Yunwu broke out. He said, Who's making so much noise? Eunuch Chao stared at Guqian severely and whispered, Let's see how you settle for disturbing His Majesty. Guqian didn't even look at Eunuch Chao but greeted towards the palace. He said, Your Majesty, your servant Guqian has something vital to report. The voice of the Commandery Prince Yunwu broke out to the palace and he said, Guqian, aren't you protecting the 9th prince? What's more important than protecting my son? Or have you encountered another assassin who attempts to kill the 9th prince? More important than all of these. Guqian exclaimed and said. It seemed that the Commandery Prince Yunwu had noticed something had happened. He called in Guqian right away. Hearing what Guqian had said, Eunuch Chao changed his face. He followed Guqian and entered the palace. Guqian glanced slightly at Eunuch Chao and said, Your Majesty, what I'm about to report is exceptionally important. I can only tell you, Your Majesty, not anyone else. The Commandery Prince Yunwu sat on the top part of the palace holding a golden booklet. He frowned his eyebrows and took a quick glance at Guqian, dismiss everyone. I need some privacy with the general. Eunuch Chao was not willing to leave the palace. Yet, he dared not to disobey the order of the Commandery Prince Yunwu and left the palace instantly. The Commandery Prince Yunwu asked, Guqian, you can tell me now. What's wrong? Guqian kneeled down single-legged and reported to the Commandery Prince Yunwu what he saw in Mount King without missing any details. The Court of Gods. Hearing this, the Commandery Prince Yunwu couldn't stay calm anymore. His whole body shivered and stood up all of a sudden. Guqian nodded and said, Yes. I'm sure the 9th prince has reached the ultimate realm like what the myth describes and thus resonate the Court of Gods. The Commandery Prince Yunwu's countenance kept changing. Having noticed how vital the news was, he asked, Does anyone else know about it? Guqian answered, Other than myself, the 10 royal guards who were stationed there with me also notice it. The Commandery Prince Yunwu said, The Court of Gods is a tremendous thing. This news has to be completely secret. Guqian, what should we do about the 10 people who know about the 9th prince? In other words, what the Commandery Prince Yunwu meant was how to handle Guqian. Guqian clearly understood how things worked and thought for a moment. There was a sense of determination in his eyes. He said, "Killed." The commandery Prince Yunwu nodded and said, "Guqian, I know you've always been a loyal general. Yet, if the news about my son leaks out, all assassins will no doubt get him killed. Why don't you and the other 10 royal guards watch over the ancestor temple at Mount Emperor and never come back? In this case, my son, you, and the 10 guards will all be safe." "Yes, your majesty," Guqian answered. Then, the commandery Prince Yunwu and Guqian rushed to Mount King. They wanted to make sure if the 9th prince had truly resonated the court of gods. Chapter 64, The Choice. Swoosh. Zhang Ruochen leapt from the water. Then he turned in the air and landed on the riverside. The white genuine chi spewed out from his pores, drying up his wet clothes in a second. Having reached the Black Realm, he was able to drizzle genuine chi as the genuine chi in his body was so solid, or turned the genuine chi into a chi sword and killed people through the air. Zhang Ruochen activated the genuine chi in his body and transferred it to the meridians on his right hand. A gleam of white gas had gathered at the fingertip of his index finger. He dashed toward the iron pine 10 meters away. Boom. The white chi sword had broken the tree trunk of the iron pine and left a fist-sized hole. It's a fairly average sword breath with such massive power. No doubt it's incomparable between warriors at the Black Realm and the Yellow Realm. If I cultivate the sword ripple of 10 channels, a martial technique of the superior class at the spiritual stage, and put the chi sword in use, I wonder how powerful it's going to be. In Zhang Ruochen's last lifetime, he had cultivated the sword ripple of 10 channels. He had turned all his 10 fingers into swords. With a random point, he would be able to display a sharp chi sword that could kill people 100 meters away. Yet, the sword ripple of 10 channels was extremely hard to cultivate. Even though Zhang Ruochen had successfully cultivated it in his previous life, it's surely not an easy task to achieve the technique again. At this moment, he felt like someone was coming over, so he retrieved all the genuine chi back to his body. The commandery Prince Yunwu walked toward Zhang Ruochen and glanced at him from head to toes. He nodded with satisfaction and asked, "Did you break through to the Black Realm?" Zhang Ruochen didn't say much but nodded slightly. Zhang Ruochen didn't have much affection toward the commandery Prince Yunwu. Yet, he could feel how much the commandery Prince Yunwu cared about him, and thus he respected him a lot. The commandery Prince Yunwu said, "Attack me with your strongest power." Zhang Ruochen took a quick glance at him and said, "Okay." Having reached the initial stage of the Black Realm, Zhang Ruochen was eager to test his ability and see how far it could go. Since he clearly knew that the commandery Prince Yunwu would do whatever it took to protect him and would never hurt him, he was safe to display everything he had in front of the commandery Prince Yunwu. Swish. Zhang Ruochen exploded his speed to the highest point that it exceeded 10 meters per second. He unleashed a palm toward the commandery Prince Yunwu's chest. Dragon and elephant returning to earth. The palm he displayed was the strongest with gigantic power. The bones and muscles in his body had all given out the sound of dragons and elephants roaring together. The forceful palm wind forced the sand to flow in clouds. Even though Zhang Ruochen's palm had unleashed on the commandery Prince Yunwu, he neither moved an inch nor fought back. Boom. When Zhang Ruochen had released the palm on the commandery Prince Yunwu's body, a vigorous power exploded from the commandery Prince Yunwu. Zhang Ruochen was thrown out far. The spiritual blood in his body kept rolling and he fell to the ground in an awkward position. He couldn't help but retreat 10 steps back so as to dissipate the powerful force. The commandery Prince Yunwu nodded and said, "Not bad. The power of your palm is stronger than most of the warriors at the advanced stage of the Black Realm. It's even more intense than some of the weaker warriors at the dawn state of the Black Realm. Moreover, your biggest advantage is not your power, but your mastery of power and your sword technique, which is the same as a warrior at the Earth Realm. All in all, I guess the warriors at the dawn state of the Black Realm will not be able to defeat you. I guess you've indeed cultivated the ultimate realm of the Yellow Realm. Otherwise, you won't be able to obtain such power." Zhang Ruochen thought, "No doubt that I startled the commandery Prince Yunwu when I resonated the court of gods." The commandery Prince Yunwu looked at Zhang Ruochen with a softness in his eye. "With your talent, your achievement in the future will definitely be beyond me. Staying in the palace will only waste your talent and stop you from improving. You have 2 choices now if you want to keep boosting your martial arts cultivation. Your first choice, the Yuntai Suzerain. I guess you've heard of it before." Zhang Ruochen answered, The Yuntai suzerain is classified as a fourth-class suzerain that was established 720 years ago. They hold massive power and enjoy a particular superior status in the Western 9 prefectures. Every princes, princesses, and child from the large-scale family of the commandery were all proud of being a member of the Yuntai suzerain. The Yuntai suzerain was known as the cradle of strong warriors. Almost half of the Heaven Realm warriors in the Western 9 prefectures were the disciples of the Yuntai suzerain. The Western 9 prefectures referred to the 9 commanderies of the Western Ridge. The Yunwu commandery was one of them. The commandery Prince Yunwu nodded and said, "I once was the disciple of the Yuntai suzerain. The vice-chief of the external Yuntai suzerain is a senior of the royal family in the Yunwu commandery as well as an uncle of mine. If you decide to join the Yuntai suzerain, I'll draft a letter to my uncle. I'm sure you only need to demonstrate 1/10 of your talent in order to make it to the Yuntai suzerain and become an external student of the suzerain." Zhang Ruochen thought for a while and asked, "How about the second choice?" The commandery Prince Yunwu said, "The second choice is going to be relatively hard. If your talent is high enough and able to stand out among all the outstanding warriors, your achievement will be magnificent. Have you heard of the School of the Martial Market?" "You mean the School of Martial Market operated by the Martial Market Bank?" Zhang Ruochen said. The business of the Martial Market Bank had covered the entire Kunlun's field. Every commandery, every city, and every town was related to the Martial Market Bank to a certain extent. The martial market in all the commanderies were controlled by the Martial Market Bank. It is a fact that the Martial Market Bank had control over 30% of the economic systems in the entire Kunlun's field. The Martial Market Bank was more powerful than the Yuntai suzerain to a large extent. It had passed on the power since the medieval ancient times and was regarded as a money empire. Not to mention the fourth-class suzerain, even the first-class suzerain didn't dare to confront the Martial Market Bank. With such massive prosperity, the Martial Market Bank surely required a tremendously strong force for protection. Therefore, the Martial Market Bank had established the Colosseum of the Martial Market and the School of the Martial Market. The School of the Martial Market aimed to foster more and more talent for the Martial Market Bank so that it could be powerful ever after and become the money dominator of the Kunlun's field. The more outstanding the students were in the School of the Martial Market, the higher their status would be and more privileges they could enjoy after graduation. The huge benefit of joining the School of the Martial Market was, they were always wealthy and would never lack resources for cultivation. The Martial Market Bank was the most powerful backer for the school. Undoubtedly, it was extremely hard to get into the School of the Martial Market. It would only be more and more competitive each year so that a slight mistake would put the warriors to death. Zhang Ruochen clearly understood how powerful the Martial Market Bank was. The Martial Market in the Yunwu Commandery was only a small part of the whole. The headquarters of the Martial Market Bank was larger than the royal court of the First Central Empire, both of whom controlled the fate of the world. Zhang Ruochen asked, "Has the Martial Market Bank set up a school in the Yunwu Commandery yet?" The commandery Prince Yunwu shook his head slightly and said, "No. Not in the Yunwu Commandery but at the Omen Ridge. They've established a one-star school and specially enroll the talented warriors from the 36 commanderies at the border of the Omen Ridge including the western, the eastern, the southern and the northern 9 prefectures." Zhang Ruochen nodded with consent and said, "Okay. I'll join the School of the Martial Market." It would probably be less competitive for Zhang Ruochen to join the Yuntai suzerain, and easier for him to cultivate. Yet, the potential of the Yuntai suzerain was far less than the School of the Martial Market. As far as Zhang Ruochen concerned, he was worried that it would not be competitive enough. In terms of the commandery Prince Yunwu, he was satisfied with Zhang Ruochen's decision. He said, "When you become a senior of the Martial Market Bank in the future, the Yunwu commandery will also benefit. There's one more month until the enrollment day of the School of the Martial Market. You should keep your mind on enhancing the solidity of your realm during this period of time. When it's about time, I'll arrange the guards to send you to the Omen Ridge." Afterward, both the commandery Prince Yunwu and Zhang Ruochen left Mount King. Zhang Ruochen went back to the Jade Palace, but he didn't see General Guqian. The royal guards who were stationed at the Jade Palace were all replaced. The general in charge was massive and tanned with a beard over his face. When he saw Zhang Ruochen, he bowed and greeted him with his thick voice instantly. He said, "Your servant Ganli greets my 9th prince." Zhang Ruochen asked, "Where is General Guqian?" Ganli responded, "Guqian has been assigned to the Mount Emperor Ancestor Temple. From now on, your servant will protect my 9th prince. Don't worry, my 9th prince. My martial cultivation is above Guqian and I'm powerful enough to defeat 3 Guqians." He then showed Zhang Ruochen his sturdy arms and muscular body. The muscles on his body were like pieces of iron. Zhang Ruochen was deep in thought. It looked like Kuqian and the other royal guards knew that he had resonated the court of gods, and hence they had all been assigned to watch over at the ancestor temple. Zhang Ruochen glanced at Ganli and said, "I'm sure no assassin dare to come near the Jade Palace under the protection of General Ganli." Having listened to Zhang Ruochen's compliment, Ganli laughed and waved the axe in his hand, saying, "I have fought with His Majesty on the battlefield 10 times. I can even kill a savage beast with one swing of my axe. Any assassins who dare to come to the Jade Palace, I assure you I'll tear them apart." Zhang Ruochen nodded and went into the palace. He wanted to go to the courtyard where Lu stayed and see if he had cultivated the non-Empress samsara magic formula. When he walked into the courtyard, he saw Lu standing still in the middle of the court. The bamboo leaves of the forest beside him were falling down like a rainfall of leaves. The speed of Lu releasing the sword was as fast as lightning. It had pierced through the leaves every time he struck. There were shadows of swords everywhere in the courtyard, and there were sounds of swords whistling through the air. None of the bamboo leaves that fell down on the ground was whole. Clap. Zhang Ruochen clapped his hands while walking towards Lu and said, "Congratulations on upgrading your cultivation. I guess you've cultivated the first move of the non-Empress samsara magic formula." Zhang Ruochen could tell that Li's cultivation had reached the initial stage of the Black Realm. Lu pulled back the sword instantly, sheathing it with great accuracy. Li's sight had also fallen on Zhang Ruochen. He asked, "How about you, my benefactor? Have you reached the initial stage of the Black Realm?" "I did indeed make it to the Black Realm." Zhang Ruochen nodded and asked, "So, what's your plan?" Chapter 65, The Battle Between Women. Lu said, "The technique I'm practicing is called the self-destructive swordsmanship and the non-Empress samsara magic formula. I guess I'm doomed to take a slaughter path in my life. Since I've cultivated to the Black Realm, I want to test myself at the black market." Zhang Ruochen said, "The black market is surely a path with no comeback for ordinary warriors. Perhaps it's a good try for you." The power of the black market was certainly massive. It had spread all over the commandery. It had enough power to confront the Martial Market Bank, the Federation of Inscription, and the moon-worshipped demonic sect. Moreover, it was where the depraved and the fugitives assembled. Yun rushed to the 9th prince. She bowed and said, "My 9th prince, Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian have a message for you from their maidservant. They said the 1-month time is up. They want to invite you to the martial arts field of the royal family and observe the fight." "Oh. It's already been 1 month. Okay, I'll head to the martial arts field now." Zhang Ruochen put up a smile on his face. He glanced at Lu and found him exceptionally calm. Zhang Ruochen nodded and asked, "Lu, do you want to watch the fight together?" Lu said, "Good idea, let's go." When Zhang Ruochen, Lu, and Yun arrived at the martial arts field, all the princes and princesses had already gathered around in the field. Other than Lin Chenyu and Lin Ningxian from Lin's family, they also brought 4 guards to the field. Seeing Lu walking into the field with Zhang Ruochen, every single warrior of the Lins was shocked, including Lin Ningxian. "Isn't he the slave of Ningxian? He is in real luck that he didn't die." One of the 4 guards sneered. "So what? Although he didn't die, all his meridians have been destroyed. He's disabled now," the other guard said with disdain. The 4 guards who stood behind Lin Ningxian were exactly the 4 who broke Li's arms and legs outside the Colosseum of the Martial Market. They all thought that they had beaten him to death. No wonder why they were relatively shocked when they saw Lu, who was following behind Zhang Ruochen. One of the guards with a hawk nose held a 100-kilogram iron rod, stepped up behind Lin Ningxian and said, "Lu, you're the slave of Ningxian. How dare you not kneel down when you see our mistress?" Lu stared at the guard cold-bloodedly. The guard who just spoke out was only at the advanced stage of the Yellow Realm. Looking into Li's eyes, he felt a chill. All his meridians have been destroyed. "I shouldn't be scared. Calm down." The guard tried to comfort himself and continued, "A slave who wants to raise a ruckus. Such a degrading slave. I, Lin Zhuoxi, have to teach you a lesson today." The guard held the iron rod with both hands and swung toward Li's waist. Beep. A sword flashed. The head of the guard had been torn apart from the body and blood sprouted 3 meters high from the neck. The body without a head fell to the ground heavily. The other 3 guards were all frozen behind Lin Ningxian. They couldn't believe that Lu would dare to kill Lin Juosi. Moreover, the way he swung the sword was too fast that no one recognized how he killed the guard. Even Lin Ningxian with a higher cultivation couldn't identify Li's sword technique clearly. Not to mention these 3 guards behind her. The only person who had distinguished Li's sword technique was Lin Chenyu. He chuckled and said, "Lu, you're definitely the deadly swordsman of the Lins. Your cultivation is much stronger than before with a faster sword technique. I guess you've reached the Black Realm." Lu answered, "Master Lin, I once was the slave of the Lins. However, the Lu in front of you is just Lu. He has nothing to do with the Lins anymore." "Haha. Lu, you're too naive. Once you are a slave, forever a slave. If you dare to betray your master, you've violated the regulations of the commandery and will be subjected to death," Lin Ningxian said. "Since you've broken through the Black Realm, why don't you come back to the Lins? You will enjoy lots of benefits in the future if you're loyal to us." Lu looked sharp and said, "Miss Lin, the reason why I agreed to be your slave was you saved my life. Yet, your saving grace has been written off since the moment you decided to kill me outside the Colosseum of the Martial Market. The Lu you're looking at is not going to be anyone's slave now. I'll make sure you don't get to live if you force me to be your slave." Lin Ningxian was extremely irritated and said, "How dare you? Guards. My cousin, I'll buy this slave." Zhang Ruochen walked toward Lin Ningxian and pointed at Lu. Although Lin Ningxian was arrogant, she was correct that it was considered as a serious crime for a slave to betray their master in the Yunwu commandery. They would no doubt be subjected to death. Lin Ningxian looked at Zhang Ruochen and said while smiling, "Oh, my cousin. Can I say that you're begging me?" Zhang Ruochen answered, "If you have to comprehend it that way, you can." "Great. Since you beg me, how can I not save you some face as your cousin? Give me 1,000,000 silver coins and I'll sell you this slave." Lin Ningxian lifted up her head and giggled. A slave at the initial stage of the Black Realm was valued at a maximum of 10,000 silver coins. No one would spend 1,000,000 silver coins to buy a slave at such level, including Lin Ningxian. The 9th Commandery Princess added, "Lin Ningxian, you're robbing my 9th brother. 1,000,000 silver coins are more than enough to buy 100 slaves at the initial stage of the Black Realm." Lin Ningxian laughed and said, "Don't pretend to be good if you don't have enough coins to buy. Being a good person has a price." Zhang Ruochen interrupted Lin Ningxian and exclaimed, "Deal. 1,000,000 silver coins are indeed worth it for Lu. I'll send the 1,000,000 silver coins to the Lin mansion within a month." Everyone in the field was amazed by what Zhang Ruochen had said, including Lin Ningxian. No one believed that he would spend 1,000,000 silver coins just to buy a degraded slave. Only a fool like Zhang Ruochen would do such losing business. "My 9th brother." The 9th Commandery Princess was about to say something but was stopped by Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen looked at Lin Ningxian. He outstretched one arm and asked, "My cousin, I guess you can hand me the slave contract now. Wealth speaks louder than words. My cousin, you have my respect. 1,000,000 silver coins come in at the right time, it's going to be my dowry when I marry the 7th prince. Thank you, my dear cousin." A joyful smile was displayed on Lin Ningxian's face. She took out the beast skin contract and handed over it to Zhang Ruochen. Zhang Ruochen responded with a faint smile. He took the beast skin contract and made sure it was Li's name on it. Then, he activated the genuine qi in his body and transferred it to his 5 fingers. Boom. The beast skin contract had been shattered by his genuine qi and turned into nail-sized pieces of skin. People were shocked again. Having spent 1,000,000 silver coins to buy a degraded slave and then he destroyed the contract right away. Was the 9th prince insane? Lu looked at Zhang Ruochen deeply and exclaimed, "I'll repay you 100 times in the future." Phew. A guard who stood behind Lin Ningxian laughed, 100 times. Boasting fool. That's altogether 1,000,000,000 silver coins. Even warriors of the Heaven Realm are not able to accumulate such wealth in their entire life. Lin Ningxian naturally didn't believe Lu and thought he was being foolish. The 9th Commandery Princess shook her head and felt sorry for Zhang Ruochen. Lu wasn't worth what Zhang Ruochen had done. Besides, even the large-scale families were unable to take out 1,000,000 silver coins at once. She sighed in her heart, and since her 9th brother had made the decision, she could do nothing but let Lin Ningxian take advantage of Zhang Ruochen. The 9th Commandery Princess held her sword elegantly in the middle of the martial arts field and pointed at Lin Ningxian. She said, Lin Ningxian, stop being proud of yourself. 1 month time is up. I hereby challenge you to fight. Lin Ningxian, who had just received 1,000,000 silver coins, was so pleased that no words could explain her feelings. Moreover, she had greatly improved her cultivation level, thus she didn't bother too much about the 9th Commandery Princess. The 9th Commandery Princess is indeed very positive. I wonder whether or not you'll still be arrogant like this if I defeat you for the 3rd time. Lin Ningxian sneered. The 9th Commandery Princess was full of confidence and said, if I defeat you, I'm not going to go easy on you. Lin Ningxian, who was wearing a white long dress, walked towards the martial arts field, looked as pure as lilies. She stood beautifully in front of the 9th Commandery Princess. Her sight shifted to Zhang Ruochen and said, my cousin, I want to change the rules. If I defeat the 9th Commandery Princess, you don't need to apologize, but instead, do me a favor. Zhang Ruochen asked, what's it about? Lin Ningxian looked up slightly and smiled, I haven't thought about it yet. I'll tell you when I have an idea. You don't need to worry, my cousin. We are a family and I'm not going to hurt you. Zhang Ruochen looked at the 9th Commandery Princess. He nodded and said, okay, I promise you. I'm sure my 9th sister will defeat you, I have confidence in her. Having listened to what Zhang Ruochen said, the 9th Commandery Princess felt more pressure. She thought to herself, I need to win this fight and stop Lin Ningxian from being so arrogant. With my cultivation and the use of the Tianhe scripture, I should be able to win. The 9th Commandery Princess surely understood how important this fight was. She had taken out all the savings she had in order to buy all sorts of resources she needed for cultivation in this month. Therefore, her cultivation had improved greatly. My 9th brother, I won't let you down. The 9th Commandery Princess looked toward Zhang Ruochen with a glimmer of a smile in her eyes, and the glance had displayed a sense of mystery. This look, has she successfully cultivated the 1st level of the Tianhe scripture? Zhang Ruochen was shocked slightly by the fact that Yushi had fully prepared for the fight. Stop chattering, my 9th Commandery Princess. You are doomed to lose the fight again. Lin Ningxian huffed coldly. She took out the splendor sword and released it toward the 9th Commandery Princess. There was half a meter long sword light pulled through, as well as an irritating sword echo while she was releasing the sword. The completion of the Yellow Realm. Zhang Ruochen frowned slightly. He could tell Lin Ningxian's martial arts realm when she released her sword. Lin Ningxian's cultivation had been greatly enhanced in just a month. If she didn't take any pills, she wouldn't be able to break through from the final state to the completion of the Yellow Realm in such a short period of time. The 3rd prince shook his head and said, Lin Ningxian has cultivated to the completion of the Yellow Realm. Our 9th sister is definitely going to lose. If our 9th sister loses, our 9th brother will have to do Lin Ningxian a favor. What if Lin Ningxian wants him to kneel down? It will no doubt that can stain the reputation of the royal family. The 5th prince said with cruelty in his eyes. The 3rd prince said, our 9th brother is still too young and impetuous. If let him suffer some setbacks, it'll do him good for his future as a warrior. Chapter 66, the outcome has already been decided.